Lin Chen and the Little Shadow, Yin Tianzi and the Ultimate Shadow, they were both dark and turned into two divine lights, to fight. The two fought from the sky to the sky and the earth cracked, and the place they passed exploded like a vortex, and everything was swallowed and strangled, like a world-destroying natural disaster, descending on heaven and earth. It is terrible for two holy kings to fight. But two desperate holy kings, that's his mother's big horror movie. What you play is the heartbeat. If you get involved a little, the saint of rank 9 will also be disabled, or he will fall on the spot. Run. Crazy, both are crazy. This is the character that the future Shadow King will call Big Brother. I'm serving it, I'm really serving it. Don't take it too seriously, give me a hand. The old man is going to be involved. Get out. The people of the Wu family, the Holy Prison, and the Xinyan Palace were implicated to varying degrees, and more than half of the powerhouses were forced to suspend the battle. Shang Guanju's red lips parted slightly. The little boy who still needed her protection back then was actually standing on the same level as her. Several Shadow Clan elders can't help but look sideways, and they are amazed. Just now the little shadow asked them to call brother Lin Chen, and they were still a little reluctant in their hearts. But now, all the elders of the Shadow Clan just want to pass a cigarette to this big Lin Chen, and help him light it, and shout brother. The combat power of the Holy King realm. In the Shadow family, only the real innate Shadow King can command the supreme power. Even the little shadow now, before he actually ascends to the throne, can't call the innate shadow of the Holy King level. Boom. A bunch of golden fist winds pierced through the heaven and earth. The cloudy Daychild stepped on the wind and tornado, and the shadows all over his body even dodged sideways. Each of these two people's moves has the destructive power of orange level combat skills, even if they don't use the exercises. If they use the exercises, it is even more terrifying. Lin Chen threw a fist into the air, turned his fist into a palm, and when his 5 fingers held the shape of the ultimate shadow, he captured it and the figure of Yin Tianzi in an instant. On the contrary, he pressed down Yin Tianzi's head and raised his leg with a knee that crushed the sun and the moon. Crash away. The boundless energy of the different crystals condensed his arms, and Yin Tianzi slammed his elbows down, and when he slammed Lin Chen's knees, he clenched the blood sickle with his backhand and swept away. Lin Chen grabbed his 10 fingers, and the war god's armguards blocked. His 10 fingers were like eagle claws, and he even caught the 9th grade holy artifact with his bare hands. Wu Weiyang, is there such a way of playing? As strong as the chief grand elder of Xinyan Palace, it was as if he had seen a ghost, and his pretty face was unbelievable. What is this kid's gauntlet made of? Picking up the 9th grade holy artifact empty-handed, even if there is no trace left on the armguard, even Lin Chen has nothing to do with him. Grabbing the blood blade with his bare hands, Lin Chen soared into the air and suddenly broke out with a whip leg that was powerful enough to crush him. Great compassion, split soul palm. Yin Tianzi smashed away with an orange-level advanced technique, palm to leg. Holy energy fused with the mighty and vast heterocrystalline energy, and fell down with one palm. Boom. When Lin Chen was blown away by a blow, he flicked his fingers. Slow rune. Lin Chen threw out a sluggish rune with dozens of holy rune energy, and when he slowed down Yin Tianzi's offensive, he slapped his 5 fingers and smashed his orange-level advanced skills. Boom. 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 Shadows danced wildly, and dark fog-like darkness flashed vertically, and horizontally, stirring up terrifying spatial aftermath. Not only the two are fighting, but the ultimate shadow behind them is also fighting. Yin Tianzi clenched the ninth-rank blood sickle with both hands, waved his hands at high speed, and slashed at Lin Chen with endless blood energy, performing another advanced orange-level unique skill. I didn't expect this kid to hide such a trump card, to be able to temporarily grow to the pure power of the Holy King's body. If I let him go this time, I don't know how far he can grow next time. Take advantage of the current battle, we must kill him. Never let the old fellow of the ancient god let this kid overturn the case for him. Dead man it should be. Completely dead and disappear forever. The killing intent in Yin Tianzi's eyes was crazy and fierce, and all his tricks were fighting against Lin Chen. The ferocity of the battle far exceeds that of any Holy King realm battle circle. I don't believe this, the power of this kid's temporary overdraft can stand up to the huge amount of different crystals in this seat. Time and time again, the Son of Cloud wielded the ninth-rank holy weapon, the sickle smashed the rotten, and wielded the bloody moon-like slashing light. Every move returned to its original nature. This is Yin Tianzi's only chance to kill Lin Chen. If Lin Chen were to escape, he would have two holy kings and so many rank 9 peak strongmen by his side. It was too difficult for him to move Lin Chen afterwards, and now is the first and last chance for him to kill Lin Chen. Therefore, Yin Tianzi chose to fight to the death. Lin Chen's potential is too terrifying, he has witnessed it with his own eyes. If such a monster allows him to grow into a holy state of mind, a heaven opening state, he will live in the shadow of Lin Chen forever. Therefore, he must kill Lin Chen here. Just because the two sides are in a state where the killers are fully open, Lin Chen is still suppressed by him. It is only a matter of time before we defeat him. Laugh. Laugh. Puff. The sharp blood light shrouded Lin Chen's retreat, forcing Lin Chen to be affected again and again when he banged hard again and again, and the robes of the stars began to crack, and the blood was overflowing. On the other hand, Yin Tianzi, Lin Chen has not penetrated his defense so far, resulting in destruction crack and destruction explosion, unable to exert sufficient effect. Lin Chen held on tight, his clone was hidden inside the Qi transport capsule. And he kept running ambilight to mobilize it into the body to heal the wound quickly, but he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the injury. It's not enough, this kind of power can't beat him. Lin Chen, who is as strong as a godslayer, is already at the limit of using the God of War 4-piece suit to obtain pure power. The God of War suit continues to increase the consumption and charging speed, and he can continue to increase his strength, but the premise is that Lin Chen's holy body has already endured. Stop. If you want a more powerful ultimate move, don't waste the recharge of the God of War 4-piece suit. Be calm and wait until the opportunity comes. Lin Chen's attack made other holy kings not understand. He can obviously avoid the opponent's offensive with his movement skills and small shadows, so why must he fight close to him, obsessed with tearing the opponent's defense apart? Apart from thinking of to die together, other holy kings cannot see through the second possibility. Yin Tianzi sneered, want to drag me to death? You really think about the old thing like the ancient god? It's just a fool's dream, let's see how this seat crushes you. Tear. The space is cracked, and the blood sickle is slashed again. In Lin Chen's eyes, crazy killing intent bloomed, and he kicked the sickle blade of the 9th rank holy artifact with a diagonal kick, took turns to whip the legs, and then smashed with a fist like a divine hammer. He fought furiously all the way in close quarters, almost as if he and Yin Tianzi were fighting for their lives. But Lin Chen's injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was covered in blood. On the other hand, Yun Tianzi, except for a little disordered breath, had no other injuries at all. However, the Haixin body protection holy light he made with the help of the 8th grade defensive holy artifact was faintly dimmed, and even the defensive skills were broken by Lin Chen several times. Boom! Again punching at the cost of injury, Lin Chen hit Yin Tianzi's chest with an angry punch, penetrating the protection given to him by the ultimate shadow. A crack appeared in the sea blue body protecting holy light around Yin Tianzi. Boom! At this moment, Lin Chen's fighting spirit was soaring, and his eyes burst with terrifying murderous aura. It's now. Desperate for life and death. Turn it on. Turn on the orange level talent, life and death, successfully select the target, consume 45 million top talent points, and start burning the hosts. Vitality in exchange for strength. The strongest one-on-one talent, desperate life and death. Once opened, there is no way out. The deadly battle between the two sides will never stop. The host activates the life and death talent. If the target cannot be killed, the talent cannot be stopped until the host burns out. Boom! A flickering orange flame suddenly burst out, burning violently from Lin Chen's body. The situation in the world changed sharply, and when Lin Chen's skylight and cloud shadow swept away, his pure power was so terrifying that it shattered the void and began to soar again. 1.04 million powers, 1.08 million powers, 1.15 million powers, 1.25 million powers. Destroy the dry and pull the rotten, soaring steadily. It's all at this juncture, and he still has a backer? The cloudy day child was moved in an instant, and the color of horror appeared. That's right, the previous Lin Chen was waiting. He has been waiting since the very beginning when he realized that he in the state of the Godslayer was not the opponent of the Son of Heaven. Lord. The servants were horrified, and they could clearly feel that Lin Chen's vitality was fading rapidly through the Zhou Tian death seal. Jiang Taishu snorted coldly, Master has an order, no one is allowed to act rashly. Focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you. The host accelerates the use of life and death talent, and is increasing the power by 1100 times, 2200 times, 3500 times. Lin Chen's vitality burned to the limit at once, and the transformation of power almost happened in half a breath. Soared a whole 2 grades. Boom. At this moment, time and space collapsed, and the situation changed suddenly. All the space, time, and vitality seemed to be incorporated into Lin Chen's golden fist, forming an unprecedented vortex, the center of which was all the pure power condensed by Lin Chen. No, it seems that something more terrifying has awakened from his body. The ultimate shadow seemed to have awakened instinctively, and was so frightened that he retreated in panic and broke away from the body of the cloudy day. Yin Tianzi became mad, Lin Chen, this seat wants you to die. He held the 9th grade holy artifact in both hands, and sacrificed the last orange level high level secret skill. With a wave of the sickle, a guillotine split open in the sky, as if leading to life and death, leading to annihilation, leading to new life. This, the guillotine of reincarnation, is the strongest unique skill of Yin Tianzi. He was caught off guard by Lin Chen's sudden unique skill, but he still did not choose to retreat. There was almost no time for the Yin Tianzi to react. Lin Chen swung his fist and hit the Yin Tianzi fiercely. The illusory guillotine splits a blood moon-like slash, divides the world, and faces Lin Chen's supreme punch. This punch, crushed and crushed like billions of heavenly dragons. This punch, like a million planes sinking together. This punch pierces all the light in the world. All the powerhouses suddenly felt that the world was plunged into darkness. And only a faint golden afterglow was left, flashing past the horizontal line. Not good. Save people first. The holy kings of the multi-party camps all felt the terrifying aura of destruction, flashed millions of miles in advance, and protected the personnel of each other's camps. And Lin Chen's servants and the 8th-rank powerhouses evacuated first. Boom. The 100,000 mu vast opening to the sky cracked open the eastern sky of the Holy Realm and the Holy King's domain, straight to the 9 heavens, and crushed all the distant galaxy. Lin Chen's punch at least shattered dozens of continental plates and a large number of spaceplanes. Fortunately, the spaceplanes and continental plates in the direction of the Holy King's domain are uninhabited. In and out. High in the sky in the eastern part of the Holy King domain, 2 figures hovered in the air. One person is 5 feet tall, with sacred acupuncture points blooming all over his body. The energy of different crystals is powerful, and his body is covered in blood, and the 9th grade sacred artifact he holds has revealed several cracks. It's the cloudy one. When blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor was full of madness. The other person, Qi Shao lingering, golden light flowing, is Lin Chen. In the fight just now, it seemed that Lin Chen had the upper hand. However, in the eyes of all the powerhouses, it is only to have the upper hand. And the little shadow has already taken action to hunt down the ultimate shadow. The congenital shadow clan has the most abundant resource pool of all races. And there are countless trump cards left to little shadow. He is not afraid of the ultimate shadow of the 14th phase. At this time, Lin Chen was out of breath and his vitality was about to be exhausted. With blood in the corner of Yin Tianzi's mouth, he opened his arms and laughed loudly. No one can control the fate of this king, Lin Chen, neither can you. Ha 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 ha, the blow you exhausted with your life force is gone, your legend is over. Really? Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Yin Tianzi, I have always believed in you. Lin Chen's laughter became more and more cheerful, with a kind of fearlessness. I believe that you are very smart, and that the eyes of the elders of the ancient gods will not be wrong. I also firmly believe that you will definitely attack, and you are eager to kill me. Yin Tianzi stared at his smiling face, suddenly trembling all over his body. His pupils shrank. Lin Chen said with a smile, as long as I keep holding on, you will definitely try to kill me here, because this is your only chance. It is true that my injury is much more serious than yours, but I have countless opportunities to be injured, and you. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The smile was not a bit domineering, full of arrogance. And you are cloudy, you don't even have a chance to get hurt. Click. 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 When a few crisp cracks echoed in the void, Yin Tianzi's eyes began to become unbelievable. He could no longer perceive his holy power, and the holy body began to shatter like a broken porcelain. How is it possible? What kind of trick is this? Cracks appeared on Yin Tianzi's face. He looked down at his body. His expression was full of unprecedented shock and doubt. All the powerhouses who witnessed this moment, a chill rises from the soles of their feet and goes straight to the sky. Lin Chen, I have been waiting, this is the perfect time. He has been pressing the strongest trump card at hand, not to use it, but to let it play the strongest effect when it is most unexpected. If Lin Chen and Yin Tianzi met, he could not help but take out all the trump cards to fight with him. The result would be completely unknown. But Lin Chen has been holding back, not hesitate to take a life-changing battle to consume Yin Tianzi's defense. He has to wait until Yin Tianzi is in a turbulent mood, take the initiative to attack, and come up with his trump card. Once the son of the cloudy casts his trump card, it is the time when he is determined to kill himself, the most unlikely time to retreat. In this way, Lin Chen can take out his strongest trump card. The host successfully kills the target, and the life and death state is lifted. The host triggers the extinction crack talent. All the vitality that Lin Chen had lost was returned, full of energy, handsome, and refined. But at the same time, Lin Chen's orange-gold eyes were slowly covered with a blue streak. The host successfully activated the ultimate Heavenly Rebel talent, and began to enter the ultimate Heavenly Rebel state, the ultimate instant kill talent, which breaks the defense and kills instantly. Scope of application, True God. Break the defense, instantly kill. The strongest trump card is finally here. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth picked out a radian, which was extremely domineering and overflowing with arrogance. Under the sky, all living beings are equal. Outside Xinyan Palace, Yingtian Lake. This place is a secret cultivation realm, controlled by Xinyan Palace, with a powerful space enchantment. Many traditional disciples of Xinyan Palace and by rune also gathered here. This place can be regarded as one of the safest places except for several secret realms in the main hall of Xinyan Palace. Among the servants, the Sifang Jiahai brothers are waiting here, protecting Yi Qinggu, Ling Yueji, and others. Senior Sister Rune, that, can Lin Chen really succeed in the challenge? Wu Pianju and the others have the support of the Chief Grand Elder. Yeah, even the people from the Holy Prison are here. It's too difficult to get out. Besides, what should we do in the future of our Xinyan Palace after we get out? Several senior sisters in Xinyan Palace were full of worries. You are not allowed to question the master. Bai Qianqian raised her eyebrows and drank the girls. Bai Ruoyan reached out and stroked the ends of Bai Qianqian's hair, and smiled sweetly. Sister Qianqian, don't be impatient, I'll make it clear to them. Bai Ruoyan looked at the thousands of core true heirs of Xinyan Palace. Deacons, guardians, and elders. These are all people who have not defected to Wu Pianju, and are the core personnel of Xinyan Palace in the future. She smiled indifferently. Elders and deacons, as well as junior sisters. Don't worry, I have never doubted his ability, and he has never reneged on what he promised me. As for the future of Xinyan Palace, I already have it in my heart. As planned, with the power of my control of the eternal flame, after everything is done, the Xinyan Palace will only be stronger and more hopeful than before. Hee, that's true. An elder came over and smiled kindly, with the background of the goddess and Lin Chen's little friend. The old man has no doubt that you can revitalize the Xinyan Palace. When many Jurchens thought of Lin Chen's epic team, their faces were filled with admiration and excitement. If this team joins Xinyan Palace, why won't Xinyan Palace rise up? Brush. At this time a few streamers flashed, and the four brothers in the Sifang Boundary Sea immediately reacted and opened the space enchantment. When Big Brother Sihai saw the visitor, he said in surprise, Senior Yu? Why are you here? Seeing Yu Xingxing coming with Fei Wushuang, Ling Yueji, and the other girls rushed up to take Fei Wushuang's pulse, everyone's expressions changed. Suddenly, Senior Fei Wushuang's injury. My God, even the spiritual power and holy power have completely dried up. What happened? Not only the four brothers, but even the elders of Xingyan Palace changed their expression suddenly. It is almost impossible for a strong person of Fei Wuxuang's level to be completely devoid of holy power, and to be so weak that it is no different from stepping into the gate of hell with one foot. What the hell has happened in this battle? Let the children of this age fall into such a dangerous situation. After Yu Xingxing adjusted his breath for a while, he said solemnly, "It's too late to explain. You first protect the Dharma for me, and I'll heal her. First to stabilize her lifeline and holy acupoints, otherwise her cultivation and life will be in danger. Do not move." At this time a delicate and ethereal voice came, and the crimson and charming Fairy Yukong came. "It's the Crimson Fairy." Crimson Immortal had a solemn look on her face, her slender fingers ran across her cheeks, and there was a teardrop from the corner of her eyes. "What are you doing, eh?" Yu Xingxing was about to stop her, but found that when her tears were dotted on her fingertips, they condensed into a drop of dazzling jade dew. This is the heavenly dew of reincarnation. One drop can continue the destiny, the holy blood is restored, the holy bones are healed, and the holy heart is united. Yu Xingxing was completely shocked. This reincarnation heavenly dew is a rare thing in the universe that can't be found, and he has only seen it twice because of his vision. If Fairy Crimson took out a drop of reincarnation heavenly dew, he wouldn't be so shocked. However, this reincarnation Tianlu fell out of her. This woman has followed the Lord for a long time. What is her origin? The Lord has never mentioned it, but the realm of the old man's view of her is only about life and death. How can there be such a terrifying background? No, now is not the time to worry about this. Yu Xingxing put aside all thoughts and said seriously, "I'll stabilize her mental thoughts, and ask the fairy to help." Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly, as expected of a saint-level alchemist who is about to step into the 9th rank. It's really reliable. Yu Xingxing's palm circulated a ray of gentle spiritual power, and pressed against Fei Wuxuang's snow forehead. Taking this opportunity, Fairy Crimson stretched out her delicate jade hand, swiped her palm with her fingertips, and a blood stain appeared, and then the pink blood dripped between Fei Wuxuang's fragrant lips and flowed into her body. Witnessing the pink blood, Yu Xingxing once again felt a shocking shock. This is born from the blood of Saint Joan with excellent luck. A legendary thing that is only born in a very small number of unique romance planes. Yu Xingxing was completely stunned. Tears turn into dew, drop blood for Saint Joan. What the hell is going on with this woman? This is completely beyond the cognition of his top alchemy giant. Okay. Fairy Crimson withdrew her hand, her face paled slightly, and her smile bloomed. Her life and cultivation have been preserved, just let her mentally recuperate. With the cooperation of the two, Fei Wuxuang's complexion began to recover blood, and her delicate body trembled. Not only that, but her holy acupoint began to regenerate holy power. This is the wonder of the blood of Saint Joan. Fei Wuxuang's holy cave is empty, without a trace of holy power. It is very fragile, and in this state, even the spiritual consciousness is completely unconscious, taking any kind of medicine pill and means of supplementing holy power is dangerous. But reincarnation Tianlu can keep her lifeline, and the blood of Xingqiang can make her regenerate holy power, repair herself, and there is no risk if she does not return. Yeah. Bai Qian jumped up excitedly. Sister Crimson is awesome. Fairy Crimson covered her mouth and chuckled, and gave a high five to Bai Qian, who was in high spirits. Ling Yueqi was helpless in her heart. Lin Chen, how many flowers and plants do you have to provoke? The little demon empress' beautiful eyes lit up, staring at Fairy Crimson as she looked around in circles, looking at her exquisite body, showing a charming smirk. What a miraculous physique, this place is so swollen, I don't know if there is any treasure hidden here. Instead of letting Lin Chen explore first, it's better for Miss Ben to touch it first. Yu Xingxing thought to no avail, looked at the backs of Fairy Crimson and the girls playing, and shook his head in amazement. My lord is really a god. Such a strange woman is willing to stay by his side. In obscurity. The endless dark void. This is the void plain somewhere in the Holy Kingdom. Two groups of ultimate shadows in the shape of dragons, twisted into shape. The ultimate shadow turns into the appearance of Tuoshing, hides the body in Tuoshing's body, and sends out the unique voice transmission of the shadow. Family, why do we have to fight here? You and I are evenly divided. You can't kill me. We are all by Tuoshing this, created by the goddamn old thing. Only you can understand me in this world, right? It's better for us to shake hands and make peace. I can join hands with you to analyze the secrets of the Shadow Clan and become the two strongest creatures in this world. Little Shadow sneered, equally divided? That's your wishful thinking. Boom. The small shadow erupted into a shadow that covered the sky and the sun, like a wave covering the galaxy, tore out dozens of dragon claws, and smashed through the void. In the silent void, a duel that belongs only to the strongest innate soul in the holy world quietly unfolds. In this world, there is no need for two ultimate shadows. The ultimate shadow is furious, a waste with weaknesses. What can be compared to the perfect state of Uncle Ben? You are not good at protracted battles, but want to entangle and find death, then I will fulfill you. Boom. 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 In the void, the endless darkness fights each other. You come and go, the void collapses, and the light sinks into nothingness. If it is true as the ultimate shadow said, the little shadow is not good at protracted battles, and now he is going to be at a disadvantage. And the little shadow also recognizes what the ultimate shadow said, the same as the ultimate shadow. In addition to his potential in the 15th phase, the ultimate shadow of the 14th phase is indeed perfect, a born king. But that doesn't mean it can't be killed. As the eldest brother said, the ultimate shadow of the 14th phase is perfect and has no weaknesses. The little shadow showed a smile like Lin Chen, and more than a dozen dark dragons gushed out from his palm to destroy it, struggling to support without giving up any hope. The ultimate shadow controls Tuoshing's body, lifts his cane and swipes it horizontally, and dozens of shadow storms are like a tornado swallowing the sky and the earth. After crushing all the offensives of the little shadow, they escape into the void like lightning, spanning millions of miles. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the space directly above where the ultimate shadow moved, brewed a world-destroying energy, such as the arrival of the demon Lord, the arrival of the Dragon King, and a breath of breath suddenly swept in. Roar. The ultimate shadow raised its head and let out a sky-shattering roar. When the little shadow's breath shattered, a dark war gun was drawn from the torn void, and it shot up suddenly. Clang. The ultimate shadow unfolds the dark dragon wings frontally, and the dragon wings slap the front to block the shot. This is the capital that only the ultimate shadow has. It is impossible for other shadow tribes to use the power of this gun with the body. The innate shadow is powerful in the manipulation and mastery of space. And the body is not as strong as the races of the same level. Only the 14th and 15th final shadows have overcome this weakness. The strength of the main body is comparable to the ancient dragon clan. Since you want to die, the pure power of the ultimate shadow is combined with the talents of the shadow family. The power is like a dragon and snake, and it is transferred to the arm. The ultimate shadow blocked the shot, the darkness condensed into one palm. And the terrifying suffocating aura suddenly erupted from the giant palm of the demon race. And the little shadow came on the waves, the dragon wings rolled and flapped. And the storm of dark energy raged and changed. His demeanor and appearance actually changed to Lin Chen's, and he quickly pulled the gun to kill. Clang! 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 The two ultimate shadows are fighting head-on, and when they travel through the void at a very fast speed, they burst out with terrifying pure power and suffocation. This battle is getting more and more intense, and even the Holy King can't peep at the level. The ultimate shadow can hide its own aura, and it can move freely through the void, and even the Holy King cannot spy on it. After a long battle, the ultimate shadow has begun to sweat, and the mood is swaying. Damn it, it's been so long, how can he still fight? The old thing Tuashing recorded that he would consume horror if he didn't take enough pills. I haven't been able to sense the breath of Yin Tianzi since just now. It is estimated that he ran away by himself, and no one has come to save this seat. Could it be that he wants to delay time and wait for the help from behind? It must be so. The ultimate shadow is hard to resist the desperate little shadow, it is not that it can't beat the little shadow, it is just dragged down like this, and it may change later. Ultimate shadow hurriedly said, I said that you really can't kill me, let me go, just treat it as the same encounter with each other. Brother, what's the point of your insistence? We shouldn't be working so hard. We finally came to this world and got rid of the sinful Tuashing. Are we going to waste our lives here? How many opportunities are there in this vast galaxy that we haven't explored yet? Are you really willing? Ultimate shadow panic. He has been coercing and enticing, trying to make the little shadow stop. Don't panic. At this juncture, it can escape safely as long as it shakes off the small shadow. In addition to the small shadow that is also the ultimate shadow, other shadow clan powerhouses may not be able to find it hidden even if they are shot at the Holy King level. As long as you get rid of the opponent here, you will not lose. Let the ultimate shadow be soft and hard, the little shadow is hard to the end. From beginning to end, unswerving, and the tricks are endless. Saw. Little shadow suddenly smiled knowingly. Holding the shadow gun, the little shadow desperately pierced the defense of the ultimate shadow, and slammed into the center of the chest of the ultimate shadow. The ultimate shadow was injured, but took the opportunity to destroy it with a claw, and the little shadow vomited blood and fell into serious injuries. Ha ha ha, I think you're out of your mind, just to hurt me this time, Poochie. The ultimate shadow is not yet proud, and suddenly he vomits blood, and the shadow of the lingering shadow keeps throbbing. It was filled with disbelief, looking at the blood clot in the palm of the hand and the fading holy body, more and more horrified. The 14th phase of the ultimate shadow has no weaknesses. However, it does not mean that Tuashing has no weaknesses. The little shadow suddenly smiled and said, you usually only use Tuashing as a body like a tool, and you don't have any insight into the details. Back then, the demon lord of the demon race left permanent wounds in his body, even if you have roughly repaired it later. This body, trauma is trauma, always one of the weaknesses. You have been lurking into Tuashing's body for a long time, and it is about to Be inseparable. If the body is injured, the body will be seriously implicated. Ultimate Shadow gritted his teeth. You want to kill me just because of this? The dark fog surged, the body of the Ultimate Shadow began to peel off from the body of Tuoshing, and a ferocious shadow rose up, revealing the sturdy dragon energy. Escape from the Ultimate Shadow desire. No, it's over. The little shadow snorted coldly, since Tuoshing created me to deal with you. How come there is no backhand? In his palm, the blood of his own shadow and the blood of the Ultimate Shadow, left behind when he was injured, just now are condensed. The two kinds of blood essence revolved extremely fast, forming a dark space. Time vortex in the palm of your hand. Tianluo sealing secret art. The Ultimate Shadow was suddenly out of control, and it wanted to fly towards that vortex. All its bloodline talents were useless, and it couldn't escape into the void. It was like an eagle with broken wings and claws, completely losing the means of resistance. What the hell is this? The hysterical roar of the Ultimate Shadow, the endless darkness and madness pouring out of its body, but it is still useless, and it is absorbed by the palm of the little shadow. The little shadow said coldly, this is the stunt that Tuoshing has engraved in my life since he was born. It is the only trick he specially studied to restrain you during his lifetime, and it can take away all your power. Only you and my blood essence at the same time, you can use this trick. Ultimate Shadow's pupils shrank, and said incredulously, are you fighting for Tuoshing? No. The little shadow vetoed, I hate him very much. He brought me into this world with extreme purposes. All I felt was the coldness of this world. But I met Brother Lin Chen, the last warmth in the world is given to me by Brother Lin Chen, and for him I am willing to give my life. The 14th issue, let's end it. The Ultimate Shadow was absorbed step by step, and screamed like a pig, no. No. Sigh. Its body, turned into a vortex, was incorporated into the time-space vortex in the palm of the little shadow. The two shadows were twisted and intertwined, and the other shadow finally disappeared. After a long time, the little shadow's magic pupil flashed a strange light, and finally returned to silence. When he turned to the void, he muttered to himself, after this, I am the only Ultimate Shadow King. Brother Lin Chen, I did it. For a moment of trance, the little shadow escaped into the void and left. This Ultimate Shadow battle, won by the little shadow Lin Chen, officially ended. However, another storm is intensifying. God Flame Palace. The situation changed, and the sinister aura whistled like a hurricane. The top powerhouses of the 36 domains of the Holy Realm are more or less aware of it. The fate of the human race seems to be weakened again. Yin Tianzi is not on the Saint Talent ranking, but he already has the aptitude and combat power of the Saint Talent ranking. Click. 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 Under the watchful eyes of the Son of Heaven, the holy body was broken and turned into a pile of dust. In the end, there were only a few chi transport capsules and a large number of attribute light balls left, and even his handed-down rank 9 artifact was vanished into ashes and disappeared completely. Only a bunch of attribute light balls are left. Silence. Deathly silence. All the powerhouses, and even the holy kings, all stared at Lin Chen's direction, with unprecedented shock in their eyes. The strength of Yin Tianzi is obvious to all the strong. That move just now was a shocking confrontation, even if he was slightly at a disadvantage, he could not lose. Most injured. But he is dead. And yes, he died completely, leaving no trace behind. As strong as the chief supreme elder of Xinyan Palace, this kind of supreme holy king that existed before the creation of the holy realm, now the pretty face is also like a ghost, which is really funny. Even if her chief elder goes into battle in person, it is true that she can defeat the Yin Tianzi, but she will have to pay a certain price to win it. And just defeat and beheading are two concepts. Not to mention that he was knocked out with a single punch like Lin Chen. How the fuck did this happen? Several supreme demons of the demon race were stunned and muttered to themselves, no wonder the top wants us to kill this kid, is this fucking human? The powerhouse of the Wu family is even more like being struck by lightning, instantly killing a person with the combat power of the Holy King realm? He must have used some kind of sneak attack. The reality is so absurd, and the facts in front of you are unbelievable. This shocking scene that subverted everyone's worldview shattered all their cognitions. When the sky's attribute light ball was suspended, the holy dragon swept past and took away all the attribute light ball and attribute treasure chest of Yin Tianzi. Remaining charge of the God of War 4-piece set, 47% to 49%. The host gets 450 points of holy rune energy, 120 points of top level Heavenly Dao, and 45 points of holy level martial arts essence. Open the exclusive treasure chest of the orange level talent. Boom. Lin Chen didn't care about what he got after killing the Yin Tianzi at all. He smashed the void with one step and turned around awe-inspiringly. When Lin Chen looked around the audience, pure power surged all the way, and the might of the God of War swept through the audience. Anyone who is swept away by his gaze is as terrifying as the Holy King. Sigh. Tear. The space burst, and Lin Chen turned into a peerless divine brilliance, surrounded by golden clouds. He ran over all the way, and even took the lead in killing the Holy King Haoyan, the demon race, and others. Not good. This kid is coming. Don't be afraid, we will retreat together with Holy King Haoyan. Several supreme demons drank coldly. The Holy King Haoyan pulled his hands horizontally, tore through the void, and opened a space vortex of rushing demonic energy, and he wanted to get away. The elders of the Shadow Clan seemed to feel the transformation of the fighter. Plain. In a flash, the elders suddenly shouted coldly, "Block him, don't let them run away." All the Shadow Clan elders shot together, and the shadow that covered the sky and the sun whistled like a tornado, blocking the space channel of the Haoyan. Holy King. This unique space channel to the demon race is constructed by a number of Tian Demon Venerable. They can't break it in an instant, but the short-term shielding is still no problem for the shadow race. Tear. Between the electric light and flint, the golden divine brilliance has already crushed the billowing void. Lin Chen stepped on the divine brilliance. The divine power is unparalleled in the world. The golden light of the God of War spreads all over the sky, covers the stars, and covers the moon, and descends in front of the Holy King Haoyan and the demon venerables. His cold eyes twirled a touch of blue, as if he could challenge everything in the world. Counterattack, don't let him succeed. The demons roared, the demons skyrocketed, or turned into all kinds of shocking monsters. Die. Lin Chen swung his fist, and when the golden light of the supreme fist was crushed away, there was only a divine light left in the world, and it flashed by, pushing across the world and thousands of worlds. The fist wind opened the sky and destroyed the world. Boom. The fist wind spun the golden light like a storm, crushing the defenses of all the strongest demons. All of them were severely injured, on the verge of death, and the demons and bloods rage. Sigh. Lin Chen was in a state of divine brilliance, without even looking at the demon venerable of the demon race. He flashed to the vicinity of the holy King Haoyan, and suddenly jumped. The whole person spun in the air, raised his legs and slammed down. All around are blocked by the Shadow Clan, and the holy King Haoyan has no way to retreat. Damn bastard, this king is fighting with you. This king is not the rubbish of Yin Tianzi. Holy King Haoyan roared, urging holy energy and demonic blood. His left palm shone brightly. The holy light was radiant, overflowing with arrogant and righteousness. The immortal divine light condensed into 4 blade rotations. The demonic energy in his right palm rises, like a mountain and sea prison. And the demonic energy turns into a dragon. The holy King Haoyan has one hand with high-level human race orange level combat skills, and one hand with the unique skills of the demon race. Sigh. Boom. The space blocked by the shadow race was directly blown up. The storm swept the sky, and the space in the east of the Holy King territory trembled, as if the disaster of the world had come. Only the powerhouses at the peak of rank 9 could barely see clearly. The golden divine light tore apart all the offensives of the Holy King Haoyan and smashed it violently on top of his head. When the tide of demonic energy dissipated and the holy light dissipated, all the powerhouses clearly saw that Lin Chen's divine light was added to his body, and he was suspended in the air. The holy King Haoyan stood behind Lin Chen, and the holy blood on his head fell on his face. Although the Tianling cover was broken, it was not considered fatal in theory. But the eyes of the holy King Haoyan at the moment were dull, and his holy body was cracked at the same time like several powerful demons. Lin Chen turned his back to holy King Haoyan, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled sternly. Go to the end of hell and study your demon special skills. Click. 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 The holy King Haoyan and the demon venerables began to crack. Countless crisp cracking sounds echoed, like a prelude to the heavens, deeply imprinted in the hearts of every strong person, shocking, and the pupils trembled. Boom. 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 With an explosion, the demon venerables and the holy King Haoyan exploded in an instant, turned into dust, and vanished into ashes. At this moment, the holy prison, the Wu family, the Xinyan palace, whether it is the third-rank saint or the holy king, the corners of the mouths of all the powerhouses trembled, and the apex of their hearts twitched. Their expressions changed from suspicion to panic. Back to fear. Yes, not shock, but fear. Totally terrified. Lian, 2 double king. In less than 10 breaths, Lin Chen, Lian 2 Shuangwang. Instantly kill 2 holy kings in a row. Killing the first one can be explained by conspiracy and other reasons. But killing 2 in a row is a naked crush. Boom. When Lin Chen's eyes looked inside and outside the territory of Xinyan Palace, as far as his eyes could see, the heavens and the earth were crawling, looking down at the world. His sneer was as terrifying as the blade of a knife. All the holy kings who are my enemies today must die. Haotian Holy King, a generation of unparalleled heroes who truly dared to go against the overall situation, comprehend the unique skills of the demons, and the 100-footed worms die without being stiff. Even if the holy King Haoyan is a living dead, but the holy king is a holy king, he still has the combat power of the holy king. Such an unparalleled hero, he turned into rubbish like this, and was destroyed in the hands of this young man who challenged the 9th grade sect. This unforgettable scene is engraved into the bones of all the strong They are deeply aware of a kind of rejoicing and luck. Not having to face Lin Chen, how lucky! When countless strong men came into contact with Lin Chen's eyes, they fell into an ice cellar, and the cold light was piercing. Mysterious beings, as strong as the promised old man, also shrink their pupils. How far is this young man going to go against the sky? The cultivation of life and death is the double king of Lin Chen. Holy King, standing upright, the supreme existence of the supreme being of the born saint, was directly punched by him. And Lin Chen's servants were surprised at first, and then all of them were ecstatic. Yes, this is their lord. How could these proud people of their era easily convince others? Only their Lord Lin Chen is an insurmountable legend in this era. It is an existence that is enough for them to sacrifice their lives to follow. Holy King Powerhouse, one punch. There is no reason to be strong. Gui Jianchou, I'm back, everything is back. Yun Tianguang, the Lord's invincible ultimate move, can be used again. Long Jiushan swallowed his saliva, damn, it's too strong. One punch too. Destroy the Holy King. What the hell is this concept? I may not be able to beat the master with one punch in a lifetime of cultivation. Situ Chongsheng, this punch is equivalent to the Lord's handsome lethality. Ji Wuchen, no wonder the Lord dares to lead us to challenge the Xinyan Palace. With such a killer move in hand, the Holy King is a piece of shit. Zi Qianchou, it's time to counterattack, hold off all your opponents, and leave them to the Lord, don't let them run away. The powerhouses of the multi-party camps reacted extremely fast and launched a more intense battle in an instant. As expected of the elder brother of the future king of shadows of our clan, we also keep up and cut off their back way. As soon as the Shadow Clan took action, they immediately intervened in many battle circles, the Holy Prison, the Wu family, and the Xinyan Palace, and they couldn't get out at all. Boom! Lin Chen smashed the sky with one step, the situation changed suddenly, and he went straight to the direction of Xinyan Palace. The beautiful girl in the green skirt trembled, her heart felt as cold as she could, and her figure swept in the direction of the Presbyterian church. The purple-black aura of calamity was like a cloud of smoke, and Lin Pingyan stood in front of her for a moment, making a face, you old witch, I haven't had enough fun, just stay here honestly. The 10 supreme elders of the Xinyan Palace Presbyterian Council were the first to change their expressions. On the sight of Lin Chen's figure, he pulled away the afterimage of the infinite divine brilliance, raised his hand and swept it with energy, and his left palm slashed diagonally like a knife, slashing out a divine brilliance. Tear. The divine light of pure power penetrated the life-saving defenses of the 3 supreme elders and was seriously injured on the spot. Lin Chen flipped his right palm and flicked his fingers, pure power like a sharp blade stabbing, and immediately pierced the holy bodies of 2 supreme elders. It was almost 1,000 blows in an instant. Lin Chen exchanged his palms for fists, and his fists suddenly punched out. A bunch of golden fists pierced the sky, and the wind was like a raptor, tearing apart everything that blocked everything, and hit the 5 supreme elders who were fleeing for their lives from a distant location. Boom! 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 The 5 elders were broken to prevent vomiting blood, and they were directly disabled. The top 10 supreme elders of Xinyan Palace were all severely injured. The host triggers the ultimate deviator effect, and successfully kills the target instantly. 10. In front of everyone's eyes, the elders of Xinyan Palace's elders and congregations all began to crack, shatter, and perish on the spot. They died. without even scum, and turned into a bunch of attribute light balls. All the supreme elders of Xinyan Palace were like falling into an ice cellar. And a chill went straight to the sky. The powerhouse of Xinyan Palace had an idea at the same time. Xinyan Palace, it's over. In their hearts, a long-forgotten emotion arises called despair. Xinyan Palace, when the Holy Realm was created, it was an unparalleled giant. A real giant. They never thought that Xinyan Palace would have such a day. Such a desperate moment. No matter what rank 9 saints, half-step saint kings, or even saint kings, they will die with one punch. Instant kill, with one punch. This kind of sky-defying combat power was not so terrifying even in the 9 clan wars back then. At this moment, when the supreme elders of Xinyan Palace were in despair, Lin Chen never stopped. He turned around and rushed to the nearest holy prison. Powerhouse. The corners of Ying Chuanqiu's mouth trembled, and the tiger's body shook violently, 250 times. Damn, this kid is eyeing this king. Don't come here. Xinyu Dafa. Ying Chuanqiu bit the tip of his tongue, and spread out a pair of divine light wings behind his back, pure white and flawless, burning with a vast fire, the holy blood blazing all over his holy body like a flame. His appearance quickly aged, the divine light wings turned into a ray of divine light and traveled through the void at the fastest speed, and the waves turned the clouds and slashed the sky. Because of the Shadow Clan twisting the nearby space, he failed to rush out of the area outside the Xinyan Palace and withdrew to the Rakshasa Holy King Xinchen, who was fighting with Shangguanju. Boom! Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet, like a divine light tearing through the void, chasing after the Holy King White Feather Ying Chuanqiu. Ying Chuanqiu hurriedly said, Shenzhen, let's work together to deal with Lin Chen boy. True Zen? Xinchen, who was in the body of the Rakshasa, yelled loudly. You saw it with your stubborn eyes? Didn't you see that there was a Dharma protector next to Lao Tzu? What the hell did you bring him here for? Ying Chuanqiu, then your grandma made me wait to die. Don't fucking forget the gun that I blocked for you back then. Shenzhen, don't talk about it, he came to my day. Boom. Lin Chen descended to the earth like a god, stepping on golden light, and divine brilliance descended, and the divine light of 10,000 feet illuminated the world. Wherever he passed, a golden light shrouded the universe. Lang Fanyun followed closely, with a knife in hand, tyrannical arrogance. Holy King of the Holy Prison, I will hit them one by one, and I will use you first. Lin Chen faced the sacred prison kings, raising his hand was a punch. Rakshasa Holy Body Solution. God Feather Lore. Zhen Chan directly lifted the Rakshasa Holy Body, and with a flick of his finger, the tens of thousands of feet of Rakshasa Holy Body was pushed and crushed horizontally. Ying Chuanqiu's back, Xinyu showed off, the sword light whistled like snowflakes, and the sword light danced all over the sky and swept through the sky, and the two kings were almost forced to do their best. The waves turned the clouds and slashed down violently, smashing the sword light in the sky. Boom! 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 The two kings took the offensive of Lin Chen and Lang Fanyun and were not injured yet, but boom! A beam of soaring fire traveled through the vacuum, pierced through the Holy King of Zhen, and continued to burn his holy body through it. It was Shangguanju. The current Lin Chen is a genuine pure power of the Holy King realm. He stands with Lang Fanyun and Shangguanju, that is equivalent to 3 holy kings. The 3 people directly pressed the 2 holy kings of the holy prison and Beat them violently. This is completely different from the ordinary melee of the holy kings. If there are 3 normal holy kings, the holy prison will not be so embarrassed. Among them is the heaven-defying monster Lin Chen. Once hit by him, the whole game will be lost, and it will be irreversible. The terrifying holy king fought desperately and broke out in an all-round way. In this great battle, Shibi will completely disrupt the situation in the entire holy world. A new overlord is rushing to the stage of the history of the holy world in an unprecedented form. On the battlefield, the Wu family, the holy prison, the Xinyan palace, and the 9-rank sectarian forces who knew the void and watched the battle from a very long distance, all the powerhouses were stunned and speechless. Those holy kings who were supreme in the past and were all legendary, at this moment, it was like seeing a ghost. Damn, can you be afraid? This kid is an evil star. Holy King Powerhouse, 1. Punch. This is a fart. The Holy King melee, like a giant storm, the aftermath of the offensive, shrouded all the strong. The 2 kings of the holy prison must be on guard against Lin Chen. All the hidden killer moves in the past have to be used. This caused their main attention to be basically on Lin Chen, and the 3rd holy king could take advantage of it and beat him directly. This time, the 2 holy kings of the holy prison are going to work hard. The holy king Hao Yin belongs to the kind of living dead who have the fighting power of the holy king but lose the background of the holy king, but these 2 are living holy kings, and their existence at their peak is still forced into embarrassment. In this case, the battle of the other saints is decisively suspended. Everyone fled as fast as they could. On the side of Lin Chen's servant team, Lin Chen had already sent a voice transmission to Jiang Taishu, who predicted in advance and notified everyone to evacuate. Boom. The sky is chaotic, and the boxing spirit that contains the brilliance and endless divine brilliance permeates all directions. Although many strong men had already acted, when they were caught in the chaotic storm, they were directly reduced to pieces. Regardless of any defensive means, unique skills, or trump cards, as long as you are injured by the aftermath of Lin Chen's attack, that is, breaking the defense is an instant kill. The old man Wuji narrowed his pupils. The 2 little girls beside him said worriedly, "Grandpa, what should I do? Looks like it's serious." The old man Wuji showed a hint of panic. "Oops, if you fight like this, your life will be ruined. This little guy's attack is too perverted, and there is no chance for anyone to survive." Once the aftermath of Lin Chen's attack, even if it is only a little bit of scratching the defense of the holy body, a drop of blood will be death. In the past, Lin Chen used the talent of Heavenly Rebel to be weak and fashionable. How terrifying this talent is only the tip of the iceberg, but now that he has reached the realm of the Holy King, the life of ordinary powerhouses is like a mustard. Worth mentioning. If Lin Chen is an ordinary powerhouse, the old man Wuji won't be frightened. And he can use his arithmetic to deduce the best retreat plan for everyone. But the special Lin Chen is not. He is the only variable. Only the old man Wuji couldn't see the slightest bit of Lin Chen's fate, even when and what moves he made. This is a big question mark. Elders. At this time, the little shadow returned, and seeing his gaze, the elders of the Shadow Clan were slightly shocked. The little shadow absorbed the ultimate shadow, and the changes in him were immediately felt by the elders, which was extraordinary. Elders, you and I will all distort the nearby space planes, cut off the space maintenance, and block the enemy's retreat. The little shadow looked in Lin Chen's direction, and said solemnly, "We are here to kill all the enemies." Yes. The elders of the Shadow Clan acted immediately and sneaked into the void. The elders of the Shadow Clan have not fully recognized Lin Chen before. He has a strong human team, which does not mean that he can gain the approval of the Shadow Clan. But since he showed this sky-defying combat power, their Shadow Clan has determined to befriend Lin Chen, which will be of great help to the future of the Shadow Clan. Innate Shadow Technique, Space Dojhuan. With the little shadow as the center, all the Shadow Clan elders maintain the body in the endless void. When a trace of blood was sacrificed, boundless shadows penetrated into the void, and the large area in the eastern part of the Holy King's domain was reversed in an instant, turning the world upside down, cutting off the escape route of the Holy Kings. The other side. Lin Chen continued to fight, and violently suppressed the two kings of the holy prison all the way, and suppressed the defense of the two holy kings by himself. Lin Chen was not afraid that his offensive would instantly kill his servant. The ultimate rebel talent's judgment range is hostile, and only when he is hostile to a specific target will trigger the instant kill effect. If there is no object with hostility, it will not be suitable for the rebel. Even if Lin Chen maims the servants, it will not trigger the instant kill. The same is true of Lin Chen's other talents. It is not the battle that is the first element of triggering talent, and hostility is the key to unlocking it. Sigh. Clang. A swipe of knife light cut off Ying Chuanqiu's left arm, and the divine flame condensed into a bloodline that ran through Zhen Zhen's chest. The two kings of holy prison vomit blood at the same time. They cared to resist Lin Chen's onslaught. Lang Fanyun and Shang Guanju had the opportunity to beat them seriously. Hold on. Whether it's the method of instantly killing the enemy or the pure power of this kid's sudden surge, it's all external forces and can't last too long. As long as we persevere, our holy prison will win. This kid's true cultivation is a waste, and when he uses all his means, my holy prison can kill him in minutes. The wounded Ying Chuanqiu roared in his heart, and suddenly, Lin Chen's whole body was burning with orange flame brilliance. Consuming 4,700 top talent points, the host activates the orange level talent. Desperate for life and death, the target has been locked, the Holy King. Cultivation base. Lin Chen launched desperate life and death again, and the object of choice was Ying Chuanqiu. When the vitality was burning at an extreme speed, the pure power surged. Again, the charge of the god of war set plummeted. Lin Chen threw his fist up, and the power burst into a punch that turned the world. Boom! Boom! An explosion raged, endless waves of air swept through, and the incomplete defenses of the two holy kings were completely shattered. Oops! There was something wrong in the heart of the two kings, and the heavy damage caused to them by Shang Guanju and Lang Fanyun made them still unadjusted. Sigh. Lin Chen stretched out a few fingers, pure strength tore through the shoulders of the two like a ray of light, and the holy blood shot. It was almost like running clouds and flowing water. Lin Chen succeeded with one finger, without any hesitation at all, he turned and swept towards the Holy King of the Wu family, Wu Weiyang. Click. 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 After that, a crisp cracking sound echoed in the hearts of every powerhouse. Like a nightmare. No one can resist this extreme suffocating and cold oppression. At this time, the two supreme beings, the holy body, was broken, their eyes were dull, and their vitality quickly disappeared. The last sight they saw before they died was the back of a silver robe covered in blood. Boom! Boom! The two kings were shattered and turned into dust in the sky. The white feather holy king and the Rakshasa holy king of the holy prison, born in thousands of epochs, have a long history and are the strongest in every era. These two people, who were also known as the legends of the ancient times, came to an end on the eve of the transformation of the holy world and ushered in the final chapter. All the powerhouses looked at Lin Chen, who turned and left directly, their hearts trembling in panic. End the legend and slaughter the two kings again. This is Lin Chen, who broke through the holy prison and challenged the ninth grade sect. In this era, who can stop his edge? Looking at the back of Lin Chen's decisive departure, Shang Wanju's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. It seems that he is not killing two Xian kings, but two irrelevant chickens. Even the life of the holy king can't make any waves in front of him. Although she knew that Lin Chen was a genius. Although she knew the arc of Lin Chen's growth, it could only be shaped beyond common sense. But his actions exceeded her expectations time and time again. Until she realized it, he seemed to have walked in front of her far away, declaring war on the ninth-rank forces, breaking through the holy prison, one-on-one with the 9 great holy talents, and even the holy king can't stop him from moving forward. She has never seen such a boy. It is indescribable that the gods descended to the earth to be 1 in 10,000 amazing. Shang Wanju recalled his past self. Master, why do you want to marry me? Because the girl is going to have a family. Your family died in the 100 clan war, you can't be alone all the time. But, master, he said that I was only assigned to his concubine who brought tea and poured water, and I just slapped him with just one hand. Why should I marry such a weak and arrogant person? Xiao Jur, your talent is very strong, but I don't want to get married. Men are beasts who think with their lower bodies. Humph, I have to rely on my fists to defeat all those forces and sects that look down on women. Jur, don't be fooling around. The world is huge and boundless. Maybe you will meet a man with a lower cultivation base than you and stronger than you. Your character will cause trouble. Hey, master, don't worry, such a person doesn't exist. I'll set a small goal. First, to win the spot on the Holy World Saint list. Shang Wanju's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment. She sighed slightly. Her smile bloomed, and she muttered to herself. Master, it's too late for the person you're talking about. I was born before you, but I'm already old when you were born. The other sighed. Seeing Lin Chen, who was stepping on his feet with divine brilliance, and who was aggressively attacking, Wu Weiyang's face was full of horror, and he quickly waved his hand. Little friend Lin Chen, we can talk more. Boom. Lin Chen didn't talk nonsense at all. The war god's armor was charged up to speed up the consumption, and he punched him directly. Damn it. Wu Weiyang can only resist with his life. Fong Ling and Lang turned the clouds, blocked from left to right, and stopped. Wu Weiyang. Create more fighter jets for Lin Chen. At this time, there was a mental fluctuation from Zhou Tian's death seal. Jiang Taishi was shocked, and after receiving the message from Lin Chen, he immediately turned around and rushed in the direction of Lin Pingyan. This senior of Xinyan Palace has something to say. The arrival of Jiang Taishu made Lin Pingyan and the girl in the green skirt stop. The girl in the green skirt flickered, staring at Jiang Taishu without saying a word. Jiang Taishu continued, on my lord's order, I hope that your Xinyan Palace will surrender. If not, our lord will definitely kill the Xinyan Palace. My lord is in love with Miss Bai Ruoyan, he will let me convey the simple Meaning, if Xinyan Palace can surrender, he will assist Miss by Ruoyan and restore Xinyan Palace to glory. Give it to Miss by Ruoyan, and let her be the palace master of this generation. The girl in the green skirt clenched her teeth tightly. What a joke. Then Lin Chen thought so well, he killed all the deacons, elders, and members of the presbytery of my Xinyan Palace, and my Xinyan Palace is like this. This old senior. Jiang Taishu interrupted directly. The wind was calm. At least the supreme elder of Xinyan Palace is still one who has not lost, isn't it? My lord killed only Xinyan Palace standing team martial arts. A character from the Pianju faction. Also, you have to be clear, now our lord is giving notice to Xinyan Palace. Not discussing with Xinyan Palace. The current Xinyan Palace is not qualified to negotiate conditions with our lord. How could a mathematician like Jiang Taishu be out of balance in negotiation? If he was soft and hard, he would force the other side to submit. Lin Chen's original words were that he hoped that they would surrender, but Jiang Taishu wanted to help Lin Chen achieve better results, and directly forced the other party's chief elder to also hand over power to complete by Ruoyan. Jiang Taishu said softly. The possibility of Xinyan Palace's restoration of glory, and our direct destruction of Xinyan Palace, which one do you choose? If you continue to resist, it represents the choice and position of Xinyan Palace, and our lord will fight to the end. The girl in the green skirt clenched her fists tightly. Unexpectedly, they would be forced to such a point. How could she not know that Lin Chen's team is strong? But the grand plan of the Saint Talent list is about to be implemented. To fight against them is to fight against the entire era. But at this moment, there was no room for her to hesitate. The girl in the green skirt looked at Wu Weiyang, who was in a hard fight and was about to collapse. If he dies, his choice will directly lead Lin Chen's son to aim at Xinyan Palace. That's it, that's it. The girl in the green skirt suddenly sighed. The old man has been eliminated by the times, and it is not suitable for me to interfere in the current holy world and Xinyan Palace. Go back and tell your lord, the old lady is willing to admit defeat. I will let the child by Ruoyan become the owner of Xinyan Palace, as long as he leaves Xinyan Palace the last way back. He, as senior wishes. Jiang Taishu chuckled lightly, and with an order, the servants no longer took action against the remaining elders of Xinyan Palace. Even Qi Fian and Shangguan Wudi stopped fighting against Lan Jingyu. Not attacking Lan Jingyu was the last face Lin Chen left to Xinyan Palace. If Venerable Dharma Protector is killed, I am afraid that Xinyan Palace will be broken, and Lin Chen wants by Ruoyan to take over Xinyan Palace. Before waiting for the elders to react to what was going on, a loud bang shook the sky. The terrifying holy light was on the verge of shattering, and the golden divine brilliance continued, beating violently all the way, forcing Wu Weiyang to wield the heavenly prison halberd. Boom! Lin Chen stretched out his palm and grabbed Wu Weiyang's heavenly prison halberd. The five-fingered divine power suddenly erupted, and the halberd blade of the heavenly prison halberd was suddenly pinched so that the light dimmed and trembled. Without giving Wu Weiyang a chance to react, Lang Fanyun and Fong Ling slashed and slashed, like Lin Chen's right-hand man, with a heart-to-heart. Outflanking Wu Weiyang, the sword, light, sword, and shadow slashed away like sharp scissors. Boom! Lin Chen didn't let go of the opportunity created by Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun, and Ningli smashed away with a punch, bombarding the heavenly prison and imprinting it on Wu Weiyang's chest. Pfft! Wu Weiyang vomited blood. According to his previous combat experience and habits, this small injury is not a problem at all, but this time it is completely different. He stared in horror at his gradually broken holy body, and suddenly laughed at himself. No wonder they're dying, what a terrifying force. Wu Weiyang, the sage king of the Wu family, made illustrious military exploits. For the old family of Wushan, and a generation of saints have been famous for eternity. The human race was not born after the creation of the holy world. Before the creation of the holy realm, the various forces of the human race were famous, but they were also very chaotic. Before the establishment of the martial god family from the holy realm, it was already a giant-like existence in the human race. This holy king, who once fought against the Asuras, the strongest race in the Kamihi galaxy, and who supported the sky in the martial god family, never imagined that today's battle would be the end of his journey. Wu Weiyang faced death calmly, and sneered. Lin Chen. You are indeed against the sky, but you will die soon, the old man promises. He. Wu Weiyang's holy body gradually cracked and turned into pieces, and his heavenly prison halberd was with him until it was wiped out. The host triggers the ultimate genius talent and successfully kills the target. The time limit for the ultimate heaven rebel talent has ended. The time limit for God killer talent has ended. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he watched Wu Weiyang die. His face is pale, and the two powerful talents have almost just passed the time. In the case of losing the blessings of the two major talents, without the god of war suit, his Lin Chen's combat power is at most in the category of ordinary rank 6 or rank 7 saints. Not to mention that 90% of the holy caves are now consumed, and any rank 6 saint can threaten him. When he turned to look at the people in Xinyan Palace again, the elders were full of fear and surprise. For Lin Chen's combat power, they have felt unprecedented fear. There is no longer Xinyan Palace that is a behemoth, and the other party can't shake this perception. Just before the end of this battle, a few days ago, another major event that rewrote history took place in the Holy Kingdom. From the change of the Saint Talent list, time went back a few days, and on the day of the Xinyan conferred God ceremony. The northernmost part of the Holy Kingdom is a special space plane. The quaint and vicissitudes of the hall, such as the relics of prehistoric civilization, has stood here since ancient times, burning ancient talismans, permeating endless civilizations, and evolving many human civilization histories. A space beam of light bloomed between heaven and earth, the beam of light dissipated, and the handsome gray-clothed youth stood with a sword and walked slowly. He has a majestic appearance, sword eyebrows and eagle eyes, sharp and cold, with a green snake-like talisman carved into the center of his eyebrows, and a holy sword around his waist like a dragon's breath hovering, the edges blooming, step by step. Every step is full of saber aura like tides, like dragons and snakes. Brush. The light bloomed in the space, and it was another girl in snow clothes, who was jumping and jumping. The girl's skin was congealed, her eyebrows were blue and phoenix eyes, her lips were beautiful, and her slender figure was elegant and graceful. The snow-clothed girl also held a lingering colorful jade rabbit in her arms, and the 3 rabbits trembled with each step. The girl seems to be smiling, but in fact, there is indifference and arrogance between her brows, like an arrogant phoenix who ignores everything in the world. When she saw the gray-clothed youth beside her, her face was full of disgust. If you don't come, this party will be perfect, and Miss Ben's mood will always be better. The young man said in a cold voice, then you can get out now, go home and play with your rabbit, don't come here to get in the way. Snow-clothed girl, huh? Do you dare to let Miss Ben go away? Saber youth, so you don't understand human language? I'm sorry, treating you as a human being is the biggest mistake I've made recently. Boom. The snow-clothed girl patted her jade hands horizontally, and the youth showed off her movement skills. She stepped back several dozen steps, and was about to draw her sword. Stop, all day long, can you stop fighting as soon as you meet? That's right, don't make others think that we will fight as soon as we meet. Isn't it? Hurry up and fight, I suggest to intensify your efforts. The handsome people have gone in, and the ugly people are still fighting. Go in. Are you done? No, brother, can this also be used for color? One after another, some ridiculing or joking voices echoed around. In the sky, countless space beams of light bloom. A group of legendary characters came out of the space beam. They may have picturesque brows and elegant demeanor, like thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in their hands. Or like a king and overlord, he will drive himself to conquer, and show the meaning of the king. Or beautiful and flawless, with a smile that reveals a peerless beauty. Or Yuan Ting Yu Li, between the eyes closed, there is a vision of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty, suppressing the demons. Or the back of a tiger, the blood is strong like a relic of the ancients, and between the breath and the breath, it seems like a storm is coming, and the dragon-shaped airflow smashes the void. Or the disillusionment of thunder and light, like dragons and snakes. Wandering, turning the hands of thousands of thunders, every move, causing the roar of the avenue, the situation suddenly changed. Or carry a holy bow, with an introverted edge, like an ascetic cultivator, if you don't move, it will change, and if you move, the universe will change. Color. There are too many visions. When this group of people appears, they become the center of the sky and the earth, as if the sun, moon and stars have all lost their light, and there is an illusion that the heaven and the earth revolve around them. This is a bunch of true legends. What kind of unparalleled evildoer, all are not worth a slap. Dozens of saints. Seeing that everyone had come, the girl in snow snorted coldly and walked into the hall with the jade rabbit in her arms. A graceful young man patted the gray-robed young man with a smile. Let's go. Brother Yun, don't bother with her. The stern gray-robed youth showed an unprecedented smile, nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you this face. The saints enter the temple. In the dilapidated ancient temple, brand new dragon seat and phoenix chairs are neatly arranged, and dozens of terrifyingly strong saints are sitting here, sitting in the temple. They all have arrogant faces and extraordinary temperaments. Today is destined to be a historic moment. A total of 150 saints and talents are gathered here. Discuss the great event of creating a prosperous world. There are a total of 878 saints nominated by the current saint talent list. And the vacant position, 122. Hee, it looks like everyone is here. At this time, a human figure was faintly revealed on the screen in the ancient palace. As soon as this person appeared, the tense atmosphere in the ancient palace suddenly cooled down. As if he was the only one who quelled the saints present. I won't say nonsense. Everyone here today knows more or less about the recent events. The ruins of the God Emperor have been opened, and the gods of the Holy Realm have already appeared. Now is an unprecedented time. The ruins of the God Emperor only exist in legends. No matter how long the battle of the gods will be, even if it ends, it will still be wounded. Besides, whether the gods are recovering or breaking through, the end point will be to go to the realm of the gods. In other words, the gods have abandoned the holy world. Now, the holy world needs a new master. Who can lead the holy world to new heights and create new superpowers? There is only one answer, and that is us. The list of saints. The person behind the screen has a very gentle and elegant voice, but there is an invisible and passionate fire that burns into the hearts of every saint. We unite, coordinate all the combat power and forces, and build the strongest force. We have the son of the natural martial god, the daughter of the strongest alchemy god, and we have the strongest heritage in the holy realm. As long as we unite and unify the holy realm, just around the corner, as long as they submit to our forces, all living beings are equal, and everyone can practice the orange level exercises. Everyone has the right to enjoy the holy elixir. The gentle and elegant voice gradually became high, and the figure behind the screen slowly stood up, and a fighting spirit rose up. It's up to us to clean up those lowly bloodlines and kill all mortal beings. All forces that oppose us, kill them all. Those trash mortals who don't have the blood of saints, clean up and kill them all. Let's take charge of the fate of the human race and create a prosperous world with only saints. Then clean up the races and unify the universe. In a prosperous world with only saints, why can't you destroy the so-called demons, dragons, and demons? Everyone, in this world, is there anything more wonderful than being the creator of the world? The man behind the screen was slightly intoxicated, and then laughed again. If someone wants to quit now, I won't stop it. Those who want to quit can leave. In the ancient hall, all the saints were very interested, or they're fighting. Spirit was rising, or their expressions were longing, eager to try, or their faces were expressionless, but no one got up. All passed. The man behind the screen laughed. Looks like it's confirmed. If that's the case, then there's no problem. If we join forces, no one will be able to stop us. It's time to rewrite history. We will personally create a history and civilization second only to the god realm. The age of the gods has passed, and now is our age. The list of saints, initiate change. An unprecedented storm will sweep across the 36 regions of the holy realm. Hundreds of saints initiated changes, and they wanted to create a holy world with only saints. The number of saints determines the luck of the holy world, and the fortune can determine the height at which the top powerhouse can grow. For example, artificial conception to the gods, there is only one artistic conception to the gods in each era of the holy world, which is limited by luck. And to create a holy world with only the Holy Spirit and saints, the luck will reach an unprecedented height. But the price is also obvious, to purge mortals. In the eyes of 100 saints, mortals occupy the luck and do nothing, and only by coordinating the luck can we create a prosperous world. Holy realm, mysterious realm. Sunset City has a clear sky today, and the sun is shining brightly. The city was crowded with people, and today, there were 7 sages giving lectures, attracting countless war emperors to break their scalps and want to enter Sunset City. Being able to get the guidance of a saint is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years, not to be missed. In Sunset Square, 7 saints sat cross-legged here, giving lectures in turn, and eloquently talked about it. The 7th saint, Lin Chen, is a beautiful woman who still has a charm. Her brows are full of indifference, and she is the saint with the highest cultivation level present. At this time, it is Saint Lin Chen who is giving the lecture, answering the question of the questioner. This is the essential difference between combat energy and holy power. Before reaching the saint's level, it is extremely difficult to use orange level exercises, and only a very small number of geniuses can cross this limit. After the war emperors and geniuses heard it, their hearts throbbed and sighed. Suddenly, a genius asked, Senior Lingyue, how did the legendary rank 1, 2, rank 9 saints and holy kings cultivated? As soon as these words came out, countless eyes moved to Saint Lingyue, full of curiosity. Feeling the blazing gazes of everyone, Saint Lingyue on the high platform holy throne was hard to resist, only with a dignified and serious attitude and a solemn way. The saint who has opened 81 to 90 holy acupoints is the realm of opening heaven, and it is the realm of the peak of the saint. Every opening of the heaven is my human race. From the beginning of 91 holy acupoints, all of them are concentrated in the brain. A little carelessness is the end of the spiritual Eucharist's fear of extinction. After 90 holy acupoints, the difficulty of opening each holy acupuncture point is not as difficult as experiencing a life and death transformation. A holy acupoint is one turn. After 9 turns, 99 holy acupoints are completed. And the 100th holy acupoint is completed, is the end of the saint. Speaking of this, her indifferent demeanor rarely showed some admiration. Only by opening the 100th holy cave can we be called a holy king. Holy king is the king of saints. It is extremely difficult to open 100 holy acupoints. It is not like other holy acupoints that can be opened in one go. It not only requires comprehensive factors such as potential, chance, background, and mood, but also controls 99 acupoints. The holy caves will rush it away step by step. The person who opened the 100th holy cave for the first time is the half-step holy king. Only by stepping into the half-step holy king can you accumulate breakthroughs to the holy king. Sage Lingyue floated a cloud of cold ice crystals in her palm, which was formed by the condensed holy force. She pointed at the ice crystal and continued, we are good at using the dragon power unit of pure power too. Compare the approximate power of the holy power, and a trillion dragon power. It's a power. After the sage's 9th transformation, if you want to break through the half-step holy king and become a quasi-sacred king, the holy acupuncture must accumulate the holy power equivalent to 500,000 gods, in order to open the 100th holy acupuncture. Countless geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. 1 trillion dragon power is already an astronomical number for them. Is this equivalent to the power of one god? And the half-step holy king can actually control the holy power equivalent to 500,000 gods. This is simply a super powerful existence that annihilates countless planes. Saint Lingyue continued. And only in the half-step holy king realm, the holy power of the 100th holy acupoint is accumulated to perfection, reaching the holy power equivalent to 1 million gods, and the last holy acupuncture of the saint can be completely opened. Therefore, those who have an excellent foundation in the expansion and condensing caves, and those who have been promoted perfectly in the Kaitian realm, can reach the holy king realm faster. A holy power, comparable to 1,000,000 powers. The holy king actually controls such a powerful cultivation base, no wonder he is the king among the saints, he deserves it. At this time, someone joked. Maybe there are monsters in this world that are beyond the saint level. Before becoming a saint king, they controlled the holy power equivalent to 1,000,000 venerable powers. What will happen? Saint Lingyue shook his head and laughed, there will be no such absurd thing. Since ancient times, there is no precedent. There is also a curious genius with a big brain. The Holy King is so powerful, I am afraid it is immortal? Has anyone killed the Holy King in this world? Saint Lin said indifferently, impossible, except for a few wars in a very distant period. There is no existence between heaven and earth that threatens the life of the Holy King. Before the words were finished, there was a loud bang. The sky suddenly darkened, and the situation changed suddenly. A gloomy and deadly aura rose up between the heavens and the earth, and the entire sky was cracked. Countless people felt extremely depressed, as if something had suppressed their chi. I saw that the crack in the sky opened a blood-colored beam of light. It looked like the sky had been slashed with a knife, and the wound was cracked. Extremely strange. The blood-colored beam of light runs through the sky, runs through the entire profound realm, extends infinitely, with no end in sight, and all the powerhouses in the profound realm are clearly visible. Saint Lingua's pupils shrank, panicked. The rainbow appears, the Holy King perishes. This is only recorded in ancient books, the vision of the perishing of the Holy King. Boom. Everyone's mind exploded. Saint King perished? Doesn't this mean that at this moment, a Holy King has fallen in the holy world? Oh my goodness! That is the Holy King who controls the power of millions. Who can kill the Holy King in this fucking world? Impossible. Lingua Saint Huarong paled, and screamed in a gaffe. In this world, there is no possibility of threatening the Holy King. The Holy King is immortal and immortal. It is impossible to die. Could it be that the supreme true God was born? Not only Sunset City, the entire Xuanyu, no, the 36 domains completely exploded. Only a few top powerhouses can perceive the fall of the saints. But the fall of the Holy King will spread to the entire holy world. The blood rainbow that runs through the 36 domains, all the forces in the holy world, all set off a storm. An unprecedented earthquake, after countless epochs, swept the entire holy world. However, this seems to impact everyone's cognition. This blood rainbow vision is only the first one. Boom. Boom. Immediately after, 2 blood rainbows crossed the sky. All the powerhouses were stunned and shivered with cold air. What the hell is going on? 3 blood rainbows. Doesn't this mean that 3 more holy kings have fallen one after another in this short period of time? That goddamn Holy King. Not the King of War. Are you right? The storyteller next door wouldn't dare to brag like that. Boom. At this time, the pressure increased again, the sky was split open, and the dim and gloomy blood light pierced through the sky, once again piercing the entire sky of the holy realm. Silence. Eerie silence. This is the most unified moment in the history of the holy world. Because countless powerhouses, countless creatures, all fell into a strange silence. Don't say anything about rank 7 and rank 8 forces. Even if it is a force as strong as a 9th-rank giant, all the high-level staff have a ghost-like expression, and their teeth are shaking when they look up at the sky. 4 blood rainbows. This means that 4 kings have fallen. They really want to know. The 4 holy kings fell on the same day. Slaughter the 4 kings. Damn, what kind of immortal has this kind of power? Holy King's domain, Divine Flame Palace's domain. After Lin Chen personally killed the holy kings in a row, and the aftermath of the battle, he smashed many strong men, and the remaining warriors and the remnants of the holy prison were simply vulnerable in front of everyone. In less than a day, the remnants of the enemy were all wiped out by Lin Chen's team, and the only thing left was the attribute light ball. And Lin Chen's holy acupoint was exhausted, and the only holy power left in the main body holy acupoint and the Tai holy acupoint was less than 1/10. And in this battle, none of Lin Chen's servants fell. The 8th rank forces and the hidden powerhouses who came to the rescue only lost 4 of them, and the rest were either seriously injured or half crippled. This record is already against the sky. It is unprecedented in the history of the Holy Realm to be able to win such a large-scale melee at such a small price. But Bai Ruoyan and the others all turned back under the protection of the Protector Hall. At this time, they stood beside Lin Chen's team. The opposite is the Supreme Elders of Xinyan Palace, as well as the Chief Supreme Elder. And Lin Chen's Holy Dragon is rapidly plundering the massive attribute light balls after the war. The clone is responsible for refining and absorbing attribute values. Of these massive attribute light balls, only the attribute light balls dropped by Lin Chen before turning on the Godslayer talent can have the attributes of growth. The Godslayer talent has shortcomings. After it is turned on, the attribute light balls dropped by killing enemies will be reduced, and the growth type attribute light balls will not be dropped, such as holy level essence, blood, top element energy, etc. These are growth type attribute values, which will only be dropped before the talent is activated. However, the attribute ball of light obtained by Lin Chen is still far more than any time before. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Chief Elder, what you said just now counts. I don't want to keep hammering your old senior in front of Sister Ruoyan. The Chief Elder's eyebrows trembled lightly. This kid really deserves a punch. The most annoying thing is that she still can't do anything about him. From her vision, it can be roughly seen that Lin Chen should not be able to show the sky-defying strength just now in a short period of time. At least, it is impossible to punch a holy king. But his team still has enough deterrent. On the left and right are a kendo, a sage king of the sword, and a calamity of pain who controls his own power. These 3 alone are enough for the current Xinyan Palace to drink a pot. We can't call back the ancestors of Xinyan Palace, who see the dragon but not the tail. No one can call those old guys. If the Protector Hall and Shangguanju are willing to help in the battle, it's okay to say. The problem is that the Protector Hall is also facing them. The Chief Elder sighed. What you say counts, give it to you. She waved her hand, and a bunch of lingering firelight blazing came. Bai Ruoyan stretched out her hand to catch it. It was a scepter, 4 feet long, red and golden, with a swaying red divine flame burning on the body of the scepter, which had an inexplicable pressure. This is my wife's divine flame scepter. Generally speaking, the divine flame scepter will not be directly handed over to the palace master. The person who owns the holy scepter has the highest decision-making power over the divine flame palace. The decision of the Council of Elders can be ignored. Hee. There is no elders in the Xinyan Palace now, you can take it. The Chief Elder sighed deeply. Bai Ruoyan was about to speak, and the other party raised his hand. Nizi Ruoyan, the old lady can see that you are attached to Xinyan Palace, and you have enough talents. If it wasn't for the conditions that Wu Pianju put forward enough, you must be the next palace master of Xinyan Palace, but everything is an afterthought. If you can't join the grand plan of the Saint List, the old lady hopes that Xinyan Palace can survive. It's a disaster. Bai Ruoyan nodded seriously. Ruoyan will do her best. The Chief Elder had just finished speaking, when the Dharma Protector Venerable Lan Jingyu stood up and clasped his fists slightly towards the chief elder and the supreme elders. Elder, take care of him for many years. Jingyu will never forget the kindness of the previous palace masters. Jingyu has already repaid his own questioning. The guardian of the Xinyan Palace for many years has no other words. This time, Jingyu will be difficult to obey. The chief elder shook his palm, his breathing trembled slightly, and his expression was solemn. Jingyu, you. Lan Jingyu nodded, yes, I want to resign as Dharma protector. The expressions of the elders have changed greatly. A holy king means the backbone of the nine-rank sect. No force in the holy world can easily lose a holy king. Oh. That's all. The chief elder seemed to be a lot older, and the tip of Chaoyan's hair was slightly pale, and he waved after a few sighs. The old guy told you before he left that he couldn't restrain you. If you really want to leave, the old man will not force you. The arrogance of a holy king's state of mind, she knew very well that if he wanted to leave, no one could stay. Lan Jingyu didn't say a word, just nodded slightly. When he turned to look at Lin Chen and the others, his eyes were complicated. He stepped into the void and disappeared. Lin Chen shrugged. I said, why are you all so embarrassed? Isn't it just a Dharma protector? It's a big deal. I'm forced to be a Dharma protector. With my handsomeness and strength, being a Dharma protector is of course not everyone. Shangguanju rolled his eyes and said with a joking smile, is your hair all grown up? You still want to be a Dharma protector? I can't pretend I haven't heard this. Lin Chen, huh? Are you teaching me to do things? Shangguanju, I've taught, how about it? My mother not only wants to teach, but also to do it. When the two were bickering, Jiang Taishu stepped forward slowly and smiled lightly. Everyone, rest assured, with the master's temperament and Miss Ruoyan's friendship, as long as Xinyan Palace has no two hearts, our team will also be part of Xinyan Palace in the future, and Jiang Taishu smiled mysteriously. Furthermore, we also have an existence who is about to become a 9th-rank saint-level pharmacist. It is not impossible to restore the glory of the elders, but it depends on your performance. Well, these are the original words of the Lord. As soon as these words came out, all the elders were ecstatic. Good fortune, Danxing you die. If he makes a move, it is really possible to heal their old wounds. However, the elders have mixed feelings in their hearts. Previously, the two sides were desperate enemies, but now they have turned enemies into friends. Jiang Taishu and Yu Xingxing smiled knowingly. This was the result they wanted. Do both soft and hard, not just force the other side to join them. Persecuting a 9th-rank sect will eventually lead to disaster. If the two sides cannot stand on the same line of interest, there may be an accident. The 3 9th-rank sect representatives who witnessed this scene from beginning to end, as well as those hidden old monsters who wanted to join the Saint Talents list and get a piece of the pie, had to withdraw in despair. Since Xinyan Palace has joined forces with Lin Chen and others, it makes sense for them to stay here. Oh, little friend Lin Chen. The promised old man transmits a voice through the air to Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned around and clenched his fists in the air. What advice do you have, seniors? The old man Wuji looked at him solemnly. Today's event means that you will disturb the 9th-rank forces in the whole holy world, and the actions of some forces will be more intensified, and you will become the target of public criticism. Chapter 1622, Retreat? Get your ass off. What this handsome wants is to stab to the end. What is the target of public criticism? Lin Chen smiled casually. What? Senior said, but the list of saints? The old man Wuji said, yes, not only. Lin Chen's laughter conveyed extremely powerful confidence. It's okay if they don't come to provoke me. If they dare to come, I will bring them all down. However, the old man Wuji said the change in the list of saints is just a fuse, and there may be a greater omen in the future, and all races cannot avoid it, even with the combat power you have shown now, or even just now, here. The role that can be played in the field of catastrophe is very small. I'm afraid that before the catastrophe arrives, you will be consumed first. Just do it yourself. The old man has never changed anything, just a bystander. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The holy world may have a great omen? Lin Chen hugged him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Someone from Lin, have always been pessimistic about life and death, and I will do it if I don't agree. Those who want to come will always come, and those who want to fight will always have to fight. There is nothing to be afraid of. The old man Wuji nodded, and then took a deep look at Jiang Taishu, who bowed slightly, respectfully, and humbly. Then, the old man Wuji took the two little girls beside him, stepped into the air, and disappeared. Brush. A shadow appeared on the horizon, twisting the void. It was the little shadow that brought the elders of the Shadow Clan and flew from the sky. Little Shadow said, brother, we have to go too. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. You should have a lot of important things to do in the Shadow Clan. It's okay, go back and do it well. After speaking, Lin Chen turned around and clasped his fists respectfully to the Shadow Clan elders behind Lin Can. I, Lin Chen, will never forget the kindness of helping us today. If there is any trouble with the Shadow Clan in the future, I hope the elders will greet you. Lin Chen knew very well that without the help of the Shadow Clan, in order to deal with Yin Tianzi and Haoyan Saint King, he would have to use the God of War 4-piece set and the ultimate heavenly rebel in advance, and the effect would never be perfect as it is now. Moreover, the Shadow Clan has made a huge contribution in intercepting the escape of the strong men such as the Holy Prison and the Wu family. Without these 2 points, it is still unknown who will die in this battle. The headed ninth elder laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, with your words, our battle will not be in vain. In the future, the Shadow Clan will have your help. The little shadow on the side nodded. Brother, although I still want to stay by your side and fight side by side with you, the Shadow family is not yet in power. Lin Chen's expression suddenly became solemn, and he looked at the little shadow. You absorbed that guy, without any sequelae, right? Little Shadow shook his head. No, not only not, but even the shortcomings of my consumption of too much medicine and having to take a lot of medicinal pills have been overcome to a minimum. My dependence on medicinal pills is very small. That's good. However, Lin Chen was not completely relieved. Take my spiritual jade slip and crush it into pieces. As long as I'm not facing a life or death situation, I can take care of you at any time. Lin Chen gave Little Shadow a spiritual jade slip. What is Lin Chen worried about? No, he was on alert. Beware of a Tuoshing who has long since died. Lin Chen may be the only person in the world who has read Tuoshing's autobiographical ancient book. Tuoshing is not the kind of character who is idle and wild. On the contrary, he is quite ambitious, with the ambition to dominate the holy world and terrible patience. This kind of heroic character who has changed his life against the sky, like the holy King Haoyan, can do anything in order to achieve his goals. When he knew that Tuoshing had engraved a kill move on Little Shadow, which was designed to restrain the ultimate shadow, Lin Chen felt a little abnormal. Before Ruotuoshing was about to die, what would he leave behind on little shadow? The consequences would be unimaginable. Well, goodbye big brother. When I become the innate Shadow King, I will help you fight the enemy together. Little Shadow accepted Lin Chen's spiritual jade slip, nodded with a smile, and said goodbye to everyone. Everyone, and even the elders of the Shadow clan, did not realize that when the Little Shadow left, his beautiful jade-like dragon eyes flashed a strange bloodlight. Lin Chen looked at the camp of Xinyan Palace again. His eyes fell on the lord of Xinyan Palace. It should be said to be the previous generation of palace lord, and the current lord of Xinyan Palace is Bai Ruoyan. The previous palace lord, Shangguan Yanran, because of the heavy burden of spiritual practice, has maintained the appearance and body shape of a girl, and has not changed. Standing with Bai Ruoyan is more like a sister, and the Chief Grand Elder is also the same as true. Lin Chen said, Senior Palace Master, regarding the reconstruction of Xinyan Palace, I plan to relocate Xinyan Palace to Chiyu. Shangguan Yanran smiled, now your Ruoyan is the talker of Xinyan Palace, you can do whatever you want. Do what you want to do? Lin Chen smiled evilly, then gave a thumbs up. Refreshing, I like to talk to people like the palace master, so it was unanimously decided that all the branches of the Holy King's domain would be withdrawn, and the Xinyan Palace would continue the tradition. No need for male disciples. Give it to the Protector Hall, and leave all the reforms to Sister Ruoyan. Any of you have any opinions? Lin Chen looked at the thousands of core true female disciples of the Xinyan Palace, and they nodded unanimously without any doubts. Then, Lin Chen looked at his servant team, which is now a mighty army. Going to almost any domain in the holy world is a level of walking sideways. I, Lin Chen, are very grateful for your support. Whether you follow us is your choice, not to mention more. I, Lin Chen, will do my best for everyone's injuries and cultivation. For the breakthrough. Hearing this, the 8th rank forces and the hidden world powerhouses who came to the aid were ecstatic. Yu Xingxing smiled helplessly, he was busy. Come on, I have to call my old friends to help form a team for alchemy. Lin Chen looked at the 4 brothers Jihai. There are also 4 friends who died in this war. If they have any family members, they must take good care of them. Yes. I will try my best to search. At this time, Yu Xingxing said, My lord, Fei Wuxuang's injury has stabilized, thanks to Miss Crimson. After listening to Jiang Taishu's words, Lin Chen looked at Fairy Crimson in surprise. She bloomed tenderly, and smiled sweetly, You owe me a big favor. It seems that Fairy Crimson has a lot of secrets, but now is not the time to explore. Since she can risk exposure to save Wuxuang, it proves that she already trusts me enough, and there will be opportunities for her to speak in the future. Lin Chen put away his thoughts and looked around the audience. At this time, the chief elder of Xinyan Palace waved his sleeve robe, and the giant gate of Xinyan appeared again, and all the elders returned to the unique retreat plane of Xinyan Palace. As long as Bai Ruoyan has the divine flame scepter, he can open the divine flame gate at any time and let the elders appear again. Jiang Taishu respectfully clasped his fists, My lord, then we should retreat. The Holy King's domain has already changed, and the old man perceives that many strong men have been born. Among them there are many giants of the Holy King level. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, Retreat, retreat. Lin Chen laughed wildly, overflowing with rage. Next, we will go to the holy prison. Since we have to do it, let's do it too. The end. In this battle, you guys don't have the holy artifact, so the fight was very humiliating. In this case, this commander will stab you to the end, let's go. And stab the holy prison. Take back all the holy artifacts that were imprisoned by you in the holy prison. The corners of the mouths of everyone in Xinyan Palace twitched. Even the servants were dumbfounded. My mother, this lord has never played cards according to the routine. Even if he doesn't withdraw, he's going to hammer him a wave of holy prison. With his backhand? Too strong. Lin Pingan's eyes lit up. Another fight? However, I'm not a devil either. Lin Chen smiled very simply, the injured people will return to the strange realm first, and those who consume more than 50% of the holy energy will also leave first. Meet at the original planned location and wait and see the situation for the time being. Then, Lin Chen looked at the servants on the 19th floor, including Long Jiushan, Ji Wuchen, and Fong Ling. This time, we are an elite unit. Tai Shu is responsible for the evacuation of the entire team, and he will also sit at the back of the team in his death. You two will not be here. The rest of the rank 9 peaks will be on top, and the rest will go back to stand by. Nominally, we are going to take back the holy artifact. In fact, we are going to rob his mother's holy prison. I heard that the treasures of the holy prison are all on the first floor, so let's go to the first floor this time. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, this handsome can't do anything, but his mother can. Rob it. Robbing the holy prison? All the true inheritors and guardians of Xinyan Palace are stunned. Even Shang Wanju's red lips were slightly parted, exuding fiery and charm in the shock. This handsome man is wrong. In this situation, shouldn't it be to retreat, then count the spoils, hide for a wave of 180 years of sublime cultivation, and then form a wave of powerful forces to come out to save the world? Can you be normal once, Brother Chen? Shang Wanju couldn't help but said, aren't you crazy? Do you know how many layers of protection are on the first floor of the holy prison, and the holy king of the holy prison is not only the two you killed. Once the remaining holy kings return, your current team will not be easy to deal with. The holy prison once belonged to the gods, and the first floor of the holy prison even left behind the gods. Although she didn't know how Lin Chen sneaked into the holy prison in the first place, Shang Wanju was sure that Lin Chen definitely didn't pass through the first floor. If you forcibly break into the first floor, it is impossible to cultivate without a true god. Even if Lin Chen punched a holy king, he couldn't beat the true god's means. These are two completely different levels. Bai Ruoyan said helplessly, Master, let him go, don't you understand his temper? Lin Chen smiled and said, I said that if I want to rob him of the holy prison, I must rob him. Shang Wanju held his forehead. This time, Xinyan Palace moved to Chiyu, and it needed a lot of help. She, the only Dharma protector, could not leave. If not, she also wants to see if Lin Chen is sure of robbing the holy prison. The entire Xinyan Palace began to migrate up and down, mainly responsible for moving away the secret cultivation realm of Xinyan Palace. The precious heritage of the 9-rank sect is all placed in a unique space plane. As long as the space plane is not destroyed, everything is a small problem. It will only take a few months to rebuild the Xinyan Palace. Although this timeless battle has caused a certain amount of injury to Lin Chen's team, it has also benefited them endlessly. Especially when a group of rank 8 peaks and rank 9 saints, their fighting spirit erupted, and all the accumulation broke out at once, and I vaguely felt That after retreating again, maybe their cultivation will go further. Yi Qinggu said boringly, alas, this time I don't have a share. This guy is progressing too fast, he's really a monster, he can't even go to the theater. If he wants to. At this time, Yi Lishue from Yi family came to Lin Chen. Yi Lishue said, Lin Chen. Can I ask you one thing? Lin Chen was curious, Auntie, but it doesn't matter. Yi Lishue's lips slightly opened, and she secretly transmitted a voice to Lin Chen. When she said the end, she even grabbed Lin Chen's arm and burst into tears. Poignant and unparalleled. The little demon empress was startled. Did my mother say that she was going to tell him about that? Please, help the Yi family, and also help Qinggu this time. This is my lifelong request. Please help me end this nightmare. The sobbing of the stunningly beautiful woman made Lin Chen take a deep breath. Is the sword domain saint who controls the luck? His eyes turned to the little demon empress, the latter's heart throbbed, and she staggered away from Lin Chen's eyes, guiltily daring not to face Lin Chen's eyes. There is such an important matter, the little goblin is still hiding it from me. It seems that she doesn't want to drag me into the water, that's all. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, even if he is in the top 10 of the saint talents list, I have finalized him. My aunt and Qingwu's friendship can rest assured. I will help with this. Yi Lishue's always indifferent eyes, for the first time, showed a new look. Like a touch of the cold of the morning light melting a glacier. Mother, why did you tell him? Didn't I say I don't blame you for what you did? For me. The little demon empress floated over with a slightly angry expression on her face. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, you didn't tell me about such a big thing. Little goblin, it seems that you didn't treat me as a friend. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Besides, you have to fight Xinyan Palace before. Is this lady the kind of person who makes trouble for you? Yi Qinggu gave Lin Chen a blank look. Lin Chen turned around and waved his hand. Please spend more time with Auntie during this time. Looking at Lin Chen's retreating back, the little demon empress sighed slightly, and finally got him involved. When the main four started to leave, Lin Chen's chosen person stayed. This time, Lin Chen selected all the servants on the 19th floor. Except for Fei Wushuang, who was injured, and Jiang Taishu, who ensured the safety of Xinyan Palace, all of them were dispatched. And the 7 rank 9 peaks on the 18th floor. This team is Lin Chen's top fighting force, Lin Pingyan from the outside family, and Lin Chen. The lineup is true for any domain in the Holy World. Although it is said that the Holy King's domain is not too far from the Holy Prison, this time we have to enter through the space secret passage of the Song territory. Use the main strength in the Holy Prison, and don't be consumed by useless battles. Lin Chen told everyone, in this operation, the 3 of you in the Holy King's realm must preserve their strength as much as possible, and avoid sneak attacks by the old Yin than the Holy Prison. What's the situation? Qi Fian and Shangguan Wudi will take the lead. Lin Pingyan murmured, why do you take the lead and ask me to wait behind? Lin Chen said solemnly, because of you, Juning De is also the strongest. Not every disaster of suffering is called Juning De. The strongest should appear at the most dazzling time. What do you say about my safety? Lin Pingyan, you know what you have in mind. Servants. This protagonist really has a way of coaxing the little girl, it's not a girl's heart arsonist. After the decision was made, everyone set off. Lin Chen couldn't care to count the gains of this war, he could only count them on the way, and he was in a hurry, so he had to do the holy prison first. If everyone can get back the holy artifact of fame back, then their strength can at least increase by 20 to 30%. Especially the two holy kings, Feng Ling and Lang Fanyun, are even more powerful. Shualongdo Palace, quick formation. Moving the stars and jumping. A water dragon roared and was born, carrying everyone around in the void. Immediately afterwards, a series of starlight avenues extended from the endless void to another world outside the space channel. It was Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger who were on fire, and the two of them did their best to escort Lin Chen and the others to Cangyu. After the next day, boom! Xingwei is as vast as the sea, and several figures are hovering in the sky above the territory of the former Xinyan Palace. It turned out to be a strong man of the Wu family, and the old man headed by him had a zhizhu in his hand. If he saw through the world, he was a strong man in the Holy King realm. Moreover, it is still a Holy King comparable to the chief elder of Xinyan Palace. A real old monster. Old ancestor, you can't be wrong. When you go up to Venerable Wei Yang, you just fell here. Died in the hands of that guy named Lin Chen. From the rumors of other 9-rank sects, his team already has 2 holy kings, and there is another one who is no less painful than the Holy King. If we fight again, our Wu family's current heritage will have to pay painfully. Cost. The 3 martial artists said worriedly, this all-out war has completely declared the strength of Lin Chen's team, not to mention the knowledge of the whole holy world, at least the 8th rank, 9th rank, and none of the top forces will not fall back. The headed old man of the Wu family was dressed in sackcloth, and there was a wisdom pearl in his hand, and his holy eyes were full of determination, and he was actually another holy king of the Wu family. He received news a few days ago that he was in seclusion, and he came immediately after exiting the state of seclusion, but he was still a step late. The ancestor of the Wu family smiled sternly, this son must pay the price. Since he challenged Xinyan Palace, and Xinyan Palace surrendered to him, then we will find another ally. A few elders were taken aback. Allies? Didn't he break through the holy prison? Those guys who followed the gods to spy on the outer galaxies of the God Emperor's ruins recently are probably coming back. They definitely won't let this kid Lin Chen go to the holy prison and join forces to deal with Lin Chen. Go. The words of the ancestors of the Wu family made the 3 elders full of worries. Just based on the suffering of Lin Chen's team, it is already difficult to challenge them. Even if they were really killed, they would have to pay a deadly price. The calamity of pain that can freely control its own power is so terrifying. The ancestor of the Wu family seemed to see through the thoughts of the elders, and said indifferently, although the disaster of pain is terrible, it does not mean that she can be stronger than our great martial arts. The 3 elders were horrified. Ancestor, could it be that you want to use divine blood? Will it be too emotional? This is when our family has to force it. The ancestor of the Wu family said indifferently, then tell the old man what it means to be forced. Wait until the enemy hits our door, and wait until the enemy has wiped out all of our people. The 3 elders were silent. The son of the martial god was killed, the elder Wu Weiyang died, and he couldn't escape even a trace of spiritual power. It also caused my martial god family to lose more than half of the elite. If this revenge is not repaid, others will really think that our martial god family is a muddy pinch. The ancestor of the Wu family flicked his sleeves. Go to the holy prison. Let's discuss the crusade against Lin Chen. The trump card of the martial god family, the trump card left by the martial god in those days, one of them is in the hands of this ancestor. 7 days later, the sects above the 7th rank of the Holy Realm took the lead in rolling up an unprecedented earthquake. The first is the Genesis Alliance, proposed by 100 saints. Anyone who joins the forces of the Genesis Alliance and devotes their lives to the Alliance can practice orange-level exercises, and everyone can enjoy the supply of holy pills, but the premise is that they must have the blood of a saint and pass the assessment. The emergence of the Genesis Alliance has shocked the entire sacred world high level. This alliance is headed by 100 saints, and there are more than 10 ninth grade sections. They have announced that they have joined the Genesis Alliance and become a support force for the guests. An alliance formed by more than 10 ninth grade sects? This is simply unimaginable. It can be called the invincible power background in the history of the Holy World. The second is the great event in the Holy Kingdom that shook ancient and modern China and foreign countries. It is collectively called by the world, the Fallen Battle. For the first time in history, there is a character who dares to challenge the 9-rank sect, and the challenge is successful. Not only that, the scope of this battle also covers the Holy Prison and the family of the martial gods. The son of the current era of the Holy World has already been born. Immediately after this world, we have reached the peak of the world's history. It turns out that the vision of the fall of the Holy King that appeared some time ago turned out to be true. There are really 4 powerful saints who have fallen, and they all died in the hands of one person. With his own power, he singled out 3 giant powers, and still achieved a comprehensive victory, even slaughtered the 4 holy kings, and killed a Tianzi, comparable to a holy king. This son is not a saint, but he surpasses the list of saints. It is Lin Chen, who is the number 1 on the current list of evildoers, who has the title of Heavenly God. These 2 pieces of heavy news are like bombs that blow up 90% of the hidden old monsters and giants in the holy world. All the powerhouses have a suffocating feeling of the mountains and rains are about to come, and the wind is full of buildings, and the black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. The holy world is about to change. Those who received the latest news were all above the 5th grade sect. It will take some time for the forces at the bottom to receive the message. All circles of Xuanyu. Genesis was born, and the list of saints is about to take over the holy world. Do these 100 saints represent the wishes of the saints list? What are the other saints doing? Why don't they stop them? There is no absolute justice in this world, and other saints have no interest in provoking them even if they don't join. As far as the saint talents list is concerned, those of us who have no cultivation in the Holy Land are the little fish and shrimp under the huge waves. It's not worth mentioning. No one will fight for us. All the families of the ice region. What the hell is going on? Don't the gods care? Just in our ice territory, more than 1,200 3rd-grade sects have been wiped out recently. Anyone who doesn't obey the order will be killed directly. The Genesis Alliance is too terrifying. Why don't we join the Genesis Alliance? There are pills to eat, gong methods to take, and you can practice while lying down. Isn't he fragrant? It turns out that your Excellency's ideal is to be a dog, and you will be satisfied by wagging your tail and begging to eat. You curse again. Hey hey hey. They said that as long as the first generation of the holy bloodline joins, then what should we do if we don't have the bloodline of the saints? Thousands of sects in the flame domain. No. The human race shouldn't be like this. Is it enough for everyone to practice the same exercises and walk the same path like puppets? No, our human race shouldn't live in this way. Walking on the road is originally 100 flowers blooming, and it is right to seek common ground while reserving differences. I have a bare heart, but he is forced to become a demon, that's all. Join the resistance. Revolt against the Genesis Alliance. We are not the lackeys. Heavenly Sanctuary, many 7th grade aristocratic families and 8th grade sects. They want to dominate the fate and lifeline of the holy world, and they want to be the masters of this holy world. Who can compete with the Genesis Alliance? Maybe it's only him, Lin Chen. Can he? No, he may not be able either. The saints are in a row, and Lin Chen can't beat them. Escape, there is no future for such a holy world. What about the 9-rank sect? Why don't other 9-rank sects stop it? Aren't they the founding forces of the holy realm? At such a critical moment, where are the 9-rank giants who praised their merits in the past? It is better to rely on yourself than others, and act on your own. Countless different voices broke out in the various domains of the holy realm, officially ushering in a chaotic period that has never been seen in history. Countless voices were issued in all areas of the holy realm, or resisted, or silent, or left in the opposite direction, and so on. After the birth of the Genesis Alliance, the situation intensified, the arrows were drawn, and finally the melee of the 36 domains started. Those who surrendered to the Genesis Alliance and the Resistance Alliance set off a melee of different scales in various regions. The Genesis Alliance moves quickly, has a large-scale organization, and has very consistent action goals. It chose to seize the top forces that controlled various domains almost immediately. Either when the 8th rank and 7th rank forces of each domain in the way of winning, or those who do not obey will be directly suppressed and killed. This forms a spider web like casting a web, and the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance turn against a lot of forces and become their minions every time they reach a domain. However, there is a region, but it is the Genesis Alliance that cannot penetrate into it. That is, Chiyu. Holy Prison, the first secret room. We just returned, how did you guys do things? In the void, endless holy might descended in anger. The sense of oppression of the strong man of the holy prison has increased sharply. Go back. Go back to the 2 adults, we can't stop the 2 holy kings, they insist on crusade against Lin Chen, this son, and others. Every second counts. And they can't be given time to breathe. We can't stop it. Stay with 2 adults. The prison guards stationed on the first floor were trembling and crying. They were indeed wronged, and if the 2 holy kings wanted to act, how could they be able to stop them? Moreover, with the combat power and lineup that were brought out of the holy prison at that time, it was completely possible to take down those prison escaped criminals. What I never expected was that they had recovered to their heyday, and even 2 holy kings had appeared in the world. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Lin Chen and his party could not be taken down, the holy king Tianyu and the holy king Rakshasa were sitting in town. Moreover, the most unexpected thing is Lin Chen. He was an unexpected variable in the holy prison, and he killed the holy king. Hee, things have already happened, you don't need to be so angry, no one can predict the result, we can't make a choice after seeing the result. Even the 2 of them died there. The other party controls the trump card to kill the holy king. I heard that. It is Lin Chen. It seems that we have to wait for the big brothers to return. This child is too dangerous and must be removed. The endless holy prison space echoed with a cold and chilling voice. Holy prison, start to concentrate. Genesis Alliance Headquarters. Holy King Domain, Extreme North, Extreme Heaven Palace. Outside the giant hall, there are thousands of powerhouses from the open Heaven realm stationed here, unprecedented guarding power. In the center of Jitian Hall, there are hundreds of powerful people gathered. And there are 8 half-step Saint Kings, and the number of Saint Kings is unknown. Each with extraordinary bearing, Chiyu's splendid sages were reading the information brought back by the 9 great sages who participated in the ceremony of conferring the gods, and their faces were full of astonishment. Single out Qianing Xue, Fan Xietian, and other 9 people, robbed the sons of the era on the 19th floor of the holy prison, and defeated the holy kings of the holy prison? It turns out that the vision of the saint who fell some time ago was real. And he still died. Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju is one of the cores of our reform. This child simply doesn't take our saint talents list in his eyes. Wait a minute. According to the information, he killed 4 holy kings, with 1 punch? Are you fucking kidding me? In the entire Jitian temple, the expressions of all the saints were astonished, and they were all wonderful. No one thought that such a dark horse would be born when they started to change. At this moment, a beautiful figure stood up. It was Qianing Xue, who had just recovered from her injury. She carried a war gun on her shoulders, and said slowly, I, Qianing Xue, announce my withdrawal from the alliance. Yun Padian, the always unruly emperor of the Great Sun, even stood up and said in a serious way, I will also quit. The beautiful Nanganjiu also said, I, Nanganjiu, quit. Zhu Tianyan stood up and waved, I don't quit. Damn it, I don't want to meet this kid again. The 9 saints who fought against Lin Chen that day, after submitting their information, all chose to quit. Many saints immediately looked at the 9 people who left with disdain or sneer. The 9 great saints didn't care at all, turned around and left. These guys are used to being pretentious. Nangongyu sighed in her heart. These guys didn't feel the oppression of Lin Chen at all. This is a monster in the appearance of a teenager. It's full of secrets, and it's really a fight, and you can change your life with the saint at any time. Only those who have really played against Lin Chen know how terrifying this guy is. It is better to provoke the king of hell than to provoke Lin Chen. After the 9 people left. Well, he's a tricky guy indeed. In the temple of extreme heaven, behind the screen, an illusory figure was holding a jade slip, and after closing it, he continued. This Lin Chen is indeed an extraordinary talent. And judging from the information they brought back, it's not the type who would cooperate with us. But a tough guy. Indeed, judging from the vision on that day, the possibility of him slaughtering the 4 kings in a row may have used some trump cards. This kind of super killer move, at least in a short period of time, it is impossible to use it again for the 2nd time. Yes, I won't even use it a 2nd time in my life, otherwise the holy world will be his Lin Chen's. The figure behind the screen laughed loudly, ha ha ha, it's interesting, I met such an interesting character at the beginning, and the Genesis Alliance just needs to show enough strength to deter all parties. Just right, this whetstone is here. Crisis is also an opportunity. A maiden with a fairy-like beauty smiled gracefully. You mean, kill the chicken to warn the monkey? The man behind the screen smiled sternly. Well, yes. We still need to stand up, so let's start with them first. I ordered to go on, search for news about Lin Chen with all my strength, and uproot all those related to him. The Genesis Alliance, suppress him first, Lin Chen. First, show our strength to the whole holy world. Ah, chirp. Lin Chen sneezed and touched the tip of his nose. Why do you feel like someone said I'm handsome behind your back? Could it be that the director finally thinks that I'm more handsome than him and feel unwilling? After the battle of the Holy Kings, many of the remaining warriors and holy prisons who perished were killed by Lin Chen, and they took a lot of attribute values and made Lin Chen's holy dragon rush to 70,000 power level. The dragon veins in the body are transformed into new ones. Every dragon vein is radiated with red golden dragon breath. At this time everyone sat cross-legged on the backs of the water dragons, and adjusted their breaths with peace of mind. The distance between the Holy King domain and the Tsung domain is particularly far away, and it will take some time for a space magic as strong as Shao Linger to arrive. During this period, Lin Chen and his servants are taking the time to recuperate, taking holy pills or refining a large amount of golden holy yuan coins to restore holy power. And Lin Chen's holy acupoint is recovering at a very fast speed, and his 7 avatars refine the gold holy yuan coins for him in the Qi transport planting capsule, which is extremely efficient. And Lin Chen is counting the spoils this time, but the holy light erupted in the holy cave whistling. Lin Chen was shocked. Damn, the accumulation is approaching the limit again. And the holy cave is ready to burst. After going through the previous great battle, even after the God Killer state is turned on, it will not drop the growth type attribute light balls. And the number of drops before it can be turned on is also quite large. Lin Chen's 46 holy acupoints burst open. The current state and situation are not the time to explode. Tai Futian, seal. Lin Chen formed the seal, and the movement of his mind sealed the holy cave at once, and the holy power was completely dissipated. The old hole is closed. It can only be sealed first. Now that the hole is bursting, the state is not very good. Lin Chen turned on the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Stage 5-Layer Holy Land, Holy Level. Essence, 665.5 million points. Ultimate Strength, 48,000 Zunli, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 300%, Saint Level. Qi and Blood, 584 million points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 990,000 points, Spiritualized Yuanshan, Half Step. Yuanshan Peak. Saint Level Exercise Essence, 690,000 points, Holy Level Rune Energy, 680,000 points, Top Heaven Value, 910,000 points. Top Talent Points, 760,000 points, Set Essence, 2,870 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 5.2 billion points. Holy Elemental Energy, Fire 11800, Earth 11790, Wood 11880, Gold 11777, Water 11980, Thunder 11690, Wind 11780, Light 11770, Dark 11750. Outfit Column, Golden God of War Outfit, not complete. Talent Bar, Bloodline Status Bar, Exercise Status Bar. Life Awakening Column, Nirvana Column, Characteristic Rune Column. Godhead Column, God Elephant, Godhead Fragment, can be activated by consuming Heavenly Dao and the host's blood power. Damn. Did I poke the property nest? Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Leap. A real leap. After this battle, Lin Chen Fei's growth attribute value increased by tens of Thousands of times. What is the concept of tens of thousands of times? The mid-level strengthening point alone is 5.2 billion. The element attribute value has soared 10,000 times because of the killing of the Son of Heaven. Lin Chen, at one time, in the face of reinforcements, I only agreed, but now, I'm hitting hard. In the past, hundreds of thousands of intermediate strengthening points strengthened the blood of the dragon, which made Lin Chen stop. However, now that he has 5.2 billion points, he can try to hit a higher enhancement level. Lin Chen, who used to have only a few hundred points of holy level cultivation art, now has 690,000 points. The top Tian Dao value has reached a terrifying 910,000 points, which has directly increased hundreds of thousands of times. The attribute value of the growth class is also hundreds of times. However, the system displayed not only the attribute values, but also the attribute treasure chest Lin Chen obtained recently. The host has obtained the treasure chest of the God of War attribute, and after opening it, he will get the sixth piece of the God of War suit, the design of the ultimate helmet, the final piece. The host obtains the talent attribute treasure box, open it and obtain orange level intermediate active talent transformation. The host can consume talent points and exchange spatial positions with the designated target, which has a cooling time, and the cooling time depends on the opponent's cultivation level. The host gets the talent attribute treasure chest, open it and get an orange level talent mandatory upgrader. Within the designated talent of the host, it can be forcibly upgraded to an orange level talent. The talent ability is transformed, and the talent effect is greatly improved. The host obtains the talent attribute treasure box, open it and obtain orange level intermediate permanent talent God Killer. Permanent God Killer will consume a lot of talent points once activated, and has a cooling time. The cooling time depends on the strength of the boosted power. The stronger the power of the talent to increase the host, the longer the cooling time. The host obtains the treasure chest with the characteristics of the exercises, and after opening it, he will get orange level top level exercises. 1/3. The host obtains the treasure chest with the characteristics of the exercises. After opening it, you will get orange level top level exercises. 2/3. After collecting the complete fragments, you can randomly obtain an orange level top level exercise. The host opens the holy level attribute treasure box and obtains 100 ignition energy. A series of system screen flashes frantically. Lin Chen was completely stunned. The Holy King is the Holy King, it's too awesome. Even the permanent Godslayer talent is here. Moreover, the top-level cultivation technique of the orange level is almost extinct in the Holy World, and only a few 9th-rank forces have inherited it. Now Lin Chen only needs to collect one more shard to get the top orange level exercise. Even the final design drawing of the God of War set came out. Lin Chen couldn't help looking up to the sky and sighed, killing the Holy King, is he really cool? Hearing his words, the servants next to him looked at Lin Chen with the look of monsters. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun inexplicably felt a chill. Is it cool to kill the Holy King? I am afraid that only he, Lin Chen, can say such words. From ancient times to the present, which Holy King does not stand upright and dominate the existence of eternity, one is supreme, almost immortal, the life of the Holy King can reach hundreds of thousands of epochs, and will live with the increase in the cultivation base in the realm of the Holy King. Meta accumulation. In other words, as long as the Holy King is not killed, he is immortal. It is too difficult to kill a holy king. Everyone, this time I give you a big gift. Suddenly, Lin Chen stood up with a wicked smile. The servants opened their eyes and looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Now, in addition to the mental method, choose another type of exercise. Technique that is good at learning, and practice it again in the sea of spiritual consciousness. Don't stop. Lin Chen pointed at Fong Ling and laughed excitedly. It starts with you, Fong Ling. Fong Ling was stunned for a moment, but he had an attitude of absolute trust in the Lord, sitting cross-legged, while the holy cave absorbed a large amount of gold and holy yuan coins. He started to operate the mind method, and the sea of spiritual consciousness began to practice the swordsmanship of extreme Kai Tian. Lin Chen walked up to Fong Ling, put his fingertips between his eyebrows, and issued an order to the system. System, I want to turn on the attribute transfer function and transfer the intermediate enhancement points. The host activates the transfer function and consumes 10,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points. Begin to transfer the enhanced attribute value to strengthen the target's required skills. Strengthen the target's mind method +1 success, consumes 4,000 intermediate strengthening points. The selected combat skill of the enhancement target +1 is successful, consuming 3,200 intermediate enhancement points. Strengthen. An hour later. Boom. Somewhere in the Holy Realm, it was crushed into pieces by a Peerless sword chi that pierced the sky and shook the sky. Not even the slag was left. Wherever the sword chi passed, the galaxy was cut off, and the sun and the moon were divided in just an instant. All the servants were stunned. Even Lang Fanyun was dumbfounded. Lin Pingan's small eyes and big question marks, only she didn't understand what was going on. In the past, the waves were full of mastery, but at this time, he stuttered comically, this. I'm not dreaming, right? What happened? Is it me crazy, or the world is crazy? Fong Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, ha 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 ha, turn the clouds, do you want us to play a friendly match now? You are afraid that you will be beaten by me. Lang Fanyun was stunned, and he blurted out subconsciously, this is definitely not fair. My lord, what kind of medicine is this for you? Fong Ling's strength has skyrocketed by a notch. Fong Ling shrugged, I don't know, I always feel that I have entered a very mysterious state. It seems that every time I run my mind and practice the exercises, I will deepen my perception and power. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun have been fighting for an unknown number of epochs, and the strength of the two has always been on the same level. This is true even after becoming a holy king, but now Fong Ling has surpassed the waves. His sword skills and mental skills suddenly increased several times in power. If converted to the overall combat power, at least 30% of the combat power has been improved. The Holy King realm is different from the Kai Tian realm. Wu Pianju can increase his strength several times with the blood of the martial god in the Kai Tian realm. A high-level orange-level exercise can control the outcome of the open world. However, a high-level orange-level exercise cannot control the outcome of a Holy King-level battle. In addition, the Holy King realm has higher requirements for the cultivation of holy power, so the power of the practice and the mental method has increased many times, and it is not as perverted as the opening of the sky. However, being able to increase the combat power by 30% is already an astronomical figure for the Holy King. You must know that a rare 9th grade holy artifact can only improve the Holy King by 30%. This is equivalent to Fong Ling directly adding a 9th grade holy artifact to Increase the strength, and it is still superimposable. Everyone can only look at Lin Chen. I saw someone Lin at this time, pretending to be deep, and sighing when looking up at the void. Oh, in fact, I've always been very low-key, but now, I can't help but keep a low profile. The crowd held their breath. No, what kind of monster is the Lord? Could it be that he has challenged the 9th-rank sect to this day? Does he still have any trump cards? Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to showdown. I'm actually the kind of handsome guy who creates the talent of the God of War in batches. Huh? Everyone's mouth is slightly open. Create Valkyrie talents in batches? The talent of the God of War can double the power of the exercises. Wait. The Lord can also double the power of the exercises he has cultivated. Could it be that he can give this ability to others? Everyone thought of this in an instant, and their minds exploded in an instant. Isn't this about to take off? Master, hurry up, let me feel it too, I can't stand being overtaken by this guy. Lang Fanyun definitely didn't have the master style of the past, holding Lin Chen like a child, looking forward to it. Okay, you have also started to run your mind, and you can only choose the same as your best unique combat skills. The waves turned and the clouds made photos, and Lin Chen did it again. According to just now. An hour later. Boom. The sword energy was like a wave that turned the sky, and a wave of sword energy cut through the heavens and the earth, beheading it out of the universe. It couldn't be dissipated for a long time, and it was equal to Fang Ling's sword just now. Witnessing this miraculous scene again, the servants were dumbfounded and stunned. It's outrageous. What an act against the sky. This is an act of creation that even a god cannot do. God may be able to give a holy king a chance, but it is absolutely impossible to increase the power of a holy king's spiritual practice without risk. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Lin Chen laughed, and his laughter was particularly coquettish. Ha 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 ha. Come, don't worry, come one by one. Situ Chongsheng, my lord, always drop God. Qi Fian, first there is the Lord and then there is the sky. I want to ask how much the Lord hangs, and see how high the sky is. Long Jiushan, I am so blown away. That's right, this is the power of attribute transfer. Lin Chen can transfer non-growth attribute values to anyone. In the past, although he could use the enhancing function to strengthen other people's sacred artifact, he couldn't give others the enhancing mind technique, because the exercises engraved into others' minds were not devices and could not be strengthened. However, the attribute transfer function has achieved this, which Lin Chen never dared to think about, and act against the sky. He is equivalent to transferring the strengthening point to them and then strengthening the exercises and mental methods. The servants present will have a qualitative leap in the power of the exercises and mind techniques. Although the attribute transfer function is strong, the drawbacks are also obvious. The consumption is too serious. If you strengthen a specific exercise, you will get 5,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points, and 1 mental method with 1 combat skill will get 10,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points. And if it is strengthened to plus 15, the strengthening point will also consume a lot. Although I still have 890,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points on hand, this is a huge amount of attribute points that can only be obtained by beheading holy kings and a large number of saints. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to only give the servants strengthen plus 15, a special skill and his own mentality. The exercises that the servants have strengthened will have a qualitative leap. Once used, they will surprise the enemy and become one of the big killer moves. Moreover, after a space magic like Shaolinger is strengthened, the power of space control will be even more amazing. By then, it may surpass the Shadow Clan. After a day and a half, all the staff, plus 15, mind technique completed. Although there are still a lot of strengthening points, I still save a few points. First, strengthen them to 15 for everyone, and then focus on strengthening the blood of the dragon. Lin Chen's heartbeat accelerated, even if there were more than 1.1 billion reinforcement points, he would be nervous. In the version 8.0 system, the upper limit is enhanced plus 17. Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline has hundreds of thousands of enhancement points. Once, and it is not easy to strengthen it to plus 17. But once successful, Lin Chen will achieve a real absolute defense. Lin Chen opened the system panel. System, start strengthening the blood of Taishi Ancient Dragon, first come. With 500 million strengthening points, it will be so strong. Consume 820,000 intermediate enhancement points to strengthen the blood of Taishi Ancient Dragon. The strengthening point was consumed like crazy. Lin Chen's heart beat faster. And he finally stopped at enhanced plus 14, he didn't even go up to 15. Damn, it's so dark. Sure enough, the blood of the dragon is not so easy to strengthen. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, another 300 million reinforcement points. The system continues. The enhancement points continued to be consumed, but the system kept popping up. The words enhancement failed, and Lin Chen's heart was bleeding. Seeing that there are only 23 million reinforcement points left, it is still failing continuously. Strengthened successfully, Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline, plus 15 success, total increase, 410%, remaining 6.2 million strengthening points. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but luckily he still got on. If he didn't get on, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. However, consumed 5.11 million reinforcement points, Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Plus 16 success, total improvement, 520%, the remaining reinforcement points are 1.09 million, and automatic reinforcement has been suspended. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. Connected. What's so special about connecting? Does this mean that the extreme decline is good luck? Strengthening plus 16 can increase the power by 110%, and now the bloodline of Taishi Ancient Dragon has been more than 5 times. Combined with Sacred Dragon's current level of respect, a move called Taishi Divine Light was used, and no one could impress someone from him under half a step of Sacred King. The real invincible, hard. I'm afraid even the half-step Holy King will have to blast for a long time. Ha ha ha, the strongest defense under the genuine Holy King, and the means of life-saving. Lin Chen then opened the talent bar. He also has a talent force booster that can upgrade low-level talents to orange-level talents. After consideration of prudence and stable, Lin Chen finally chose Shuangshou Acacia. Well, as a decent gentleman like me, I definitely don't want to do anything bad. I just don't like the talent of cyan. Well, orange is so pretty. Go back and try with Sister Ruan when you have time. Lin Chen looked like he was righteous and awe-inspiring, and he almost believed it himself. He looked at the spoils at hand again, and this time he killed a number of holy kings and a large number of powerhouses. Lin Chen didn't take it alone, instead he handed over most of the air transport capsules to the servants. Don't look at the servants who have recovered their cultivation, but in addition to their own strength, their background has not really recovered to the heyday of that year. To put it bluntly, except for one thing, he is very poor. Even though the servants know the coordinates of many secret planes, they can find cultivation resources. The concentrated resources seem to be a lot on Lin Chen's body. This battle is the quickest way to fill them with resources. Therefore, Lin Chen only took Yin Tianzi, Haotian Saint King, Wu Weiyang's heir transport capsule, and the rest was distributed to the servants. Let me come to Kong Kong. What treasures are there in this cloudy day, Haotian Holy King, and this Wu family Holy King's air transport capsule? When Lin Chen opened the 3 top-quality air transport capsules, boom! A burst of fresh and clean spiritual energy blew, and Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness was like a spring breeze. When he saw Yin Tianzi, Haotian Saint King, and Wu Weiyang's home, his eyes widened. The storage area of the 3 top-quality air transport capsules combined is equivalent to 1/3 of the vast continent of Kyushu. My day. 152 kinds of high-grade Qi Luck spirit plants and 480 middle-grade Qi Luck spirit plants, all of which cultivate different crystals. Holy King Haotian still has a lot of pill recipes. This is the best Qi Luck spirit plant, primordial spirit, immortal lotus. I'm really drowsy and I'm a pillow. It just so happens that my spiritual realm is almost completely entering the primordial spirit realm, and I can also take it for you Xingxing to help his alchemy skills to a higher level. This volume is the cultivation method of high-grade different crystals. It was really perfected by him. Lin Chen's heart was trembling, not to mention the golden Saint Yuan coins. Everywhere, the Holy King Haotian actually has a top-quality spiritual plant. And in the Qi Yun plant bag of Yin Tianzi, there are hundreds of different crystals condensed and formed hanging on the Qi Yun Lingji. On the body. This wave is crazy. Lin Chen carefully counted high-grade variant crystals. There are currently 890 finished products, and there are thousands of middle-grade and low-grade variant crystals. The net worth accumulated by this cloudy emperor over the years is really terrifying. It can be said that the entire holy world, probably more than half of the number of different crystals, has been mastered by Yin Tianzi. It is no wonder that the inheritance of the ancient gods would cause a battle between the saints. The Yin Tianzi received the inheritance of the ancient gods, and it can be said that he took charge of the lifeline of the different crystals of the holy world. If he becomes the holy king, he is really the best among the holy kings today. In the battle that day, 70,000 different crystals were the limit of his control. If he were to control all the existing alien crystals, Lin Chen might not be able to break his defense. Lin Chen decided that the middle-grade and low-grade different crystals would be used for alchemy, and the high-grade different crystals would be used to absorb them by himself. Then, when Lin Chen turned to look at Wu Weiyang's air transport capsule, his eyes were dazzled. The space in the center of the air planting capsule is a golden meteorite-like stars holding the moon. It is 2 inches long and 3 inches wide, and its whole body is shining with endless golden light. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. This thing is divine. Far more than any kind of 9th-grade holy mine. Tianjin divine iron? This is actually a piece of divine iron. Divine iron is the real material for casting artifacts. However, this piece of divine iron was too small to support casting into any artifact. However, it is still a genius. It is the highest grade material that Lin Chen has encountered so far. It's great, I really deserve to be the holy king of the martial god family. The foundation is hard. With this divine iron, and Yin Tianzi has also cultivated 124 high-grade gold-type different crystals, my ultimate armor can be born. Lin someone is ecstatic. Looking forward to the stars, looking forward to the moon, and finally looking forward to it. Fifth God of War parts. Lin Chen motivated the spiritual avatar left in the plane of Bingxin Palace. Opened the superspace plane, and transferred the powerful innate 5 elements essence to the superspace plane. Lin Chen immediately issued an order. System, I want to use the drawing of the ultimate armor. God of War suit, making diagram of the ultimate armor, required materials, 1 billion points of essence of the suit, 200,000 points of advanced heavenly value, 9th grade innate 5-element essence, more than 1 inch of Tianjin. God iron, 100 high-grade gold-type heteromorphic crystals, 1,000. Medium-grade gold-based heterocrystals, 20,000 medium-grade enhancement points. The conditions are met, consume the specified materials, and start making. In Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness, he suddenly felt a dazzling endless radiance. A shining armor of the God of War slowly descended from the system space. Then it was fused with Lin Chen's arm armor, leg armor, and all of them to form a complete battle armor, leaving only the last God of War helmet. Successfully made, the ultimate God of War armor, 1% charge. The God of War armor comes with features, the golden body of the God of War. After wearing the armor of the God of War, you can get twice the defense equal to the boosted power of the God of War suit. If the host uses the God of War set to increase the strength of 800,000 Zun, it will get twice the defense of the lethality that can defend against the 800,000 Zun. Note, when activating the feature, it will increase the charge of the God of War suit. Good guy, the armor of the God of War also comes with a suit feature. It's worth collecting so many materials, the system, and injecting all the essence of the suit at this stage into the charging. Consumes 2,870 billion points of suit essence, and begins to charge the 5-piece set of God of War. After charging is completed, the 5-piece set of God of War is charged by 74% to 75%. Note, after the God of War suit is 60% charged, every 5% increase in charge will trigger a qualitative transformation. Lin Chen has a little more confidence in breaking through the holy prison this time. With the 5-piece set of the God of War in hand, Lin Chen now needs to improve his body refining realm. The meat shell is too weak, and no matter how high the charge is, it cannot exert the power of the God of War suit. According to the system, the God of War set needs to be collected in order to exert its full power, and there is a huge difference between a complete set of God of War and an incomplete set. Refining the body has instead become the shortcoming of Lin Chen's current use of the God of War set, the trump card. Since that's the case, system, I'm going to carry out the 4th stage of the meat shell awakening. Consume 300,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points, and begin to awaken the host's fleshy shell in 4 stages. Boom boom boom. Lin Chen's holy body radiated a new vitality and power, full of every inch of flesh and blood, shining brightly, blooming with the supreme power of the ancient relics, and the servants were surprised. Long Jiushan said in astonishment, this. How can the master's body refining power be so fierce? Shangguan Wudi nodded and said, it was 48,000 Zunli just now, and now it's 55,000. In the end, Lin Chen's pure power just broke through the 60,000 power mark. The foundation of his body refinement is 12,000 Zun forces, and the flesh shell awakens in the fourth stage, quadrupling it, which is 60,000 Zun. Strengths. System, help me to strengthen my current practice, to plus 17. Lin Chen, his strength is rising rapidly. Holy prison, the first floor, in the vast world, the scorching sun hangs high. On the top of the pitch-black tower, there are 4 figures sitting, and these 4 people are all holy kings. Saint King of the Wu family, what do you want to say? We have just returned from this trip, and we have to wait for the return of the 2 eldest brothers to fight against Lin Chen. Do you also want to come and take part? Headed by the holy king wearing black armor, the urn sighed, his chi and blood were as strong as a wild beast, his breath and chi were like wind and clouds. And the light was ravaged and darkened. This is actually a body refining holy king. The strength of blood and strength is like an overlord, and it can blow out the level of stars in one breath. The ancestor of the Wu family sitting on the opposite side smiled. Indifferently, we have a common enemy, and we will deal with this son together. You want his life, the old man only needs his spiritual awareness. How about it? What a joke. The second holy prison Saint King, fierce and ferocious, with 3 scars on his face, and his holy eyes flashing violent and ferocious. You want us to kill him, and you take away his spiritual consciousness, and torture his secrets? A character who can kill the 2 holy kings of the holy prison, how can this son's secret be ordinary? The Wu family wants to use their holy prison as wage earners. The 3 holy kings saw through at a glance. The ancestor of the Wu family was calm, smiling lightly. But it was because your holy prison tried to spy on the ruins of the god Emperor and sent out all the powers above the heaven-opening realm, that the holy prison was lost, wasn't it? This mistake was caused by you. The last gentleman in Xing Yi, who seemed to always be smiling, shook the white feather fan. Lin Chen took away the last batch of strong men from the holy prison. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun broke through the holy king's life. They are now, the strength of the team is not what it used to be. I heard that Lin Chen's son has also released the disaster of suffering. Even if the 2 eldest brothers return, our 5 holy kings will have to pay a lot of money to take down Lin Chen and others. This is indeed ours fault. Young Master Xingyi smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he understood the other party's mind. The ancestor of the Wu family smiled without saying a word. It seems that he has absolute certainty and confidence in this action. The Xingyi Saint King said indifferently. The holy king of the Wu family, you just saw this, knowing that our holy prison can't fully suppress them now, so you come to us to cooperate. Let's talk about your conditions and price. This can't be a trade-off of pros and cons things. The ancestor of the Wu family laughed and said, the bargaining chip is the old man. How about a holy king's combat power, is it enough? The young master in Xingyi shook his head, not enough. A holy king's combat power is indeed very precious, but it's just whimsical to want to share this son's secrets like this. The ancestor of the Wu family seemed to have expected it long ago, showing a knowing smile like an old fox. If the old man is not enough, this is enough. The ancestor of the Wu family took out a Qixia treasure box, lingering with the power of a powerful seal. The whole body of the treasure box is entwined with red clouds, faintly releasing glorious divine power, and the beautiful and delicate blood jade is like the most dazzling star in the sky. At this moment, the young master in Xing immediately put away his smile, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He took a deep breath and said seriously, this is the blood of God. Your family of martial gods, are you going to bet on this? Even the other two rebellious holy kings felt the oppression of suffocation. As if the fighting power of the holy kings, in front of the power in the treasure box, was as weak as ants. The ancestor of the Wu family smiled sternly. For the reputation of the god of war, I will do anything. The three kings fell into silence, and I have to say that the family of martial gods gambled a lot. Holy King, Tsing-yi, I agree to your terms. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. The martial god family and the holy prison have officially joined forces. Boom. Almost as soon as the voice fell, with a bang, the space below the holy prison suddenly broke out with a shocking explosion, and the space shook violently. The faces of many returning powerhouses from the holy prison are horrified. At this juncture, someone dared to break into the holy prison? Who ate bear heart and leopard gall? Time goes back to 4 hours ago. In the secret territory of Mohai Tianqing, Lin Chen and the servants emerged. And they were suspended in the air. If you use the speed of an ordinary saint, you don't know how long it will take to reach the Tsangyu from the Holy King's domain. With Xiao Linger space magic and Zi Qianqiu's formation, he has crossed more than a dozen regions in less than 10 days. Lin Chen was familiar with Lu Ling and retrieved the secret space passage before, and when he found that it was still in use, he smiled knowingly with the servants. Once, the holy prison that made them extremely jealous, the servants never dreamed that it would come again. And this time, they took the initiative to go in. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said with a big laugh, this time we'll go in and turn him upside down, but if there's anything valuable, we'll take it all down. Long Jiushan was eager to try. The gang of dog thieves in the holy prison killed so many strong men in vain, and the things they looted must be more than half a star. If you can take it, you can take it, and if you can't take it, it will be destroyed. Don't leave a way for these beasts. Let's go. When Lin Chen and the others appeared at the gate on the second floor of the holy prison, they smiled knowingly when they saw the giant gate of space soaring into the clouds. Lin Chen turned around in a dashing manner, and it was a kick to go up. Boom. The space gate on the second floor of the holy prison collapsed suddenly. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the holy prison were alarmed. Level 1. What happened? Report. Report the Holy King Xianqing, it's Lin Chen, and Lin Chen is here again. He also brought 2 holy kings, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Boom. The black-armored holy king smashed the jade platform with one palm, and the pitch-black top of the tower trembled. Just go? No. The boy's veto echoed on the first floor of the holy prison. A group of figures stepped on the horizon, and the silver-robed youth laughed loudly. I don't think of the holy prison as a kiln. Ben Shui is a good citizen. He has been awarded the Top 10 Good People Award in Guangshui City all the year round. With a character like mine, visiting a kiln is twice the price of others. But today, I came to Saint, not only will the prison not give you money, but you will also be thrown here. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, I'm sorry, you are not even as good as a kiln in front of me. Boom. 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 Dozens of beams of holy light were like beams of light that opened up the heavens and the earth, and dozens of powerhouses in the first floor of the holy prison suddenly exploded. So fucking deceiving. This motherfucker has bullied them all. All the servants laughed frantically. The holy prison is not as good as a kiln? Looking at the past and present, China and foreign countries, only he, Lin Chen, can say this sentence. Boom. 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 The Holy King of Ghosts, the Holy King of Qiankuan, and the Holy King of Heaven. The three holy kings of the holy prison stepped into the air together, looking at Lin Chen and others in the distance. The strength of these three people is not inferior to the previous two great holy kings. Originally, they wanted to wait until they concentrated their efforts to find Lin Chen, but they didn't expect the other party to call at the door first. It seems that this kid is indeed the type that does not play cards according to the routine. Lin Chen raised his brows, he smiled, and said, "You three holy kings, why are you huddled in the holy prison? If only you had come to the Xinyan Palace together. I have no hobbies, I just like to pack and keep you holy." The holy king of prison packed up and took them away. Boom. The violent celestial sage king slammed violently with one palm, the sky swirled and the light was dim. It's all pure power attack. Sigh. Fong Ling slashed across with one sword, the holy sword condensed by holy energy was like an aurora on the horizontal plane, cutting all the celestial phenomena with one sword. The sullen ghost demon sage king narrowed his eyes. Fong Ling? He actually stepped into the Sage King realm? What a heaven-defying chance, and the realm is extremely stable, and he doesn't want to be promoted at all. It was beyond their expectations that they recovered to their heyday after escaping from prison. It is simply a fantasy to be promoted to the Holy King. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't even believe what the intelligence said. Shangguan Wudi sneered, "You old guys, you haven't made much progress for so many years. Don't worry, there will be more and more holy kings in our team." As soon as these words came out, the anger and killing intent of the Holy King of Ghost Demon and the Holy King of Tianxiang became even more intense. If that's the case, let's not let them go. How to say the holy prison is also their territory, if the other party dares to send it to the door, that is to fight in their territory. The Holy Ghost King snorted coldly, "Everyone obeys the order, and one piece is destroyed." Wait a moment. The elegant and handsome King Qiankuan suddenly gave a cold drink. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, who had a playful look on his face, and suddenly said, "All of you, half of you quickly go to the holy prison passage, go to the 16th floor and look down on other criminals. In addition, for those who have cultivated at rank 9, go to guard the entrance to the resource secret realm on the first floor." The actions of Lin Chen and others made him aware of the abnormality. According to their abilities, sneak attack should be the most effective way to hit them hard. Why did he show up on purpose? There must be something odd. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Lin Chen's servants changed slightly. Lin Chen put away his playful smile, and said with great interest, "As expected of a holy king, he can see through my intentions at a glance, and it's really not good to be evil with these old monsters." Long Jiushan said carelessly, "My lord, don't talk nonsense with them, just hit them directly." Lin Chen laughed, "Then just confront them. These prison guards who stayed behind to the holy prison are all strong players in the 4th team of the holy prison. In addition to the 10 rank 9 saints, there are still half of the resource secret treasure house stationed there. For the remaining power, if more than one joins forces, Lin Chen's rank 9 peak, at least one fights 4 to 5 times. If everyone is in full bloom, it's not a big problem. But after the Battle of Xinyan Palace, everyone's state has not been adjusted so quickly. Everyone's overall combat power is about 70%. If you count the exercises that Lin Chen has strengthened for them, the heyday will be stronger. Boom. A surge of coercion descended to the sky, and another holy king appeared. Lin Chen's eyes turned, and the tall tower in the distance stepped into the air to a figure. The ancestors of the Wu family. The holy king, Qianquan, smiled sternly. It seems that your excellency really wants to cooperate, although the fighter is not right, but it is just here to catch them all. I saw that the ancestor of the Wu family turned his eyes and suddenly smiled. Since the old man has appeared, the disaster of pain should also appear. The eyes of the ancestors of the Wu family glanced at the first floor of the holy prison like a sharp blade. After all, the holy king is the holy king, and he has insight into all the elements of Lin Chen's actions. Although Lin Pingan hasn't shown up yet, the ancestor of the Wu family expected that Lin Chen would bring her God of War set. Lin Chen's 5-piece set of God of War was possessed for the first time. And the invincible divine power of the heavens and the world was blown into the body. Is this the sun's trump card? The holy king of Qianquan is observing Lin Chen. Lin Chen is currently in a state of acupuncture, and his holy power cultivation base cannot be used. If he wants to participate in battles with a cultivation base of rank 8 or above, he has to rely on the 5-piece set of the God of War. Boom. 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 The golden light and divine radiance lingered around Lin Chen, and his pure power broke through from 60,000 to 500,000, 800,000, and 900,000 in the blink of an eye. Stop at the limit of half-step Holy King Peak. Sure enough, without the Godslayer, I can only reach 900,000 extremities now. Although the God of War set has become stronger, my foundation has not kept up. In the state of acupuncture, Lin Chen can't use the Godslayer talent, he can only use pure power to fight the enemy, and now he can be regarded as the strongest under the Holy King. Boom. Lin Chen smashed the void in one step, took the lead and rushed into the direction of many prison guards. The Ghost King flicked his fingers, and the ghost roared, turning into a shocking finger and crushing Lin Chen. Stop hurting my lord. Waves and clouds slashed across the sky, cut off the sun, moon and stars, and broke through 10,000 ghosts. The two kings clashed and intercepted. Feng Ling was facing the heavenly elephant Sage King, his sword pierced through all the phenomena, and his sword danced in the sky. The four kings scuffled, and the first floor of the holy prison suddenly began to vibrate violently. On the other side, Ji Wuchen said seriously, "In that case, let's go together. Fight around him." Jiang Wan'er said, "You cooperate with Wudi and Fian, and involve the holy king of Qianquan, don't fight recklessly. For the rest of the guys, leave them to me, Fei Xue and the Lord." Qi Fian and Shangwan Wudi spent a lot of money in order to intercept a Dharma protector in the Battle of Xinyan Palace. It is a very dangerous thing to let them delay the words of a holy king now. Therefore, everyone on the 19th floor has to assist the two of them, which is the best plan to stop the holy king of Qianquan. Seeing that he was surrounded by many, the holy king Qianquan smiled lightly. "If you don't protect your lord, are you coming to trouble me instead?" Long Jiushan sneered, "The Lord doesn't need our protection, worry about yourself first." As soon as the words fell, he raised his hand and punched, and the pure power of the terrifying torrent rushed over, shattering the light, and the sky was dark. Qi Fian pulled his bow and shot quickly. Qin Jiuxiao swung his battle axe and slashed. Situ Chongqing released the primordial spirit barrier in one breath. Facing a Holy King, they were a big killer when they met each other. There was a big melee in the 4 battle circles, but the ancestors of the Wu family stood still. His eyes scanned the surroundings all the time. He was waiting when Lin Pingon appeared. As long as he doesn't move, the other party's disaster of pain can't act easily. If at this time he raids Lin Chen, there may be a breakthrough fighter, but this is equivalent to leaving behind a disaster of pain. In this case, whoever moves first will suffer. The ancestor of the Wu family, sitting on the first floor of the holy prison, did not act easily, and the battle situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. The holy King Qianquan and the crowd were caught in a fight, while secretly observing, urging the secret technique to gain insight into the surroundings, while continuing to hide his strength. If you count the guys on the 19th floor, Jiang Taishu and Yu Dongxing are not there, the disaster of pain has not appeared, and the heavens and the embers have not appeared. Did you not come, or are you hiding? There is nothing to worry about in the afterlife, but other people are different. The other side. As expected by the holy King Qianquan, Lin Chen's body is responsible for the frontal bombardment and attracting attention. His phantom avatar has already brought Xiao Linger and another servant, and act fast. GK Kaitian sword. Lin Chen slashed through the huge space gate on the 5th floor with one sword. Xiao Linger opened a space passage in a blink of an eye, and quickly sneaked into the 6th floor. In the void passage, Lin Chen's clone spoke to Xiao Linger in a deep voice. Linger, how long will it take to reach the 16th floor? The other party has already discovered our intentions on the main body. Xiao Linger said, it will take 2/4 of an hour at the earliest, and you must not encounter a battle in the middle. It seems that this battle must be fought. Lin Chen's phantom clone released 3 clones again, the holy dragon appeared in the air, and the power of the dragon filled the space passage. This time, Lin Chen will go to the 16th floor and bring more helpers out. Now that his cultivation is not what it used to be, and his spiritual realm is about to turn into a primordial spirit, adding a group of servants will not be a problem at all. However, Lin Chen doesn't want everyone. This time, he specially brought the eyes of the sky, just to identify heroes from all walks of life. The ghostly eyes can see some of the karma and life of the saints of the same level or below. Those who are infected with the more evil fruits and evil spirits are the more vicious and vicious people. Going forward on the 16th floor, the cultivation base did not exceed the ghosts and sorrows, so he could screen to his heart's content. Anyone who does all kinds of evil, a treacherous and sinister villain, or a saint whose hands are stained with blood on a mountain of corpses, Lin Chen bird will not be a bird. Boom. With another sword, Lin Chen broke through to the 9th floor like a broken bamboo. His target this time is the powerhouse on the 16th and 14th floors. The powerhouses detained on the 3rd floor are basically powerhouses with rank 7 to 4. If you can bring it out, you will definitely be able to form a powerful enough force. What happened? The space door was cut off. The situation is not right, there are powerful invaders who have invaded to the next level. The moment the guards saw the space door was smashed, they immediately sent a sound transmission to the next floor. The space gate on the 12th floor of the holy prison. After discovering the intruder, all the prison guards gathered here for the first time. A total of 36 saints of rank 7 and above, and a dozen saints of 3rd rank, all returned after going out to explore the galaxy where the ruins of the God Emperor were located. Originally, their original plan was to go to the 16th floor. However, if the war starts on the 16th floor, they have no absolute certainty. To prevent the intruders from releasing other prisoners, so they must delay. The enemy on the 12th floor. This time we will be ashamed, remember, stop them at all costs. They are the ones who have nowhere to go. They dare to take the initiative to come to our holy prison. They are simply courting death. As long as they are dragged to death here, when the adults return, they will definitely be able to destroy them. The jade slips we opened the space door, pay attention, they may appear at some time. A group of strong prison guards just finished speaking. The voice just fell. Boom. 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 The towering space gate behind them was cut off with a bang, and everyone was stunned. What the hell is this weird sorcery? Their rank 7 and 8th rank cultivation bases did not even notice the spatial trajectory. This is like a ghost. Don't care whether they can see it or not, they must pass through the space gate and hit directly. An old antique with a rank 8 cultivation base shouted loudly, condensed the cultivation base and drew 3 claws in a row. The energy was vertical and horizontal, and the claws covered the stars and covered the moon. The other powerhouses responded extremely quickly, and immediately concentrated their attacks and rushed into the broken space door. The offensive sweeping the starry sky is of all shapes and sizes, flashing in the sky, and swarming fiercely from all directions. Gui Jianzhou, who was hiding in the void, stood up with a solemn expression. Such a terrifying offensive tide is enough to threaten the life of a rank 9 saint, and even a rank 9 peak saint has to deal with it with all his strength. Xiao Linger clasped her hands together, the silvery white space was dancing like a butterfly, and she looked like she was ready to shoot. Don't shoot, the speed will be slow, let me take care of him. I saw that Lin Chen's clone smiled confidently, standing directly behind the void passage, facing the super-fast offensive tide. Lin Chen slapped his palm in the air, and the 100,000-meter-long gray-white talisman covered the sky and the sun, blooming and exploding. The host uses 4,000 holy-level rune energy to activate the 8th level slow rune. When the gray-white talisman exploded, all the space froze and stopped, as if it were still. The space is so frozen that all the offensives have stopped. Almost at the same moment, the 4 avatars copied out the holy artifact, the Juyan sword, the frozen heaven sword, the Jiaxiaxing furious bow, and the 3 holy-level flying knives. Lin Chen's body cannot use holy power, but his clone can. The host consumes 1,600 talent points to activate the instant light and shadow talent. God's tears. Red flame burning arrow. Extreme Godspeed sword. Lotus dance. The fragments of the sword chi were like violent wind and rain, the sword light was like a tide, the lotus sword light that danced in the sky roared away, and the arrow light that burned the sky fell straight away, all divided into 5. Boom. 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 In the adjacent space channel, millions of miles of space have been blasted into faults, and the sky has been turned upside down. Lin Chen's move, combined with the slow rune's concentrated offensive, still hasn't stopped the attacks of many prison guards, but it has weakened 1/3 of its power. The Lord is getting stronger again. Xiao Linger and Gui Jianzhou had the same thought in their hearts. Compared with the previous time when the 9 great saints were singled out, the Master's cultivation level has not changed, but the power of the exercises has completely turned over several grades. Almost at the same moment, the holy dragon shining with golden light danced in the sky, the dragon tail swung, and when the dragon body rapidly enlarged, it released endless red golden dragon breath, wrapped around the dragon body, turned into a red glow, divine light protection. Tai Shi Shengguang. When the red golden divine light enveloped the holy dragon, the dragon body blocked, and all the offensives were bombarded. Boom! The space channel created by Xiao shook violently, and the offensive slowly dissipated. I saw that Lin Chen's holy dragon and clone were unscathed. When the clone retreated to the space channel, the holy dragon quickly rotated and was incorporated into the body. Gui Jianzhou's face was full of surprise and astonishment. He knew that the avatar of the Lord had his true cultivation, but this was too terrifying. In the previous one, under the premise of rushing to deal with it, he might not be able to get out of the way. Lin Chen's avatar grinned, strengthening the +16 Shenlong bloodline and strengthening the +17 cultivation technique are really awesome. They can force a wave of attacks, and they can also forcefully block a wave comparable to the great offensive of the rank 9 saints, unscathed. Refreshing. Just rush down at this speed. On the other side, the prison guards who were blocked from attacking were stunned and almost doubted their life. To block their offensive so easily, could it be that the opponent has a half-step Holy King level powerhouse? Damn, don't care who they are, catch up. The old antiques gave a cold drink, and they rushed into the giant space gate. With everyone at this moment. Brush. Another gray-white talisman that covered the stars and covered the moon shot up and exploded suddenly, catching them off guard. Their holy power and actions have all become particularly slow, and their reactions are slow. By the time some of them with the highest cultivation level broke free, 10 breaths had passed. Lin Chen's clone went straight down to the 16th floor. The 16th floor of the holy prison. The dead silence pervaded the entire 16th floor, dark, icy, and never sunny. Countless void islands were suspended, and a trail of star fragments floated around. Here, Lin Chen once turned it upside down, and more than half of the area was destroyed, resulting in a reduction in the number of cages placed. However, the powerhouses who have been imprisoned here have a bit of anger in their eyes, because in less than a year, they also regained a short-lived freedom, temporarily possessed holy power and resisted the holy prison. It was a re-experience of what it was like to be alive. Boom. Boom. The space door on the 16th floor collapsed in response. This loud noise shocked countless strong people. What's the matter, is it fighting again? Isn't it the same demon pretty boy from before? Hee, don't think too much, who can get into the holy prison twice? If he can enter the holy prison again to get here, he will be caught. If he can come, I will eat this cage on the spot. When the prisoners on the 16th floor were talking about. At this moment, a cheerful young voice came. Everyone, I came from the holy prison a year ago, the most handsome man in the holy world, Lin Chen. On a caged island, Lin Chen's avatar was transmitted in all directions. I pretended that the demon race that came in a year ago. I was in a hurry before and couldn't bring you guys to pretend to force you to fly. This time I have a showdown, and I'm here to take you away. However, as long as I only want guys with normal hearts, those with bad intentions and bloodthirsty, I will be honest. Those who follow me, hand over their lives and spirit to me, become my servants, and they can take you away from the Holy Land. Prison, return to the holy world. As soon as these words came out, the 16th floor was eerily quiet in an Instant. What? Who said just now that the cage will be eaten? Please start your performance. I do not know which man laughed. If you don't believe it, everyone is unwilling to believe it. However, the news of the holy world is closed, only they know that the one who mixed into the holy prison before is a demon. How did he know? Unless he is the devil of the year. There are still chasing soldiers behind. I have no time for you to think about whether you want to leave or stay here, and give me a letter of approval. Lin Chen shrugged, his eyes swept across the 16th floor. There were still many strong people. There are even a few rank 8 cultivation bases, but the injuries are too serious, and now they are at most in the realm of life and death, or the realm of the stars. Is it a human race? No wonder those guys on the 19th floor followed him away. Should we believe him, or is it a conspiracy of the demons? It's not like, this son is arrogant and upright, his spiritual power is very pure, and he has a taste of winning the realm of primordial spirits. Demons don't have any primordial spirits, this can't be faked. You said you were a human race, not a demon race, right? A hoarse voice came. Lin Chen looked at it. It was a one-armed man, covered in shackles, with messy hair, and although his eyes were cloudy, his edge was still there. Gui Jianchou moved the blue-yellow heavenly eyes between his brows, and at a glance, he understood the cause and effect and good and evil of this person's more or less contamination, and then immediately nodded to Lin Chen, indicating that there was no problem. Lin Chen smiled and said, "That's right, the human race, it's like a fake." The one-armed man's eyes flashed. "Then let me out, I'd like to follow you." Lin Chen immediately flicked his fingers, released his Jiusha seal, and directly engraved Zhou Tianxing in his mind. With Lin Chen's current spiritual realm, he is not afraid of their resistance. If they resist, they will suffer. Boom. The one-armed man engraved a new spiritual imprint in his mind, without any resistance. He communicated with Lin Chen's spiritual power in an instant. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a holy pill and a ring were shot at him. Then, Lin Chen's clone smiled and said, "Follow me, I won't treat you badly. Come out and make a scene with me, since the holy world is about to change, we will change this day." The one-armed man was shocked. He took the holy pill and knelt down on one knee. "Subordinate Mo Jiuchen, obey the master's orders." Gui Jianchou's eyes lit up. "Oh, did you single out an 8th-rank family, Mo Jiuchen, with an arm? Take me too. Since you are a human race, then I would like to serve you as the Lord." "Hey, little guy, let the old man out too." The old man slaughtered several noble families, and the coordinates of the secret treasures are still recorded. "Do you want? I would like to follow your excellency and take the lead in the charge. Regardless of my future. I just want to fight against the holy prison." Void cages sent requests one after another. Gui Jianchou stepped forward, and the blue-yellow sky eyes flashed with holy light, and began to screen, and screened out a lot of treacherous and cunning people and people who deceived the world. However, there are also a lot of people who are loyal and courageous. Chivalrous. Lin Chen didn't say a word, and at the same time, he untied the shackles of Jiu Shine for them. He pointed the Zhou Tian death seal into their spiritual consciousness with a backhand. Boom. Boom. Before Lin Chen released many people, a group of figures rushed towards the giant gate of space on the 16th floor. "It is you prison guards." Seeing that Lin Chen had actually released them, the leading old guards gnashed their teeth and drank coldly. "You can't let them take these criminals away. If you can't keep it, then kill all these criminals." You divide 10 people to withdraw, and kill all the criminals on the 15th floor. Immediately, 10 prison guards turned back the same way. They had already planned to burn with Lin Chen and Jade, and they did not plan to let him succeed. Lin Chen turned his eyes, and said coldly, "Jianshou, you and my clone are responsible for rescuing the remaining people. Linger, you and I are responsible for covering them and protecting them with your space technique, and my clone is responsible for catching up with the guy in front who returned to the 15th floor. Xiao Linger's space technique requires a cultivation level above the Kaitian realm to cultivate, and Lin Chen's cultivation level cannot cultivate her stunt." Boom. As soon as the sound transmission fell, Lin Chen's clone was filled with colorful holy light. The 5-color holy light continued to grow, and when it lingered around the whole body, Lin Chen's clone swept away in one step, and instantly turned into a bloody cloud of shadows all over the sky, 100,000 miles in a flash. What? Many of the old guards were startled, and they were dazzled by the blood light and cloud shadow passing over them. Flying moon fingers. Shattering heaven ninefolded palm. The ever-changing, all kinds of things. The terrifying offensive took shape and rolled away, crushing countless bloody after images. But a large number of blood light operations still shuttled through their positions very quickly, and everyone was horrified. This movement speed is too fast. Even a rank 7 or even rank 8 prison guard couldn't see through his movement trajectory, so he just hit it empty. Just because you also want to block this handsome avatar, it's still a long way off. Lin Chen's clone gave a wicked smile, and in a blink of an eye he caught up with the 10 prison guards who were heading to the 15th floor. He raised his sword and slashed angrily with the sacred speed open heaven sword, and the snow-white sword light that swirled the sharp sword light pierced the hole. Go. Fuck, why is this kid so fast? Is this the speed of the condensation realm? Quick, stop him. The prison guards were so frightened that they were in a cold sweat. What a monster speed. Boom. 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 The sword light slashed across, and it was divided into 5 parts. There was no edge and no break. All of a sudden, 5 prison guards were cut off by Lin Chen's sword, and the holy body disappeared. The remaining 5 are nothing more than rank 4 or rank 5 cultivation bases. Gritted their teeth and resisted. Now Lin Chen's cloud shadow and skylight is a genuine, enhanced +17. Strengthen +16 will have a 110% increase. Strengthen +17 is 150%. In other words, Lin Chen's current movement has increased by 670%. Blessing of Ambilight increases the same level of exercises by 50%, and the effect of Enhancement 17 more than doubles it. That is to say, the Ambilight exercise can provide a 3.35-fold increase for the orange level advanced and lower level exercises. On this basis, add 300% of the extreme spirit possession talent, that is to say, Lin Chen's movement speed has nearly increased by 13 times. If the world were to find out, they would be very frightened. 13 times the power of the orange level advanced exercises, this strength even surpassed the bloodline of Wu Pianju in the middle period of Wu Pianju. Sigh. The entrance to the space door on the 15th floor. Another sword slashed over, the cold air was so cold that it was frozen for thousands of miles, and the sword slashed 3 people in a row. In the end, no one could escape in front of Lin Chen's clone, not even killing a criminal. This holy prison looks unsightly, except that the lower 3 floors are the Main space to suppress the demon space, the rest can be demolished. A ray of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's avatar's eyes, the casting materials of the holy prison are no trivial matter, they have all been demolished and replaced with attribute values. At this time, the holy prison encounters enemies up and down, there are clones to save people, and there are a lot of holy kings fighting. Outside the holy prison. The location of the holy prison is not strictly within the 36 domains. At the junction of multiple domains such as the Heavenly Sanctuary and the Holy King's domain, this location is to deter the heroes and all forces. In the eastern part of the Heavenly Sanctuary, a towering attic towers straight into the sky. This place is the site of Qing Tian Pavilion, the 9th rank power of Heavenly Sanctuary. On the top floor, 3 figures stood with their hands behind their backs, and the heights were extremely cold. The first person suddenly sighed. Alas, the Genesis Alliance was born. It was originally expected that we had reached an agreement with the martial godchild. After joining the ceremony, we could quickly suppress the forces of all parties, take charge of the Heavenly Sanctuary, and become one of the big signs of the alliance. But there was a Lin Chen in the middle of it. The Dark Horse Club. The Dark Horse Club is really the #1 dark horse in the holy world. The person who sighs is the pavilion owner of Qing Tian Pavilion, the big man of the half-step Saint King. Pavilion Master, did we make a wrong choice? Lin Chen's son's team now has 3 great Saint Kings, 3 half-step Saint Kings under his command, a dozen Peerless Saints, and even Lin Chen himself is the most terrifying threat. At this stage, unless most of the 9-rank sects who joined the Genesis Alliance joined forces to encircle and suppress them, there is absolutely no possibility of winning them. The elder Taishan on the side said worriedly. And the next deputy pavilion master Xing Jiutian has lingering fears. Yeah. Pavilion owner, in that battle, Lin Chen's son's killing move was enough to threaten the Holy King. However, the pavilion master shook his head, his eyes surging with determination to sink the boat. There is no retreat at all. If you want to become a hegemony, you must bear the weight. In the face of Lin Chen's son, I must not retreat from the Qing Tian Pavilion. Boom. 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 The space explosion of Zuntian Hidi spread in all directions at a speed that was countless times faster than the speed of sound. Xing Jiutian, what's the situation? There is an enemy attack. Elder Taishang, no, it's the direction of the holy prison. Just listening, the boys' laughter resounded through the sky. The people of the holy prison are at this level. The entire Qing Tian Pavilion was shocked, and the 3 people on the top floor were even more stunned. When they looked through the void at a glance, there were dozens of figures crisscrossing the sky, and some battles directly overturned the sky. It was actually a melee in the Holy King realm. Among them, the figure with golden radiance swung dozens of punches in a row, shattering the space and disintegrating the stars. Endless blasts of air echoed in all directions, and every time a punch was thrown, several prison guards could be pushed back. The prison guard's offensive wave after wave was fierce and violent. When he bombarded the figure of the golden armor, he released a golden light and divine brilliance to resist. Pavilion Master Qing Tian was stunned. There is such a fierce person? This half-step Holy King didn't dare to ignore the attack, but he actually made a frontal attack, unscathed? Who is this golden figure? Even the current sect masters of the major 9th grade sects may not be able to do this. When he saw the face of the other party, Xing Jiutian was shocked and lost his voice. Lin Chen? The corner of the pavilion's mouth twitched. Is he Lin Chen? The elder Taisheng suddenly shivered. No, that's not right. That direction is the holy prison, as well as the holy king of ghosts, the holy king of Qiankuan, and the holy king of heaven. He was actually shot from the holy prison. Hiss. The corners of the three people's mouths twitched violently, and their eyelids twitched wildly. They were still figuring out where Lin Chen's team would go to retreat, and how many years would it take to cultivate to affect their layout, and that's what the hell happened. The most important thing is, what the hell is going on here? This kid was beaten from the holy prison? I just finished the Xinyan Palace single-handedly, and it is not enough to kill the 4 holy kings in a row. Is this going to the holy prison again? Why didn't he go to heaven? Is that human being? Can you do something human? Boom. A beam of golden light fist wind swept across the high sky of Qingtian Pavilion, shattering the void for 100,000 miles. When Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended, his eyes swept away and found the gazes of the 3 people in Qingtian Pavilion. A large number of offensives are overwhelming, covering the stars and covering the moon, bombarding from all angles. Lin Chen activated the additional feature of the God of War 5-piece suit, golden body of the God of War, and turned his back to the bombardment of all the powerhouses. Boom. 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 The endless offensive exploded one after another. Lin Chen turned his back to all the strong, and a real man never looked back at the explosion. While he resisted all the bombardment, he looked in the direction of Qingtian Pavilion and stared at the 3 of them. Oh? The people from Qingtian Pavilion? I heard that you are with Wu Pianju. Why, do you also want to join? The 3 of them stared blankly. The figure shone with golden light, standing upright like a god of war, propping up the world, and in all the attack whirlpools, they can still talk and laugh like an undefeated god of war. When he regained his senses, Pavilion Master Qingtian squeezed out an ugly smile and said with a smile, How could it be? The spirit of your excellency Lin Chen is someone my Pavilion admires. We absolutely don't want to be an enemy of your excellency. Lin Chen. The corners of the 2 people's mouths twitched wildly. Pavilion Master, what about your hegemonic ambitions? The Pavilion Master gave him a look. Man, you can bend and stretch. Lin Chen laughed loudly and said, That's easy to do. After I finish hammering this wave of holy prisons, I'll go to your Qingtian Pavilion for a late night snack. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen turned around and raised his hand and punched, blasting off many attacks and continuing to kill. The guards of the holy prison are calling out perverts. What kind of monster is this guy? Only Lin Chen can beat them. There is no time for them to beat Lin Chen, because it doesn't move at all. Why is he so tough? The most terrifying thing is that they can't beat Lin Chen, but Lin Chen beats them, but their skin is broken. This kid makes me do not know what secret method. As long as he is injured by him, the wound will get bigger and more serious. If you fight for a long time like this, they will die. Lin Chen's current pure power is the pinnacle of the half-step holy king's realm, not to mention his golden body of the god of war. Without the attack of the holy king's realm, he can't even break his defense. When they saw Lin Chen go away and did not approach them, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and the Pavilion Master's face was particularly ugly. The Pavilion Master sighed, This sun, too strong. Order to go down. Qingtian Pavilion will enter a state of defensive alert. The elder Taisheng said, Pavilion Master, the Genesis Alliance is looking for the traces of Lin Chen and others. Do you want to tell them? The Pavilion Master scolded directly. Damn, what do you think? Tell them. That won't let me take the lead in Qingtian Pavilion? Do you want to fight him? Elder Taisheng, it's the old man who made a blunder. The entire Qingtian Pavilion was on alert. Although the location of the holy prison was extremely far away, if the opponent hit them, they would not be able to bear it. The Pavilion Master looked down at his palm, trembling slightly. Is this scary? I felt fear when I met this kid for the first time. This is the sense of oppression that even the Holy King failed to give me. The Pavilion Master gritted his teeth. When he saw Lin Chen's demeanor with his own eyes, all his ambitions were broken. I can't even mention the fighting spirit. On the other side, Lin Chen's mind felt relieved when he didn't dare to act rashly when Qingtian Pavilion erected a barrier. Fortunately, Ben Shui bluffed them. It's really difficult to compete with these old monsters. You can see through your intentions every minute. Fortunately, this wave of God of War suits has successfully suppressed them. Lin Chen and Jiang Wan'er were on the left and right, even fighting and eliminating. From the balance of power at the beginning, it began to be fought by those who suppressed the holy prison. The current situation is to suppress the people in the holy prison. If another Qingtian Pavilion comes in, it will be a real chaos. Fortunately, Lin Chen frightened the people in Qingtian Pavilion. Boom! Two figures attacked aggressively. They were the two supreme elders of the Wu family, who had cultivated at the peak of rank 9. Lin Chen and Jiang Wan'er fought again, and the people from the holy prison cooperated with the two elders of the Wu family to hold Lin Chen firmly. Transfiguration. The host selects the designated target and activates the talent for shapeshifting, which consumes 1,000 talent points. Brush. Lin Chen's figure suddenly exchanged with one of the martial elders and appeared beside the second martial elder. This strange spatial orientation exchange, the Wu patriarch was dumbfounded. Lin Chen raised his hand to pack a punch. Boom! The defense of the Wu patriarch was broken. He vomited blood, was beaten into a state of unconsciousness, and fell into a state of coma, which is comparable to the punch of the half-step Holy King's Peak, which cost him half of his life. Jiang Wan'er suddenly said, "My lord." Lin Chen nodded, "I know." His eyes, ghostly, looked at the bottom of the first floor of the holy prison. This time, his goal was to recapture the sacred artifact of the previous servants, but even though his intentions had been seen through, Lin Chen still had his back. His body is a wave of feints, and the real highlight is on heaven and earth. Destruction and Avatar. Inside the first floor of the holy prison. Tear. A sharp blade slashed, and suddenly pierced a rank 9 saint who was guarding the treasure house, seriously injuring him. The 10 rank 9 saints guarding were horrified in an instant. It's the end of the sky. Be careful, their target is indeed our treasure house. Several rank 9 saints shouted angrily and released the holy power of all 99 holy acupoints, turning them into a tornado-like holy power storm, guarding the entrance to the secret realm of the treasure house. Laugh. 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 Two sharp beams pierced through the void, piercing the defenses of everyone. In the nick of time. OM. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Wu family flashed forward on the splendid martial god step, and smiled slightly at a place in the void. Since the disaster of pain does not appear, the old man will use the two of you first. Martial god cuts the palm of the sky. The ancestor of the Wu family shook it with a palm, but the ordinary palm. Squeezed the space inside and outside the holy prism like cotton. Eliminating the breath and hiding in the dark, the two of them were instantly dignified. They are top killers, and there will be some shortcomings in frontal combat. Not to mention the level of the ancestors of the Wu family. Get out of the way, I'll come. When the delicate and crisp voice sounded, the snowy arm as white as jade slammed into the sky, and the pink fist carried the aura of catastrophe in the world, and punched it violently. Boom! Boom! 2 mushroom clouds rose, and the aftermath of the violent shock shook the two people and several rank 9 saints into the air. It's Lin Chen gone. She, who had been hiding to the first floor of the holy prison, finally appeared. She can't let Tianjin Dinya be injured. These two are important personnel. Since she can't find the right time, she will personally come out to create the time. The peach clothes were fluttering. Lin Pingyan crossed his chest with his arms, took the homemade sunglasses that Lin Chen gave her, and shouted in a teaching tone. Are you the old ghost of the Wu family? The ancestor of the Wu family patted the dust on his shoulders and smiled sternly. Did it finally appear, the disaster of pain, this son of Lin Chen killed my elder Wu Weiyan of the Wu family, and your assistance must be indispensable. Let the old man come to the meeting today. You, Lin Pingyan, then see if you have the ability. The two are on the verge of breaking out. Ka ka ka. At this time, with a series of shattering sounds, the space barrier of the resource library has been ravaged by the aftermath of the melee of the 4 holy kings, and now it can no longer bear the aftermath of the collision of the 2 holy kings, and it has been directly cracked. Heaven and earth destruction waited for an opportunity and rushed over. However, the 9 rank 9 saints who were not injured stopped them both. However, what no one noticed was that an afterimage quietly sneaked into the entrance space channel of the resource library. The resource library is the treasure house secret realm on the first floor of the holy prison. There are tons of treasures inside. It's all from those holy prison criminals who ransack their homes. How many criminals are detained on the 19th floor of the holy prison? And their net worth has reached an unimaginable level. However, the treasures such as holy pills and pill recipes in the resource treasury have already been enriched by several holy kings. The rest are some precious and partial resources, or holy artifact. Resource treasure house, the first layer of secret realm. Lin Chen's avatar landed, and he smiled knowingly. Linger space secret is really easy to use, just in time to sneak in, and no one found it. That's right. Lin Chen's body is a pretense. Fong Ling and Lin Pingyan are also feints. Even the annihilation of heaven and earth is a pretense. Of course, it would be better if Tianjin Dinya could rush in. If he couldn't rush in, his clone of Lin Chen could also come in. If the clone is also discovered, Lin Chen has a 4th and a 5th hand. A lot of medicinal materials, and a lot of 6th grade and 7th grade holy mines. There are also a lot of space enchantments set up here. If you forcefully grab it, the enchantment will be closed and the treasure inside the enchantment will be self-destructed. It's an old method, but it's still useless in front of this commander. Lin Chen's avatar spread out his palm, and 10 space jade slips were suspended, transforming into pieces of silver-white butterflies. The silver-white butterflies danced like a hurricane, and when they passed the entire secret plane, all the space enchantments were lifted. Xiao Linger has seen the space barrier here, and has already researched and analyzed the method to break the barrier. Lin Chen is not afraid of not being Able to take the things here. Lin Chen's avatar opened the air and planted the capsule, and all who came were accepted. Wherever the clone passes, it is like a gust of wind sweeping leaves, like a drunkard entering the wine lane, drinking all the way to the end. I rub it, orange level alchemy handprint, orange level intermediate mental method. 10 volumes of 7th grade pill recipes? Ha ha ha. It's all this. Handsome, take it all away. The opening of the air transplanted capsule turned into a bottomless vortex, rolling up a whirlwind and taking away all the treasures. Lin Chen's clone rushed directly to the second floor of the treasury, which is divided into 3 floors. Avatar, it is impossible to work part-time. The other side. When the Holy King Chankuan and Shangguan Wudi and others were fighting, they shot out of the holy prison directly, and the corner of the eye kept sweeping the direction of the first floor of the holy prison. The disaster of pain has already appeared, and the annihilation of the sky and the earth has also been held back. Lin Chen should have no other back up. The Holy King of Chankuan is calculating everything about the current situation. Sir, it's not good. We missed on the 16th floor. Lin Chen took his clones and released 78 prisoners, plus the number of people on the 15th floor, a total of 150 people. At this time, several hurried voice transmissions and screams came from the holy mirror on the waist of the Holy King Chankuan. Obviously, the 16th floor was lost. The face of the Holy King Chankuan suddenly sank. He was about to activate his ultimate move when his eyes suddenly froze. No, the voice transmission just now said, how many clones? The demeanor of the Holy King of Chankuan has changed again. His eyes swept across the 3 of Lin Ping'an and Tianjin Dimiao like lightning. When the aura was running at an extreme speed, he looked at the entrance of the holy prison treasury. Fake and flickering? Could this kid say that he used a clone? The face of the Holy King Chankuan changed greatly. Most of the important treasures in the treasure house of resources, these holy kings have already taken away most of them, but only the top-level holy artifact still remains. A sacred artifact of rank 7 or above cannot be forced to recognize the master. For the Holy King, the 7th rank sacred artifact can be suppressed by strength, and the 7th rank sacred artifact of others can be used reluctantly, but the flexibility is far less than that of the sacred artifact. That has recognized the master himself. And the more advanced 8th rank, and even the 9th rank. If the master of the sacred artifact of the previous generation voluntarily passed it on to others, the Holy King could not use it forcibly. Since the creation of the holy prison, it has been looking for a way to reasonably utilize the value of these sacred artifacts, but it has not ended. If Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were allowed to retrieve the Jik sacred sword and the heavenly sword of destiny, with their current sacred king background, this king would not be able to stop them. Not to mention a special character like Xiaolinger, how much effort I spent in the holy prison to detain her back then. The King Chankuan's demeanor became completely gloomy, condensing a yin and yang acupuncture point to revolve around his body, and he used his defensive skills to block everyone's encirclement. For the servants on the 19th floor, the sacred artifact was detained on the 3rd floor of the treasury, with some exceptions, such as Jiang Taishu. Many of Jiang Taishu's fortune tellers were integrated with his holy acupoints. If he wanted to take it by force, he had to kill Jiang Taishu. Thinking that the cultivation of these people has reached a new level, if they are allowed to retrieve the holy artifact, the consequences will be disastrous. The Holy King Chankuan gritted his teeth, and uttered a cold voice. Transmission. The ancestors of the Wu family, it's time to show the sincerity of your Wu family's cooperation. If you are sincere enough, our holy prison will also take out the backhand that the gods left us, and we don't need to deal with them in the future or in the future. We are here now, and kill them all. The ancestors of the Wu family turned their offensive and fought with Lin Chen from time to time. Chen was surprised. Kill them here? Holy King Chen, there is no more suitable time than this. The three holy kings are fighting. All the prisoners on the 19th floor are all present. And they are still located on the first floor of the holy prison, plus the trump card of your martial god family. This is the best chance. The Holy King of Chen wakes up the ancestors of the Wu family with a single word. Now is indeed the best chance. Even if the other holy kings from the holy prison return after the event, they will take the initiative to encircle Lin Chen and others. Under the premise that the cards of the gods stranded in the first floor of the holy prison cannot be used. If you want to kill the three holy kings, you have to pay a price like blood. But now, they took the initiative to open the door, and the prohibition left by the gods on the first floor of the holy prison can still be activated. There is no better opportunity than this. All kinds of thoughts passed through the ancestors of the Wu family. If the old man is Lin Chen, the old man must be able to predict that the holy prison has the killers of the gods. Especially because their team has a character like Jiang Taishu, it's impossible not to know that the holy prison still has a backer, but this son still chooses to fight, that is to say, he has a corresponding trump card. The eyes of the ancestors of the Wu family flashed a deep killing intent. Is it enough to compete with the trump card of the first floor of the holy prison? He is really a terrible young man, but they are missing one thing. That is, my Wu family will also be the god of war. The trump card left for us is brought here. That's right. This is what the Holy King Chen wants to express. Lin Chen and his party, if they dare to fight, it means that they have the means to contend against the first floor of the holy prison. However, the arrival of the ancestors of the Wu family was not necessarily what they expected. And even if they expected it, they may not know that the ancestors of the Wu family will bring the ultimate move of the Wushan family. The family of the martial gods, plus the first floor of the holy prison, the two ultimate moves are simultaneously used. Can he, Lin Chen, be able to guard against the first move and the second move? As long as the true god is not in person today, Lin Chen and his party will surely die. Looks like it's time. If you can get rid of these guys in one go, it will be an explanation for the family of martial gods. The eyes of the ancestors of the Wu family became particularly fierce. On the other side, in the third floor of the treasure house, Lin Chen's avatar was dazzled, as if entering a dazzling and beautiful mine. All beautiful and splendid crystals condensed and formed. These crystals are purely condensed from holy energy. It is the handwriting of the Holy King. Every piece of crystal is sealed with a top-level holy artifact, or 8th rank, or even 9th rank. These holy power crystals are the power condensed by the Holy King to seal these holy artifacts. If they are forcibly opened from the outside, it will cause an explosion and damage the spirituality of these holy artifacts. As expected, Lin Chen's clone had a wicked smile on his face. If you can't get in from the outside, then you can't do it from the inside. The clone spread out his palm, and a scroll of jade slips appeared. When the jade slip was spread out, each drop of blood was engraved on it. The avatar activates the Zhou Tian death seal in the spiritual consciousness connecting the spiritual imprints of the servants one after another. First, the extreme sword and the heavenly sword of destiny come out. Lin Chen formed the seal, Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun's spiritual seal merged. With the blood essence on the jade slip, and after a cold drink, the two crystals with the purple-blue holy light circulating violently trembled. Boom! Boom! Clang! The edge splits the crystal from the inside and explodes into a sky full of energy aftermath. The two Peerless sacred artifacts flashed in an instant, slammed into the ground with a clanging sound, and a slightly throbbing holy light circulated, responding to Lin Chen's call. Although Lin Chen is not the master of the sacred artifact, he has the spiritual imprint and holy blood of his master's active will, and he can summon these sacred artifacts to break away. Once the sacred artifact has a master, its power far exceeds that of no master. This is the sword and knife of the 9th grade. Lin Chen stared blankly for a while. The Jeek sword was 8 feet long. Wrapped in purple clouds, carved with 3 sword flowers, the hilt was like 2 wings, the sword edge was green with yellow in the middle, and the edge was open to the sky. The heavenly sword of destiny, with an 8-foot blade, a dragon head handle. The blade handle swallowing clouds and mist, the blade is red with blue in the middle, sharp yet soft, as if a wisp of cloud and mist flowing through the blade can cut off the stars. These 2 holy weapons are stronger than Lin Chen's current frozen heaven sword and Jian sword. The real 9 products. If my sacred artifact has enough resources, it can also be promoted to the 9th rank. According to Jin Wuxia's original words, only when it reaches the 9th rank can it be possible to use the scales of the ancient dragons that are integrated into my few sacred artifacts. Lin Chen faintly looked forward to how strong his holy artifact would be in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen took away the 2 sacred artifacts and continued to stimulate the spiritual power of everyone in the Zhou Tian Dai seal. In this treasure trove of resources, all the 8th rank and 9th rank sacred artifacts were all taken away by Lin Chen. Huh? All the people on the 16th and 15th floors have been taken away, and they are evacuating here. Lin Chen's avatar's eyes lit up. He sensed the situation of the other avatars and smiled wickedly. It's time to slip away, return with a full load, and take away both the people and the holy artifact. Brush. The avatar in the resource treasury turned into a puff of smoke. Outside the 1st floor of the holy prison, Lin Chen was wearing the armor of the god of war, and when he punched the 2 elders of martial arts, he suddenly said with a sound transmission, "We should get out." All the servants smiled knowingly, listening to the master's tone. He succeeded again. He, do you want to run away? Suddenly, Saint King Qiankuan noticed the intentions of Lin Chen and others, and sneered, "You can't run alone today." Qiankuan Huowan, 3,000 barriers. The holy king of Qiankuan erupted into the sky, shaking the sky, turning into a 1,000-layered barrier, covering all the plains and spaces near the holy prison. If this 1,000-layered barrier is to be broken, even the holy king needs a certain amount of time. Holy King Qiankuan shouted, "Wu family, what are you waiting for?" Lin Chen, Fong Ling, Lang Fanyun and others immediately felt that something was wrong. They seemed to be brewing some killer move. The ancestor of the Wu family retreated violently and grinned when he withdrew from Lin Ping'an's attack range. "Today is your anniversary of death, pay for the life of the god's son and holy king of my Wu family." The ancestor of the Wu family suddenly opened the jade box that appeared out of thin air in his palm. In the jade box, the endless red glow lingers, and the blood is in full bloom. And a divine might rises into the sky. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Holy King domain, the Heavenly Holy Domain, the Sword Domain, and the Holy Land felt the arrival of a supreme divine might, and they felt lingering fears in their hearts. What happened? God is coming. Which true God is it? What pure divine might? That's the direction of the holy prison. The holy prison has changed. Many hidden world powerhouses, old antiques of the Holy King realm, have been born one after another, casting shocking eyes on the direction of the holy prison. Who is it that can push the holy prison to such an extent that even God has descended on the holy realm? Not only the holy realm, but even the dragon clan, demon clan, and powerhouses each sense the coming of this heaven-destroying divine might. At this moment, the faces of the strong men of all ethnic groups are particularly wonderful. Qing Tian Pavilion high in the sky. The elders and pavilion masters of Qing Tian Pavilion stared at the distant holy prison as if they had seen a ghost. A certain supreme elder suddenly lost his voice in shock. Yes, it's the divine might of the martial god. You can't go wrong. Back then, in the Bingsha galaxy, this old man was fortunate enough to have seen the divine might of the martial god. This is the pure divine might of the martial god. The pavilion master said in a trembling voice, so, did the god of war come in person? Didn't he go to the ruins of the god emperor? The Taisheng elder was terrified. There is nowhere to know, but there is no doubt that this pure divine might comes from the god of war. The divine might of the martial god appeared in the holy prison. Could it be that the martial god family and the holy prison joined forces? In this way, wouldn't Lin Chen and others be sure to die? When the 8 directions are terrified, the direction of the holy prison. On a gray and white continent, the moment the ancestor of the Wu family opened the jade box, the jade of divine blood in the jade box burst into the sky and burst into bloom. The divine might that shines brightly in the world is like a sun rising, shining in front of everyone. When the divine light shone on all the powerhouses, the king, as strong as the Holy King, also felt a suffocating oppression. In the center of the endless divine brilliance, a figure dressed in white came out. If a sun appears in the sky, the divine light covers the 9 heavens and 10 places, and I am the only one. The visitor stepped on the divine light to illuminate the sky, and he looked like a 25 or 6-year-old young man. Handsome. The man's pupils are like the stars of the universe, and there is a divine might that surpasses all creatures in the world between his eyebrows. As soon as this person appeared, he immediately became the center of this world. He is so extraordinary, like the creator of this world. At a glance, there is a kind of inferiority and trembling of ants facing the heavens and the universe. God. This is pure divine might. The invincible creator of the world, the true God. The god of war is above, bless my family. The ancestors of the Wu family were almost in tears. This holy king, who was equivalent to the chief elder of the Xinyan palace, knelt in the void. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The jade box he opened just now contains divine blood. This martial god is not a real god, but is transformed by the blood of God. But even if it's just an avatar of God's blood, it is countless times stronger than a saint. Holy in God, not a kind of creature at all. Wu Shen glanced at the people in the holy prison lightly. Is the holy prison? It's been a long time since I came. I didn't expect it to look like this. Wu Weiyang is dead, and my son Pianju also died at this son's hands, right? Then, the martial god clone received the voice transmission of the ancestor of the Wu family. As soon as his eyes turned, the divine might was rolling like a dragon, and the divine grace was as vast as the sun and the sky. Boom! 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 Xian's divine might was swept away, and everyone in Lin Chen's team fell from the sky, and the ley lines shattered. Fong Ling, Lang Fanyun and the others were directly overwhelmed by divine might. No. Be careful, my lord. We can still play, and it won't stop until the last minute. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and when they wanted to get up, the divine might swept in like a wave again and again, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't move. Even Lin Pingyan felt a splitting headache, clutching his temples and falling from the sky. If he was hit hard, his pretty face was full of pain. Wu Shen raised his brows. Oh? The disaster of pain, it's still a lot worse than the one from the previous era. Hiss. Everyone who was injured in the holy prison, and the 3 holy prison saint kings were stunned. This is it, Valkyrie. Even if it's just a clone transformed by divine blood, a ray of divine might. A look, it will suppress Lin Chen's supreme team. You don't even have to shoot. Boom. An invincible battle might, the might of the god of war that swept the heavens. And the world slowly rose, and it actually formed a rivalry with the god of war. One more person is not overwhelmed. It's Lin Chen. He stood in front of the crowd by himself, wearing a golden armor. The might of the god of war looked down on the world, and faced the clone of the god of war alone. Oh? You are the young man who killed Pianju? The god of war raised his eyebrows, and continued, you can actually resist the divine power of this seat, boy, your mentality is very strange, and the intensity of willpower is also the highest among mortals that this seat has ever seen. For the first time, Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulder armor and smiled sternly. If you came from the main body, I really might not be able to walk alive today. The next moment, Lin Chen's laughter overflowed with rage. But if it's just a clone, it's not qualified to kill me. I don't know what good things can be exploded by blowing up your god-blood clone. Boom. A battle intent rose to the sky, shrouded in divine brilliance, and the golden light shone directly at the avatar of the martial god. The pupils of the strong man in the holy prison shrank. This kid is going to challenge God. Break up this seat? The Valkyrie clone seems to have heard the biggest joke in the world, a saint ant dare to try to blow the god? This seat is really curious. What kind of courage and ability do you have to make you say this? The martial god clone was very interested, and looked at Lin Chen with a playful face. There was supreme majesty between his eyebrows, which belonged to the majesty of God and the absolute confidence of the true God. It was as if a giant suddenly found an ant under his feet one day, and threatened to blow himself up. He really wanted to see what trump cards this tiny mortal had. Only the always cautious, holy King Chankuan instantly became vigilant. Is he going to use any ultimate move? An ultimate move that is enough to force my holy prison. This kid looks confident and has the confidence to stand alone against the power of God. Even with such a weak cultivation base, to kill the 4 great sage kings and the Son of Heaven, his methods are unfathomable. If this is the case, the current lineup is not sure that it can kill them and let him succeed. The holy King Chankuan wished that the martial god clone immediately shot and killed Lin Chen, but he didn't dare. Although it is a holy king, ordering others to do it, ordering a true god's blood clone, isn't that courting death? Lin Chen, you won't have the chance to succeed. This king said that today is the day of your death. The holy king of Chankuan sneered, biting the blood on the tip of his tongue. And sealing it with holy blood. With the blood of this king, attract the will of my gods. 10 divine power talismans appeared on the top of the Chankuan holy king's head, and the terrifying divine power suppressed the universe, and the entire holy prison was shaking violently. 10 phantoms leaning on the sky and covering the earth, like the vast universe, are endless and vast enough to make one's heart palpitate, and even the avatar of the martial god is a little surprised. Are those guys from that year still alive? It's really wonderful to actually use this kind of killer move. Does this little holy king think this seed is not enough to suppress this sun? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, mortal Lin Chen, you are very interesting. The Valkyrie clone laughed. Lin Chen is wearing the golden armor of the god of war, with the golden light of the god of war on his body, like an undefeated god of war, who alone resists the vast and endless will of God. At this moment, the expressions of the old monsters in the 9th rank forces of the Holy Realm suddenly changed. This is the will of the gods. It was the gods who created the holy world back then, the creator of the holy world. Who awakened the will of the creators? Is the holy world in trouble? How can the will of the gods wake up? It's the direction of the holy prison. Just now, the divine power has descended on the holy prison, and now the will of the gods has appeared again. Could it be said that the demons have committed the crime? The will of the gods will represent the supreme power, and can judge any saint. Is the holy prison crazy? What happened there? The 4 holy kings have just fallen, and then the will of the gods and gods has come. Could it be that there is really an irreversible drastic change in the holy world? No. The old man felt the primordial spirit of the kid who challenged the Xinyan Palace a while ago. It's him? Lin Chen. My lord, I have just destroyed the 4 holy kings and a cloudy child. Why? Did this boy go to the holy prison again? He also forced the will of the gods out. The top powerhouses in the holy world, and even the hidden holy kings, all shook. Dare to challenge the holy prison one after another, through the ages. I am afraid that this son is the only one. The 15th floor of the holy prison. The space was shaky, and the faces of Xiaolinger and Gui Jianqiu were horrified. They felt 11 kinds of energy and power that could destroy the world. This kind of battle is the first time the two have seen in their lives. Even the other new servants on the 15th and 16th floors, more or less, felt the strong energy fluctuations, and they could penetrate through more than a dozen solid space planes. Everyone's vision is not low, and they are very clear that it is by no means the power that a saint or a saint king can possess. Gui Jian worried and said in a trembling voice, "What the hell did the Lord do up there?" 150 servants looked at Lin Chen's avatar in unison. I saw that the corners of the clone's mouth rose, revealing the body, and smiled sternly. I am here to challenge the gods. The pupils of the 150 new servants shrank, and they felt their hearts tremble. Challenge the gods. What kind of master did they follow? Looking at the smile of her master clone, Xiaolinger's heart trembled. Now is not the time to be surprised. Everyone listens, don't resist, I will bring you into the air transport capsule. Without saying a word, the clone opened the air transport capsule, like a vortex, and gradually incorporated all the servants into the air transport capsule. Superspace plane. Lin Chen's avatar escaped into the superspace plane. The other side. Outside the first floor of the holy prison. I saw 10 phantoms standing between the heavens and the earth. The phantoms are like 10,000 layers of bright moon hanging in the sky, or like the 5 elements of yin and yang, the avenue of divine light flowing in the void. Or like the divine wind whistling, tearing the sky. Or like the cold air, frozen thousands of miles. Each phantom has a unique vision, and each phantom represents the will of a true God. The will of 10 true gods. It's this sun, will you destroy my holy prison? A true gods will send out a vast divine sound that shook the void, and the Holy King of Qianquan reported all the recent events of the holy prison. The Holy King Qianquan shouted, I beg the gods to judge this sun. The will of the gods flashed strange eyes, looking at Lin Chen. The way of the mind is open to the profound, and it can resist the divine power like us. The state of mind is complete and the will is strong. Although the expansion and condensing points are sealed, they have an unheard of level. They are geniuses. It's just a little bit of expanding acupoints and condensing acupoints. It's not a god, it's just dust. You have the aura of that woman from the demon race, boy, who are you? The questioning of the gods, accompanied by the boundless power of the gods, suddenly suppressed Lin Chen. But he stands still. This made the gods look at Lin Chen with admiration again. At this time a phantom looked at the avatar of the god of war. Even you are here, Zhenwu. The battle with you that day is vivid in my mind. I never imagined that the backhand we left to future generations would actually allow us to meet again. The will of a god chuckled. The martial god clone smiled sternly and said, this kid is the prey of my martial family, you can watch the play next to you. Our victory or defeat will be left in the ruins of the god emperor and then divided. While the gods were talking, Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The host has launched the super space plane and has already included all the target characters. Pa. Dozens of beams of green space beams of light descended on the heavens and the earth, taking away all the servants of Lin Chen, including Fong Ling, Lang, Fan Yun and others, as well as Lin Pingon. Hey! A phantom of the will of God was surprised, the mysterious space technique can't feel any change in space. Where did it hide people? Lin Chen smiled sternly. The will of the gods and the blood of the gods of war, I just want you to get together. Ben Shui has always liked to be singled out, whether it's a group of people or a group of gods. In Lin Chen's system space, the light belonging to the Godhead and the idol suddenly flourished. The power of the Godhead and the idol is activated. Wearing the golden armor of the god of war, Lin Chen raised his hand and grasped the void, and the divine light as white as jade appeared from the sky. Lin Chen's qi and blood power and heavenly value attributes are rapidly decreasing. I saw a hexagonal crystal suspended above Lin Chen's head, and the divine power of the seal suddenly burst out. The power of the Godhead suddenly melted into Lin Chen's body in an instant. His qi and blood power was drained in an instant. Lin Chen's face was pale, and he held the sky with 5 fingers. Moo! An invincible roar of dominance and savagery echoed in the sky of the holy prison. The sky of the holy prison suddenly turned into darkness. No, it should be said that directly above the holy prison, there is a huge behemoth. It was too big to describe in words, and it directly covered the sky of the holy prison. The behemoth aimed at the bottom of the holy prison and suddenly crashed down. Boom! 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 Countless space barriers and defense restrictions were all crushed. At this moment, the demeanor of the Valkyrie clone changed slightly. The will of the gods is rarely shaken. The Saint King of the holy prison, the ancestors of the Wu family, and the others changed their faces even more. They feel a mortal threat. The fear from death suddenly entangled in my heart. Since becoming a holy king, this kind of fear has not appeared for too long. But this time for the real deal. As long as they are hit by the behemoth in the sky, even the body of the holy king will surely die. Quick, run away. Only to the will of the creators of the world. The Holy King of Chankuan, the Holy King of Ghosts, the Holy King of Heaven, and Image, and the ancestors of the Wu family retreated at the same time, leaving as if they were fleeing. The powerhouses in the extremely distant Qingtian pavilion are even more suffocating. What it is? My God, the old man has never seen such a thing in all the past and present. In China and abroad. Divine power, pure power. Is it something of a god? When all the powerhouses in Qingtian Pavilion released their perceptions, they could not perceive what this huge phantom behemoth was. No, to be precise, it's not that they can't perceive it, it's their perception range, which is too small. It's impossible to see the whole picture of this thing at all. Only the will of the true gods and the blood avatars of the gods of war can perceive that this thing is so huge that it has leveled most of the regions of any of the 36 regions. If you can visit the outside of the holy realm, you can witness an unparalleled evil that is like a galaxy billions of miles away. It was a long trunk of an idol shining with divine light. This long trunk of the idol has already spanned 2/3 of the distance of a domain. At this time it is facing the direction of the holy prison, and it is smashed down. The Valkyrie clone said in a rare shock, "Is this the pure power of the idol? Or the trunk of the idol? He actually has such a killer move." When the martial god clone turned his eyes, Lin Chen grinned with a pale face and politely stretched out a middle finger. Brush. When the light in the green space flickered, Lin Chen's figure disappeared directly, and he escaped into the superspace plane. When the system screen pops up, consumes 150,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points, consumes the host's chi and blood power, and starts to activate the power of Godhead and Idol. The most powerful ultimate move, Idol Godhead. Do you want to withdraw? It's too late. I wait for the withdrawal. The holy prison will have to be penetrated, the demons below will come out, and the 3 people just now can't escape. If this seat escapes, the Wu family will have to lose another holy king. Boom. Without giving too much time to the will of the gods and the avatars of the gods to react, the idol slammed down with a long nose. Magic mirror. The will of a god summons the divine mirror. The wind is coming. Another god's will pointed with his hand, and the divine wind spun like a blade, piercing the sky and tearing apart the galaxy. The top 10 true gods each show their magical powers, and they directly challenge the power of Lin Chen's idols. Martial arts reincarnation. The martial god clone spins a 9-color roulette in the palm of his hand, which is somewhat similar to Lin Chen's 9 tribulation stars, but the aura that destroys billions of planes is not at the same level as the 9 tribulation stars. Martial god clone smashed to the sky with a palm. Boom. Unprecedented violent hurricanes carry surfing waves, blowing up endless space. Debris, swept in the direction of sanctuary, holy king, sword and sword. If it weren't for the remote location of the holy prison, all the powerhouses in any domain, all ethnic civilizations, would have to perish and perish. This is by no means a level comparable to the holy king. The real power of fighting in the realm of the gods. Boom. 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 The proboscis of the idol is stirring the galaxy, crushing the universe, and crushing it down. Even if the will of the gods and the divine blood of the gods of war make their own shots, it will not help, and they cannot even stop the advance of the power of the gods. The power of the idols rolled in, and the space debris exploded in all directions, smashing all obstacles in one fell swoop. What? I'm waiting for my will, but I still can't stop one. What kind of idol is this? This generation of martial god will be broken by this kind of barbarian power. Boom. 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 The airflow collapsed and exploded, twisting the light into it, and the power of the idols crushed everything, even the will of the gods and the blood avatars of the gods of war were all blown up. The sky overturned, the continental plates cracked and exploded, endless lava, ocean waves, hurricane storms, space storms, all set off, rolling up all around. The entire holy world can more or less feel this terrifying shock. This blow directly shook the 36 domains of the holy realm. Boom. Boom. The quaint and profound holy prison tower was smashed, overturned, and crushed in one blow. What? My God, I read it right. Then, the holy prison, which represents the hegemony of the holy realm, was blown up. The powerhouses of the Qingtian Pavilion in the heavenly sanctuary were dumbfounded on the spot, and their scalps were numb. In their hearts, an unprecedented panic emerged. A chill went straight from the soles of the feet to the temples, and even the Tianling cover, and the whole body was hairy. The upper half of the entire holy prison was directly blown up. This is not a shock, this is a real shock. You must know that when the demon empress Luo Yaoer swept across the holy prison with a magic knife, she did not beat the holy prison to such an extent. Lin Chen just smashed it to pieces. This is not human at all. This motherfucker is already a handwriting that can only be achieved in the realm of the gods. When Qingtian Pavilion Master came back to his senses, the sky was full of madness, and he shouted hysterically. Quickly use the fastest speed to get the seat to the Genesis Alliance. His teeth chattered, and he said in horror. Qingtian Pavilion wants to permanently withdraw from the Genesis Alliance. No matter what the fucking covenant, if you withdraw, you will force Lousy to withdraw. This is a fart. Damn, even the god-blood avatar of the god of war and the will of the gods were crushed into nothingness. The holy prison was completely shattered, and it was against Lin Chen? Isn't that fucking long? If it is said that the Battle of Lin Chenji's Xinyan Palace awakened all the powerhouses in the holy world and caused waves, then this time the god's appearance will truly break the existing pattern of the holy realm. The existence that is enough to challenge the hegemony of multiple parties has appeared. In the past, the Genesis Alliance launched a change, and then there was Lin Chen's idol. Once those hidden families are born, they will have the heritage of not losing or even surpassing the holy prison. 36 areas of the holy realm, hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Some ancient aristocratic families and sects do not even have grades, except for very few people who know them. But it is even more terrifying than the 9-rank sect. The transformation of the Genesis Alliance is to cause chaos in the middle and lower levels of the holy realm, and the appearance of Lin Chen will cause chaos at the top level. In the superspace plane, Lin Chen's face was pale, his whole body was blue and white, and he was on the verge of falling, as if he could not stand even when he was suspended in the air. My lord, are you all right? The servants were worried. It's all right, I overdo it every day, I use too much force. Lin Chen reluctantly grinned. This feeling was like draining all the qi and blood from the whole body, dizzy, and the holy body as strong as. Lin Chen couldn't bear it. It's so painful. It feels like I'm dying. Lin Chen sucked in the air and looked at the system light screen. Godhead. Function, God Elephant Godhead Fragment. The cooling time has entered, and there are 365 days left until the next release. System, can you teleport everyone back to the location of my spiritual avatar? By superdimensional teleportation in the superspace plane. The system answers the host, no. The teleportation target is calculated based on the actual number. The original cultivation base of the target carried in. The host's air transport capsule is too strong, the number of people is too large, and the talent points are insufficient. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and released the holy dragon. When the Taishi divine light was activated, he forcibly opened the superspace plane and released the servants. When the servants returned to the outside world, they were completely dumbfounded. The wolf smoke billowed, the space storm roared, and the continental plates had already collapsed and crumbled. And the surrounding is full of shattered, void fragments floating in the vacuum as if penetrating the dimension. This is by no means the power that the Holy King can approach. When they looked at the holy prison under their feet, they gasped even more. The entire holy prison, the upper part was shattered. Long Jiushan shivered. These, are the Lord doing it? Shangguan Wudi was stunned. The god-blood clone of the martial god has completely disappeared. Jiang Wan'er's eyes trembled lightly. She covered her red lips with her hands and said in shock, my God, and the will of the gods of the holy prison, could it be that the Lord killed them with one move? Even Fong Ling opened his mouth wide. One move sunk the will of the gods and the holy prison. When all the servants looked at each other, their admiration for Lin Chen reached a new peak. What is the origin of this Lord? This is simply a godlike method. Isn't it the most outrageous thing to punch a holy king with one punch when the emotional Lord beats Xinyan Palace? When the servants were horrified, Lin Chen was not idle. He urged the holy dragon to frantically snatch the attribute light ball in the void, and took down the pure white attribute treasure chest floating in the void. This attribute treasure box is actually surrounded by a bit of divine power, which makes Lin Chen feel lingering fears. The will of the gods just now has no entity, only the attribute light ball. Did not drop the attribute treasure chest. Damn, it's a big loss. Only this attribute treasure chest should be the avatar of the Valkyrie. Lin Chen endured the pain all over his body, and when he opened the attribute treasure chest, a new hexagonal pure white spar suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine Godhead fragment, the power of idols. Lin Chen was excited and ecstatic, and he didn't even care about the massive attribute values he had obtained. The new Godhead fragments were pieced together. Lin Chen's idol, Godhead fragment, in addition to the jade white ivory and the strong and powerful elephant head and trunk, the first half of the elephant's legs and body were also added. Break up Wu Pianzhi's bloodline of the god of the gods to obtain the idol fragment, and now he has destroyed a drop of the god's blood of the god of war. To obtain the second part of the godlike fragment, this wave is not a loss. Lin Chen exploded Wu Pianzhi's divine blood and dropped the first fragment of the divine image and divine spark. And the god blood clone of the god of war, let him obtain the second part of the idol and the godhead. The power of the godhead, Lin Chen has already experienced it himself. This thing can be said to be the strongest killer other than the god of war. Set. Even under the premise that Lin Chen can't exert the true power of the god of war suit at this stage, the idol and the godhead are his strongest trump cards. As long as he didn't face the true god personally, Lin Chen could already walk sideways in the holy world. The 7 avatars are in a hurry to refine a huge amount of attribute values. And the holy dragon absorbs more than half of the holy level blood attribute values, and the power is soaring all the way. Lin Chen didn't care too much, and with a flick of his finger, the 2 air transport capsules were handed over to Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, and the sound transmission said, "These 2 air transport capsules contain your sacred artifact, remember." Before the spiritual voice transmission was finished, Lin Chen's eyes went black, and he fell down in the void. Lin Ping'an swept past and hugged the unconscious Lin Chen for the first time. The servants swarmed up, all worried. Long Jioshan's eyes narrowed, he understood Lin Chen's state, and immediately noticed the abnormality. Something's wrong. The Lord's qi and blood are too weak, and it is still weakening now. If this continues, it will affect his life. Maybe it has something to do with the ultimate move just now. We can't stop, and we must send him back to Yu Xingxing's side. The fragments of the godhead are still too heavy for Lin Chen. Clang! Clang! A sword roar echoed, and a sword roar turned into a dragon roar. Lang Fanyun held the Destiny Heavenly Sword in his hand, Fang Ling held the sword GK, and the 2 guarded Lin Chen on the left and the right. The 2 people, who have always been calm, showed a kind of mad brutality and fury for the first time in their expressions this time, and the 2 spoke in unison. Then escort the Lord back as quickly as possible. We will kill anyone who dares to stand in the way. With the holy artifact of fame back then, the strength of these 2 people has risen again. Even if the 4 holy kings stand in their way, they can desperately kill a way out for the master. Even if it is, bet your life. Xiao Linger nodded, made eye contact with Zi Qianqiu, waved her hand, and when the space channel appeared, a star palace formation rapidly rotated, opening up the space and turning into a rolling galaxy. When the star palace formation blesses the space channel, it pours into the space channel at a rapid speed, and evacuates with everyone. Until Lin Chen and others left. Very far away, heavenly sanctuary. The 3 holy kings and the ancestors of the martial family who fled to the holy king's domain looked back with lingering fears, trembling with fear. The holy ghost king said in a trembling voice, This kid actually controls the divine object. What exactly is that power?" Tianxiang Xingwang said, "It is pure divine power, and it is not something we can resist at all." Holy King Qiankuan gritted his teeth, "No matter what, we can't move this kid Lin Chen anymore." Boom! The ancestor of the Wu family was terrified and then furious. He grabbed the sleeve of the Holy King Qiankuan and said faintly, "Is this what you mean by sweeping the net? Damn, I was almost wiped out by him." Lin Chen was slashed in a random manner, and was run over by Jian Qingqing. Lin Shui was stunned. "My dear, it's unreasonable for this woman to be crazy. Asking and not talking, hitting and hard. This handsome did nothing to you. What are you doing to cut me? You are jealous of my handsomeness." Seeing this scene, Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan smiled and looked at each other. Lin Chen's flesh shell holy body is extraordinary. Ordinary swords can't hurt him in the slightest. The 6th grade holy artifact will cause him a few pains at most, and there will be no substantial damage. Ling Yueqi smiled, but said, "Sister Ruoyan, won't you go up to stop him? He was Injured after he challenged Xinyan Palace for you. Bai Ruoyan smiled like a flower, it's just a little lesson for him to be romantic. Teacher Ling is the one. Don't you feel bad for him? Ling Yueqi showed a beautiful smile and said slowly, it's natural for madam to tolerate her husband's little naughty, isn't it? This smile is like 1,000 flowers in full bloom, like the cold ice flowers on the top of the snow-capped mountain, suddenly blooming a little bit of spring, and even Qingwu was stunned for a while. With such a cool and stunning person showing such a smile, even a woman has to fall. Husband. Bai Ruoyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, and then smiled, then congratulations. To Sister Yueqi first. Bai Chanchan, I'm so uncomfortable. What happened to the two sisters? Fairy Crimson giggled and said, Nizi, this is still a bit far for you, eh? Woman's heart is a needle in the sea. Yi Qingwu's eyes lit up, and she even said to herself, fight, fight. Ning Qingxian helped her forehead. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen was slashed with thousands of swords, and finally let Miss Jian Qingchen calm down a little. Lin Dashui forced him to sit on the ground as if he was suspicious of life. I think my heart arsonist was in the holy world and I was cut thousands of swords by a beautiful woman. Who can tell me what happened? I didn't do anything to you. Jian Qingchen gritted his teeth lightly, his eyebrows were raised, and his beautiful eyes glared at him. Do you want to tell him that Lin Chen is unhappy because you have bad thoughts about other women in your dreams, even boys, so you are not interested in this lady? Doesn't that mean that the charm of her Jian Qingqing is not as good as Han Yiji's to him, Lin Chen? Humph. This lady will cut you if she wants to, it's better to cut you to death. Jian Qingqing left angrily. Lin Chen looked at the back of her leaving, and couldn't help but say, what did I do to make her so angry? Yi Qinggu patted him on the shoulder, half smiling, because of you, I didn't do anything. Lin Chen, so profound, little goblin, can you give me some more tips? Okay, the nonsense ends here. Everyone is waiting for you, our lord. Fairy Crimson was suddenly serious and continued, the current holy world has been completely messed up because of the Genesis Alliance, and the fact that you destroyed half of the holy prison is also known to everyone in the 9-rank sect, and a large number of strong people have been born just to guard against us. Well, what is your choice? Everyone is waiting. When talking about business, Lin Chen pondered for a moment seriously. Go, call everyone together. Bingxin Palace Main Hall. A full 212 servants gathered together. I have seen the Lord. The servants knelt down on one knee and greeted him respectfully. This month, during Lin Chen's recovery, the servants on the 16th and 15th floors have recovered 50% of their holy energy, and all their injuries have recovered. With Yu Xingxing, a big man who is about to become a 9th-rank holy pharmacist, treating them is completely a small problem. And when he really learned about Lin Chen's actions and achievements, none of the 150 servants who joined later were dissatisfied. They can be said to be really sincere worship to Lin Chen, no more words. A character who dares to challenge the 9-rank sect, kill the son of the martial god, and even overturn the holy prison, is more than enough to be their lord. Moreover, Lin Chen's actions seem to be out of order, but in fact the bottom line is still there. When he releases the criminals in the holy prison, he only releases the strong people who recruited their servants. There are many vicious people in the holy prison. If they are released and let them escape, it will be a disaster for one party and a big disaster. If Lin Chen releases other criminals, it will increase the burden of the holy prison. Which is obviously beneficial to himself, but he does not do it. If you want to break someone, you must first submit to your heart. The newly joined servants admired Lin Chen's character and actions with all. His heart and his emotions were extremely high, and there was no estrangement from other servants. All their arrogance and achievements are worthless in front of this lord. Lin Chen is straight to the point. Now the holy world will be in chaos. Since we have become the target of public criticism, the first task now is to protect ourselves, attack others, and accumulate strength. Lin Chen turned to Jiang Taishu. He immediately understood and stood up and reported. Recently, there have been 15 attempts by mathematicians to deduce our position, and the old man has blocked them all. You can rest assured to take action. As long as it is not the old man Wuji, the old man can guarantee that your actions will not be exposed in advance. Tianjin also came out and said seriously, the Genesis Alliance has been frantically looking for our information and whereabouts during this period of time. It has already checked Chiyu many times. Lord, have you killed their eyeliner? Very good. Lin Chen nodded, and continued, in that case, first cover your own retreat. He jokingly smiled and said, however, accumulating strength doesn't mean you have to be a tortoise. If the Genesis Alliance wants to do something, we will do it too. Let's mess with them together. First remove their eyeliner. Linger and Qianzhou are responsible for shifting positions at any time. My lord, we have to fight too. The servants on the 15th and 16th floor said excitedly. Lin Chen said with a smile, no hurry, wait for your holy power to recover. More than 70%, and some will fight for you. My lord. At this time, Xiao Linger's pretty face was full of worry. She stared into Lin Chen's eyes. The mortals who are suffering the most, the Genesis Alliance has already begun to purge mortals, and they even use bloodworm poison to poison mortals on a large scale. Their poison is very powerful, and it has already begun to be used in a large area of the Yellow Territory. If the sage's bloodline is not pure, it will be eroded to death by the poison and suffer to death. If there is a strong enough bloodline talent and physique, it can also be immune. Gu poison. Feng'er and the deceased senior have already negotiated the antidote, but Lin Feng'er, one of the servants on the 18th floor, with a rank 9 cultivation level, is one of the few poison masters in the holy world. If the material is sufficient, she can even refine the poison that threatens the holy king. This answer made Lin Chen ponder, one head and too big. Standing at the current height, any choice of Lin Chen is very important, and a decision will affect all living beings. Now the Genesis Alliance is in full swing and can resist their forces. They are all guarding each other or guarding him. Lin Chen. Detoxification and saving people are a small problem for the great powers present. The problem is that saving all these people will definitely reveal the position of the entire team. If not saved, mortals will die more and more. Lin Chen thought to himself, the Genesis Alliance is a complete annihilation of humanity, and it has also used the most brilliant methods. If there are mortals who have lost saints or other geniuses who can survive the poison, what are the consequences for these mortals? Genius, recruit or destroy. The Genesis Alliance did not knock down all mortals with one shot. For example, a mortal like Shenling Shuang, whose background is unknown but has the bloodline of the martial god, can survive the poison. Cases like Shenling Shuang abound in the vast world of the Holy Realm of course, the bloodline of the martial god is unique. But there are many people with similar experiences. But as soon as the poison comes out, whoever has the talent and who has the potential will be able to see at a glance, unless they are not in the holy world. They just want to identify the lost geniuses like Shenling Shuang, and then recruit them. If they can threaten them, they will draw over them and turn the other party into their own. Those who cannot be drawn will be completely destroyed. This is true class domination. If the Genesis Alliance succeeds, there will be no time when no race will bloom, and there will only be one Genesis Alliance in the Holy Realm. Right now, Lin Chen's Godhead fragments have to be dealt with before they recover. The Genesis Alliance has more than 10 ninth-grade sects, and there are many hidden powerhouses in secret to help, and it is greatly involved with the forces behind the 100 Saints. If a head-on battle is fought, Lin Chen's side can't fight the opponent at this stage unless there is another ultimate heavenly rebel, or the opponent's top battle strength is all gathered together, and the premise is that it can be done in one pot. Save someone. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a long time, and suddenly smiled. I am also a mortal. I don't need so many reasons to save mortals. If the position is exposed, get ready to fight guerrilla warfare. The crowd laughed heartily. This is their lord. From now on, the troops will be divided into multiple paths: rescue, cover, and all will be unified. If it is exposed, just follow the Lord's instructions and fight hard. Jiang Taishu gave orders to everyone. Suddenly, Lin Chen said with a smile, we may have another Holy King level combat power here. He looked at Long Jiushan and said with a playful smile, Jiushan, do you want to experience the sourness of becoming a body-refining Saint King? Long Jiushan was stunned, and almost jumped up with excitement. My lord, didn't you ask this knowingly, and dream about it? Lin Chen smiled playfully. I'm going to go to the Dragon Clan. What are you missing now? Say, I'll get it back for you. The God of War 5-piece suit is the strongest trump card that Lin Chen can use now. The basis for judging the strength of the God of War set is Lin Chen's flesh shell strength, followed by cultivation and spiritual strength. If you want to quickly increase your combat power, you can improve your body refining realm and increase your own body refining power, and the God of War suit can increase Lin Chen's combat power countless times faster. For this reason, Lin Chen needs to go to the Dragon Clan to find a new dragon bloodline and a breakthrough opportunity. That's right, he is another kind of divine dragon bloodline that he possesses. The ancient dragon of the universe. Long Jiushan woke up like a dream and exclaimed, what does the Lord mean? Are you going to the Shenlong Galaxy? The Shenlong Galaxy is the vast galaxy where the dragons fell back then. After the 9 clan wars, the Dragon Clan launched a general attack on the Zerg clan. The reason is very simple. During the great melee of the 9 clans, the Zerg sent a super powerful Zerg to the Dragon Clan, attacking the major dragon domains of the Dragon Clan, causing the Dragon Clan to almost go extinct. After the battle of the 9 clans, the Dragon Clan, whose vitality was severely damaged, did not hesitate to launch a general attack on the Zerg. That battle was the root cause of the demise of the Zerg. Unlike the dragons, the Zerg multiplied extremely fast. The higher the rank of the dragon bloodline, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring. Therefore, the 2 races are 2 extreme types. If the 9 races are dragged down after the war, the Zerg will be revived and it will be more difficult to deal with. The Zerg was crushed all the way and was finally destroyed in the Shenlong galaxy, but the Shenlong also paid a painful price, perishing 12 dragons and destroying 10 Zerg insect gods. And the Shenlong galaxy has turned into a turbid place because of the fall of Shenlong and the various insect gods. The dragon kings of all dynasties can only concentrate their efforts to tear open a hole and enter the exploration opportunity with the descendants of the dragon. Lin Chen paid attention to the news of the Shenlong ruins 3 years ago, and the time to open it is approaching recently. Before waiting for Long Jiushan to answer, Jiang Taishu said first, "My lord, do you want to repeat the old trick, incarnate as a holy dragon, disguise as a descendant of the dragon, and sneak into the ruins of the dragon? But that's not realistic. The divine dragon ruins will only allow the core divine dragon descendants of the dragon clan to enter. If the lord goes to the dragon clan with unknown origin, even if he has the blood of the divine dragon, the dragon clan will not let you in easily. We will have to wait until the next opening of the Shenlong ruins. The Shenlong ruins will only be entered by the descendants of the Shenlong, who are absolutely trusted." Lin Chen pretended to participate in the past, and the senior officials of the dragon clan would not let him in. Jiang Taishu couldn't guess Lin Chen's move. Lin Chen stretched his back and smiled casually. "Too virtual, you think too much all day long and make simple things complicated." Everyone was startled. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled like a child and smiled slightly. "What are you pretending to participate in the assessment in the past, now? This routine is outdated, I can just hit it directly." Jiang Taishu subconsciously exclaimed, "Forcibly rob?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, the dragon clan is not a holy prison, and it is not so sinful. Putting aside the grievances of various ethnic groups, from my personal standpoint, I would not directly grab it. I am talking about fighting, showing strength, and friendly cooperation." Jiang Taishu woke up like a dream and clapped his hands. "My lord, it's wonderful." Once finalized, Jiang Taishu made plans one after another. As for Lin Chen, he still needs to rest and recuperate. Using the idol Godhead, his mental consumption is also not small. Although the activation of the idol is mainly based on the qi and blood of the flesh, it needs enough mental power to withstand the power of the gods. It is like pulling a giant beast out to help one person. The key is to have the strength to pull the giant beast, and secondly, it is necessary to have the courage to stand in front of the giant beast. This boldness refers to Lin Chen's mental power. Frozen secret realm in the ice and snow valley. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, opened the qi transplantation bag, and 2 lotus flowers lingering with purple light swirled in front of his palms. This is the Yuanshan immortal lotus. It is really a magical thing in the world. Lin Chen raised his hand and flicked, the fairy lotus turned into a streamer entrance, and a pure energy of primordial spirit poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness. In Lin Chen's spiritual knowledge, the billions of galaxy-like spiritual forces have begun to transform. It is like a vast sea of stars, beginning to transform into a new universe. 3 days later. Boom! A new storm of primordial spirit swept through the space planes inside and outside the Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen's spiritual power has completely transformed into a primordial spirit. His spiritual perception has become more and more acute. At this time, Lin Chen's primordial spirit sea of consciousness underwent a whole new change. In the boundless primordial spirit sea of consciousness, there is a figure standing. It is Lin Chen. To be precise, it should be Lin Chen formed by the power of Yuanshan. If the transcendent spiritual realm is the vast galaxy, then the primordial. Spirit is the new universe. Yuanshan, come out. Lin Chen's eyebrows shot out a purple ray of light and turned into a human shape, just like Lin Chen's hair. This is my primordial spirit, completely different from the spiritual realm. Lin Chen was amazed. Before, when he didn't activate the God Killer, his instant mental speed could keep up with the rank 7 saint. Now it is comparable to the rank 9 saints and above. Without a few big moves, each clone has the peak combat power of rank 7, and the main body can catch up with the saint of rank 8 in a duel. The phantom clones are fighting together, and there are few rivals under the 9-turn saint. At this time, the Bing Tian secret realm suddenly closed, and Lin Chen was taken aback. I saw that in the ice and snow, the white dress was like a cloud of smoke, and the stunning fairy stood in a white dress and slowly came to Lin Chen. The thin white gauze skirt outlines a perfect arc, revealing condensed and snow-white skin, out of the world, graceful and graceful. The most beautiful angel in the sky fell into the earth. Not to mention men, even women are tempted to see it. Lin Chen stared blankly and opened his mouth slightly. If Sister Ruan, what do you want? At the moment when the ice flower bloomed, a divine flame rose into the sky. The red glow of the gods burned the sky, and Zi Qianzhou's hidden formation was activated immediately. Seeing this scene, the stronghold of Xinyan Palace in the distance of Bingxin Palace, all the true inheritors looked happy. The palace master has broken through. What a powerful power of divine flame, at least the palace master has broken through to the most holy state of mind, right? No, the divine flame is only high, and the palace master's cultivation has not yet broken through, but this is the magical effect of the eternal holy flame. The elders of Xinyan Palace were even more ecstatic and shocked. A pavilion, the people in the Shinji Pavilion are amazed. I have long heard that the eternal holy fire can recreate acupoint expansion and acupoint condensing multiples, but I never imagined that I would be fortunate enough to witness it today. The original state of the sacred state of mind remains unchanged, but it is possible to further improve the foundation of the acupoint. It is truly a god of heaven and earth. Jiang Taishu, the confidant of the Lord, is probably the only human race in the world to open his mouth to the eternal flame, and the height in the future may not be inferior to that of her man. The 3 people in Shinji Pavilion were amazed. Jiang Taishu stroked his beard and smiled. How could the Lord's woman be simple? In the secret realm of Ice Sky, Orange rank passive talent, the activation of double cultivation Acacia ends. The host obtained 1.4 billion holy level essence and 1322 holy level fire energy points. Lin Chen's attribute value is still soaring until now. The frozen lake ice light reflected Lin Chen's profile. The 2 beautiful and stunning fairies lay on the ice bed quietly, and fell into a state of cultivating. The current Lin Chen's cultivation base is not what it used to be, whether it is holy power, primordial spirit, flesh shell chi, and blood, he is far beyond ordinary saints. The talent of the double cultivation acacia of the orange level has brought too many benefits to the 2 girls. Lin Chen scratched his head and laughed. I've been shocked for a few days, and my mind is a little blurry. But luckily, the talents of the orange class are really strong, and the 3 of them have benefited a lot. Lin Chen looked around at his condition and attribute values, and couldn't help but smile. Destroy the will of the gods and the blood clone of the god of war, and my holy dragon has reached 99,000 powers. Lin Chen's holy level chi and blood attribute value has not been absorbed even. Now, and Lin Chen's holy dragon is still in a closed state, hitting the bottleneck of the last 100,000 power. Especially after killing the will of the gods, although I didn't get the attribute treasure chest, my accumulation of holy level essence has reached a perverted level. Using the previous accumulation, I can continue to seal the acupoints. Maybe my next continuous acupoint sealing will be far more than before. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and when he looked at his primordial spirit clone again, he saw the bright and beautiful bite marks all over his body. He almost laughed out loud, and took it back into his body. Sister Ruoyan really knows how to play, and Yuanshan doesn't let it go. It makes me a little bit at a loss this time. I have to make it up next time. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen had just left the Bingtian secret realm and walked into the Bingxin palace. He leaned against the wall with a beautiful and enchanting figure, and folded his arms around his chest. Holy body plus Yuanshan, Ji Bing and Ji Yan are really 4 times happy. Handsome Lin, why don't you continue? Lin Chen Chongyi Qinggu smiled and said, no way, Brother Chen has something to do. Is this goblin together? Yi Qingwu's eyes lit up. Do you want to do something again? Then go. Lin Chen, wait a minute. Konggu Yolan's elegant voice came, and Ning Qingxian came from the sky, like a spotless lotus fairy. With a gesture of her jade hand, Lin Chen put on the flowing robe of silver light, undressed and tied the belt for Lin Chen, and put on his star-chasing Tianqian robe again. Ning Qingxian gently arranged Lin Chen's sleeves and smiled quietly. Master Jin Wuxia has already repaired it for you. If you want to act, you need to wear it by your side. Lin Chen put on a brand new robe and looked even more handsome. Ning Qingxian smiled sweetly. Be careful on the road. Lin Chen was stunned, his eyes dazed. Suddenly, he hugged Ning Qingshuan's weak and boneless waist and held the fairy's jade hand with 5 fingers. Ning Qingxian was blushing. Lin Chen said solemnly, Qingxian, when I'm handsome and invincible, I will marry you and travel all over the starry sky. Ning Qingxian burst into a smile. Her youth was peerless. How can you say such a thing? Lin Chen sighed. I really don't know where so many things come from. When will I be able to flirt and brag with all the beauties, study the avenue of yin and yang, and talk about my ideals in life and my handsomeness? Ning Qingxian patted his shoulder, her eyes rolled, and she smiled sweetly. Well, I will wait for you. Yi Qinggu said with a smile but not a smile. I'm getting goosebumps. Because of the numbness, so come for a meaty crispy chicken. Lin Chen rolled her eyes. If you don't like it, don't look at it, I'm forcing you to only have super long chickens here. Yi Qinggu, Ning Qingshuan's delicate and beautiful cheeks showed a bit of shyness, and she pushed him away gently. It's getting late, you should go. Senior Ji Wuchen and the others have already gone to Zixia Wangu to pick them up. Dan Yu is over there. You need to go there yourself. It's another wave of pretense, so annoying. Lin Chen and Yi Qinggu stepped into the air, opened the space with one palm, and smiled sternly. Then go hammer a few Saint talent lists and play. 3 days later. In the pill domain, the holy pill city was filled with smoke. At this time, Danyu fell into a chaos that was rarely seen in a century. Ordinary forces, it is impossible to provoke the forces of Danyu. This is the place where the relationship network is maintained the deepest. The pharmacists wave their arms and can ask a lot of strong people to help. Not to mention, it is the power of specially trained pharmacists. The real powerhouse is gathered, but in a moment. However, this does not include the Genesis Alliance. The Genesis Alliance has drawn 1/3 of the high-level forces in Danyu in a cooperative way, and will forcibly suppress Danyu. With the power of the Genesis Alliance, he is not afraid of Danyu at all. The alchemist in the alchemy field occupies almost half of the holy world, and controlling the alchemy field is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the alchemist. So the Genesis Alliance has always wanted to suppress Danyu. If it was in the past, the 9th rank forces in Danyu would naturally not stand by and watch, but the problem is that the two major 9th rank forces in Danyu, one joined the Genesis Alliance, and the other remained silent and never made a statement. In the Holy Pill City, a group of alchemists were seriously injured and were surrounded and suppressed in the Holy Pill City. Countless young medicine refining talents roared unwillingly. Why, didn't the Holy Pill Society make a statement? If you want to see that, the elders of the pill domain will be shattered. Aren't you afraid of losing your lips and teeth? The Danshan family has become the lackeys of the Alliance. Could it be that even the Holy Pill Society has defected? Ordinary people are terrified. Among the besieged alchemists, there were members of the Presbyterian Church. And Song Ilian was among them. Her eyes shone with the light of a broken vessel, a kind of coldness that would rather be broken than broken. Clang! A sort of divine light traversed the sky of the Holy Pill City, cutting off countless buildings in the Holy Pill City. Everyone immediately fell silent, and a new strong man came to Xingdan City. Call out! Call out! Call out! Countless sword energy surged into the sky, traversing the sky of Xingdan City, turning into a stegosaurus. In the void, above the sword dragon, a figure slowly stepped on his back, carrying a green sword on his back. He is so extraordinary, so that as soon as he appeared, he became the protagonist of the world, and all the characters were eclipsed in front of him. All pharmacists' pupils shrank. The list of saints has actually come. The demeanor of the individual Almighty almost reveals the panic of despair. It's him, the sage list Wanjian Lang Jun, the extraordinary. Young Master Tsingyi chasing Buffon stepped on the stegosaurus. All swords were fired in unison, and the sword energy was soaring to the sky and shaking the sky. Clang! Zhu Buffon flicked his fingers, and the sky passed the extreme sword light, flashing like a jade. The sword light slashed across, and the alchemists who had roared and roared, their heads flew in an instant. Everyone is horrified. As strong as a group of open heaven realm powers, Yizhuan saints and other powerhouses, they were so scared that they even turned pale. Open heaven realm has such strength, and it is undoubtedly the list of saints. Even the saint talent list was born to deal with them in person. Wanjian Lang Jun spoke arrogantly. A bunch of rubbish, don't make a fuss. Today, the elders of Danyu will still be useful to us. If they fall, there is still a chance to become a part of Genesis. If you don't know how to promote everyone today, and even the forces behind you will die. He picked up the pot and drank, and the sake was drawn down from the corner of his mouth, and he sneered, between 10 breaths, those who don't make choices will die. Those who don't surrender will die. All pharmacists grit their teeth. This is clearly a rush to kill. Not only to kill them, but also to uproot the forces behind them, families, and sects. Genesis Alliance, what a ruthless means. Resolute and resolute, killing without him. This is the list of saints, and they don't even have time to hesitate to think. Even the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance, who came with them all felt a little nervous. Too ruthless, they also plan to coerce these alchemists into submission, and Zhu Buffon will directly force them to stand in line, or they will die if they don't stand in line. With such a kill, there are simply not many alchemists left. Several alchemists questioned and scolded. If you do this, are you not afraid of being condemned by the gods and judged by the gods? Could it be that the Saint Talents list can do whatever they want? Zhu Buffon sneered, I'm sorry, the list of saints can do whatever you want. You still have 3 breaths left. Seeing the 10 breaths pass, and when no one from the top of the presbytery made a statement. Very good, it seems that you all want to die. It's also convenient for me to do business, and if you kill it. Zhu Buffon got up from the back of the stegosaurus, drew his sword and unsheathed it, and the blade of the sword burst into a blue light that ripped apart the sky, like a blue moon hanging in the sky. The elders of the Presbyterian were shaken. The inheritance of the Presbyterian Church cannot be destroyed here. Elders, fight with him. Song Yilian of the Pil Domain Presbyterian Association stood up impressively. Her white teeth clenched her red lips, her palms released countless light, and 10,000 holy pills rose in the sky in an instant. It was somewhat similar to the vision of Wandan in the same sky when someone used his eyes to concoct alchemy that day. Song Yilian pinched the holy seal, the elders of the heaven-opening realm, and the elders of the elders clenched their teeth, the holy acupoints condensed. Holy energy, pushed with both hands, and urged the holy energy to be injected into 10,000 holy pills. Wandan Ju, broken. Song Yilian scolded coldly, Wandan's energy burned, releasing infinite holy power to form a ring, and it suddenly exploded. Looking for death. Zhu Buffon sneered, shaking the green sword in his hand. Pulling out a waning moon sword light, slashing and whistling away. Boom. 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 The energy of Wandan swayed back and forth, all of which were crushed and swallowed into nothingness by the sword light, and all the old antiques of the Presbyterian Church flew out. Song Yilian was injured by the aftermath of Jian Jin's impact, and her lips were bleeding and retreating, and her expression was shocked. This is the strength of the Saint Talent list. One sword defeated the senior members of the Pil Domain Presbyterian Council, the 12 late-stage Kaitian realm, consummate, and 2 first-rank saints. But they couldn't match the might of his sword. Weak, too weak. Even you rubbish dare to waste the time of this saint, all of them will die. Zhu Buffon stepped on the stegosaurus and roared, holding his sword and sending it forward. When he flashed in front of Song Yilian, he sneered, it's you who took the lead in resisting, right? Let's start with you first. Boom. Zhu Buffon holds the sword, slashes vertically in the air, and slashes violently with one sword. Everyone couldn't bear to see a scene where a core elder of the Presbyterian Church was about to die, and remorse flashed in their hearts. This is the price of resisting the Saint Talent list. Saints are both authoritative, and saints are the future of the holy world. They should be very clear about it. Resistance is dead. Although Song Yilian couldn't see the opponent's sword clearly, she felt the coldness before death. I didn't expect to die in this way. The medicine refining technique that the little guy left me has not yet fully learned. Song Yilian closed her eyes. Boom. Boom. The space was shattered by an inch, and an explosion resounded through the sky of Xingdan City. The coldness of death did not spread all over her body, but Song Yilian felt the warmth of her arms. The masculine and pure breath of the man made the beautiful woman open her eyes. The side face of the young Junyi had a cynical smile as always, with a sinister temperament, and he smiled casually. So angry, my friend. I saw that in the eyes of the public. Zhu Bufan's sword was stopped by the silver-robed boy with one finger, and his fingertips touched the sword's edge. Block it. The powerhouses and powers of countless Dan domains were stunned. One finger to block the extraordinary sword. Who is this person holy? Senior Song, it's not too late. Lin Chen smiled lightly and looked at the beautiful woman with a slightly startled expression in his arms. It's you, Lin Chen. Song Yilian's face was ecstatic. Where did the savage come from, dare to be a hero, and seek death? Chasing Bufan's anger, he pulled his sword, the tip of the sword was slashed. And the lotus blossomed, dancing like dragons and snakes. Senior, go to the side to drink tea and take a break, and give these guys to me. When Lin Chen nudged Song Yilian to a distant place with one palm, he grabbed the space with his 10 fingers, and when the pure power suddenly exploded, he pulled down suddenly. Boom. 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 Lin Chen pulled his fingers diagonally, and the sky of the entire holy pill city tilted down. The storm-like long river of sword energy was pulled and shattered horizontally. It scared countless strong people to the point where their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The entire space of the holy pill city was directly tilted by his palms. Not to mention the consummation of the open heaven realm, it is impossible for even a sage of rank 3 or 4 to achieve it. How terrifying is this child's pure power? Wait. Elder Ilian called him Lin Chen just now. Could it be that it's Lin Chen, who is the champion of heaven? My God, is this old man seeing a real person? He is Lin Chen, who singled out the 9th grade sect Xinyan Palace. The words caused 1,000 waves, and the exclamation of the Presbyterian council shocked the hearts of countless pharmacists. Lin Chen? Could it be Lin Chen, the one who slaughtered the 4 great sage kings, and one of the new era overlords of Xinyan Palace and Holy Prison? Alone, Lin Chen? It turned out that he came to Danyu to save the field. The space is tilted, and the wolf smoke billows. The space of Xingdan City was shaky, and it took a long time to recover. Since when everyone looked up at the sky and saw the back of the young man with silver light flowing, it was like a goddess, and everyone was shocked. The eyes of countless alchemists looked up, rekindling hope. This person is Lin Chen? Zhu Bufan's pupils shrank, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, and the blue light of the sword in his hand skyrocketed, growing even more sharp. Why is he here? Get out. Damn, how did you meet this evil spirit? The dozen or so rank 2 and rank 3 saints present were terrified, and when they fled in a panic. Lin Chen. This saint has long wanted to meet you. I want to see, what is so special about you that makes those 10 guys timid? Zhu Bufan does not retreat but advances, and kills with a sword. The arrogant sage list is really an unusual genius, and he has no plans to retreat. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said with a joking smile, this handsome man has temporarily sealed his cultivation base. It's a pity that I can't kill you today. If you're lucky, I'll give you an extra greeting. A huge gray-white talisman covers the stars and covers the moon, falling from the sky, and when it explodes, all spaces become stagnant and slow. The host consumes 5,100 holy level rune energy and activates the 8th level slowness rune. As soon as this unparalleled slow rune came out, the speed at which all the saints of the Genesis Alliance escaped from the void suddenly plummeted. Boom. Lin Chen's primordial spirit stirred up a force of primordial spirit, dancing like a long whip, sweeping across the sky. Boom. 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 All the members of the alliance who tried to escape were all overturned, and some of their spirits were shattered and perished on the spot. Pfft! Zhu Bufan vomited blood, the spirit of the extraordinary entering the holy. Perfection instantly became weak and painful, and there was even a sense of tearing apart from desire. I was attacked by him. This bastard is very clever, and if he fights again, there will be an accident. Zhu Bufan gritted his teeth and stared at the severe mental pain. 3 beams of colorful clouds flew from his wrist, and the streamer flew, turning into a halo that enveloped him. The colored holy light will be drawn into the vacuum in an instant, disappearing into the holy pill city in an instant, and even the spatial trajectory appears at a particularly distant location. Huh? Lin Chen was surprised. The means of escaping for the Saint talent list is not small. Forget it. In the state of the cave, some clones are still refining pills in the Bingshin Palace, and the Holy Dragon is still cultivating. It is not difficult to win a desperate saint with the pure power of the main body. Small. If the saint talent list is desperate, it will be difficult to win the opponent. Lin Chen was too lazy to chase Zhu Bufan, and his escape was more than 1 or 2 moves. If he chased after him, he could beat him to death, but he might not be able to kill him. However, Lin Chen's primordial spirit power has precisely hit his spiritual power, and also triggered the destruction fissure, presumably in the next days. The spirit of Zhu Bufan will be very sour and refreshing. Are these people from the Genesis Alliance? Lin Chen's eyes swept across the cold light, and he flicked his fingers, bursting out of pure power, turning into a dragon-shaped energy, and hissing into the void. Boom! 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 Lin Chen smashed the holy bodies of hundreds of Genesis Alliance powerhouses with a snap of his fingers, turning them into a sky-filled ball of light. For a moment, the holy pill city was particularly quiet. Everyone stared at Lin Chen's back in a daze, their mouths slightly opened, as if there were no words to describe this moment. In the past, those who were revered as powerful saints in the heaven opening realm, the most powerful people in the first and second ranks, were once the strongest realm of countless evildoers, geniuses, and longings, and the powerhouses who stood at the top of the pyramid of the holy realm. When witnessing these top powerhouses in Lin Chen's hands, they are like ants, crushed to death, crushing all powerhouses as soon as they appear. Even the legendary list of saints, that is regarded as the representative of the human race, but Lin Chen repelled the opponent as soon as he appeared. This is, singled out the man of the 9th grade sect. Countless women in Xingdan City have peach blossoms in their eyes, and their jade legs are tightly folded. This kind of man, in the holy world, ancient and modern, at home and abroad. Who can compare with him? Lin Chen looked at the countless pairs of fiery gazes in the city, coughed lightly, and said seriously, "Everyone, regarding your attention to the number 1 commander in the holy realm, you can pause for a while." Lin Chen decisively transmits the voice to everyone in the holy pill city. I'm here today for 2 things. First, I'm here to escort the Presbyterian Council to evacuate. Second, if there are alchemists and people in Danyu who want to rely on us, they can leave with the Presbyterian Council. Lin Chen said with a smile, if you don't have any ideas, you can leave by yourself. I won't force it, but I can't guarantee that there will be such a handsome and playable guy to save the game next time. The voice just fell. Boom. 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 2 silver-white space beams of light rose from the square of Xingdan City. I saw that the little demon empress, who was one of the 10 most beautiful People on the enchanting list, was lying on a phoenix chair with a soft waist. Sitting in front of the spatial beam of light, and said with a serious voice. Someone in the bastard Lin ran away with his sister-in-law. We have no choice but to save people and pay for the salary. Now join the Bingxin Palace, and the pharmacist can enjoy the benefits of lifelong safe shelter, and there will be no more misses. Lin Chen supported his forehead. This little goblin doesn't hurt him. Lin Chen for a day, and feels uncomfortable all over? Must be itchy skin. The 16th floor servants who have recovered to their great achievements stand between the space beams, maintaining the stability of the space passage, and can go straight to the strange realm. Even the ordinary people of Xingdan City can evacuate. It is up to everyone to stay. Little friend Lin Chen, Entong is rebuilt, the elders will never forget it. More than a dozen elders of the Presbyterian Church stepped into the air and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile, "Seniors, you are welcome. The Danyu Elder Council has helped me a lot. Hurry up and transfer the things of the Elder Council. This place is not safe." After the elders bowed their hands and saluted, "Hurry up." The old Xingyi giant and Song Ilian flashed from the sky. Song Ilian said with great surprise, "Lin Chen, you didn't use mental power just now. Could it be that you have entered the realm of Yuanshan? Then your alchemy skills have greatly improved." Lin Chen felt unbelievable to Song Ilian. This woman is still paying attention to her level of refining medicine. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "If Senior Song, you go to help clean up the Presbyterian Church's things now, I can consider getting some new medicine refining secrets later." Song Ilian's eyes flowed, and her eyes lit up immediately. "I go." After supporting Song Ilian, Lin Chen smiled and cupped his fists when he looked at the giant in Xingyi next to him. "Senior. Ha ha ha, little guy, leave for 3 days, treat me with admiration." The Xingyi giant laughed out loud when he saw that there was no air in Lin Chen's eyes. This is changing so fast. When he first met Lin Chen, he was still a little guy who didn't expand his acupoints, and he still had to do his best to face the holy state of mind. But at that time, he had already shown his edge, and he was already a figure who dared to challenge the Bani family, the Zhao family, and the 2 8th rank families. Today, he is the overlord who has defeated the 9-rank sect, destroyed the Holy King, and stood on the top of the Holy Realm. Unprecedented. This change is so fast. In the blink of an eye, everything seems to be yesterday. The Xingyi giant sighed, "It's rare in the world that you have such a talent against the sky, and you can still be arrogant or impetuous. This is the time. This old man has the most accurate vision. Little guy, let's move on." Lin Chen said with a smile, "Bingxin Palace has a lot of good wine and magic pills, waiting for Senior to visit." One old and one young looked at each other and smiled. The blue-clothed giant smiled and said, "Come on, this old man will introduce you." As soon as the words fell, the 4 old men stepped into the air and looked up and down at Lin Chen. The blue-clothed giant introduced, "These are the 4 elders of my Presbyterian Church. They usually take charge of the Presbyterian Church, and they are the pillars of my Presbyterian Church." Lin Chen clasped his fists, neither humble nor arrogant, and said with a smile, "Junior has seen 4 seniors." Lin Chen sensed that these 4 had the level of 8th grade pharmacists, second only to the close friend of Yu Xingxing. "You are Lin Chen?" "Yes, you have the courage of the old man when he was young. You old guy, don't put gold on your face. This little guy is countless times stronger than when we were young. What are you better than?" Haha, Lin Chen, you are very real, the old man likes it very much. 3 of the 4 elders had a good first impression of Lin Chen. Only the 4th elder, his face was thin, his eyes were hollow, and his voice was hoarse when he spoke. Little guy, you don't show up early or late, and you don't show up until my elders will encounter a crisis. Do you want to take advantage of the dangers of others and take the opportunity to welcome my elders and strengthen your team? As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere was very strange. Lin Chen suddenly turned into a villain who takes advantage of people's dangers. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "Senior is serious, the kid has just arrived, the elder will teach the kid and lead the way, this time is just to repay the favor. If the senior has any doubts, you can choose to leave at any time, the younger generation will never do the deeds of the Genesis Alliance." The 4th elder stared at him for a while, and suddenly revealed a smile. What a Lin Chen! Songyu Jia Tower. Clang! Snowflake-like blade light pierces the void, severing the first layer of space. Restrictions in the tower. Songyu Boundary Pagoda, since you had a certain accomplishment in opening up space planes, I will personally invite you on behalf of the Genesis Alliance. Don't be shameless. A wicked young man with a ghost-headed sword on his shoulder grinned. Behind him, there are several handsome men and beauties of the same age, with outstanding temperament, such as dragons and phoenixes, and countless natural talents. There are dozens of 9th-level saints in the void all around, releasing the pressure of the Kaitian realm, shocking the tower. Cut off all the escape routes of everyone in the tower, and if you don't agree today, you will die. When the saint in the world tower was suspended in the void, he said with lingering fears. One knife broke the defense outside the tower, such a ferocious knife. What a domineering lethal power, and he even holds a 7th-grade knife weapon. He is young and has already cultivated the sacred state of mind. Such a number 1 person has no other name on the enchanting list, which is unheard of. No. The old Shen, who was dressed in blue, held his hands behind his back and stepped into the air with a solemn expression on his face. He belongs to the class of hidden evildoers. There are countless strong men in the holy world. Some peerless powerhouses do not lack the resources to cultivate younger generations, but they lack more difficult tempering, so that their rising stars will not be included in the evildoers list, and they will grow savagely. The number of hidden evildoers who have grown up in this way may be only 1/3 or 1/4 of the evildoer list, but each of them is not inferior to the super evildoers on the evildoer list. The old Shen's eyes were deep and bright, as transparent as a mirror. The Genesis Alliance has actually pulled in the people who are hidden from the world. This game has been planned for a long time, and it has done a great job. All members of the Jia Tower obey the order. We only have the souls who died in battle, and there are no ghosts who surrender. The old Shen shouted with thunder, and hundreds of saints flashed out of the towering tower. The evil young man licked the ghost-headed sword in his hand and sneered, "It seems that they are trying to find death, come on." Boom. A sonic boom rolled, it was terrifyingly fast, and many strong people were horrified. How could this guy's knife be so fast? Boom. When the explosion exploded, the evil boy exploded in the air. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Did the knife cut him? I saw the hidden evildoers who were still dazed before, but now they are full of horror and retreat. A light and gentle smile echoed in the sky. Old Shen, is Jia Ta still in trouble? Old Shen was startled. What is this voice? A handsome and elegant silver-robed figure walked slowly in the void. Behind him was a group of saints with extremely strong cultivation, releasing the holy might to suppress the sky. The leading boy laughed jokingly. The minions of the Genesis Alliance are really fast. Have they penetrated Sangyu? His appearance made the faces of all the powerhouses of the Genesis Alliance horrified. His portrait, but all the sects in the Alliance, is the most important object of vigilance. Lin Chen? This guy actually came to Sangyu? No, hurry up. All the Alliance powerhouses showed their magical powers and hurriedly used their means of escape. Even the hidden demons fled wildly as if they had seen a ghost. They may be able to be pretentious in front of others, but in front of Lin Chen, they are not even a fart. This person is already a level above the strongest in their clan, or even more. Come when you want, leave when you want? How can there be such a good thing? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and the impact of the primordial spirit between the eyebrows swept like a hurricane, as if opening a big net to instantly restrain all the fleeing powerhouses. When the power of the primordial spirit lingering around Zixia bound all the powerhouses, even the people in the tower were stunned. The realm of Yuanshan? What a pure power of the primordial spirit, suppressing them without even taking a shot. With such a handwriting, no one doubts whether Lin Chen's legend is false. Lin Chen turned his hands and patted it, and the pure power turned into a rolling dragon energy, which shattered the sacred bodies of all the hidden monsters and alliance powerhouses, and turned them into a bunch of attribute light balls. The world inside and outside the tower fell into silence for a moment. This kind of impact is really not ordinary strong. When Lin Chen set foot here, he was just a young man who participated in the selection competition for the enchanting list, but now he is a character who instantly kills the saint ninefold. Seeing and hearing legends with your own eyes are always two feelings. Old Shen, the kindness of helping each other back then is unforgettable. This time, I came here to invite everyone from the Jia Tower to Bingxin Palace for tea, and you can leave at any time if you want. How about it? Lin Chen smiled casually. Old Shen laughed proudly and gave him a thumbs up. Little guy, 1,000 miles in a day is not enough to describe the speed of your progress by January 10th, 000. The old man believes that the list of saints will be completely changed because of you. Shen Lao turned around and said to the elders, everyone, get ready to remove the tower, let's go to Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen looked at the dozen servants beside him and said with a smile, go. And help too. The servants are responsible for arranging the formation, and Lin Chen is responsible for taking away the attribute light ball. Even in the open sky, the attribute value dropped is quite rich for Lin Chen. The next day, when the Jia Tower was completely arranged in the space formation, everyone entered the formation, and when they were about to leave, seeing Lin Chen's inaction, Shen Lao asked suspiciously, little guy, don't you leave with us? Lin Chen smiled and said, no, I'm just a clone, you go first. The elders of the Jia Tower twitched at the corners of their mouths. Such unfathomable strength is actually just a clone. Boom. The star palaces are all over, the sky is flashing with a hexagonal star, the ceiling is falling, and when the silver-white space beam is in full bloom, the entire tower of the behemoth disappears. Xuanyu, Xianyang Holy City. The sky rolled with blood waves, slowly passing through the city. When countless ordinary cultivators encountered the blood-colored fog, their fighting spirit and bloodline gradually withered, and their demeanor changed drastically. Even if it is the Emperor of War, he can hide in one place, but nowhere. Countless blood-colored mists turned into waves, covering a 1,000,000 mile radius and advancing in parallel. Wherever he passed, there was nothing but a pain and mourning echoing in the sky. The dense blood surge was actually countless tiny goo worms. These goo worms are only 1% the size of a hair, and they are very mysterious. They will avoid the location of the saints and attack mortals. Sigh. Boom. Multiple groups of holy flames spread across the sky, burning the massive blood-colored fog tide into a sea of majestic flames. How cruel, this is the Genesis Alliance. In the void, when the three beautiful women of the country stepped into the air, their expressions were full of sadness and anger. If young Master Lin Chen has not defeated Wu Pianju, our Xinyan Palace will become one of the leaders of this disaster. They want to wipe out mortals, monopolize luck, control most of the holy world, and become a new hegemon. It's really inhumane and inhuman. The three girls looked at each other. If there is no Lin Chen to defeat Wu Pianju, destroy the Presbyterian Council, and change the position of Xinyan Palace, perhaps Xinyan Palace will be one of the culprits of this world-destroying catastrophe. When the green jade palms of the three women were spread out, a mass of red jade liquid rose up, burning agile holy power, pure as flawless water, and contained the power of purification. Boom. 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 The three Xinyan Palace, true inheritances, slapped their palms in the air, and three groups of red jade liquid burst open, like clouds and smoke spreading over all areas, and red raindrops fell in a very short time. For the mortals who were affected by the fog tide, when the raindrops fell, the tearing sensation of the blood and meridians gradually disappeared, and the poison began to be lifted. After the completion, the three sacred realms of Xinyan Palace continued to move forward, daring not to neglect or delay in the slightest. This time, with the joint operation led by Bingxin Palace and Xinyan Palace, they want to remove the goo poison that is raging in various regions at this stage, and prevent the Genesis Alliance from exterminating all living beings. Using goo poison to select mortals and destroy mortals is more efficient and selects potential stocks in the future than sages directly dispatching large scale mortals to destroy mortals. Who is it? He can solve my alliance's poison. The situation doesn't seem to be right, it seems to be three powerhouses with the perfection level of life and death. Be careful, the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Very far away, on the top of a mountain, the two saints opened their eyes with sharp eyes. You are really not human. A silver robe appeared on the top of the mountain like a ghost, and the two saints were shocked when they saw his true face. Lin Chen? Tear. Lin Chen's avatar randomly popped a finger through the Shuangxing, but did not take their lives. Shuangxing vomited blood and looked horrified. How did they encounter this? Plague God. Lin Chen held their heads, his eyes were stern, and he said coldly, "Today, I will spare you a dog's life for the time being, and I will give you a task to collect all the guys and locations who control the poison, and hand them over to the nearby Lingtian sect. Otherwise, I will let you both survive and die." Yes, yes. Your Excellency Lin Chen spares your life, we are just doing things for the boss. We must complete this for you, please be merciful. Shuangxing was lifted by Lin Chen like a chicken, and his whole body was trembling. They did not doubt how strong this man who caused the alliances alarm was. Roll. Lin Chen threw them aside. Although he really wanted to kill these two dehumanizing guys, Lin Chen still needed them. Mother, don't leave you ere. What did we do to cause this natural disaster and man-made disaster? God, please save your people. The Yuanshan of Lin Chen's clone has a very wide range of perception, and countless mortals' mourning and screams flooded into his mind. With even more sternness in his eyes, Lin Chen's clone sighed. It seems that the process of going to the dragon race is going to speed up. Right now, under the premise that Lin Chen doesn't have the ultimate heavenly rebel and godhead fragments, the only thing he can compete with the Holy King is the God Killer talent and the 5-piece God of War set. His body training foundation is not enough to support himself to obtain the power comparable to the Holy King from the God of War set, unless he uses the talent of Godslayer. But God Killer will have a cooldown after using it once, and Lin Chen can only use it as a killer, so now he must improve his body refining realm. Only if he really has the means to fight against the Holy King himself can he fight against the Genesis Alliance. 5 days later. Chiyu, the location of Bingxin Palace. The fog is entangled, and the formation is fully opened. This is a maze prepared by Zi Qianzhou, and even the background of the saint may not be able to discover this place. In addition, Jiang Taishu was covering up the secret, so the Genesis Alliance could not find it in a short time. Not only Chiyu, there are still many areas that the Genesis Alliance needs to suppress. I didn't expect that Lin Chen and others did not leave Chiyu for a while, but made it their base camp. Lin Chen is not worried about everyone for the time being. In the current team, when the servants retrieved the holy artifact, their combat power and ability have skyrocketed by 1 or 2 grades. There are 3 holy kings in the front, 2 half-step holy kings and more. Then a dozen rank 9 peaks, plus a Xinyan palace. Even if the 6 holy kings came, they would not be able to eat his team. The Genesis Alliance is busy clearing out various domains, and the 6 holy king-level combat power cannot be dispatched lightly. On an island, the waves are rough and the waves are surging. 3 dragon-shaped formations rose from the sea, and Zi Qianzhou personally controlled the formations. Xiao Linger's palace dress is snow white, as beautiful as a fairy, with green jade fingers embellishing the void, and a half-moon-shaped space channel shows the void. And Lin Chen stood on the island directly below, wearing a star-chasing robe. Wearing a flying knife on the left, a sword on the right, carrying a Jiaxiexing anger bow, and a demon-slaughtering gun, which can be described as fully armed. My lord, are you ready? Lin Chen smiled casually. When you're ready, you can turn it on at any time. The farther the space channel is, the greater the space pressure will be. This is also some ultra-long-distance space channels that only saints can carry. The mortal body, entering the space passage, without the protection of the holy force, will have to be torn apart. This time, Zi Qianzhou and Xiao Linger have opened up an unprecedented space channel that spans more than a dozen domains. Although Lin Chen has the talent of a godslayer, and if he kills directly to the base camp of the Genesis Alliance, he can best take advantage of the talent of the godslayer. But it's not enough to kill the bright side of the Genesis Alliance. Their roots lie in the 9th-rank forces of the major alliances. The duration of the godslayer talent is limited, and they can't insist on letting Lin Chen beat all the 9th-rank sects one by one. In other words, a battle cannot solve the Genesis Alliance. And God Killer can only be used once in a short period of time, and Lin Chen can't use it easily. If you want to use it, let it explode with the strongest power when you need it most. Turn on. Zi Qianzhou gave a cold drink. Xiaolingeria danced her hands, and the silver-white butterflies fluttered and revolved around the Star Palace formation. The half-moon-shaped space channel in front of me expands in an instant. Lord. The two of them made a sound, and Lin Chen laughed lightly and jumped. Lin Chen's voice echoed when he left, "The team will be handed over to you for the time being. If something happens, transfer it immediately. It's just right to fight the enemy in a guerrilla war." Brush. Lin Chen disappeared, and the space channel was sealed. However, the faces of the two who stayed here were particularly solemn. "I have to say that only their lord can do this plan." Zi Qianqiu smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't for witnessing so many miracles for the Lord, I would even suspect that he would have lost his mind." Xiao Linger said helplessly, "My lord will never act according to our ideas. Being able to keep up with his rhythm is the limit." The space passage that the two of them jointly opened up recently is one of the space coordinates left by Xiao Linger when she entered an ancient dragon temple by chance. This spatial orientation will lead directly to the ancient dragon race. That is to say, once Lin Chen reaches the end point from the space passage, he will directly drop into the dragon realm of the ancient dragon clan. What is this concept? The dragon realm is a galaxy controlled by the ancient dragon clan, and it is the site where the major dragon kings and dragon gods in history occupy. Every dragon king is comparable to the holy king of the human race. Moreover, the dragons are born with strong dragons and are extremely difficult to kill. There are dozens of known groups of the ancient dragons alone. That is the place where the most prosperous and powerful people of the dragon clan gather today. Imagine being besieged by a group of ancient giant dragons. The holy king must die. The great saint kings, who are stronger than today's human race, do not dare to go deep into the dragon world alone. But their lord had to go alone and go straight to the base camp of the dragon clan. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is simply suicide. A human race in the congealing realm dare to go to the sites of the major dragon kings of the ancient dragon clan? This kind of behavior is equivalent to provoking the majesty of the ancient dragon clan and even the entire dragon world. To be realistic, if a human race breaks into someone else's territory, it is equivalent to declaring war on the dragon race. Think you didn't die fast enough? Lin Chen, touch me? If it doesn't exist, if you touch me, it will explode. A God-killer backhand will double up and make a fortune. How prolific is Long? And how bold is Chen? The ancient dragon clan, your handsome is back. The Holy Kingdom, the headquarters of the Genesis Alliance. What, are you going to quit? What a joke, are you Qingtiang looking down on us? I'm doing your grandma, believe it or not, I will bring someone to your Qingtian Pavilion tomorrow. In the headquarters hall, a group of saints burst into anger, and several saints had visions bursting, murderous and awe-inspiring, like angry beasts about to explode. Right now, the Genesis Alliance is the most critical moment to advance the plan, and the Heavenly Sanctuary has not yet achieved complete suppression. And Qingtian Pavilion is the top force in the Heavenly Sanctuary. If they withdraw, it will be very detrimental to the Alliance's plan, and at least 20% of the progress will be delayed. The master of Qingtian Pavilion said indifferently, "Little babies, when this seat was on the list of saints, you were still wearing crotch pants and wanted to threaten this seat, but you were still a little tender. I repeat, we Qingtian Pavilion, everyone quits." After all, his half-step Holy King's cultivation base was released faintly, quelling these holy talents. Xingwei is like 1,000 layers of bright moons sinking into Jiangxue. Standing upright, 10 rounds of holy light giant will rise behind the pavilion master, 10 completely different holy forces condense, and all the angry holy talents are pushed back. The hurricane swept through the hall, and only the pavilion owner sitting in the hall had a kind of courage to suppress the ancients. Well. At this time, the man behind the screen in the main hall smiled lightly. Why should the pavilion rush to leave? What can't you sit down and talk about? Or is the price you offered to our alliance not enough? It's all negotiable. Right now, my alliance is going to focus on taking over the Heavenly Sanctuary. Does this move by the pavilion master violate my alliance contract? Behind the screen, there was a faint and decisive battle intent, which enveloped the pavilion master. That's right, according to the agreement of the major forces, if any party withdraws in the middle, the alliance is qualified to choose to crusade against the withdrawing forces. Oh. The pavilion's eyes narrowed, and his demeanor appeared a little dignified. Although he has been on the list of saints, he has not yet entered the top 10 of the list of saints. And the world-class talent behind the screen in front of him is one of the top 10 saints in the world. This character is the overlord who single-handedly created the Genesis Alliance. The other party's intention is soft and hard, and if you talk, you can raise the price. If you don't talk about it, you have to be ready to face the current Genesis Alliance. Don't talk nonsense. The pavilion master suddenly sneered. This seat is not here to discuss with you today, but to inform you. If you want to fight, just let the horses come over. I will catch it. After speaking, the pavilion master stood up, flicked his sleeves, and walked away. This move was not even expected by the Peerless saint behind the screen. Pavilion Master Qing Tian, how could he be so decisive? No room for negotiation? Your Honor. A beautiful and exquisite saint turned his eyes slightly and looked behind the screen worriedly. The sound of tapping on the table came from the screen. The saints also looked at him, as if waiting for his answer. Interesting, things are getting more and more interesting. He didn't explain the reason. He was determined to leave, and he didn't hesitate to offend my entire alliance. It represented what he was afraid of, and it might be equal to or even higher than the alliance. The laughter of the saint behind the screen came. It seems that it has something to do with the divine power that was born recently. The holy prison invited the will of the gods, but it disappeared. And the position of the Qing Tian Pavilion is just right in front of Yao Wang, to the saint. The location of the prison, you go to see the holy prison immediately. Immediately, there was a saint who said with awe, would you like to start a war on Qing Tian Pavilion and simply forcibly suppress the heavenly sanctuary? No, not yet. The man continued, the heavenly sanctuary, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Without the assistance of the familiar 9th rank forces, we need to allocate more power to act in the forcible suppression. This move is not wise, and it is not wise to face a person with the idea of burning jade and stone. The Qing Tian Pavilion is not easy to bully. Attacking a 9th grade sect is no small matter. Even the Genesis Alliance has to be weighed. The background of the 9 rank sect is no joke. Although there are more than 10 9th grade sects joining the Genesis Alliance, everyone is only standing together for the sake of profit, which does not mean that all 9th grade forces will go all out. But Qing Tian's move is equivalent to showing its position. The Alliance dares to fight them and they dare to die. Lin Chen's team can single out Xinyan Palace, that's because his team is special. Before Lin Chen hit the Xinyan Palace, he dismantled their back moves. As a result, the foundation of the Xinyan Palace, in all likelihood, has not been brought into play, and the elders will have to be forced to leave the customs together. But the Genesis Alliance is different. They have more top powerhouses than Lin Chen's team, but they can't make similar little monsters. Not everyone is like Lin Chen. There is a peerless killer who is famous for eternity. There are mathematicians who are infinitely close to the number one. In the holy world, there are fairies in charge of space magic, and the founder of the Taoist palace formation method. The plan will continue: leave the heavenly sanctuary for now, go to the holy prison to see what's going on, and if the people from the sword region don't come down, prepare to fight them. It is good. When the saints were ordered to retreat, the hall returned to silence. He insisted on leaving, which means that the other party has something more terrifying than our alliance. Is it true that there is no trump card in the face of the true God, and there are still a lot of them? Let's take a look. Is it worth it? It's worth taking me seriously. The laughter of the saint behind the screen echoed in the silent hall like a night owl. In the Bingxin Palace, Fei Wuxiang finally recovered after many times of careful conditioning by Fairy Crimson and Yu Xingxing. In the main hall of Bingxin Palace. Sister, you are finally fine. Fei Qianyu swooped in her arms and hugged her sister, crying with joy. Fei Wuxiang smiled and rubbed her sister's blue silk. Master, it's fine if you're fine. Master has been worrying so much lately. Fei Qingyue, who was beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. Now the hidden powerhouses and 8th rank forces related to Lin Chen's servants have all begun to gather together. Lin Chen's team will really start to become a behemoth. And Lin Chen's servants are very aware of current affairs and manage their respective forces. They only need to obey the orders of Bingxin Palace and Lin Chen, and they don't need Lin Chen to go to each force to issue orders. But today, Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi left the border. After the two extremely beautiful angels received Lin Chen's nourishing once again, they became more charming and charming. In the main hall, Bai Ruoyan, who had just left the customs, wondered. Where's the little thief? Why is he gone again? Ling Yueqi raised her eyebrows, feeling a bad premonition. Her eyes turned to Xiao Linger. For the first time, she was the first person in charge of the teleportation space. Facing the gazes of everyone, Xiao Linger spread her hands helplessly, and when she told Lin Chen's plan exactly. What? The Lord has already set off for the Dragon Clan? What's the matter with the two of you? Why don't you tell us both? When Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, who had just returned, heard the news of Lin Chen, their expressions changed greatly. This lord is crazy. It's only been a few days, and the feelings rushed to the ancient Dragon Clan. Alone? Anyway, bring them both. Fei Qingyue lightly covered her red lips with her hands. Fei Wuxiang's pretty face changed slightly. And the Jieta, Zixia King Valley, Danyu Presbyterian Association and others, who just took over, when they heard the news, their legs were frightened a few times. The faces of the 3 mathematicians of Xinji Pavilion, Juqing, are even more wonderful. This man infiltrated the dragon realm. Thanks to him, Lin Chen can do it. It's simply dead. Could it be that he, Lin Chen, already has the strength to duel the Genesis Alliance? That's not possible either. Give the Genesis Alliance 10 courage, and they don't dare to parachute into the territory of the ancient dragon clan. The endless dragon race can consume them to death. Moreover, after the Lord's ultimate move to penetrate the holy prison is used up, half of his life is basically left. Can't do one trick to destroy the Dragon Clan. I didn't understand it, and the servants didn't understand how to analyze it. Lin Chen has shown all of his people in this wave. Qianqiu said helplessly, I told you two brothers to calm down. It's no use yelling at Sister Linger alone. The Lord has already set off. And you don't know his temper? What he wants to do, let alone 8 horses. Even 8 holy kings can't stop him. Jiang Taishu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but help his forehead. I hope the Lord can save himself this time. I have also dealt with the dragon clan a few times, but none of them are easy to talk about. They thought that Lin Chen would take a long-term plan, sneak into the dragon clan carefully, and then wait for an opportunity to find an opportunity to discuss with the dragon clan's senior management. Good guy. After learning that Xiao Linger has the spatial coordinates of the dragon realm, he directly set up the spatial passage and went straight to the base camp. No, Qianqiu, open the formation. I'm going to, I can't let the Lord be in such a dangerous place. The dragon family is not just as simple as the holy prison. Fang Ling was not at ease, and stood up decisively with a determined expression. Qianqiu shook her head, I can't do it, not to mention whether Sister Linger can open the space channel again. My 8-stem space formation can only be used once in 3 months. Lang Fanyun frowned, Fang Ling, calm down first. We will never see through the master's means. This time, we can safely complete the task given to us by the master bus and wait for him to return. Fang Ling sighed deeply and sat back weakly, that's the only way. Qi Fian looked at Long Jiushan, and suddenly smiled, Brother Jiushan is really blessed. The Lord personally went out to find the dragon marrow for you. Long Jiushan laughed and said, no way, I hugged a good thigh, ha ha ha. To be honest, I was also taken aback when the Lord said that he was going to the dragon realm. Even if I became a holy king, I couldn't get into that ghost place, let alone now. Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi looked at each other, their eyes wandered, and they could see each other's helplessness. What a thief who is always going to make a fuss. Jiang Taishu shook his head and laughed, okay, let's stop complaining. Jiang Taishu's eyes turned to Ji Wuchen, Qianqiu, Xiao Linger, and others. He suddenly smiled and said, all of you, after the previous battles, you have already touched that realm. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. That's right, their cultivation has reached the limit and touched a new realm. In the near future, all of them will have a big breakthrough. According to the fact that Miss Jiang Wanner will take you to the ruins of the old sites of Shanxia, I will prepare a big gift for you one by one. However, you can't tell the Lord about this. Miss Wanner does not want to give the Lord any psychological burden. As soon as these words came out, the servants were both surprised and delighted. Xiangxiamen, the giant at the beginning of the establishment of the Holy Realm, has a strong background and can be called a monopoly, and the masters in the door are like clouds. If it is placed in the holy world of the world, Xiangxiamen will be fine with a dozen, 2, or even 3 ninth-grade sects. Later, when provoked by the battle of the 9 clans, the previous sect master of Shanxia Gate tried to covet the secrets in the 9-clan battlefield, and was targeted by many strong men of the 9 clan. 9 clan powerhouses besieged Xiangxiamen in turn, and in the end most of the Xiangxiamen powerhouses perished in that battle. Because of its strong background, Xiangxiamen was targeted after the war. Many human race powerhouses secretly attacked and killed, and finally let this behemoth go to destruction. The sect was destroyed, but the inheritance was not destroyed. Jiang Wanner's parents were the only remaining true inheritors of Shanxia sect, and on the Final escape, they pinned the hopes of Xianxia sect on her. Back then, the resources and treasures controlled by Xiangxiamen were enough to create several holy kings. Even involving the fate of God, this is why Jiang Wanner was targeted by the holy prison. Now, Jiang Wanner has escaped from the holy prison, and after several life and death disasters with Lin Chen, she has decided to hand over the ultimate heritage of Xianxia sect to Lin Chen and his servants. It's very simple. Lin Chen not only saved her life, but also won her admiration and respect. After becoming her lord, Lin Chen didn't even mention threats and didn't even ask Jiang Wanner about the inheritance of Xiangxiamen. Even, Jiang Wanner took the initiative to ask him to clear up her doubts, but Lin Chen just laughed and said, "The candlelight that your parents desperately protect should not be used to illuminate me." At that moment, Jiang Wanner sincerely bowed, and she was willing to help this lord with all the secrets of Xiangxiamen. As soon as the secrets of Xiangxiamen came out, plus the previous battle of life and death, all the servants had touched a new realm. Combining the two, perhaps Lin Chen's team will have an unprecedented rise. Holy prison, the holy prison tower shattered into ruins, and a large number of space storms roared here. What kind of handwriting is this? What kind of battle happened here? And the holy prison was shattered. When the 5 saints, 4 men and 1 woman, stepped into the air, their expressions were full of shock. They are very clear that it is impossible for a battle at the level of a holy king to cause such destructive power, even if it is stronger than a group of holy kings. The holy prison at this time, the first 6 floors, has been completely crushed. The space planes inside were all smashed into ruins, causing a large space storm that continued to rage. And the 6th floor is still safe and sound, but this holy prison will no longer be complete. Unless the gods take action to repair it, there will never be any hope of reconstruction. In the team, the picturesque female sage in the azure palace dress suddenly turned her eyes, and the divine light flashed in her blue eyes, and immediately said, "There is a strong person coming, hide first." "I'm coming." The young gentleman with a white feather fan stood up, waved the fan gently, turned it into a 5-element acupoint and rotated, hiding all the saints who came to investigate the situation. Boom! The holy light of 1 gold and 1 blue blooms like a beam of light in the sky, and when the 2 holy majesty descends on the heaven and the earth, the heaven and earth crawl. 1 person is wearing a golden dragon robe, with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows, not angry and self-proclaimed. Xingwei stands upright, and at a glance, golden flames burn the sky. The other person, handsome and enchanting, with red phoenix eyes, light willow eyebrows, fair and delicate cheeks, beautiful and delicious, and the temperament between the eyebrows is charming and clear. It is actually a man. His appearance and temperament are absolutely incomparable, not much less than that of a woman who has a beautiful country. These 2 are impressively the oldest and most powerful of the 7 saint kings of the holy prison. True Dragon King, Thousand Fox King. What's going on? Why is the holy prison broken? Celestial phenomenon. The true Dragon Saint King raised his brows furiously and shouted in awe. Brush. In the ruins, directly below the holy prison, the holy light rose to the sky, and the holy might was majestic and vast, forcibly tearing apart countless chaotic space storms and descending in front of the 2 of them. 2 big brothers, you are finally back. The stalwart and rebellious heavenly king, who rarely showed fear, said in a trembling voice, "This time, our holy prison has suffered heavy losses." The holy king of celestial phenomena reported all the situation of the holy prison, the ins and outs. From the initial rage, to the last cold and chilling, the real dragon holy king finally returned to calm. What a younger generation, Lin Chen. It's really unprecedented, and no one will come later. Under the calm demeanor of the true dragon Saint King, there is a crazy killing intent hidden. The true dragon Saint King calmed down and said to the heavenly phenomena, Saint King, it's not your fault and Chankuan, the rest, leave it to me. The celestial Saint King breathed a sigh of relief. The holy dragon king licked his tongue, and his scarlet eyes flashed a trace of brutal killing intent. It just so happens that this king barely obtained a trace of divine fate from the ruins of the God Emperor, which is enough to deal with this son. The holy King Chen who giggled, the ruins of the Emperor of God are just outside, and there are a lot of good things. This time my eldest brother and I happen to have enough background to return, and the hegemony of the holy prison will not be shaken. After all, the enchanting and handsome Qian Huxing raised his eyebrows, pressed his tongue with his fingertips, and said with a smile that was not a smile. 5 little guys hiding nearby, come out. This king is not in the mood to play hide and seek with you recently. The holy dragon king frowned and said, huh? Hee, it turned out to be Senior Qianhu, who has long admired his name. Young Master Pian Jia, holding a white feather fan in his hand, emerged from the swirling void of the 5-element talisman, and brought 4 other saints with him to the 3 Saint Kings. The Qianhu Saint King casually played with his fingertips and said lazily, 5 saints, when did your relationship become so good? The female sage-headed is graceful, with a beautiful appearance. Ying bows her body, neither humble nor arrogant. Senior, our Genesis Alliance, just came here to see the situation of the holy prison. The real dragon holy king's eyes were instantly sharp. You are the Genesis Alliance? All the saints nodded, and they were always ready to launch their escape cards. These 2 holy kings were the most powerful people who have been famous for too long, which is no trivial matter. The king of 1,000 foxes smiled and said, don't be nervous, we won't touch you. Although you are handsome, this king has no interest in you recently. We may be able to talk about cooperation. Cooperation? The white-clothed saint asked suspiciously, I also invite Senior Dao Ming. The holy eyes of the 1,000-fox Saint King flashed a stern light, and said, with a smile, our goal is to threaten each other's Lin Chen, isn't it? In this case, how about the union of the holy prison and the alliance, and we are out of the crowd, you do your best. The white-clothed son said in surprise, Senior, if you are united, this Junior will know, but what is the point of this? The holy King Qianhu pointed to the lower part of the holy prison, with a half-smiling smile, our holy prison, isn't it the gathering of strong men? The holy King Tianxiang said in horror, Brother Qianhu, do you want to release those criminals? The holy King Qianhu nodded and said, that's what I mean, this young man named Lin Chen is still a little short. If he is ruthless and slaughtered my holy prison, it will be a little troublesome, but the last time the disaster. You have already, all the prisoners were moved to the 6th floor below. There are still many ferocious guys on the 6th and 14th floors. As long as they are treated well, they will become our new combat power. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 sages changed slightly. Indeed, if the holy prison releases all the criminals and heals them, it will be an extremely powerful force. After the 6th floor, they are basically the criminals of the open heaven level, and because the holy prison was created too long ago, the number is huge. As strong as the Genesis Alliance, it is impossible to ignore this power. Talking about this, the Qianhu Saint King looked at the true Dragon Saint King, and his expression suddenly serious, and he said excitedly, "How about we release those 5 guys as well?" The Holy Dragon King frowned. "Are you sure? If those lunatics return to their prime, everyone will be no less than you and me. In the current era, there are few holy kings who can stop them." Qianhu Holy King said, "Now the world is in chaos, and the holy prison has lost its original meaning. Since this is the case, why don't we use it to help us stand firm?" The Holy Dragon King thought for a while, then nodded seriously. "It is good." The Celestial Saint King looked confused. What were the two of them talking about? The Thousand Fox Saint King looked at the 5 saints. "You guys should come in and take a look, just as this is the information revealed to your alliance. Holy Prison, 19th floor. The dark and gloomy holy prison space, like the boundless darkness, will never usher in light." The Holy Dragon King led the team and went deep into a cage on the 19th floor. The cage was not a living being, but a stone gate. The real Dragon Holy King spread out a divine seal in the palm of his hand. And when it fit in front of the stone gate rumbled, shook off countless dust, slowly rotated, and opened. What? The Celestial King and another Ghost King were shocked. As one of the powerful holy kings in the holy prison, they didn't even know that there was such an organ under the 19th floor. The Holy Dragon King said indifferently, "Ghosts, celestial phenomena, you don't have to be surprised. This is the demon eye of the holy prison. Except for the creators of the world, only me and Qianhu know this place. The 5 saints have lingering fears, their hearts are like falling into an ice cellar, and their expressions unconsciously show a bit of fear. Beneath the 19th layer of the holy prison, there is a deeper layer. Behind the stone gate, what kind of existence is imprisoned?" When the Holy King Qianhu led the crowd into the world inside Sherman, there was a bang, and the unprecedented demonic energy roared like a blade. OM. OM. The holy light circulates, and the 5 saints directly have to activate the holy power to protect the body. It seems that this place is connected to the abyss of the devil world one after another, and it is as strong as the list of saints who have to use the defense of holy power to enter. The dark tunnel seems to have no end. When the crowd strolled, the Holy Dragon King said indifferently, "There is no handwriting from the creators here, and even the demon emperor of the demon race can't perceive it, including the demon empress." King Qianhu nodded. "On the 19th floor of the holy prison, the prisoners are all those who have emerged after the creation of the holy realm, the outstanding people of the era or the amazing people, or some powerful evil saints who have influenced the creator of the world." Speaking of this, the King Qianhu's demeanor is extremely solemn. "However, the people detained here are the most amazing geniuses in the history of the human race before the creation of the holy realm. There are quite a few of them. In their heyday, they were even handpicked by the creators and have the qualifications to become gods. There are 2 of them who are called the strongest holy king under the true God. Although some are not holy kings, they are better than holy kings. They are monsters among real monsters. The eyes of the true Dragon Saint King are particularly deep, and he slowly said, "After the War of the 9 Clans, they profited too much from it. When the gods were fighting, they intercepted a lot of information of the 9 clans. Some even learned a lot of secrets and treasures in the 9 clans, and some even knew the whereabouts of the coordinates of the artifact, but refused to hand it over. I am willing to tell the secrets of the 9 clans that I obtained that year, and I will not let them leave. But these guys are basically hard bones, and there is no explanation for them. Because it is a big deal, the true gods have sealed them here, and will not let the top powerhouses of any family come into contact with them. All of this, I heard the 5 saints, ghosts, and heavenly kings tremble. Isn't this, the strong people here have been tortured since the creation of the holy world? Just thinking about it makes your scalp go numb. Several of them are already considered to be the pinnacles of the holy realm. In terms of talent and potential, they claim to be the top of the holy realm pyramid. However, what is detained here is a heroic overlord who has been shocking and refined in the ancient times before the creation of the holy realm. Monsters hidden beneath history. The 1000-fox Saint King stopped, and his handsome face showed a bit of solemnity and seriousness. We have arrived. In the darkness, a group of islands floating in the void could be faintly seen. A cage is formed on the island, with chains like coiled dragons extending, and the intricate horizontal pulls the void. And right below the center, a fisher-like magic eye emerges, releasing a biting blade-like magic energy, rushing straight into the void island, surging like a tidal wave. Throw it all the way up. Oh? Someone came, and brought a few little babies. Quack, is the mad dog in the holy prison, trying to bite again? In the void, a hoarse and frantic voice echoed, shocking and shaking the surrounding space. I came to you this time because I have cooperation to discuss. The true dragon Saint King stood with his hands behind his back, full of holy majesty, and he stunned the scene at once. This time you want to change the method to torture us for details? I said if you have something new for this old dog, just say it if you want to torture it, and cooperate with your grandma. There was nothing in the first place, so where is the dust? The past will return to the dust, and the cause and effect will be recycled. Hee, is this day coming so soon? In the Void Island, different powerhouses expressed different attitudes. True Dragon Saint King said indifferently, this time, this king is not here to torture your secrets. Thousands of years have passed if you recruited them. Already, this king is here to let you out of prison and help you treat the injury, use it for my holy prison, and fight the enemy together. You can still have the holy power again. As soon as these words came out, the Void Island was quiet for a while. Against the enemy? How can this guy say such a thing? What is going on outside? Now? Why should we believe you? You kid is just a lackey of those shitty gods. The sword in this seat has killed many hypocritical people like you. Tell me your true intentions. It's boring to hide it. The holy King Qianhu took over the conversation and said, everyone, the situation in the world has changed drastically, and the gods of the human race are all coming out to compete for the legendary ruins of the God Emperor in the ancient times. There are no dragons in the holy world, and no gods in the human race. Now is the time when fighting power is needed. When? As long as we keep the 9 seals unraveled, we can let you all come out. Share this great mountain and river together, and build a beautiful dream. Together, isn't it? The second half of Qianhu Saint Queen's disgusting bullshit was directly ignored by all the old monsters. What a shitty dream, sharing great rivers and mountains, it's all bullshit. You can't just go out and use it for others. However, the most important first half aroused their strong interest. The gods are not there? If so. The Holy Dragon King pretended to be impatient, waved his hand, and said, this king is not here to negotiate conditions with you. If you can't love it, If you think of it, you can stand up yourself. This king only gives you a quarter of an hour to think about it. Boom. The ferocious wind swept through, and the 5 saints suddenly felt the chilling light, as if there was an endless mountain of blood and corpses in front of them. A monster of the world had awakened, and it was about to wake up and come out of its cage. If that's the case, then bring the old man. As long as you can eat the flesh of a saint and taste the blood of a saint, quack, these are no small problems. Boom. 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 Then, those void islands began to rise up with a strong breath that suppressed the eternity, almost immortal and immortal. Rising from ruin and revival from darkness, it is like a world of extraordinary creation. Even if there is no holy power, there is an earth-shattering power. When the 5 saints saw everyone on the island, their pupils shrank. It may be impossible for others to recognize them. These old monsters are already characters who were named moving Xinghe before the creation of the holy realm. But the sage list is of noble birth and has a wide range of knowledge and knowledge. He has read the history of the holy world, ancient and modern, all over the world, and even some taboo histories. If they return to their prime, even the Genesis Alliance will have to do everything in their power to stand against it. The Holy Dragon King showed a rare smile. Very good, everyone agreed. This is the result I want the most. I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Stronger than the Ghost Demon King and the Celestial Sage King felt a shudder. The characters imprisoned in these 17 cages are more than monsters. All of them are legends that are almost against the sky in various fields. Before the establishment of the Holy Realm, it is indeed an existence that has been handpicked by the creators with the qualification to become a god. If these characters form a team, the 36 regions will tremble. The vast wilderness is infinite. There are vast galaxies and countless continental plates suspended. The plains and regions covered by the great wilderness alone are equivalent to most of the holy world of the human race. However, only the ancient dragons, and a small number of ancient dragons inhabited the great wasteland. Most of the nobles in the dragon family live in the dragon world after the great wilderness. The great wilderness is only the habitat of the orcs. Although there are holy kings of the orcs, they are far inferior to the dragons. The deepest part of the great wilderness is the entrance to the dragon realm. And the status of the 2 clans is clear at a glance. The dragon realm, located on the edge of the Xinghe galaxy, occupies the best time and place, with infinite energy and resources in the universe. 7 days later. Dragon Realm, Dragon Hall. In the hall, a group of big figures from the Dragon clan gathered today. Representatives of Dragon Kings and Dragon Lords of all ethnic groups were present, and hundreds of powerful dragon tribes gathered here. The one-horned Dragon King, headed by him, said in a loud voice, "If you want me to say, you should change those pedantic rules." The charming and beautiful woman with a boneless waist was lying on the dragon chair, giggling. What to change? People are pointing to this rule, to make a profit. Look at how many descendants of the dragon in our dragon family have not been to the ruins of the dragon in recent times. The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said impatiently, "It's okay, don't talk about it." In the recent eventful autumn, the old man and the elders have discussed, simply open another 20 places, and we should be able to stabilize with our strength. The shrewd man sitting on the opposite side of the one-horned Dragon King, full of yin and yang dragon energy lingering, like the light of the avenue. His spirits are bright, and the vision changes, he said, coldly. The trend of the world will undergo drastic changes. Not only one of the Divine powers that I sensed some time ago descended on the human race, but another divine power descended from the sky, and then disappeared. Mysteriously. There may be a war in the Kamigawa galaxy, and the races entrenched in the nearby galaxies are all here. Crazy. The blue wave spread like a cold wave, and the only one on the left was the old man in white, and the cold frost froze under his feet. Like a human-shaped dragon, an ice storm will erupt at any time. The extremely icy dragon breath wraps around the body, and one look can freeze the void. The white-clothed old man exhaled icy cold, took in his chi as ice, and said coldly, "The human race has undergone a shocking change, and the 4 major demon races have begun to stop the civil war. Obviously, there is a big plan. And the demons have withdrawn from all planes, as if they have disappeared. There must be monsters abnormally. We can't sit still in our clan, and it is not a bad thing to cultivate more new dragons. Sticking to the rules is just a precursor to destruction." The handsome young dragon king in golden armor also nodded and said, "Yeah. That secret divine power has the smell of a divine beast, even the old man has never heard of it." A very old dragon king next to him suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of dragon pupils circulated a strange light, releasing a breathtaking light, staring at the 3 old antiques on the high platform. However, it is not enough to increase the number of entries by 20. This king proposes to increase it to 40. Please move the dragon kings of all races to stabilize the entrance of the plane. How about it? There should be no major opinions from the respected elders. All the great dragons looked at the 3 elders on the high platform of the hall in unison. That's right, the Dragon King's suggestion is just a suggestion, and the most important thing is to look at these 3. Respect the old. The absence of the great Dragon King in the past is basically an important matter among these 3 old clansmen. One of the squinting old people, always keeping a grinning smile, said with a slight smile, 40 places, the old man thinks it is no problem. As long as you are not afraid of losing your own descendants of the dragon, the old man is willing to end the game and stabilize the entrance to the plane in person. As soon as these words came out, all the dragon race powers and dragon kings were delighted. As a result, there are 70 places. More than doubled. This time, the Shenlong ruins will benefit more descendants of the Shenlong. Immediately, the eyes of the dragon kings became sharp again. Allocating places, whoever allocates more is more beneficial. In terms of comprehensive strength, our family should get 8 places. Fuck your mother, what else do you guys do other than fight? Is it possible to enter the Shenlong ruins only with your fists? You don't even know how they were killed by the Zerg. Stop talking nonsense. For the newly allocated 40 places, this king wants 4. Huh? What did you say? You started dreaming in broad daylight? The dragon kings of all races glared and shouted, and the 9 strongest dragon races started to quarrel first. The atmosphere filled with arrows and arrows filled the hall, and there was a sense of sight that began to fight at any time. When the 3 elders were about to speak to stop, "I have something to say, please listen carefully." At this moment, a clear young voice came from outside the hall. In 1 meeting and 2 meetings, I saw that the 3 elders and the 4 parties were hesitant, and a little undecided. The 5 kings and 6 clans were divided into 7 ranks and 8 groups, and the 9 clans were chaotic. I chose one, which is very arrogant. Perceiving the ghostly aura emerging outside the hall, the Dragon King sat up in shock. Their look is unbelievable. This breath. I saw outside the hall, the silver light sprinkled down, the stars flowed, and the handsome silver-robed boy walked into the hall with a cynical smile. The three elders above the hall, their dragon pupils shone brightly, and two words were squeezed out of the gap between their teeth in astonishment and shock. Human race? The 28 dragon kings and the 42 dragon venerables present were all stunned. Their expressions are highly consistent, and they are all in a daze. They all stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. This place is the territory of the ancient dragon clan in the dragon world, where the powerhouses gather. In the past, the descendants of the gods were rampant and ruled the world, and then the dragon kings of the ancient dragon clan gathered together. However, there is a human race mixed in here. No, it's better to say that this kid came in with integrity. Still alone. I saw that under the watchful eyes of all the people, Lin Chen walked into the hall lightly. His movements were not sloppy. He entered the hall, took his seat, and put his legs up on the table. Its skill and proficiency, even the dragon kings are dumbfounded. It's like being back home. Boss, did you make a mistake? This is the dragon realm. You are a human race that is the enemy of the dragon race, and coming here is like returning to your own home? Are you crazy, or are we crazy? I saw someone. Lin crossed Erlang's legs, his hands resting on the back of his head, and he smiled jokingly. I want a place, you can do whatever you want. After he finished speaking, he even took out the teapot and poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. The aroma of the tea was strong and lingering, and the heat rose like clouds and smoke, reflecting the dazed expressions of the dragon kings. His grandma was shocked. Random? Whatever you want, sir. What's the number of this kid? Is the road so wild? How did he get in? It is said that the human race has come to the dragon realm to drink tea? This is as strange as when all the powerhouses at the highest level of the human race gather. There is no sign of a dragon clan, and no dragon clan can get in. Seeing that everyone didn't speak, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hey, why don't you talk about it? Go ahead, are you all intimidated by my handsomeness and talent? Actually, I'm very low-key. I'm just a little bit handsome, a little bit sassy, and a little bit of a girl. Lin Chen's laughing appearance made Long Zun, a beautiful woman in a palace dress, tentatively say. Senior Thousand Changes White Dragon, is that you? Senior Champion, stop playing, it's not good to scare the dragon at this time. We were all in a cold sweat just now. It's all about the crux of the matter, Senior, can't you just stop for a while? A group of dragon venerables at the half-step Holy King level helplessly shook their heads. Only the dragon kings were uncertain, and they were thinking in doubt. The thousand-changing white dragon, the auspicious beast of the gods in ancient times, by Zhe, is familiar with the spirituality and appearance of all things, and has ever-changing supernatural powers. Lin Chen's words and deeds are so strange that the dragon kings and dragon venerables can't even believe that he is a human race. Directly regard him as the thousand-change white dragon who is the most proficient in changing magical powers. They thought that the old urchin of the thousand-changing white dragon was here to tease them. Is your brain frightened by me? Lin Xiao laughed, friends of the dragon family, this handsome man is not a thousand-changing white dragon. He doesn't change his name or surname when he goes down, and he is the most handsome in the holy world of the human race. Invincible of all races, Lin Chen. Brush. Between Lin Chen's eyebrows, a tyrannical wave of yuanshan was deliberately released like ripples, sweeping across the hall and even thousands of miles away, and all the dragons could clearly hear it. This kind of primordial spirit aura is completely different from the primordial spirit of the dragon race. Only the human race has it. It cannot be disguised. Human Lin Chen? The third old man above the hall muttered to himself, and then his face changed drastically. Lin Chen of the demon realm's congealing point. Lin Chen. This name is too loud, and even the senior leaders of the dragon clan are concerned about it. These characters have recently appeared in the human race holy world. Challenged the human race 9th grade sect, the devil world condensed. Acupoint, singled out the prince of the devil emperor, and swept the 9 great talents. It is impossible for the dragon clan to not know about this kind of character. But what they did not expect was that the other party dared to enter the dragon realm directly and appear in front of him. Boom! The fishy wind was like a knife, the wind was galloping with lightning speed. And 2 terrifying claws came from Lin Chen's left and right. The momentum was fierce, and it was difficult for the half-step Holy King to take it. Do it as soon as you confirm your identity? With a flash of golden light from the god of war, Lin Chen leaped into the air. At a very fast speed, turned around and kicked sideways, and slammed the 2 dragons, who suddenly burst out with an angry fist. Boom! 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 The entire hall burst into the sky with golden light, and the dragon energy rolled in. Everything in the hall was not chaotic, and it was particularly strong, as if even the space enchantment had been specially blessed. The 2 grumpy dragon venerables were repelled, shook their numb arms, and grinned. It really is a human race, not my dragon race. It's the first time I've seen this kind of human race. The power of body refining is even better than our dragon race. Lin Chen carried a gun and a bow all by himself, with a sword hanging from his waist, the god of war with golden light on his body, and the divine brilliance filled the hall. He stood in front of the dragon kings and the 3 elders. His eyes swept away, facing all the dragon kings and dragon venerables. His face was not afraid, and he even had a faint war intent brewing. All the dragon kings got up slowly, and through the 2 confrontations just now, all the dragon kings clearly felt that Lin Chen was a genuine human race. I have to say, they are also looking at it. Hee, it seems that the real person came today. Human Lin Chen, the name is really like thunder, and it really is as stated. In the intelligence, his style of behavior is erratic, and it is difficult to guess. The state of mind is excellent, but it is courageous. However, if the human race are all such idiots, my dragon race would have already completed the great rule. Human Lin Chen, let's not talk about strength for the time being, just for the courage to break into my dragon clan. The old man still recognizes you. When all the dragon kings focused their gazes on Lin Chen, they were either joking, disdainful, doubtful, or admiring. They didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. No matter how enchanting strength and heritage the son has, it is impossible to shake them. Below the true god, who can single-handedly break into the territory of their dragon world? With the dozens of dragon kings present, who are as strong as the strongest holy king in the history of the human race, they have to be crushed into pieces in an instant. It is rude to say that even if Lin Chen brings all the servants such as Fang, Ling, Lang Fanyun, etc., under the premise of a frontal attack, facing this lineup is a dead word, and there will be no second result. Dozens of dragon kings are equivalent to dozens of holy kings. If they are shot together, it is enough to wipe out any area. Hold on, don't shoot first. One of the three elders who had previously spoken in favor of raising the quota spoke, his eyes twinkling, and he asked Lin Chen with a smile. Young man, you tried your best to enter my dragon realm, so you probably didn't come here to make trouble. The Dragon Clan elder's eyes were deep and mysterious, and he stroked his beard with a smile. Tell me about your purpose. Elder Tongxian, why are you talking so much nonsense with this human race? Let this king swallow him. A dragon king who was covered in blood scales and ferocious, bared his teeth and seemed to hate the human race very much. Elder Tongxian raised his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say more, and stared at Lin Chen intently. Oh, have you finally met a discerning senior? Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, and he had already communicated the talent of the God Killer and the 5-piece set of the God of War in his mind. Once there is any change, he will fight against dozens of dragon kings with all his strength in an instant. Elder Tongxian can be regarded as the elder in the dragon race who pays the most attention to the human race. He is in power and has a forward-looking vision. He has long paid attention to Lin Chen's son. I have to say that he has seen too many amazing talents and the pride of the times when the Holy Realm was not created, although the human race was chaotic and did not become a big order, there were also more saints who defied the sky. However, he had never seen such an extraordinary talent as Lin Chen. This young man wanted my place in the Dragon Clan earlier. What did he want to do? Elder Tongxian thought about it, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. If you pay close attention to digging into his growth trajectory, you can get a glimpse of this child's growth arc, growing at a terrifying speed like a class jump. Bloodbath, the genius list, kill the enchanting list, challenge the authority of the enchanting list, congeal the cave in the demon world, single out the human race enchanting list with avatars, challenge the 9th grade sect, kill the Son of God, work alone for 9 saints, challenge the holy prison. It took 5 years to complete these heaven-defying actions. 5 years is a snap for the holy world human race, not to mention the dragon race with sufficient life expectancy. This series of latest information, other dragon kings do not know, is the first-hand information of the secret spy arranged by the elder Tongxian in the human race. It is true that the genius list and the enchanting list can't get into the eyes of elder Tongxian at all, but if it is linked to Lin Chen's growth rate, if you dig deeper, you will find a terrifying fact. This kid is growing up so fast. It should be said, unprecedented. At least, the previous demon emperors, gods, and even the Azura king who left did not have such a sky-high growth rate. It is impossible for a character like him to simply come to the dragon realm to make a fuss. Elder Tongxian, I want to know Lin Chen's intentions. His actions of the old man made all the dragon kings look at him in astonishment. What is the old ghost Tongxian thinking about this time? Does the elder want to discover the secrets of him and leave it alone for the time being? But this is too much. The Shenlong ruins, even the number of gods in my clan is not enough. He still takes it to the human clan? Do you really expect this kid to succeed? Although Elder Tongxuan's decision is very correct every time, this time it is too ridiculous, giving people a chance to enter the Shenlong ruins? My intention is very simple. I need a place to enter the Shenlong ruins. Lin Chen shrugged and got straight to the point. As a price, I will temporarily join your dragon race team. As far as I know, there are still many powerful Zerg races in the Shenlong ruins, and the number is staggering. If you use the background of your divine dragon descendants, you will also be in danger, right? You may not lose your life, but the Zerg most like to devour your divine dragon blood, and they cannot get close to the remains of a powerful divine dragon, but the divine dragon descendants are their favorite. No wrong. Lin Chen bluntly stated the current situation of the Shenlong ruins. Ha ha ha. It's a fool's dream, your human race is really planning to fight, so. What is the truth, not to mention how precious the place to enter the Shenlong ruins is, just because your human race is the hostile force of my dragon race. We will let you in? The unicorn dragon king laughed loudly, his laughter full of jokes. Besides, without the blood of the dragon, it is impossible to withstand the pressure of the dragon. In order to suppress the Zerg eternally in that plane, the dragon's blood before death releases the strongest divine power, forming the outside world of the plane. The strongest barrier, even the gods of your human race, can't be forcibly broken. What do you use to enter? Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers, turning into a red golden dragon's breath and descending in the shape of a dragon. The dragon's shadow lingered under the pressure of the Huang Shenlong, and the humanoid posture transformed by the holy dragon appeared beside Lin Chen. At this moment, the hall suddenly ushered in a dead silence. Countless dragon kings stared at Lin Chen's holy dragon, the dragon pupils widened, and they were dumbfounded. 2. Taishi Gulong? What a pure bloodline of an ancient dragon, this is a genuine ancient dragon. Unexpectedly, there is still Taishi Gulong alive in this world. The blood of the ancient dragon, not even my ancient dragon clan. What is the origin of this son? Gulong. Really pure ancient dragon blood, without any falsification. The most shocking thing for the dragon kings is that this son is actually related to this ancient dragon? It was as if this ancient dragon was one with him, just a part of his body. A descendant of a dragon, a part of a human body? What a joke! Lin Chen smiled playfully, and when he spread out his palm, a piece of exquisite dragon scales emerged, surrounded by red clouds and golden light. Like a king. This thing makes all the dragon kings even more shocked. They have some dragon kings, and they had this thing when they were young. The identity of the king of dragons, dragon scales. Lin Chen smiled and said, if I use the words of your dragon clan to describe it, I should still be called the title of the last king of dragons, and according to the regulations, the king of thousand dragons is qualified to enter the blood pool of the dragon clan for experience and to win with all the dragons. Let the descendants compete for the chance. Your kid is the new king of Wanlong some time ago, Jill British? A beautiful woman with green dragon horns, Long Zun, exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen jokingly said, I don't want to change it. The expressions of the dragon kings were once very wonderful. Good guy, this kid actually disguised as a dragon, and at the Wanlong conference with the power of the human race, all the dragons took away the title of the king of the dragons in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, they discovered an astonishing fact, that Lin Chen clearly had no experience in the blood pool, but he had the blood of an ancient dragon. The Shenlong bloodline is divided into the Shenlong bloodline and the ancient dragon bloodline. From the point of view of strength, before the two were transformed into dragons, there was not much difference. The real difference was the potential. The ancient dragon bloodline, after growing into a dragon, there is still a certain potential to aspire to a higher realm. Every ancient dragon is the level closest to the ancestor dragon or is expected to become the ancestor dragon. As for the blood of the dragon, the apex can only be the dragon. According to the historical records of the dragon clan, before the billions of epochs, in the heyday of the dragon clan geniuses of the Shenlong bloodline could only be regarded as the combat power of the second echelon. Therefore, the ancient dragon bloodline is the pinnacle of the ancient dragon family. They were so shaken when they saw that Lin Chen, a human race, could have the blood of an ancient dragon. You mean that the price you need for the quota is to escort the descendants of my race? Is that what you mean? Elder Tongxian looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "No, in addition to this, I can make you dragon race." He stared at all the dragon kings present and said word by word, "I can still make your dragon clan grow steadily, and their bloodline is maddening." Lin Chen's voice is shocking and powerful. Elder Tongxian said in surprise, "Little friend Lin Chen, what do you mean?" Lin Chen smiled coquettishly, "Simply put, I can make your dragon clan dragons, and your bloodline rank to a higher level. Whether it is a young and promising young descendant of dragons with enchanting aptitude, someone from Lin, can make your bloodline potential even higher." Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, and his words caused 1,000 waves. Before the Dragon King sneered, a dragon breath appeared in Lin Chen's holy dragon palm. Boom! The aura of the red gold dragon released the pure and vast ancient dragon's divine might, and the red gold brilliance reflected the expressions of all dragon kings. If it is an ordinary powerhouse, you may only feel the pressure of the dragon. But in the eyes of the dragon kings, you can see something deeper. This ancient dragon bloodline is of higher grade. This is. The unicorn dragon king's pupils shrank and his whole body trembled. This dragon is only 100,000 venerable. Although its potential is strong, it is not enough. What the hell is going on? Weird, so weird. How can this Taishi ancient dragon bloodline be so perverted? When the son of the great dragon king reached 100,000 venerable powers, he was not so defiant. Elder Tongshuan's dragon pupil burst into flames. Lin Chen smiled but didn't smile. "Everyone, if you want to sing every night, the red flag will not fall. Do you want to become the first dragon of all ages, and your blood will soar to the peak of the dragon's life? Do you want to go one step further, and the blood of the gods will be stronger, bragging? It's hard to feel it, let me help you and feel it for yourself." Boom! The red golden dragon energy permeates the whole body, the wind blows everywhere, and the divine light shines on the world. Lin Chen bathed in the light of the divine dragon, like a god descended from the earth, flicked his fingers, and pointed to one of the dragon lords who had shot him before, and the one-horned dragon king. The host consumes 400,000 intermediate enhancement points and 800 top-level Heavenly Dao points to activate the attribute transfer function, and is strengthening the target. Boom! 2 beams of divine light appeared out of thin air, a dragon king in the holy king realm and a dragon king in the half-step holy king realm, and the blood in the body suddenly changed drastically. A surge of blood surged through the body, and their dragon bodies rejuvenated with new energy, and they felt so refreshed that even the 2 dragon powerhouses let out a groan at the same time. Ah! This feeling of surging blood. I haven't felt it for many years. The remaining dragon kings were stunned, and they could clearly feel the bloodline power of the 2 of them surging in a straight line. If it was said that the blood of the 2 of them before was a calm ocean, then the blood of the 2 now is both turbulent and turbulent. What happened next will make all the dragon kings unforgettable forever. Family sensation. Boom! 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 The 2 superpowers of the dragon clan aroused the pressure of the superpowers of the supernatural dragons in their bodies, but none of the people present were weak. They stared at the changes of the 2, and their hearts set off a storm. After a while, when the blood of the two stopped restlessly, their cultivation remained unchanged. But the dragon's body is densely packed, and among the intricate and massive dragon veins, the speed of breeding dragon power is 10% faster. Together with the magical powers hidden in the blood, the power has also increased by 10%. The two looked at Lin Chen in shock, their eyes filled with unparalleled shock, consternation, and heart palpitations. In less than a quarter of an hour, their bloodline potential increased by 10%. You must know that these two nobles are Dragon Venerable and Dragon King, and they are the most powerful people in the dragon family who have been famous for a long time. The blood of the dragon is not the blood of the holy dragon. Everyone here is a big man with hands and eyes in the dragon race. It is very clear that if the bloodline of the dragon wants to increase the potential of 10%, it will take a lot of cost and resources to be able to do it. And it's only possible. However, this human race teenager made their divine dragon bloodline break through directly at the click of a finger. What is this concept? This is simply a method comparable to that of a dragon in the world. This is his grandma's god. What happened? Their Shenlong bloodline has increased by 10%. Shenlong is above, is this true? A human race has a miraculous handwriting comparable to that of a dragon. Could it be that Lin Chen is the dragon's son and grandson of my dragon family who has been lost for many years? No. This motherfucker is too much. This kid just used one finger? It's soaring with one finger? On this day, the high-level dragon clan shook the entire clan. The dragon kings were completely shocked. If there is such an improvement in the bloodline of the 9th-rank holy dragon, they will not even glance at it. But the nature of the dragon blood is different, the two are completely two worlds. Elder Tongxian ignored his image, opened his mouth slightly, and stared at Lin Chen in a stunned manner. He had expected this son's methods to be extraordinary, but he never thought it would be so defiant. The blood of the dragon is soaring in the blink of an eye. Where did this fairy come from? Looking at the incredible gazes of the dragon kings and dragon venerables, Lin Chen smiled sternly. Everyone, Lin Chen, can make your dragon clan rise to the sky and become your dragon clan's eternal nightmare. The fierceness in his eyes flashed, and all the dragon kings felt a little chill in their hearts. This time when I come to the dragon world, I only need a place to enter the Shenlong ruins. If you want to cooperate and improve your bloodline, everything is easy to talk about. If you don't give it, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Moreover, if you focus on the dragon race with your means and background, you must know it in your heart. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. Is it a friend who has more money and billions of dollars, or an enemy who is handsome and can fight? I believe that you should have some in your heart. I have always liked to deal with smart people, and the same is true of the dragon clan. If this scene is seen by other holy kings of the human race, I am afraid that the chin will fall. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan has been rebellious, and no one has paid attention to it, let alone the group of dragon kings. But today, Lin Chen is the first human race to go to the dragon clan alone and dare to threaten the kings of the dragon clan. Little friend Lin Chen, no, Your Excellency Lin Chen, can you really help us improve our bloodline level? A beautiful woman in a soft green palace dress asked with a trembling voice. She has been in the position of Dragon Lord for a long time, and is one of the dragons closest to the realm of the Dragon King. If this juncture can improve the bloodline level, it will be of great help for her to reach the realm. Lin Chen didn't speak. He put on his own self-made sunglasses and looked into the distance with an unfathomable face. The whole world was like an aloof man. That's right, at this time, silence is better than the answer. Forced, must be high. The aura must be steady. The dragon kings of the ancient dragon clan were rarely shaken. Their hostility and murderousness towards Lin Chen suddenly disappeared, and the rest was hesitation and consideration. For a time, the hall was full of dragon kings talking back and forth and secretly transmitting voices. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen suddenly took another dose of the drug, pushed on his sunglasses, and laughed. By the way, the bloodline improvement I gave you, I can take it back anytime I want. This sentence made the one-horned dragon king, who had previously obtained a bloodline boost, as if he had poured cold water on his head. Good guy, this kid is waiting for them here. Lin Chen's remarks were both soft and hard, and they put a lot of pressure and temptation on the senior members of the dragon clan. Most of them came to this position and point, not for the righteousness and honor of the dragon clan. Everyone just wanted to go to a higher position and get the opportunity to improve their strength. Now, here's your chance. However, there are too many taboos. If a human race enters the dragon plane, it is equivalent to slap their face. However, Lin Chen's bloodline rush was witnessed by all the senior officials of the dragon clan, and he couldn't fake it. What a Lin Chen! Elder Tongxian was amazed, and thought to himself, this son's method is really a heaven-defying move. Besides, this step is so deep, I am afraid that he not only wants to enter the Shenlong ruins, but also I want to take this opportunity to win over the top of my dragon clan. Lin Chen is playing a game, so why aren't the senior leaders of the dragon clan? If you can let Lin Chen help them improve their bloodline first, it will not hurt to be lowered back after breaking through the realm. At least the strength of the breakthrough is true. These dragon kings may be thinking that they will first break through the realm by improving their bloodline, and then they will not be afraid even if I regain their bloodline to improve. Unfortunately, things like desire cannot be calculated by calculation. Lin Chen smiled in his heart. His attribute transfer function does not even require the consent of other creatures, and he can directly transfer the strengthening point to strengthen the opponent's bloodline. Once you have enjoyed the refreshing feeling of this blood rush, you will never go back. With the power to improve, who would be willing to be taken back? Therefore, Lin Chen wants to let the senior leaders of the dragon clan trapped into his conspiracy. He disdains to play those intrigues and tricks, no matter whether you can see through my intentions or not. You have to follow my path. If the dragon clan knows the current affairs, it is not that he can't give the dragon clan a chance. There are many other attribute values. After all, after killing the wills of the 10 true gods, his attribute values, except for the essence of the suit, have all reached a heaven-defying level. At this time, Elder Tongxian looked at the two people beside him. A second elder with silver-white dragon horns and gray-white dragon scales stood up slowly and said coldly, "This old man disagrees, even if this son has many secrets." His hoarse voice was as sharp as a blade. "It's not my race, its heart must be different. Even if this child has the blood of the ancient dragon, he is also a human race." The silver-white dragon energy whistled like a giant dragon, wandering in the void, lingering in the hall. When the elder stared at Lin Chen, his eyes flashed. "Although I don't know how this son obtained the blood of our ancient dragon, the blood of Taishi ancient dragon should not be controlled by a human race." "Are you still talking about failure?" Lin Chen raised his brows, shrugged his shoulders, and his fighting spirit rose. This elder is trying to kill me. It seems that our cooperation is over. The tense atmosphere is on the verge of fire. Elder Tongxian raised his hand to stop the elder of the silver-white dragon horn. Even a dozen dragon kings hurriedly said, Don't, Elder Lien, just go back and rest. Leave it to us here. Look at this young man, he came to our dragon realm not far from hundreds of millions of miles, and even when he met, he gave my clan a dragon king and dragon venerable a great fortune, full of sincerity. Yeah, look at us again, and he will smash people when we meet. He also gave us a chance to repay his grievances with virtue. He is a great man. How can such a hearted person be those cunning people? Yes, this looks like an honest child. Elder Lien, take a rest, don't worry about the rest. The elder even frowned. These guys, seeing that they can improve their strength, the speed of changing their minds is like turning a book. What do you think? Elder Tongxian looked at the old man in blue shirt, who had been closing his eyes and resting his childish face with crane hair, immortal style and Taoist bones, with a blue dragon pattern on the center of his eyebrows, is actually one of the ancestors of the blue dragon and eternal dragon. Today's eternal sky dragon is one of the origins of the Qinglong family. After the baptism of the ancestors, the bloodline can be upgraded to the level of the dragon. When the blue-robed old man opened his eyes were quite complicated. When he stared at Lin Chen's holy dragon. Elder Tongxian, you have always understood the old man's temperament. I don't want to interfere too much in this matter. I'll leave it to you to decide. Elder Wangu Qingshanlong chose not to interfere in the decision of this matter. Elder Tongshuan's appearance suddenly showed a smile. In that case, it's better to be like this, little friend Lin Chen. Now our three elders, one does not interfere, and the other wants to take your ancient dragon bloodline. The old man supports you in entering the Shunlong ruins, which is a 1-to-1 level. Yes, the highest decision-making power is still in the hands of the three elders. Elder Tongshuan's smile was meaningful, and he said loudly, however, since it is a 1-to-1 match, the old man will act according to the rules. Lin Chen. Don't say that the old man will not give you a chance. In the past, the descendants of the dragon who entered by exception all need to defeat one of them. Other descendants of the dragon can only enter if they are elected. He stretched out a finger and said in a slightly tentative tone. And, whether you succeed in the challenge or not, the old man has provided this opportunity, and you have to improve the bloodline of the 10 dragon kings of my dragon family. As soon as these words came out, all the dragon kings were ecstatic. Lin Chen shook his head and said, impossible, at most 5. And you have to count the 2 just now. Otherwise there's nothing to talk about. Elder Tongxian pondered, and then said, then 7. Hearing this, Lin Chen decisively turned around and walked outside the hall. Okay, just 5. It's a word. Elder Tongxian agreed to him immediately, thinking to himself, this kid, he really has a knack for making his appetite. However, seeing that Lin Chen is so determined, it is also a very difficult thing to think that it is necessary to improve the blood of the dragon for them. Hooked. Lin Chen snickered in his heart, just with his current strengthening point and Heavenly Dao value, it was easy to strengthen all the bloodlines of the dragon king present above, plus 13, but it was just a snap of his fingers. What's more, the effect just now is only enhanced +1, which can be created in batches. However, He, Lin Chen, wanted to make it difficult and put a long line to catch big fish. Then, Elder Tongxian continued, today, the old man made an exception to let you participate in the challenge, but you need to defeat the 4 gods at one time in the main election. My dragon clan has always used strength to convince the public. If you don't even have this strength, if you and your holy dragon successfully defeat the godborn election, the old man will give you this chance. He pointed to Lin Chen's war god armor, and, you are not allowed to use this thing, you can only rely on the basic strength of your human race and the means of the holy dragon to fight against the election of the 4 descendants of our race. The elder's implication is that Lin Chen can't use the god of war suit. Let him do whatever he wants. If you lose, you still have to fulfill the conditions that you promised us. And I, the ancient dragon clan, are willing to befriend you. If you win, then we will discuss the conditions for entry. Even if you can't accept the conditions, this old man can keep you safe. Every time the Shenlong ruins are opened, the losses of our clan are quite heavy. If there is a strong rescue, it is not a bad thing. If you can fight 1 against 4, you can become an important battle force, and it is not an exaggeration to give a place at that time. Elder Tongxian ignored the gazes of other dragon kings and looked directly at Lin Chen. How about it, dare to fight, the rising star of the human race? Lin Chen laughed and cupped his fists to Elder Tongxian. Then thank the elders for making it happen, let the horses come over. Another wave of attribute values is delivered to your door, no fight. 2 days later. Dragon Realm, Songlong Plain, 4 continental plates suspended in the void, revolving like stars, sun and moon. In the middle of the 4 continental plates, 10,000 space formations are opened, and the dragon talisman that surrounds the red light is constantly disillusioned, burning the eternal dragon light. Only the space in the middle is particularly solid, and the 4 continents are all from the top of the dragon clan. Boom! 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 The dragon roar in the sky is like a mighty tide, the red glow is entwined. And the space of the formation with the burning dragon talisman is constantly stirring back and forth. The pure power of the dragon is like 2 storms. 2 giant dragons were born, and they fought frantically in the central space of the 4 continental plates, either by breathing, or by magic, or by swinging their tails and claws, or by transforming into humanoids and shaking violently. No regrets, the prince is number 1 in the world. The real election is our Prince Ao Fenchen. Prince without regret, come on, kill him. Today is the time for the election of the Shenlong ruins to be held. The dragon clan monsters and gods gather together. The minimum entrants also need the bloodline of the 8th rank holy dragon, and it is only the threshold for watching the battle. At this time, the descendants of the 2 great dragons are fighting fiercely. A dragon with scarlet scales, a unicorn head, a long beard, a carp tail, and ferocious dragon claws, with 5 claws. The dragon body is glowing with scorching hot holy flames. The magic is that each flame burning on the dragon body is different in color, and each has its own merits and abilities. The other one is born with 2 wings, the dragon head derives a curved beak. The dragon feathers are like beautiful jade gems, and the 4 claws are like eagles. The dragon wings are spread out, covering the stars and covering the moon, shining brightly. It was actually a descendant of the 10,000 fire divine dragon and the descendant of the star tribulation divine dragon. They are all the sons of the great dragon king, and their cultivation has reached the top level of the 8th order, which is equivalent to the Cultivation of the human race is open heaven realm, but the actual combat power is far beyond that of the open heaven realm. The bloodline magical powers of the descendants of Shenlong have amazed countless dragons. Violence and beauty, power and interests, can most stimulate the dragon race. Full of primitive desires, the descendants of the two great dragons fought each other, and even some of the older generation of dragons shouted with anger and blood, and their faces were red. Bang bang bang. The stars were shining, and when the curved dragon claws were swung down, there was a series of shocking explosions like air waves, and a space storm was rolled up in the void. The Prince of 10,000 Fire God was injured. Stop, this is the end. This time the Shenlong ruins are being selected, and they should be the prince, without regrets. A very old dragon clan elder stepped into the air and hung in the air, drinking coldly. Damn, this guy is just an olding ratio. The Prince Wanhua Shenlong turned into a handsome and cold young man with a pair of red eyebrows and fiery red dragon eyes full of unwillingness. Ao Fenchen gritted his teeth and said, "At the beginning of the game, absorb the power of the stars to concentrate on the defense, and always consume the power of the prince, and then concentrate the power to make a dragon." Despicable. When the Prince Wu Gui, the descendant of the Star Tribulation divine dragon, was transformed into a human form, he was a handsome young man in white, and said with a smile, "After all, in terms of strong attack, this prince really doesn't have the confidence to take you down. Running for the Shenlong Ruins election requires fighting within the prescribed rules. The descendants of the Shenlong have many killing moves, and it is impossible for the senior leaders of the dragon race to let them do it with real swords and guns. Every descendant of the dragon is the future pillar of the dragon clan. If the root of the battle is hurt, the gain will outweigh the loss, and all races do not want to bear this loss. The descendants of Shenlong are the same as most of the saints of the human race. If they fight with real swords and guns, most of them can only be distinguished by a life and death battle. Therefore, in the battle rules, the Dragon King of the Yin and Yang fortune telling dragon clan will cover each dragon clan competing for the right selection with a layer of Yin and Yang dragon energy to protect their dragon bodies. Whoever breaks the opponent's Yin Yang dragon chief first or beats the opponent to surrender is the winner. Therefore, Ao Fenchen would be so unconvinced. In terms of attack power alone, he was more confident than the prince who had no regrets, but he was defeated in the battle. Boom. At this time, the beam of light condensed from 8 dragon chi descended into the void, and when it showed its true colors facing the 4 continental plates, it was actually 8 dragon kings. The dashing and handsome Jiyu dragon king at the head, dressed in a blue dragon robe, smiled without pretense. Everyone, all 30 places for the main election have been awarded, but today, after our high-level discussions, the situation in the world is now slightly different, and we have decided to add another 40 places for the main election. As soon as this statement came out, all the dragons of the 4 continental plates immediately boiled. There are 40 additional places for the main election? The sun is coming out from the west, more than doubled than usual. Those descendants of the Shenlong who were defeated, their expressions were even more excited, and their eyes suddenly lit up. However, before the assessment is held, this king has to make it clear to all the Dragonborn candidates that we will have a special guest in this assessment. VIP? The dragons of the 4 continental plates are full of doubts. Who can make the dragon kings treat each other as distinguished guests? Boom. At this time, the heaven-shaking ancient dragon's divine might broke through the sky. The vast and hidden red gold dragon claws emerged from the clouds in the sky. And then, the ancient dragon shone with golden light, flying in the sky, and was born. It is hundreds of thousands of feet long, like a long river, surrounded by red clouds, unicorn head, carp tail, long beard, horns like deer, red clouds rising. On the dragon body, every golden dragon scale glows with red gold radiance, evolving the ancient dragon miracle. Hiss. This is the descendant of the ancient dragon? It's the real Taishi ancient dragon. The dragon is on top. Does the Taishi ancient dragon still exist in this world? No, you see, there is actually a sedan chair on top of Taishi ancient dragon. When the countless dragon races lost their voices and were shocked, the descendants of the dragons, the princesses of the ancient dragon race, and the princes in the 4 continental plates all appeared solemn or fierce. Gulong carrying a sedan chair? Where is the sacred place, dare to use the descendants of the ancient dragons of the dragon race to carry the sedan chair? Right above the Taishi ancient dragon, Lin Chen looked around all the dragons. In all directions. Consumes 20 top talent points, the omen of theft will automatically steal the target object. The host gains 95 million points of holy blood, 90 million points of holy blood. All the dragon clans were all stolen by Lin Chen with a large amount of holy level chi and blood attribute values. His omens of stealing talent has been in the state of automatic activation for a long time. As long as he encounters a powerhouse with a cultivation base 2 levels higher than Lin Chen's, he will automatically steal. It's just that Lin Chen didn't care about the attribute values stolen in the past. But this time I came to the Dragon Clan for a turn, and before I entered the Shenlong ruins, I already had a taste of benefiting a lot. The system automatically activated the talent, and successively stole the massive holy blood of dozens of dragon kings and dragon venerables. Although each dragon king stole at once, it directly caused Lin Chen's holy dragon to soar by 8,500 zun, breaking the final 110,000 zun mark. Even Lin Chen's pure power soared to over 80,000 before it stopped. Comparable to the Dragon King of the Holy King, the chi and blood attributes are terrifyingly strong. After all, in the human race, there are few powerhouses whose body has reached the Kaitian realm or above, and the holy level chi and blood attribute value can only gain high attributes by killing the top powerhouses. At this time, right below. Something's wrong. How can I feel the breath of the human race? You old brat must have a degree of bragging. This place is my dragon realm. Sight. There are dozens of ancient dragon clans. Besides, who dares to come here? Wouldn't they seek death? No. On the descendants of the ancient dragons, there is really a human breath. At this moment, Wanlong was boiling, and the dragons in the 4 continental plates suddenly exploded. It's actually him? On the western continent, on top of a dragon mountain, the beautiful woman's long dress is blue, like the blue sea, her temperament is fluttering like a cloud, her appearance is beautiful and stunning, and she is better than a beautiful woman through the ages. The crystal-like coral-like blue dragon horns make her naturally immortal and beautiful. Luo Shueyue, the supreme arrogance of the dragon clan in recent years, has completely inherited the complete bloodline of the Jiu prison water divine dragon since returning from the battlefield of the 9 clans, becoming a new descendant of the divine dragon, and his strength has soared. But at this time, Luo Shueyue's pretty face was unbelievable. The young man above the ancient dragon, she remembered very clearly, it was the human Lin Chen who had entered the battlefield of the demons alone before. How shocked are you, human Lin Chen? The beautiful woman lightly covered her red lips with her hands and muttered to herself, you dare to break into the Lianlong world. Boom. There are many descendants of the divine dragon who are even more furious. The aura of the dragon radiating rage is raging like a tornado, twisting the clouds and the sky, and the situation changes. The most furious among them is the god-born princess of the Yutianjinlong clan in the eastern continent. She got up angrily from the dragon chair in the sky, her eyebrows were slightly raised, her almond eyes widened, and she was wearing a golden, elegant and noble long dress that was extremely elegant and elegant. But at this time, her beautiful jade-like dragon eyes were radiating monstrous anger. The goddess princess of Yutianjinlong clan was angry and coquettishly, you are not allowed to insult the great Taishi ancient dragon clan, the lowly human clan. Boom. She turned her phoenix step, and actually stepped on the space of the dragon, whirled into a twist, flashing thousands of miles in an instant. The goddess princess's jade hand turned to the sky with a palm, and the golden dragon energy of the vast universe contained the Gingjin edge that broke all things, and went straight to the proud sun on the back of the dragon in the sky. Gulong opened his mouth and spit out a piece of dragon breath, swallowing the stars and taking in the moon, and the red golden storm smashed her offensive. All at once. The goddess princess Long Tong trembled. Why, the great ancient dragon would be willing to become the mount of the human race? She stared at Taishi Gulong's dragon eyes, and the latter glanced at her coldly, ignoring her at all, only vigilance in his eyes. Xingyu, what are you doing? You took action at the main election meeting without permission, and violated the regulations. This old man will cancel your main election quota. Damn, what did you say? Dare to abolish the quota of my clan Xingyue. When the two elders of the dragon clan were angrily rebuked, the powerhouses of the Yutianjinlong clan all stood up, and the thunder was furious. Princess Xingyue gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter if there is no quota. Today, this princess is going to destroy this human race that humiliated Gulong. Taishi Gulong and Yutianjinlong are considered to be in the same blood, but Gulong is several grades stronger than Yutianjinlong, and its bloodline is noble, which is above the ordinary Shenlong bloodline. Princess Xingyue worshipped Taishi ancient dragon since she was a child, and it is difficult to find the real work of Taishi ancient dragon. Today, she did not expect to see Taishi ancient dragon with her own eyes. Sparked her anger. Even at the cost of losing the main election, that person above must be wiped out. Is the little girl of the dragon clan so fierce? Do it as soon as they meet. Lin Chen on the dragon sedan let out a long laugh and slowly walked down from the ancient dragon sedan. Immediately, there were two elders of the dragon clan standing beside him, and solemnly introduced. Today, the old man is here to give a grand introduction. This human is my dragon friend, Lin Chen. He has been designated as one of the candidates to enter the divine dragon ruins plane, and he has been the only human friend of my dragon senior for so many years. As soon as these words came out, the powerhouses of the primordial dragon clan and the desolate ancient dragon clan were completely dumbfounded. Surprised. Stunned, unbelievable. Human friends? Are you a fucking candidate for entering the divine dragon ruins plane? What a joke. Don't you make some human friends, and let a human enter their divine dragon ruins plane. Isn't this beating the dragon's face? Even if the noble dragon clan died outside and jumped from here, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing that would disgrace their ancestors. Crazy. The top must be crazy. Is it because my earwax is a bit too much to hear? The two elders of the referee said that he was one of the candidates for entering the divine dragon ruins plane? Is the old man drinking high or the high-level drinking high? You have a mind. Let the human race enter the ruins of the dragon? It's because they can. Figure it out. Protest. We protest. This is a decision made by your high-level officials, without authorization, affecting the foundation of my dragon family. Damn, I want to go up and swallow this human race. The mere human race dares to talk about entering the ruins of my dragon. The powerhouses of the major dragon races stood up one after another and angered the high-level dragon kings and elders. Some dragon races are violent and ferocious by nature, tyrannical and sinister, grinning and swallowing dragon energy, wanting to transform into a giant dragon and rush up to swallow Lin Chen, Princess Xingyue of the Royal Golden Dragon, with her almond eyes bursting with anger and murderous intent. She said coldly, "He can participate in the selection? What a joke." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a joking smile, "This princess of the dragon clan, don't rush to a conclusion. If I enter, it will only benefit your dragon clan, not hurt." Standing in the auditorium of the southern continent, the Qinglong family, a certain beautiful beauty, the beauty looked at the sight of the young man's face, and his eyes were in a trance. "It is the current new king of Qinglong, Mu Tianqing." Mu Tianqing's eyes were lost, and she stared at Lin Chen. Why, this human race is so similar to his Xinyun. When the earth-shattering change occurred in the dragon realm outside the Kamigawa galaxy, the rotating star ring releases energy equivalent to 1,000,000 times the power of the explosion of the holy power of the open heaven realm. It is like a pair of polar stars under the starry sky, relying on each other, around each other, for a long time. It seems to be eternal. I don't know when. The polar star on one side began to gradually separate from the outside. Under the pair of polar stars, there is a space entrance that is as dark as abyss, which is very hidden. Under the entrance, there is actually a monument, surrounded by massive figures either with horns on their heads or derived animal tails. The humanoid postures are all kinds of strange, and this person is actually full of demons. Moreover, every demon race is comparable to the Naxing realm or above of the human race. This overwhelming number, the devil, is more than tens of thousands. In the dark hall, on the throne of the void, sits a quiet and dust-free figure, wearing a wide black robe, covering the slender and exquisite figure. Only the arc outlined by the robe can reveal the beautiful and enchanting figure. She wears a ghost mask, with a red ghost face and green fangs, which is especially hideous. Only a pair of phoenix eyes under the mask, as azure as autumn water, dark eyebrows like March spring mountains. The brows are full of coldness, as if they were born without emotion, and the eyebrows are dotted with a little beauty cinnabar. Take a peek at her stunning beauty. A red general of the demon race knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Empress, Empress, all those who do not obey have been eliminated. More than half of the demon venerables have been awakened. 18 of the 24 demon lords have left the customs." In response to the Empress's call, the 4 great demon venerable elders have arrived. Western Demon Shenzhou, I want to discuss a joint battle planned with the Empress. The Empress's voice was cold and emotionless. "You haven't told me how many days it took them to decide." The demon general shuddered and said respectfully, Back to the Empress, less than a day. The Empress got up, and the beautiful phoenix eyes under the mask of ghosts and gods flashed a sharp killing intent. Really, in less than a day, the 4 elders of the demon clan decided to use the power of the 4 clans to live and die together with our clan? A group of old people who eat inside and outside. The demon clan also has 4 major branches, and each branch has a demon king in charge, but the real masters behind it are the 4 demon clan respected elders who are above countless demon kings, and can compete with the gods of the human race. Empress, if you want to unify the demon race, you need to win the elite power of the 4 races. She sneered slightly, let's go to the 4 clans to meet them. Even if the 4 old people join forces, they will not be the enemy of this Emperor's tricks. All the elites of the 4 clans belong to our army. When my demons are in power, it will be the day when the human race will be destroyed. The devil general ordered, yes. The subordinates immediately mobilize the strong people who understand the 4 clans, and go with the Empress. The demon Empress is getting closer and closer to the unified demon race. And the only mortal enemy of the demon race is the human race. The origin of the demon race involves the highest secrets of the human gods. Only a few people know where the origins and secrets of the demon race come from. But the only thing that the human race of later generations can be sure of is that the talent of the demon race is heaven-defying. They have the wisdom and learning ability of the human race, and they also have the talent of the 4 major demon races. It is the most terrifying enemy of all races in the future, so the demon race has been in seclusion for a long time. Today's demon race has already grown into a towering existence. The Kamigawa galaxy is one of the largest galaxies in the universe, but outside the Kamigawa galaxy, there is a wider galaxy, and it is also darker, full of the purest violence and the law of the jungle. It is not only the battlefield of the sky outside the battlefield, to be precise, it should be the sky galaxy outside the battlefield of the sky. The sky galaxy is the territory of the 4 major demon races. The 4 major demons are Wild Demon Clan, Tiansha Demon Clan, Bloodthirsty Demon Clan, and finally Calamity Demon Clan. Every type of demon is particularly terrifying. Whether it is the top powerhouse or the number of demons, the demons are the strongest level since the Ashura. As strong as the Dragon Clan, we have to admit that under the overall strength, the Dragon Clan is inferior to the Demon Clan. However, the demons are always in civil war. Even if they don't fight with other tribes, the internal struggle and fighting will continue. They are murderous creatures that have no relationship with peace. After many battles, the remaining human race, the demon race, and the dragon race are in a 3-legged situation, but the only one that grows the fastest is the demon race with the blood of the demon race. However, when the demon race was the weakest, why was it not destroyed, as if there was an invisible powerful force that silently sheltered the demon race? Cause and effect seem to have already begun to take shape. The Sky Galaxy, a planet that releases infinite energy, whistling and tearing apart the space energy hurricane all the time, as if countless disasters are naturally formed. In the endless storm, the void twists several groups of shapes. Quack, Futian, why do you have time to call us? Could it be that you have found new food? Ben Emperor goes up and down billions of dollars in a quarter of an hour, to engage in this thing with you. For the funeral, you must give this emperor a reason, or else you will tear down your old nest. Hey, Why don't you send a few female demons to this emperor to play with? By the way, you need Tiamazon to cultivate. The distorted shapes of the void burst out with quack laughter and sinister laughter. Only the wicked young man in the middle closed his eyes and rested, with a playful smile slightly outlined on the corner of his mouth. His appearance is very strange. With the face and body of the human race, there are 4 devil snakes wrapped around his chest and shoulders, and dense magic eyes are turning around his neck. If Lin Chen was here, he might have immediately recognized that this young man was the heaven-bearing devil emperor he once killed. However, what Lin Chen killed at the time was just a wisp of mind clone, and now the devil emperor burying heaven here is the main body. Here, it is the base camp of the calamity demons of the 4 great demon races, and the lair of the buried heaven demon emperor. The groups of thoughts standing near the heaven-burying demon emperor are all the consciousness thoughts of the demon emperor. This is a meeting of the highest level of the demon race. When the demon emperor buried heaven opened his eyes, the magic light was extinguished, and the magic pupil was like a demon world, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. He smiled and said, "Why do you worry? Our bait has been hooked and the fish has been raised. It can be said that God has helped my demons." As soon as these words came out, the thoughts of other devil emperors suddenly became interested. "Oh? You mean, our plan is done? I said you called us out, could it be?" The heaven-bearing demon emperor's eyes flickered, and he smiled sternly. "Yes, the gods of the human race have all entered the ruins of the god emperor. Brush." A few groups of demon emperors' thoughts suddenly erupted into a monstrous demonic energy, all in a state of ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. It seems that before tens of millions of epochs, our layout with the group of dead ancient demon emperors was not in vain. It's hard to pull the ruined ruins of the god emperor back from the far edge of the universe. This move is really useful. The deceased mathematician predicted that his wisdom is higher than the sky. The demon emperor buried heaven said with a smile, "The fish has already bited the bait, and they are still fighting over the bait. The people of the holy world are now weak." A scary and creepy fact. The ruins of the god emperor turned out to be the layout of the demons. The ruins of the god emperor were actually brought by the demons. In the middle of the game. The demons have long expected this situation. Now all the gods of the human race have left the holy world, and the Kami River galaxy will be headless. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. Hearing the news of the human race, a demon emperor laughed heartily. The gods of the human race call themselves the gods of all things, the representatives of the supreme and holy. Oh, when you really encounter temptation, you are no slower than my demon race. Can't these old foxes guess if we will take advantage of it when they leave the holy realm? No, they will definitely expect it. Another demon emperor smiled evilly and said, "Quack. Even so, even if they knew it might be a bait, they would bite it. This is the inferiority of the human race. The human race is really a sad family. The gods know what it means to leave the holy world, but they still choose to abandon the human race of the holy world. If those saints know the truth, I am afraid they will lose hope for their beliefs. This emperor can't wait. I want to swallow these desperate guys." Although the will of the several devil emperors were satisfied, no one proposed to attack the human race first. That's right, even if the gods leave, the heritage of the human race cannot be underestimated. Moreover, with the status of the devil emperor, one can see the whole situation at a glance. If the devil emperor moves, pulling one hair and moving his whole body, the dragon clan may not easily sit still and wait for death. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Moreover, the devil emperors may have to stare at the ruins of the god emperor. After the incident, the direction of the gods, and it is entirely possible that they will attack the human race and be killed by the gods. The goal of the demon race, all races know, is to take charge of all existing galaxies and races, and become the last overlord. So, it's just the first round of the game. They still have a second and third innings. However, the heaven-burying demon emperor suddenly showed a serious look. Looking at the thoughts of the demon emperors, the gods of the human race bit the bait. It's just one of the news I brought you today, and there are two other important news. Secondly, the demon empress has already been born completely, and the realm she has reached is already slightly better than ours. The demon emperor buried heaven glanced at the will of the demon emperors indifferently, and said indifferently, we may not be able to win her by fighting alone. Unexpected situations have occurred in the demon clan. The inheritance of the old things of the demon clan let her break through a whole new realm. The will of the few devil emperors suddenly erupted with anger and murderous intent, and even a bit jealous. Damn, this emperor disapproved of this plan back then, and now he's really raising tigers. Hee, don't be in a hurry to deny it, don't we still have a backer? We can see the talent of the demon race for all to see. When I want to complete the great rule, their strength is indispensable. This is a double-edged sword. The sharper it is for us, the better it is for us. The demon race hates the human race, and Shibi will declare war on the human race. That's the best time for us to start. A demon emperor suddenly said, Fu Tian, has she reached Demon King? The demon emperor buried heaven shook his head and laughed, not really. If she becomes the demon king, we don't have to mess around here, just make her the king. If we join forces, she will surely die. You devil emperors, they are so scheming that they are even planning the devil race. However, there are always surprises in the plan, and the growth of the Empress seems to have exceeded their expectations. The Devil Emperor buried heaven looked at the thoughts of the Devil Emperors and said seriously, so, our first choice now is to stop the civil war and coordinate all the fighting forces in the four clans. The ruins of the God Emperor and the Dragon clan will be handed over to us to watch. The demon army will attack the human race together, let them fight to the death, we will take it all again. A devil emperor said in a hoarse voice, then, what about the third important news you said? All the devil emperor's thoughts looked at the heaven-burying devil emperor. Talking about this matter, the devil emperor burying said sternly, the third thing is something that was not planned. The son of prophecy that we intercepted from the demon race did not appear. Back in the days of the demon race, there was a heaven-shattering fortune teller who predicted that the human race would have a son of prophecy rising against the sky, and with his personal power, it was enough to affect the balance of all races. This is also the reason why the demon empress turned into 3,000 avatars and went to the mortal world and the holy world of the human race. The devil emperor thought doubtfully, since the son of prophecy has not appeared, why do you want to? No. The heaven-burying devil emperor said solemnly, the son of prophecy did not appear, but a guy who was even more troublesome than the son of prophecy appeared. As soon as these words came out, the thoughts of the devil emperors were stunned, even more difficult than the son of prophecy? What is the origin of the other party? With a flick of the Devil Emperor's fingertips, the demonic jade slip exploded, and a message about a certain person suddenly exploded. The will of the Demon Emperor received all the messages in the demonic jade slip at once. After a while, I don't know which Devil Emperor said gloomily. What a human Lin Chen, this son's growth trajectory is truly unprecedented. This child is only 20 years old, yet he was able to sneak into the holy prison and kill your thoughts? The human race actually gave birth to such a world-shattering genius? The Demon Emperor buried heaven nodded and said, although the suppression of the holy prison at that time allowed the emperor to differentiate into a very weak clone, he was still knocked down by this son. If you only look at the potential, it may not be comparable. Some of the former human race sages. But if you only look at the growth rate, they are very against the sky, and it is not an exaggeration to be unparalleled in the world. In addition, he is now appearing in the most holy world, and the source of divine power that suddenly appeared in the holy world some time ago. According to our intelligence spy, he is also from him. And, when the Emperor's will clone first met him, unable to see through any trace of his destiny, this Emperor has reason to believe that he will become a more troublesome existence than the son of prophecy. The Demon Emperor's wills all looked at each other, and then said, "This child is so troublesome, let's go to the human race in person." The Demon Emperor buried heaven shook his head, "No, if we go, the Dragon Clan will immediately stare at it, and maybe the Demon Clan will act. Would you like to send a clone?" "No, the human race has a special artifact to sense the breath of the Devil Emperor, and the clone cannot enter the holy world." "Ha ha ha, it's better to spread this son's message to the 4 major demon worlds, offer a reward to this son's head, and give him to my descendants. You bury the son of the Devil Emperor, I am afraid that you are already approaching the top 10 of the human race Saint Talent list. Let them deal with this kid properly." Hee, this emperor also agrees with this suggestion. It just happened to let the young demons from the 4 major demons go to experience the experience. Now that all the gods of the human race are out, there are very few people who can threaten the existence of those little cubs, just to let them mix into the holy world of the human race, make a big fuss, and take this son's head back. By the way, this Lin Chen appeared 1,800 years ago. With his growth rate, he may really become a threat to us. However, he is too weak now. The demon race has been born, and the war is not far away. We just need to keep an eye on his presence, and don't let him run away after the war. Quack, this emperor can't wait to fight. The laughter of the Demon Emperor's will is as sharp as a night owl, echoing in the eternal universe. Soon after, Lin Chen alone became the primary target of the 4 major demon worlds. Throughout the ages, no human race could have this kind of treatment. Ignoring the anger of the many dragon clan, the 2 elders of the referee did not blushed, and their hearts beating, Yun Danfeng announced lightly, "This little friend Lin Chen will participate in the main selection competition. He and his Taishi ancient dragon are in the same vein and will participate in the main selection competition together. Moreover, he will single out 4 dragon gods on the basis of the original rules. Only if the descendants win, can they be qualified to enter the dragon plane. Little friend Lin Chen has an excellent relationship with my dragon clan. He has promised that once he enters the plane of the dragon, he will try his best to protect my dragon clan from being poisoned and invaded by the Zerg." At this time, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. "Then what? I am a person who emphasizes fairness, or fucking fairness." He smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that this rule is unfair. very unfair to all of you, so let's go. If the descendant of the dragon has a problem with me. Entering the plane of the dragon. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as always, his words caused 1,000 waves. If you think there is a problem, I'll come up, not to mention 1,004. 1,010, 20, 40. Anything is fine. Silence. Eerie silence. The dragon clan who clamored or roared before suddenly became quiet and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Even the elders of the dragon clan were dumbfounded. They finally paved the stairs for Lin Chen. Why didn't this kid play cards according to the usual routine? Do you think 1,004 is too little? You must know that you are facing the descendants of the dragon. No less than the list of saints of your human race. If the descendants of the dragons join forces, the effect is far greater than 1 + 1. Mu Tianqing's red lips parted slightly, so much like him. It's almost the same as the former king of 10,000 dragons. Apart from being a lot more handsome than Jilingbang, the tone and verve are exactly the same. Boom. The void vibrated, and the black-armored man with dragon horns, who was as dark as an abyss, stepped into the air and levitated, his brows as cold as a knife. This prince can't pretend he hasn't heard these words. The eldest prince of the prison dragon clan in Tianyue town. Sigh. Tear. The azure aurora whistled like a tornado, a handsome young man in an azure robe, with a pair of azure dragon wings stretched slightly behind them, and every time they slapped, a space storm was rolled up. With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he said indifferently, I didn't expect that your excellency Lin Chen from the human race would also come to the dragon realm, and I wanted to meet you for a while. The prince of Fengshan Winglong is another descendant of the dragon. Boom. 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 The sky is falling, one after another divine light descends, and the breath of dragons crosses the sky, intertwined like a net, and the descendants of divine dragons with detached temperament and incomparably noble life breath appear in the air. Their faces are arrogant, as if they are the strongest kings among all beings. In this world, there are 19 dragon princes, princesses, gods, all ruthless characters, who want to compete for the main selection or want to fight Lin Chen. At the beginning, when Lin Chen incarnated into the Azure Dragon clan, he only faced the crown prince and princess of the ancient dragon clan and the ancient dragon clan, but now he is facing the top level of the ancient dragon clan. The two are not at the same level at all. It's like the gap between the enchanting list and the saint list. And me. I made a move in violation of the rules just now, and my quota is gone. This princess will participate again. Princess Xingyue was extremely indifferent, looking at Lin Chen with pure killing intent, and now she is eager to fight Lin Chen. There are 20 descendants of dragons, who can stop them? There's a good show to watch. I want to see what Lin Chen has the ability to reach the sky, dare to spread wild in our dragon world. The lords of the gods will tear him to shreds. Taishi Gulong must return to the dragon world. You dragon clan clamored wildly. They can't wait to see Lin Chen crying for his father and mother, kneeling and begging for mercy. However, they thought that if they could see Lin Chen's regretful and fearful appearance, Commander Lin forced him to speak. Also, is there anything else? Is that all there is to it? I saw that his demeanor was a little excited, and he even had a little expectation. All the dragon clan present saw Lin Chen's appearance, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and they were dumbfounded, and some even seemed to have seen a ghost. Only these? Do you think it's too little? Does this person really know the seriousness of the problem? 20. Descendants of dragons, are you afraid that you haven't figured out the situation? The descendants of the dragons who played were all blue veins exposed. The woman had cold brows and fierce, killing intent. Good guy, everyone is so angry with Lin Chen, he can anger all the dragons. With just one mouth. Even the elder referee stared at him with big eyes, and even wanted to stop. Lin Chen. What is Lin Chen thinking about? After all, what happened to him? They have no chance to get the chance to improve their bloodline. Wait a minute, even if it changes. The nearby elder Tongxian raised his hand and stopped the elders. Elder Tongshuan's eyes were particularly deep, looking at Lin Chen slightly expectant look, and muttered to himself, little Lin Chen, let this old man see what realm you can achieve without using those external forces and killer tools. He seemed to be looking far away, and in Lin Chen he saw scenery and possibilities that other elders of the dragon clan had not seen. Well, then let this king witness until the last moment, this unprecedented confrontation between the human race and the dragon race. The Dragon King of Yin-Yang fortune-telling dragon is a beautiful woman with a noble and elegant temperament, with black and white dragon horns and a green palace dress. She personally walked in front of both parties, her slender jade fingers condensed a touch of yin and yang, and then flicked her fingers. Brush. 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 A strand of dragon energy swirling with yin and yang breaths attached to the gods. The yin and yang dragon energy is a means of protecting the gods. Once the yin and yang dragon energy is broken, it is judged to be a loss. Just when the yin and yang fortune dragon king wanted to give Lin Chen a layer of yin and yang dragon energy, Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled cynically, this beautiful senior, don't bother you to put a condom on me, I like to do it directly. The strong men were stunned. Lin Chen looked around at all the gods, and laughed sarcastically, I bet you can't even break my defense. If this commander forces me to lose a drop of blood, I will lose. Boom. All the descendants of the dragon race were thoroughly enraged. It's so arrogant, it's too much to deceive the dragon. Shenlong does not show his power, he treats the dragon as a snake's skin. Without saying a word, Lin Chen stepped into the air for a flash, and the Taishi ancient dragon swam in the void and slammed into the formation time and space of the dragon clan. As soon as you enter the dragon clan talisman, shrouded in red clouds, it immediately spreads all over the void, emerging one by one, covering the entire space. Call out. Call out. Call out. All the descendants of the dragon followed closely and swept into the formation space. This unique array space can only be displayed by the dragon race, which is completely different from the human race. As soon as he entered the formation space, the body of Lin Chen's vast Taishi ancient dragon shrunk 10 times, and the space became stronger. The Dragon King of Yin-Yang creation dragon reluctantly shook his head. Forget it, then follow what Lin Chen said. With a wave of her sleeve robe, the formation space was covered like an eggshell and quickly closed. The election begins. The referee elder gave a cold drink. Countless dragons stared at the situation in the formation space, for fear of missing any detail. Tear. Almost at the same time as the order was issued, the prince of the Fengshen Winglong spread his dragon wings and swept away in an instant. Boom. A special energy surged in the space, stagnant in the void. The Prince of Fengshen Pterosaur is very fast, but Lin Chen is faster than him. Slow rune. Lin Chen pushed horizontally with one hand. The host activates the 8th level slow rune, which consumes 35,000 holy level rune energy. The gray-white talisman was born, suddenly burst open, and the space was completely stagnant. At this moment, the faces of the gods of the dragon race changed greatly. The slow rune starts either an instant kill or a heavy hammer. For others, the descendants of Shenlong are a deterrent to all parties in the dragon race. In Lin Chen's eyes, they are the treasure house of walking attribute light balls. There are too many attribute light balls. The attribute light balls, contained in each descendant of the dragon, are dazzling, making Lin Chen dazzled. He wished that more descendants of the dragon would challenge him, even if the rules couldn't kill him. He had to play out all the attribute light balls as much as possible. A slow rune stuns the universe, stagnant in the void, as if even time is stagnant. In the bodies of all the descendants of the dragons, the vast dragon veins that are comparable to the sun, moon, and stars are blocked by this rune energy, and even the defense of the changing dragon body becomes particularly difficult. What technique is this? My dragon veins are 80% sealed. Oops, this damned human race took action too fast. Could it be that he is a rank 6 saint? When all the descendants of the dragons were screaming badly, the ancient dragon flew into the air, and Lin Chen attacked aggressively. Brush. 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 The turbulent waves shook the sky, and the water rolled in 9 days and 10 places. Lin Chen's holy dragon instantly activated the instant light splitting shadow, and shot the extreme prison in one breath. The water chain hooks and loops all over the sky bound everyone and blocked all the dragons' descendants. In action, the 110,000-strong dragon vein force activates the heavenly prison of extreme prison, superimposed with the effect of slow runes, and it is as strong as the descendants of the divine dragon and cannot break free quickly. Lin Chen struck like lightning, and he did everything he could to gather strength, and the terrifying pure force crushed a wave of air. Dragon clan aloof, occasionally have to go down to the world to see all the living beings. Let this commander force you to help you. He clenched his fists, and the power of 80,000 deities exploded. He swung his fist and beat him violently to the chest of the most handsome and fastest Fengshen pterosaur prince. Boom. Boom. The universe shook, the void shook violently, and the terrifying shock wave broke through the sky at once. Fengshen Winglong Crown Prince's chest cracked with the sound of bones breaking, his figure retreated and fell, and when the corners of his mouth bleeds, the yin and yang dragon energy that lingered around him was directly broken. Lin Chen turned around in awe, and slashed his leg with a whip. Bang! There was another explosion, and the figure of the Fengshen pterosaur prince flew out directly, his eyes rolled, and he was unconscious on the spot. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen's Yuanshan power turned into an 8-headed Yuanshan burning dragon, with a roar. Boom! 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 The nearest burial shadow, the phantom dragon prince, was roared into a nervous breakdown, and his blood was turbulent. Lin Chen slapped another palm in the air, and his 5 fingers shattered the world-destroying power that swept away ghosts and gods. A palm was printed on the Tianling cover of the illusionary dragon prince, shattering his yin and yang dragon energy from the front, and the Tianling cover was shaken and his consciousness was interrupted. Hi. The powerhouses of the various ancient dragon clans are suffocating cold air. Is this guy still human? the descendant of the dragon, standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation, the supreme existence of the major dragon clans in the king's land, was actually punched by him one by one. This motherfucker's human race saint talent list is not so perverted. Disuse. The beautiful woman dragon king in the green palace dress immediately scolded coldly, and directly teleported the injured two people out. Seeing the dazzling array of attribute light balls falling into the sky, Lin Chen raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. It's cool, it's so cool. It's really cool to fight the descendants of the dragon. The scalps of the dragon powerhouses are numb, and this guy is a lunatic. Their contempt for Lin Chen has completely disappeared, and some are just unprecedented attention. Especially the high-level dragon clan, they have never seen such a monster too. The sky against the human clan, such an existence is enough to threaten the future of the dragon clan. Boom. 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 The descendants of the great dragons tried their best to explode the dragon energy that was soaring to the sky and the earth, destroying Jiuxiao, breaking through all the shackles. The background of the descendants of the dragon is not vegetarian. When Lin Chen killed the two princes, they had broken through the shackles of the slow rune and the extreme prison. The thief is so brave. This prince wants you to die. One Piece. Kill this kid even if we win. Cut him in the middle, attack his shortcomings, and force his defense, too. Suppress him with firepower. The descendants of the dragons roared, and the dragon energy rose to reveal the body. The descendants of the dragons who traveled through the clouds and the sky turned into ancient dragons and were born. This scene made the powerhouses of the primordial dragon clan and the desolate ancient dragon clan stunned. The giant dragons roamed the universe, like a historical miracle belonging to the dragon family re-emerging in the world, and suddenly the world returned to the ancient times. Gingjin divine light. Xingyue along of Yutian Jinlong took the lead, opened his mouth and spit out an aurora, swept the universe, and distorted the space in the formation space into a paste. God Thunder comes to the world. A descendant of the extremely powerful thunder dragon swiped his claws, and thousands of thunder lights turned into fish and dragons, like a rapidly spinning roulette shrouded Lin Chen away. Deadly yellow spring sword. The descendants of Jiuyo Huangquanlong slashed violently with a dragon-tailed sword. The dragon blood and magical powers of the Peerless ranks exploded one after another, attacking Lin Chen. The attack range is so wide and dense that Lin Chen has no chance to hide at all. It seems that as long as you stand in the vast array space, you have to accept the baptism of this wave of offensive, and there is no way to retreat. This is the joint counterattack of the 18 descendants of the dragon, which is rare in history. Boom. 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 Lin Chen and his Taishi ancient dragon were affected by countless offensives, and the aftermath that spread over 1,000,000 miles continued to explode, engulfing them incessantly, and the stable space in the formation space was bursting several times. After the offensive continued for dozens of breaths, the descendants of the dragons were panting, and when they looked at each other, they exchanged their intentions. It's time to die. I have taken out all the secret skills at the bottom of the box, and he will be disabled if he doesn't die. It is impossible to retreat completely. Under the half-step Holy King, there are only a handful of rank 9 peak saints in the world who can take us so many tricks. Almost the rank 9 saints are also seriously injured, not to mention that he, Lin Chen, is only relying on him. A guy of pure power. While all the descendants of the dragon were talking, Xingyu seemed to noticed something for the first time, and her pretty face changed slightly. The legendary dragon-level Taishi ancient dragon is invincible. It has indestructible ancient dragon scales and an immortal dragon body. It is stronger than our clan's imperial golden dragon body. It is known as the king of absolute defense. Could it be that? Boom. 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 A large amount of the aftermath of the dragon's breath was flashed by a golden light with a sword blade, a blue wave, or a storm, and it was completely torn apart. Boom. An ancient dragon shining with golden light, dancing in the sky, dancing in front of the dragon clan. On the top of Gulong's head, stepping on a straight figure, the silver robe flew over, shocking the world. One person and one dragon, surrounded by red golden divine light, like a halo, shrouding the dragon's body and covering Lin Chen's body. It was unscathed. Princess Xingyue's dragon pupil shrank. It really didn't even break his defense. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose. Now it's me. All the elders of the dragon clan stood up one after another, as strong as the high-level representatives of the ancient dragon clan, who were also full of shock and shock. What? This is an ancient dragon-level peerless supernatural power. The peerless bloodline supernatural power of the perfection level. It is definitely the power that only the perfection level can have. But, that's not right. A peerless supernatural power that is as strong as the perfection level, even if it is launched with the power of 110,000 gods, it is impossible to completely stop our offensive. For the first time, the descendants of Shenlong, who are as strong as arrogant, appeared a little panic. The descendants of ancient dragons who are good at defense are not absent from the ancient dragon clan, and some have even passed the main election to show their strong strength. However, as strong as the descendant of the ancient dragon, it is impossible to perfectly resist the offensive of all of them. Although the ancient dragon's bloodline is strong, he can fully display his super talent only after he has obtained the divine dragon level. Before becoming a divine dragon, although the gap between the ancient dragon bloodline and the divine dragon bloodline was there, it would never be so big. It is even more impossible to be strong enough to block the level of 18 descendants of dragons with one dragon. The eyes of the elder Tong Xian, who floated to the eastern continent, shone in all directions. The absolute defense of Taishi Gulong? Someone Lin smiled knowingly, with a smirk on his face. Enhancing the +16 ancient dragon bloodline is so hard that I'm afraid of myself, ha 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 ha. I gave you a chance, but it doesn't work. In this case, after so many fights, it's my turn. Boom. Lin Chen's palm shook sharply, and the infinite power burst out. In a flash, he hit the leader of the Tianyue town prison dragon prince with one palm. With one palm and 10 punches, Lin Chen's punches were as fast as wind and rain, and he hit the strongest 10 strikes at once, piercing the Tianyue Jin prison dragon, known as the King of Defense. Xinglong and Lin Chen acted almost at the same time. Heavenly Claw, Azure Dragon Sword. The golden claw is divided into 5, and the dragon's tail slashes 9 days. With one sword, the prince who hit the dragon of life and death, smashed his yin and yang dragon energy. The blood of the dragon was mad, and the attribute light ball filled the air. Don't let him succeed. One Piece. Such a strong defense must not last too long, and this human race cannot be allowed to enter the Shenlong ruins. The remaining descendants of the dragons suddenly burst into flames, and all the ultimate killing moves were used, but they were all aimed at Lin Chen alone. Some dragon bodies are wrapped around the nebula, the star sand rotates, the dragon body is as vast as a long river, and the star sand condenses into a vast dragon claw, which has the power to tear the universe. Some dragons roll with the violent power of water, like raging waves, sweeping the sky. Some are surrounded by billions of thunder lights, and the thunder is like an electric snake wandering around the body of a dragon, like a thunder god, coming to the world undefeated in the world. Some of them are entangled with death energy, like the dragon that came from the slender spring of hell, and controls death and destruction. Some exhale into a cold wave, open their eyes into a scorching sun, and take in their chi as a storm tornado. The dragon body is cast like black iron, and the whole body is pitch black. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Good guy, the attribute ball of light in these descendants of the dragon has skyrocketed again. Ben Gong must kill you. Princess Xingyue, who received infinite golden light, took out her dragon claws, slammed it with one claws, and tore her head to the space directly above Lin Chen. Lin Chen slapped the sky with a palm, and slammed away from the front. Bang! The continuous mushroom cloud exploded into the sky, and Lin Chen's laughter echoed in Zhou Tian. If you have any killer move, just use it. Like a red golden divine light, he swept away together with the Taishi ancient dragon, and fought with all the descendants of the divine dragon. The pupils of the dragon elders of the 4 continental plates shrank in amazement and sigh. It went so far. Prince, they really don't want people to enter the dragon plane. This old man has never seen him fight so hard. Damn, I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup this sun has poured into the high-level people. One by one, they are determined to give this sun a chance to choose. I just sent a voice to talk to the 2 dragon kings, and I didn't have a chance to bargain. In the array space. Sigh. Boom. Lin Chen's legs are as sharp as a knife, his fists are like a raptor, and his elbows smash into the void. Every move brings out his pure power to the fullest. He beats all the way in the vast dragons, as if entering a realm of no one, invincible. The descendants of the dragon were defeated by him, and their expressions were full of horror. Although Lin Chen's pure power offensive was powerful, it was full of firepower, and the descendants of the dragons who showed all their cards were completely able to withstand it. It was not that they couldn't take Lin Chen's attack. However, Lin Chen's defense is too perverted. Impossible to break defense at all. This guy and Taishi Gulong directly faced all the offensive and fought hard at close range, and every move exploded their strength to the top. Originally, protracted warfare was the domain that the dragons were good at. But now, they are in a hurry. The yin and yang dragon energy is not enough to support them to withstand Lin Chen's violent attack. Lin Chen swung his legs in the air, and flew to the crown prince of Joyo. Huang Quanlong with one foot, the dragon's blood spilled out, the yin and yang dragon energy was broken, and he was eliminated. The dragon king of fortune, the beautiful woman in the palace dress, immediately grabbed his hand and moved the prince of Joyo Huangquan dragon away. Lin Chen's Taishi Xinguang resisted the endless offensive of the violent attack, flashed like lightning, raised his hand and grabbed the dragon horn of the Jeek Thunder God Prince. When the 5 fingers violently exerted force to capture the dragon's horns, Lin Chen and the dragon with the horns acted like a long whip, swung violently, and spun up, like a big windmill sweeping around. The dragon body of the Thunder God Dragon Prince was whipped by Lin Chen, smashing all the way, and knocking other descendants of the dragon flying. Along the way, Princess Xingyue was attacked by a golden light. Seeing this, she had a chance to take advantage of it. The dragon's claws tore through the sky, crushed it violently, and hit the top of Lin Chen's Tianling cover. Just when Princess Xingyue thought she had succeeded, her jade-like dragon eyes shrank slightly, and the young man directly below suddenly turned his head, the corners of his face and mouth raised, as if he had already anticipated her actions. I saw the next moment, a strange thing happened. Brush. A purple light flashed, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared instantly. The huge, blazing dragon body appeared at Lin Chen's position. Princess Xingyue's cohesive claw instantly hit by Yao's bright dragon body. A burst of brilliance erupted, the dragon's blood burst out, and the owner of the dragon body let out a scream. Your uncle Xingyu, where are you fighting? It hurts the prince. Before the owner of the dragon body was eliminated, he roared and screamed. What? Princess Xingyue was taken aback. Long Tong was full of disbelief, and quickly looked around, only to see that Lin Chen had already appeared in another spatial orientation. That position is the position of the Prince of Wanchig. He was in the right position with Wanchig just now? Princess Xingyue's dragon pupil shrank. How could such a thing be possible? Orange level intermediate talent shapeshifting. On the other side, the Taishi ancient dragon swung its tail into a sword, and the sword smashed it violently, hitting two descendants of the dragon, the Yin and Yang dragon. Energy was broken again, and two descendants of the dragon were eliminated. Lin Chen's figure flashed again, and he rushed towards the other descendants of the dragon. The descendants of the dragons who fought in the outer space of the formation space were dumbfounded and horrified. Beat up. Totally beating. Lin Chen unilaterally ravaged more than a dozen descendants of the dragon, pressing them on the ground and rubbing them. One person beats more than a dozen descendants of divine dragons. Under the powerhouses of the same era, perhaps only the legendary 10 people in the holy talent list can do such a thing. No, it's not so much that this human race is powerful, it's more that his Taishi ancient dragon bloodline is too unbelievable. When Lin Chen's 80,000 sages are fighting normally, he can at most be comparable to a descendant of a dragon with full firepower. However, his absolute defense completely reversed the situation, turning the battle into a one-sided devastation. As long as he hits others, there is no situation where others hit him. This is too bullying. All the offensives of the descendants of the dragon were only to break through Lin Chen's defense, but he was beaten by him again and again, forcing everyone to fight against him with pure force, and finally he was crushed all the way until the Yin and Yang dragon energy was broken. Boom. 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 After a series of shocking explosions, after the dragon breath storm dissipated, the momentum of the battle suddenly stopped. I saw that there was only one huge ultimate prison left in the formation. Space. Lin Chen's primordial spirit was shrouded in power, and no one could perceive what was going on inside. This guy actually defeated all 19 gods. How about it? Princess Xingyue didn't show up. What's the situation inside? The perception is unclear. This elder's perception was cut off by his primordial spirit power. Would you like to end up and save the princess? While the powerhouse of the royal golden dragon clan was preparing for action, the dragon king of fortune, a beautiful woman in palace dress, raised his jade hand. Wait, Princess Xingyue's Yin and Yang dragon energy has not been completely broken, and she has no worries about her life. The elders of the dragon clan looked at each other and did not dare to act rashly. In the array space, in the Jiu Heavenly prison, Lin Chen pressed Princess Xingyue's dragon head with one hand, and Taishi Gulong entangled her dragon claws, dragon tail, and all, one person and one dragon, and bound her to the extreme prison Heavenly Prison. He hammered all the descendants of the dragon, all of them were eliminated. But Princess Xingyue did not. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "How about it, accept it or not?" Princess Xingyue gritted her teeth, "I don't agree. What kind of hero are you? We only win by relying on the supernatural powers of our dragon race, Taishi Gulong. In the words of your human race, it's just picking people's teeth and wisdom. What kind of skill?" Lin Chen laughed, slapped her dragon horn with a slap. The princess snorted. And the dragon pupil was full of anger and unwillingness. "I'm picking up people's wisdom. If you give the blood of the ancient Taishi dragon to your dragon family, will you be able to exert this level of power in the realm of 110,000 powers? Why, if you don't accept it, if you don't believe it or not, I will bully you until you accept it." Princess Xingyue said unwillingly, "No matter how clever you are also relying on the blood of Taishi ancient dragon to win us. Otherwise, with your brute force, it's no problem for this princess to win. You thief who insulted Taishi Gulong, I will definitely kill you." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it's quite tough." He turned to Xinlong with a glance, and deliberately said loudly, "Gulong, show her some color." Lin Chen's holy dragon let out a long roar, waving the dragon's tail, and slapped it at her dragon's tail. "Pa! Hey!" Princess Xingyue gave a coquettish cry and gritted her teeth, "Rogue." Lin Chen smiled and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK, it turns out that the princess of the dragon clan can also babble. Come on, give the young master another." The dragon tail waved again, snap. Princess Xingyue blushed, "You bastard." Lin Chen laughed, "How dare you call me a lowly human race? Come on, Kong Kong, you noble dragon princess, will make some strange noises." Snapped. 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 Taishi Gulong swung continuously for a while, causing Princess Xingyue's shame to soar, and her anger towards Lin Chen even more inflamed. Since childhood, who did not respect her, the princess of the dragon clan, and regarded her as the hope of the clan, who would dare to beat her like this? The more Princess Xingyue wanted to resist, the more Lin Chen suppressed her with pure power. Even when she wanted to mobilize the power of the dragon veins to release the dragon's breath, Lin Chen directly shot a slow rune with one hand to suppress her. Damn the human race! Princess Xingyue was annoyed and ashamed. When she broke through the shackles of the slow rune, the dragon body trembled and turned into a human form. Just transformed into a human form, Princess Xingyue wants to make a violent move. Brush. Taishi Gulong also turned into a human form, and with the power of the water prison of the extreme prison, it turned into a chain bond, and then captured Princess Xingyue with pure power. Until she saw the form of the Taishi ancient dragon, Princess Xingyue's pupils shrank, and she found that the Taishi ancient dragon was really related to Lin Chen. This ancient dragon's bloodline is related to him, and he is in charge of Lin Chen. The princess was furious, because her admiration and worship for Taishi Gulong exceeded her fear of facing Lin Chen at this time. The beautiful woman scolded coldly, "You humble human race has defiled the great ancient dragon." Lin Chen frowned, "If you keep your mouth shut, the human race is despicable. I will teach you how to respect others today." Princess Xingyue shouted, "Whether you are now or in the future, you are not worthy of the blood of Gulong." A trace of displeasure flashed across Lin Chen's eyebrows. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose, his fingertips lifted Princess Xingyue's chin lifted her snow scorpion and laughed jokingly. It's said that a tiger's but cannot be touched, but someone from Lin is going to touch the dragon's hand today. Let you know that the two clans of humans and dragons are equal. After saying that, Lin Chen raised his hand. Pa. Princess Xingyue's elegant and noble Xueyu appeared a touch of red, shame and anger intertwined. What kind of hero are you, if you have the ability to let go of this? Princess, I will definitely defeat you one-on-one. The defeated generals don't know how to repent. Pa. You bastard, big hooligan, pervert. If you don't respect others, you don't respect other people, you should fight. Pa. You. To the little master. Pa. You, don't let this princess go out, or you must look good. Yeah. Pa. Do you admit defeat? I don't accept it. Don't recognize it? Alas, it seems that I am going to use my lost secret, the ultimate version of the dark horse dragon claw hand. Pa. Lin Chen became more and more addicted to filming. It was just one shot. Outside the prison of hell. Why so long? Could it be that Princess Xingyue is resisting Lin Chen's fierce attack? Hey! The princess is really a role model for my generation. That thief is fierce and sturdy, and his moves are so ferocious that it makes people tremble, and his every move is so ferocious. Princess Xingyue actually blocked this vicious generation for so long by herself. She is too strong. This strength deserves to be the strength that became the main election in the first round. The dragon powerhouses of the 4 continental plates were talking a lot, but the pretty face of the Dragon King was slightly crimson, and he didn't know what he felt. His Royal Highness, what is the situation now? An elder with a dragon-level cultivation base looked at the Dragon King of creation. The Yin and Yang dragon chi is under her control. Now the situation in the prison is shrouded by the power of the primordial spirit, and other dragon kings cannot penetrate into it. Only the Dragon King of good fortune can perceive the situation inside through the Yin and Yang dragon chi. Therefore, once the Yin and Yang dragon energy is broken, it means that Princess Xingyue has lost, and they must go in and save the dragon as soon as possible. The Dragon King of Fortune lightly covered the pink on his cheeks, shook his head and said, Xingyu's dragon energy has not been broken yet, she is not ready to admit defeat. Yes, according to the regulations, if the dragon chi is not broken, and the alternative dragon clan has not called to admit defeat, it cannot be counted as the end. The dragon chi only protects the lifeline of the dragon body, but it can still feel the pain. Lin Chen's slap was printed on the beauty Shui Tao, and it was only painful, but not hurt. Under the premise of being restrained, it was impossible to decide to interrupt the battle. So now Princess Xingyue wants to get out of the sea of misery, she must admit defeat. But what she hated the most was Lin Chen, the human race, to let the arrogant her admit defeat to Lin Chen? Isn't it worse than killing her? Princess Xingyue, come on. You are our pride, the princess must make Lin Chen do well. Yes, let him see the greatness of our dragon race. Dare to break into my dragon world, the princess will teach him to be a man. Today. Quack, it must be that Boy Gulan's blood and divine power is exhausted, and now he is being beaten inside. 80,000 gods alone can't beat His Highness Xing Yu. The powerhouses of the Yutian Jinlong clan cheered, and even the Dragon clan of other clans cheered for Princess Xingyue. Even though their Dragon clan had a lot of grudges in the past, once they are United and have a common enemy, they will become particularly cohesive. Now their goal is to unify Lin Chen. Only the Dragon King of Creation couldn't help but hold his forehead. If they knew what was going on inside, would they still be able to shout these come on and shout? Inside the heavenly prison. Snapped. 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 Don't admit defeat, everyone outside is cheering for you. Lin Chen slapped his palms non-stop and laughed jokingly. Some dragons also called you to let me see the greatness of the dragons. It's really big, I saw it. Lin Chen laughed. Princess Xingyue's teeth were clenched, her face was red and her ears were red, and her shame was at an unprecedented peak. Let go of me if you have the ability. Boom. Before Princess Xingyue finished speaking, Lin Chen actually pushed her away. With one palm. This time, she was stunned for a moment, but regardless of the 37-21, when she turned into a dragon and slaughtered Lin Chen again. Boom. Lin Chen's momentum suddenly erupted, and Princess Xingyue, who wanted to act, suddenly stopped. Her wonderful eyes stared straight ahead, her delicate body trembled slightly. And she froze in place. Lin Chen's demeanor was completely different from before, his eyes were deep and vast. Fighting intent rushed to the sky, and a pair of sword eyes stared at Princess Xingyue. Princess of the Dragon Clan, the joke is over, no matter how stubborn you are, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Lin Chen said indifferently, as for what you said, whether I am worthy of the Taishi ancient dragon blood now or in the future, the question was wrong from the beginning. Lin Chen's eyes made Princess Xingyue's heart linger, and Lin Chen said calmly, it's the blood of the ancient dragon of Taishi, can it be worthy of me? Boom. A sharp blade of primordial spirit shot from the center of the eyebrows, and fell directly on Princess Xingyue's body. She was repelled thousands of miles away, her yin and yang dragon energy was broken, and her pretty face was pale. I've taken advantage of you so much, so I'll treat you lightly this time. Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulders, and said with a casual smile, I'm polite enough to you. Brush. 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 The extreme prison cell collapsed, and many dragon races finally saw the situation inside. Lin Chen walked lightly in the air, unscathed. On the other hand, Princess Xingyue's dragon energy was broken and her pretty face was pale. Both, the judgment is high and low. The main election is over. According to the regulations, human Lin Chen will get a main election spot. At this time, the Dragon King of Creation personally announced the result. In the dragon race venue, there was an uproar from all continents. It actually passed. Moreover, even Princess Xingyue failed to defeat him Lin Chen in the end. She was able to win a duel against 20 descendants of the dragon. This kind of record is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. However, Lin Chen was not arrogant. This battle is nothing more than the rules are in his favor. The main draw contest and the battle of life and death are not at all like that. In the main selection contest, the descendants of the Shenlong had to retire as soon as their dragon energy was broken. While protecting them, it also limited their combat power. If it is a life and death battle, the trump cards of the 20 Shenlong descendants will be enough to hold on until his Taishi Xingguang is blasted. At that time, he will face the blood and supernatural powers of the 20 Shenlong descendants. Even if the opponent is injured, it is not easy to mess with. Without relying on the God of War set and the talent of the God Killer, Lin Chen needs to use at least one of his clones and cooperate with the power of his primordial spirit to win the 20 descendants of the dragon. Lin Chen's holy dragon roamed the void and took away all the attribute light balls that had been dropped earlier. This time, all the attributes of holy level qi and blood are absorbed by Lin Chen's body, focusing on the realm of body refining. Lin Chen stepped into the air, turned to look at the dragon kings and elder Tongxian, and said with a casual smile, "How about it, I can enter the divine dragon plane this time." Elder Tongxian and the dragon kings who were hiding the void looked at each other, nodded and smiled. No problem. Despite the protests and scolding, Lin Chen was still invited to the seat by the elders arranged by the senior officials of the dragon clan and treated as a VIP. This is the first time in history that a human race has received such treatment. Those old monsters of all ethnic groups who have not been in contact with the high-level people are trying to figure out the meaning with extreme curiosity. According to their understanding, the senior officials of the dragon clan have always considered it thoroughly, so how could they make such a disappointing decision? The only possibility is that Lin Chen's son has come up with conditions and benefits that the top management cannot refuse. Looking at Lin Chen's retreating back, Princess Xingyue pursed her lips slightly and froze in place. As a dragon with a noble bloodline, or the bloodline of a divine dragon, the instinctive reaction is very correct. At that moment just now, Princess Xingyue's instinct told her that if she took a step forward to attack, she might face death. Lin Chen, how many secrets does this person hide? Thinking of what Lin Chen did to her just now, Princess Xingyue's cheeks flushed red, Xia dyed her cheeks, gnashing her teeth and stomping her feet. This stinky rascal must be made to pay the price. Thinking of Lin Chen's remarks, Princess Xingyue was fired up again for no reason. Humph. No matter what your background is, Lin Chen, you are not worthy of the great Taishi ancient dragon bloodline. My clan will definitely take back the ancient dragon bloodline. The fact that Lin Chen was selected for the main election caused an uproar in all ethnic groups. Countless dragon clan elders, deacons, and senior officials angrily rebuked them. The answers they received were, "Little friend Lin Chen has made outstanding contributions to our clan, and he should be qualified." As soon as these words came out, they all provoked the anger of all ethnic groups. What contribution do you have to say directly? Can you convince the public by hiding and tucking? In this regard, the high level into a state of secrecy. No way, I can't tell you that this son can improve the bloodline level of the dragon, right? They haven't eaten enough at the top, so how can they know the truth for you at the bottom? In short, Lin Chen's arrival made the dragon realm turbulent. And other descendants of dragons are under the guidance of their own dragon king. Take the opportunity to participate in the follow-up selection, and strive to get a new extra main election place. Dragon World, a special secret room. This place is a resting place specially opened for Lin Chen by the high-level people. Except for a small number of dragons who know about it, most of the dragons are unknown. In a certain way, Lin Chen is now the focus of attention, and the top dragon clan executives don't want him to have too much contact with the dragon clan. Below. Boom. In the secret room, suddenly crumbling, a terrifying pure force brewed and burst out, like a true dragon flying into the sky, breaking through the sky. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and when he exhaled, the sturdy space barrier in the secret room rolled up and roared and raged. The strength of body refining has finally exceeded 23,000 Zun strength. My meat shell awakening is in the 4th stage, and the meat shell power is increased by 400% on the original basis, that is to say, the pure power of the body can reach 115,000 power. Lin Chen's eyes are full of light. With pure power alone, without using any other means, he can now wrestle with the 7th rank saint. However, it's not enough. Lin Chen shook his head. Lin Chen knows the basics of this body training, and he still can't break through the boundaries between the God of War 5-piece suit and the Holy King of body training. Before, he could withstand so much pure power using the God of War 4-piece suit. In addition to the body refining realm, there was also the support of the acupoint cultivation base, brought by the terrifying God Killer talent. Now the 5-piece set of God of War, although the rate of charge reduction is slower when using, but the threshold for pursuing high-level power is also higher. What's more, Lin Chen doesn't have the powerful condensed acupoints that he had when he was in the state of God Killer. Only relying on pure strength is not enough for Lin Chen to wear the 5-piece God of War suit to have the pure strength to compete with the Holy King. Must be stronger. The 5th stage of awakening the meat shell requires more top-level heavenly points. Although my remaining 420,000 top-level heavenly points can barely be awakened again, it needs to be used in other places, and can't be used up all at once. Lin Chen frowned, deeply feeling the limitations of the human race. Compared to those top powerhouses who have accumulated thousands of years of age, geniuses with peerless blood, his innate talent for body refining is too weak. You must know that he has injured so many descendants of the divine dragon with the holy level chi and blood attributes. If there is no meat shell awakening function, the respect he has actually gained is only in the early 10,000s. Lin Chen frowned and thought to himself, it can't go on like this. The speed of increasing the strength of the meat shell is too slow. Lin Chen dares to fight and work hard, and he has always broken the boat in his work. But that doesn't mean he will be arrogant and conceited. He has seen too many conceited and arrogant demons and saints. To Lin Chen, they are not only opponents, but also a mirror. On the one hand, look at yourself in the mirror. Lin Chen is arrogant but not arrogant. He is very clear that the arc of his own growth is too fast. Even if he has a system, there is still an obvious gap. Compared with those peerless geniuses who truly have heaven-defying talents. Human race, if there is no chance against the sky, it is extremely difficult for the realm of body refinement to advance by leaps and bounds, and it will be limited by blood. If the holy level chi and blood attribute values obtained just now are absorbed by the holy dragon of the Taishi ancient dragon bloodline, perhaps the pure power of the increase will be higher. This trip to the Dragon Clan is a once-in-a-lifetime trip. I have to seize the opportunity. I cannot waste this opportunity. It is limited to the improvement of the meat shell, and the cultivation of the holy cave cannot be left behind. I will strive for a perfect promotion to the highest multiple of the condensed cave. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. In terms of talent, I have the blood of an ancient dragon, which should not be bad. But the problem is, on the premise that I treat my holy dragon as an independent individual, my talent for body refining is equivalent to disappearing. If Lin Chen only included the bloodline of Taishi ancient dragon into his body refining talent would of course be against the sky, but in this way, he would not be able to use the great help of the holy dragon. In this way, the next best choice should be to let the holy dragon absorb all the holy level chi and blood attributes obtained in the dragon family. That's right, a choice must be made now. If you choose to focus on improving the power of the Holy Dragon, you will have to give up the body refining realm. When you need to use the God of War suit, Lin Chen will fight in the form of the Holy Dragon possessed. But in this way, Lin Chen will lose the great help of his Holy Dragon on the battlefield. However, Lin Chen urgently needs to face the background of the top powerhouses now, so he can only choose. According to Jiang Taishu's speculation, the luck of the dragon gods of the dragon family has decreased, and the god-level dragons have probably left to spy on the ruins of the god emperor. Next time I come to the dragon clan, I may not have such an opportunity. The dragon clan divine dragon will not easily let a human race like me win over the dragon clan high-level officials. I must gain more accumulation at one time. Lin Chen made up his mind and made it in one fell swoop. He wants to temporarily give up the realm of body refining. This trip to the Dragon Clan has only 4 goals. First, let the Holy Dragon break through the upper limit of pure power. Second, let the condensate points accumulate, as far as possible to achieve perfection. Destroying the clones of the gods of war and the will of the gods has made Lin Chen feel that the next time acupoint bursts, it is possible to hit the 5 acupoints in a row. 3. Find the whereabouts of the ancient dragon's bloodline, and add another kind of ancient dragon bloodline, and the strength will definitely skyrocket. 4. Find the dragon's marrow energy of Tianyue Zenyalong for Longjiu Mountain. Long Jiushan was born in a battlefield, a region where the war is raging and there is no rules and regulations. With only one pair of dragon fist, he hit the world. But he once told Lin Chen that before he became famous and reached his peak, he encountered a bottleneck, that is, the limit of body refinement. It was during that time that he obtained a 10-foot-long divine keel. It is a divine dragon bone that belongs to Tianyue Zenyalong alone, and the bone contains the marrow of divine dragon. The power of energy can be said to be against the sky. Although it can be absorbed, it is extremely risky. It is as strong as a holy king who dare not easily absorb divine energy. Even if it is a dragon of the same kind, there is still a certain risk, let alone a human, which is almost more dangerous than the probability of dying. Long Jiushan chose to go all out and bring the marrow into the bones. When he introduced the marrow into the bone, the pain he endured was indescribable, and the screams he made could make life horrified in a radius of 10,000 miles. Pills hang their lives and consciousness. After that, Long Jiushan took advantage of the power of the dragon marrow of Tianyue Zenyalong to soar into the sky, and his body-refining power was honored. The proud son of the era who was named the Holy King. The current Longjiu Mountain still has the qualifications to become a saint. King of body refinement, but there is still a short distance. This time, Lin Chen found the essence of the dragon of Tianyue Zenyalong for him, just to shorten this distance. By the way, let's see what conditions are required for the 6th God of War part. It was only then that Lin Chen remembered that he killed the Holy King last time and got the 6th design. The system determines to drop precious attribute treasures, depending on the host and the difficulty of killing the target. For example, when Lin Chen killed the sage's 2nd level, he would drop a superb talent when he was a cultivator, and it was completely different from the attribute treasure dropped by killing the sage's 2nd level when he first became a saint. Because the difficulty caused by the host's basic cultivation is different. The attributes dropped by enemies in the same realm will also be different. The system is turned on Golden God of War Set 6th Ultimate Helmet, Final Design Drawing. Required Production Conditions, Red Gold God Iron 10 feet, 9-fold God. Star, Top Grade Gold Type Heteromorphic 10 pieces, Top Level Heaven Value 3 million points, Set Essence 1000 billion points. Lin Chen was stunned, it was really outrageous. Note, if the host completes the casting of the final piece, it can be equipped with a perfectly matched God of War weapon, and can use the true power and ultimate power of the God of War suit, depending on the host's cultivation base and foundation. If you don't complete the final piece to reach the full set, the host's existing 5-piece set will charge up to 100%, which is not comparable to the 2% charge of the complete God of War set. The answer given by the system actually left Lin Chen speechless. There is no way the God of War is worth this price. People still make 1-for-1, make helmets and send weapons. However, the production conditions are really terrifying, especially the 9 divine stars, which Lin Chen has never even heard of. At this moment, a female voice came from outside the secret room. Your Excellency Lin Chen? Are you free now? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh? Girl? He took out an ancient mirror from under his crotch, looked at his face, rubbed his chin, and sighed. Everywhere you go, you attract bees and butterflies. Lin Chen, you are indeed the most handsome man in this holy world, and you are about to catch up with that man. Ah, this damn handsome. A woman's sweet voice came from outside the door. I'll leave if I'm not free? Hey, there is time. System, look at your bear. Lin Chen opened the door, and under the moonlight, what caught his eye was a blue dress as blue as the sea. The full moonlight embellishes the exquisite and slender waist, soft as boneless. The woman is slim, with moth eyebrows, eyes like a jasper full of autumn water. The pear vortex is shallow, the eyebrows are full of quiet elegance and gentle and moving tenderness. The red lips are dark, outline stunning beauty. Lin Chen couldn't help but whistled frivolously. It's really a beautiful woman reflecting the bright moon on the sea, and the sea of flowers is still in the middle of Changwan. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at the arsonist Lin. She was so charming. And charming, she gently stroked the blue silk in her ear, and said helplessly, why, do you humans like to talk like this? Lin Chen shrugged and said with a wicked smile, you don't like it, then I'll put it another way. Beauty, what are you looking for? If you want to explore new ways to play, please prepare yourself mentally, and I will try to be gentle. If you want to learn new knowledge about yin and yang gender health, I suggest you bring a late night snack and come back to me. Because I'm going to talk for a long time. If you are in common, please find someone else, because I already have a famous gun and an owner. The beauty was surprised. Don't you remember me? Lin Chen smiled and said, do you dare to ask the pretty girl's name? The beauty's Chantian Liwu suddenly became angry and muttered, I can forget this. Seeing Liren's slightly resentful appearance, Lin Chen was immediately shocked. He said in surprise, could it be that I took some strange poison and entered a state of temporary amnesia, and then went back and forth with you 250 times and then 250 times? In the end, the water is more flowing when the knife is cut off, and the ruthless person who draws the gun is more handsome, and becomes a scum that is always messed up and abandoned. Woman in blue dress, stop. What does your brain do? How can you think in such a mess? Lin Chen shrugged, isn't it all written like this in the novels? Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. He stared at the woman up and down. And after looking around for a while, he vaguely remembered something, but he didn't fully remember it. The woman said helplessly, 9 clan battlefield, dragon clan battlefield. Luo Shueiyue. Lin Chen was startled. You are Luo Shueiyue, Luo Mei? Oh. I'm sorry, a man as handsome as me has been in the midst of thousands of flowers, and I have seen so many beautiful women that I can't remember them all at once. This denies her own appearance. Luo Shueiyue, who is as pure as water, can't help but feel a little sullen, and a woman with a pure heart is more or less concerned about her appearance. I can't remember how long it's been apart. Don't all the women around you look good to me? This really doesn't blame Lin Chen. After Luo Shueiyue obtained the complete Shenlong bloodline, her temperament changed greatly, and it was normal that Lin Chen didn't recognize it immediately. Lin Chen smiled casually. Then, what are you looking for with me? If we keep talking, the water will turn into the sea. Talking about the business, Luo Shueiyue said seriously, are you sure you want to stay in the dragon clan? The dragon realm has already been quarreling because of you. Lin Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, small problem. Even if they want to move me, they have to consider whether they can take me down. Luo Shueiyue looked around vigilantly, and then approached Lin Chen's ear. The tip of Lin's nose moved, and the fragrance of the dragon princess virgin was really unique. Then, Luo Shueiyue got close to her ear and sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen. Next, you have to be careful, because your battle strength in the main election meeting was too strong, which alarmed several ancient dragons. Bloodline gods, they have already planned to awaken a supreme elder to judge you. Furthermore, this supreme elder is in charge of the dragon clan, and he also has the blood of an ancient dragon, and he is quite hostile to the human clan. He is still in seclusion recently. If they find out about your situation, even if the high level wants to protect you, they may not be able to keep it. Luo Shueiyue's words caught Lin Chen's attention. Since the second battle with the martial god family and the holy prison, Lin Chen knows that those people with strong background and powerful power are quite dangerous, and may have the ultimate move left by the true god. That kind of person is quite dangerous. Lin Chen said seriously, how long will it take for them to give this notice? Luo Shueiyue said, in less than a month, the elder will definitely receive the news. As for the exit news, I don't know. Lin Chen said again, when is the real opening of the Shenlong ruins? Luo Shueiyue pondered for a moment, and then said, there is less than half a month left, if you participate in the selection according to the current number. She worriedly said, if you enter the Shenlong ruins, it will take at least 6 months before you can leave. When you return to the dragon clan, you will definitely encounter the supreme elder, so if you can, I hope you leave. The elder regarded the human race as an enemy of life and death. Before the human race holy world was established, he was already at a level with few rivals in the Holy King's territory. If he leaves the customs. Seeing that the beauty was deeply worried, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Thank you, and I asked you to tell me specifically. Lin Chen's eyes were particularly resolute, however, there is no way out for what I have decided. Unless the dragon is blocking the way, I will make a decision for this trip to the ruins of the dragon. Luo Shueiyue's heart trembled, and she suddenly felt relieved when she saw the young man shining with a deep light like the stars and the sea. Yeah, he's never a man who doesn't act according to common sense. It seems that he has always been so fearless, and there is no fixed way of doing things. Last time, he was the same person who fought on the battlefield of the demon race. Call him crazy, he has grown up so abnormally, he is really a man who cannot Be speculated with common sense. You don't have to thank me, it should be me thanking you. Luo Shueiyue smiled. Because you injured all the gods, the injuries are not good now, which led to a sharp drop in combat power when you participated in the election. For this reason, I also won a place in the main election. Originally, with my strength, the place in the main election is very slim. Before Luo Shueiyue finished speaking, a dragon elder hurried over. Lin Chen immediately pushed Luo Shueiyue into the secret room. He was ordered in private not to have any private contact with the dragon clan. Lin Chen stood outside the secret room, looked at the elder of the dragon clan, who had just arrived, and asked with a smile, "What is the elder looking for?" "From me?" Shuaipu knows what the elders are talking about, but Shuaipu doesn't say anything. The elder panted and said, "Lin. Your Excellency Lin Chen, I would like to ask you to take another shot and let go of the gods. In this way, the dragon clan will have to fight against you all. Their current injuries are not yet healed." Lin Chen patted his head. "Oh, looking at my memory, I have read novels in retreat. Let's go, take me to Kong Kong." The elder hurriedly led the way. In the past few days when Lin Chen was in seclusion, the high-level officials could be tossed about a lot. Lin Chen thought to himself, "This wave, they thought I was on the 5th floor. And they were on the 10th floor. In fact, I was still in that atmosphere." In the Dragon King Hall, in the splendid palace, there are many figures lying in the soft sleeping dragon chairs. Next to them are a group of dragon lords who are half-step holy kings, and the 4 dragon kings who are in charge of the main election meeting. At this time, the dragon kings who were as strong as the holy kings were also stunned and dumbfounded. The elders of all races circled around their gods, sweating anxiously. Damn, if the gods have any shortcomings, their dragon king will have to peel them off. It hurts, why is it still not good? What are you doing to eat? The elixir of the human race has been used, the dragon's blood has been drank, and the dragon's scale has been repaired. Why the fuck doesn't the wound heal? It hurts, woohoo, is this about to die? Could it be that Ben Gong is going to die in the dragon realm, in the safest place known as the dragon clan? That human race, he just wants to kill us. He is the enemy of the dragon race, the enemy of all our dragon races. The one named Lin Chen obviously wants to kill us. Your high-level executives are still bringing wolves into the room, bah, disgusting. You high-level officials are just bastards. Let a human race beat us and maim us, and now we are dying, you are satisfied. The descendants of the dragons cried out incessantly, screaming desolately. Covering the wound, his face was full of pain. Even the Yin and Yang Fortune Dragon King, who was as light as water, felt helpless for the first time. She personally took action, but failed to treat the injuries of the gods, but it became more and more serious. This kind of method, the dragons have never seen, unheard of. Looking at the wailing and screaming descendants of the dragons, Princess Xingyue suddenly woke up from a dream, her heart palpitated. She recalled what Lin Chen said, "If I take advantage of you so much, I won't start against you. I'm being polite to you." Princess Xingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, she shrank her waist. Subconsciously, her jade hands covered the towering jade peach in shock, her eyes showed unwillingness and jealousy, she lightly bit her teeth, and said unwillingly, that sentence, it turned out to be true. If Lin Chen didn't take advantage of her, wouldn't she look like this now? Lin Chen, how many secrets does this man hide? Princess Xingyue stomped her feet unwillingly. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take the place of Crown Prince Shuahan and ravage this sun. Damn, don't beat this human bastard, I swear I won't be a dragon. You seniors, where did you hide him? Introducing such a dangerous human race. You are collaborating with the enemy and betraying the dragon race. The elders of various clans angrily rebuked, stood up, and the dragon energy was disillusioned, and there was a sense of blaming the higher-ups. Huh? Someone entered the hall, it was Lin Chen. He took steps that he didn't recognize, wore homemade sunglasses, and smiled. Playfully, I seemed to hear someone from behind saying I'm handsome. Oh, I don't need to be praised. As for these things, it's better to tell me face to face. Boom. 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 The elders of all clans are completely angry. Damn, you still have the face. Handsome uncle, you must die today. When the elders of various clans almost turned into dragons to kill them, Lin Chen raised his hand. Wait a minute, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. However, if you start fighting here now, you won't be able to save your gods. Who wants to fight with me? Can you wait until I finish saving the dragon? I'm Lin. Accompany to the end. As soon as these words came out, the elders of all clans hesitated, and their anger was reduced by half. Yes, it is important to save the dragon now. However, it is necessary to prevent this guy from doing anything to the princes and princesses. I saw that under the vigilant eyes of the elders of all ethnic groups, Lin Chen walked to the descendants of the half-dead dragons and stretched out his hands to touch their hearts. The host removes the target's extinction and fission talent. The prince of Jiuyou Huangquanlong, the dragon's blood in the wound, stopped immediately, and with his own resilience, the wound was quickly scabbed and recovered. Prince Jiuyou said in surprise, Prince Ben. It seems that I can recover by myself. He glanced at Lin Chen with fear and resentment, but it was more of fear. Although he hasn't revealed all his trump cards in the main election, if he really fights, he doesn't think he can kill Lin Chen, and even, he will definitely die. Dragons have always respected their strength. If they lost in the main election meeting, they would not be able to fully represent the overall strength of the descendants of the dragon. But Lin Chen is different, his strength has completely subdued these arrogant descendants of dragons. In Lin Chen's eyes, the scene in front of him was completely different. The exquisite jade-like scarlet-red light ball covered the Dragon King's palace. There are too many, and as far as the eyes can see, they are all holy level chi and blood attribute values. During this period of time, the 19 descendants of the injured dragons have been dropping holy level chi and blood attributes. Everything was within Lin Chen's expectations. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help raising the corner of his mouth, shook his head and sighed. Hey, it hurts in my heart. I wanted to come here with the intention of befriending the dragon clan, but I didn't think you would be hurt like this. I didn't take it seriously. Oh, I'm sorry. Pain in your heart? The elders of all clans almost rushed to kill this guy. Damn, you're heartbroken. Your mouth is about to crack with laughter, you bitch, you have to be shameless. If you really feel pain, if you can retreat for a few days and come back again, this person will be killed. Are all human beings so rude? It seems that it is not difficult to understand why the dragons have great sages and hate the human race. If the human race is like this, can't the major races be besieged by the human race? Witnessing Lin Chen touching the descendants of the dragon one by one with his own hands, at such a miraculous moment, the high-level dragon lords and The 4 dragon kings seemed to have seen a ghost. So easy to cure? How many hands is this human race Lin Chen hiding? Their dragon kings have tried it in turn. The injuries of the descendants of the dragons are not ordinary poisoning or injuries, but an invisible force. Toward their self-healing ability, and make the wounds bigger and bigger, unable to stop. If the powerhouses in the human race are in control of this killer move. Several dragon kings trembled. Just thinking about it makes your scalp go numb. Especially the Dragon King of Fortune, Mamo stared deeply at Lin Chen for a long time. In a certain way, this method controlled by Lin Chen's son is the most restraint of their Yin and Yang Good Fortune Dragon clan. The talent that the Yin and Yang Good Fortune Dragon is best at is the power of Yin and Yang Good Fortune, and the speed of restoring the dragon body is extremely fast. But in front of Lin Chen, the proud talent of the Yin-Yang Creation Dragon clan is useless. The host obtains 5999 holy level Qi and blood, 202 top talent points, 12,000. Holy level Qi and blood, 9,000 holy level Qi and blood, 2 holy level fire. Energy, for holy level wind ability. Lin Chen gained a huge amount of attribute values again. This time, he transferred all holy Qi and blood into the body of the holy dragon. Seeing Princess Xingyue staring at him, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome boy before." The always noble and elegant Princess Xingyue stomped her feet and said coldly, "You." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen made a gesture, made a fist with his left hand, patted the back of his left fist with his right hand, and joked. "Want to be beaten again?" Princess Xingyue's pretty face turned pink again, and she gritted her teeth angrily. Thinking of what the thief had done to herself, Princess Xingyue's pretty face turned red with anger and blush, and angrily scolded Lin Chen, "Smelly. Shameless." Lin Chen shrugged, "Just a little bit." Boom. The terrifying coercion was like a 5-clawed golden dragon soaring in the sky. The aura of the golden dragon was shining brightly throughout the hall. A middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe walked into the hall from outside the hall. And go. "Oh? It's coming for me?" Lin Chen was calm, folded his arms, and didn't care. Princess Xingyue said in surprise, "Fourth uncle, you are here." The middle-aged man's face was prominent, stern and fierce. When he stared at Lin Chen, after taking a few breaths, he turned to Elder Tongxian and the 4 dragon kings in the hall, and bowed his hand slightly. "Elders, this king does not agree to put such a dangerous human race into the Shenlong ruins. This person is one of the dragon kings of the Royal Golden Dragon clan. He has only arrived recently. Although he has not attended the high-level meeting, he has a lot of voice and weight." Elder Tongxian said indifferently, "King Yulong, express your opinion." King Yulong swept around the descendants of the divine dragon present. His eyes were cold, so many descendants of the divine dragon present were injured because of this sun, which proves that this sun's combat power has completely threatened the lives of the gods of my race. He can help the gods. This battle strength and fact are true. But this is just his side's words if he goes back on it. In the plane of the gods, the Dragon Lord and the Dragon King of our clan need to maintain the passage of the plane to the outside world. Only the gods can enter. Talking about this, King Yulong's eyes burst with golden light, and in the palm of his hand, the dragon breath, disillusioned, staring at Lin Chen. "If he goes in and goes back to the water, if this sun is looking for an opportunity in the Shenlong plain, right, our gods launch a sneak attack, who can afford this responsibility at that time. As soon as this statement came out, he accurately hit the key points, combined with Lin Chen's means and combat power, putting him in was indeed a time bomb for the Dragon Clan. In an instant, the elders of all ethnic groups silently surrounded Lin Chen. And there was a kind of way of taking Lin Chen down with just a single command. The descendants of Shenlong also stepped aside with the mentality of watching the play. King Yulong sneered, and, if he has any human race, true gods left behind for him, the purpose is to destroy our race dragon plane, then you still have the face to face the great dragons. King Yulong seemed to be about to die Lin Chen, and he stepped out with a murderous aura. So, the correct way should be to kill this son on the spot, take back the blood of the ancient dragon, and knock out his secrets. Boom. 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 A wave of violent and ferocious aura rose into the sky, lingering around the Dragon King Hall, and condensed endlessly. Dozens of dragon elders from all ethnic groups had a powerful aura, all of which were not inferior to the 7th rank and 8th rank saints of the human race. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly smiled. Could it be that I have to harvest another wave of attribute light balls? Stop. Elder Tong Xian flicked his sleeves, and the dragon energy, as thin as a gossamer, rushed into the void, dismantling the murderous aura of the elders, and instantly knocked them back 3 steps. He himself came to King Yulong in an instant, and said indifferently, "The old man just asked you to give your opinion, and didn't let you do anything else." Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "Elder Tong Xian, and all of you Long Zun, you can handle this matter, and come up with a compromise plan. I can increase the previous quota to 2. No, 4. As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Kings and Dragon Venerables present were both surprised and happy. 4 more places? Wouldn't they also have the opportunity to obtain the possibility of bloodline enhancement? King Yulong, this old man thinks what you just said is inappropriate. Yes, your words are also one-sided, and the old man also has one. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. The Dragon Venerables on the high-level side almost turned their backs on Lin Chen's side, making the elders of all clans dumbfounded. Princess Xingyua's almond eyes narrowed. What kind of ecstasy soup was Lin Chen pouring into the Dragon Clan senior management? Let them stand in line for him so die hard. She questioned Lin Chen, what do you mean by 2 or 4? Lin Chen shrugged, oh, the so-called 2 or 4, in fact, the high level. People want me to recommend more people like me who are handsome and can fight, to come and make friends with the dragons. The more I recommend, the more they like it. I negotiated a price with them to get 4 pretty boys, and maybe 4 more. Pretty boys will come in the future, understand? Princess Xingyue, I believe in you. The corners of the mouths of the elders of each clan twitched slightly. Introducing the 4 handsome boys? Certainly not. This human race, the face is not red and the heart is not jumping, the face is thicker than the southwest dragon wall. In the end, after some debate, the 2 sides finally chose a compromise. The Royal Golden Dragon Clan is responsible for planting a dragon seal in Lin Chen's body. The right to use the dragon seal will be handed over to a descendant of the dragon. And once the dragon seal is activated and released, it can instantly inflict a fatal injury on Lin Chen's serious injury. Only after Lin Chen accepts the dragon seal of the Heavenly Emperor can he enter the plane of the dragon. Lin Chen took it without any pressure, and the next day, he gave 4 more places to the Dragon Clan executives as agreed, and he did what he said. In this regard, someone Lin said indifferently, just strengthen and add 1 small problem. Lin Chen's fulfillment of his promise has won the hearts of the senior members of the Dragon Clan. In the main selection competition, the places will soon be allocated. Outside the special secret room, when Lin Chen returned again, there was a faintly beautiful and graceful figure waiting outside the secret room. Lin Chen was startled. He still remembered this woman, Mu Tianqing, the princess of the Qinglong clan. Seeing Lin Chen's return, Mu Tianqing said uneasily, "That, young Master Lin Chen, I am Mu of the Qinglong clan." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Mu Tianqing, right, I've heard of you." Mu Tianqing was flattered, and Ying bowed her body. "I'm too frightened. Young Master Lin Chen has heard of my Qinglong clan?" Lin Chen's disguise, when he participated in the Wanlong meeting, was possessed by a holy dragon throughout the whole process, and not even any dragon clan Almighty could detect it, so Mu Tianqing did not know Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen smiled playfully, "Because I have a friend named British." Mu Tianqing was pleasantly surprised. "Young Master Lin Chen knows him? Where is he now?" Lin Chen laughed loudly, and threw to Mu Tianqing a chi luck planting bag and the dragon scale that belonged to the King of Dragons, and threw them to her. Together, stepped into the secret room, and closed the door. When Mu Tianqing took over the dragon scale and the chi transport capsule, her delicate body was shocked, and her eyes showed strong shock and surprise. Then, a whole new force poured into her body, and her bloodline level of the eternal sky dragon actually soared more than twice. This? Mu Tianqing's beautiful eyes flowed with blue waves, and her heart throbbed. The strange feeling of raising the bloodline in this way is exactly the same as when the Qinglong family was destroyed by the disaster. Could it be that young Master Lin Chen is? In the special secret room, Lin Chen opened the air transport capsule, and the dazzling starlight flashed one after another. When it was suspended in front of Lin Chen, it was as powerful as a star nucleus, and a crystal as beautiful and translucent as a jewel, releasing the energy of distorting space. These alien crystals are all high-grade alien crystals. Most of the different crystals below the top grade were reserved for refining medicine by Lin Chen. And if the number of high-grade metamorphic crystals can reach a certain level, there is still a huge improvement for Lin Chen. After all, he is now the fifth layer condensing realm of the saint. Throughout the ages, no one in the condensation realm has been able to control the high-grade different crystals. Although it is now in a closed state, as long as I activate the clone, I can refine energy without delaying my absorption. It's been a long time since I absorbed the different crystals. I don't know how much this improvement can add to my next acupoint. Lin Chen opened his mouth to take in his breath, and put a high-grade variant crystal into the holy body. The host gets 2.4 million holy level essence, 10 holy level fire energy, 4 million holy level essence. Lin Chen's holy level essence attributes, along with the energy of the 7 avatars' efficient refining of high-grade different crystals, have skyrocketed all the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, after completely absorbing a high-grade variant crystal, Lin Dushui was shocked. It turns out that there are so many attribute values that can be obtained by high-grade heterocrystals. Ha ha ha. A high-grade variant crystal brings me even more attribute values than killing a late-stage open heaven realm. So cool. Lin Chen laughed loudly, excited in his heart, and thought to himself, just because of the foundation accumulated by Yin Tianzi and the embryonic form of different crystals that are about to condense, I can have more than 2,000 high-grade different crystals on hand in a short period of time, which is cool. The next time I condense acupoints, and stronger confidence Without saying a word, Lin Chen released more than a dozen high-grade different crystals and began to absorb them. After absorbing the holy level qi and blood attributes dropped by the descendants of the injured dragons, the pure power of the holy dragon at this stage is 130,000, and it has increased by more than 10,000. 7 days later. Outside the Dragon King Hall, many dragon powerhouses gathered. The high-level dragon clan came out, and the dragon kings represented by each clan arrived. Lin Chen, a human race, stood among the 69 descendants of the dragon. And he was very dazzling. He lowered his head and looked at the dragon seal that outlined the golden dragon in the palm of his hand. It was lifelike, and the dragon might be pure. Once it erupted, it was enough to kill any rank 4 saint. This dragon seal was engraved into Lin Chen's body, threatening his life at all times. And in order to guard against him, the dragon clan specifically did not tell him which descendant of the dragon was in control of the dragon seal, so as not to target him after entering. As long as there is this dragon seal, most of Lin Chen's life is in the hands of the dragon clan. If he dares to attack the dragon clan, he will be devoured. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. It's still a little short to control the life of this dragon seal needs dragon blood to activate. It takes a little time. As soon as it is activated, as long as I escape into the superspace plane, the dragon seal will be destroyed. Cut off. The connection can't start. In addition, my body still has the magic mark left by Yaoer, and then use the magic mark to erase the dragon mark. It's easy. Although the dragon seal is strong, it is still a lot worse than the legendary Demon Empress. Wanting to threaten him, Lin Chen, doesn't exist. The only thing that can threaten Lin Chen is the dragon of the dragon family. Boom! A vast and simple 10,000 zhang giant gate slowly appeared. Seeing this giant gate of the divine dragon, all the dragon races were in awe. As if the divine dragon had descended. On the top of the giant gate of the dragon is a beam of light that opens up the world, connecting the universe on the other side of the dragon world. Elder Tong Xian, as a high-level representative, stepped out in one step. Looked around, moved the seal with both hands, flicked his fingertips, and a beam of orange streamer shuttled through the void, bursting into countless flames of brilliance. Brush. 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 An orange flame burns above the heads of all the descendants of the dragon, including Lin Chen. Lin Chen at this time is in the state of being possessed by a holy dragon. Entering the divine dragon plane requires the pure blood of the descendants of the divine dragon, because after passing through the periphery of the divine dragon plane, there will be a lot of pressure from the remains of the divine dragon, which must be resisted with the blood of the divine dragon. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist the pressure of the Shenlong sages. And it would be the end of being shocked to death, including any creatures with wisdom in the Qi transport capsule. Therefore, Lin Chen's operation this time was only a light-packed operation, carrying only a small amount of necessary things, not even by Qianqian. Elder Tong Xian said in a loud voice, the Shenlong ruins are only open for about half a year. Remember, the fire of luck of the dragon clan above your head will represent the time when the ancestors of the dragon clan sheltered you. In the Shenlong plain, there are natural zerg poisonous miasma and poisonous gas. The longer you stay, the deeper the dragon's luck will be eroded. After half a year, the old man and the elders will stabilize the space channel for you and leave as soon as possible. For the top powerhouses, several years are simply a matter of passing by. This half-year time limit is as short as a few days for the descendants of the dragons. Elder Tongxian continued, if something unexpected happens, and the fire of the dragon's luck is about to disappear, you should immediately use the space scroll that the old man gave you, and you can open a space channel to leave early. Once you lose the fire of luck, your position is very likely to be discovered by the most powerful Zerg in the Shenlong ruins. At that time it is not only the danger of losing blood, but the worry of life. When Elder Tongxian announced the announcement, an elder immediately placed the space jade slip and passed it to each descendant of the dragon. If you use the space jade slip to leave early, you will not be able to take away any opportunities and treasures you obtained in the Shenlong ruins, which means that you will have zero gains, which is the last means of life-saving. If there is no accident, after 6 months of persistence, the dragon plane will automatically open a space channel to send you back. Elder Tongxian said sternly, finally, let's talk about our new friend of the dragon clan, little friend Lin Chen from the human race. Everyone remember, if you encounter any danger, you can ask little friend Lin Chen for help, and he will do everything he can to help you. This is the rule set by him and our senior management. Elder Tongxian also introduced Lin Chen solemnly, which made someone feel embarrassed, and even stood in front of the dragon gate to let everyone see his handsome face more clearly. In the plane of the dragon, it is forbidden to kill the same clan. If you violate the rules, all things will be done according to the rules of the clan. I hope you can get the guidance of the ancestors of the dragons this time. Let's go. Tongxian flicked his sleeves, and the giant gate of the dragon creaked open. Brush. The people with the flame of luck of the dragon clan on their heads turned into a streamer and rushed into the space door. Everyone, look at you. Elder Tongxian pushed the palm of his hand, and the senior members of the dragon clan took action in unison to stabilize the space passage leading to the divine dragon plane. The beam of light directly above the giant gate of the Shenlong continued to flash with strong rays of light. All the descendants of the Shenlong and Lin Chen were transported to a very distant plane and galaxy. In the space passage, Lin Chen looked at the end of the passage, which was actually a vast nebula. This nebula looks like a dragon flying under the universe. Its size is indescribable in words. Putting Kyushu continent in is just a piece of dust in the nebula. Here is the divine dragon ruins. The genocide war between the dragon clan and the Zerg clan started again. This time I don't know if I can find the whereabouts of the ancient dragon's bloodline. In the existing dragon clan, there is no branch of the ancient dragon of the universe. This mysterious ancient dragon, like the Taishi ancient dragon, existed very little in the ancient times. The Shenlong ruins may be Lin Chen's last chance. Lin Chen didn't know that almost a few days after he entered the Shenlong ruins, the dragon clan supreme elder, who hated the human race the most, just arrived outside the Dragon King Palace. 4 days later. Brush. Boom. With a loud bang, Lin Chen and the descendants of the Shenlong descended into the Shenlong Nebula, a small gray-brown continental plate suspended in the void. Lin Chen waved his fist, and he was amazed when nothing changed except that the space was slightly distorted. What a hard space barrier, more than 10,000 times more stable than the space in the dragon world. As soon as Lin Chen Yuanchen's power came out, the range he could perceive was quite limited. However, Lin Chen continued to release his primordial energy to gain insight into farther places, and to find out the location as much as possible before acting. The hazy and psychedelic starlight around is in the shape of a cloud, which can block the perception of holy power and dragon energy, and has a serious impact on the primordial spirit. The entire plane is under the pressure of divine dragons. If ordinary human races enter, they will explode and die if they can't stand the pressure. However, I have Tai Fu Tian art, and no divine power can suppress my body. At the critical moment, you can also fight with the main body and the clone. Lin Chen turned his eyes, and his primordial spirit seemed to sense a ray of light. It's the light of the attribute light ball. Release more primordial power in that direction. Call out. Call out. Call out. After a flash of afterimage, a dragon left the team. Of the 69 descendants of the dragon, 19 of the most powerful descendants of the ancient dragon blood left the team directly. When they left, their eyes were full of disdain, and they glanced at Lin Chen as if they were looking at a dead person. Among them, there are many descendants of ancient dragons who are full of hostility and murderous intent towards Lin Chen, and even a bit coveted the blood of his Taishi ancient dragon. However, now is not the time for disputes. There are not many opportunities for Shenlong ruins to find opportunities, and they count against every second. Among the descendants of the dragon, there are many people who are wary of Lin Chen, let alone let him protect them, and they don't even want to approach him. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. It seems that there are a lot of guys who want to kill me. If this is not the ruins of the dragon, but another plane, I'm afraid they have already fought. These descendants of the dragons all knew the spatial coordinates of their ancestors, and as soon as they landed, they began to form small teams with each other and began to act. Only Luo Shueiyue, she moved lightly, quietly stood beside Lin Chen, and said helplessly, "Who made you so high profile from the beginning, and an ancient dragon carried a sedan chair when you first appeared?" Someone, Lin said solemnly. "Fight, you don't have to fight. Girl, you don't have to make money. Money, you don't have to make money. People, you don't have to be handsome. But you must be in place." Luo Shueiyue helped her forehead. This person was helpless. At this time, on the left side of Lin Chen also stood a beautiful person. The star robes were gorgeous, noble, and elegant, which should be the appearance of the country's beauty. Lin Chen whistled and said with a joking smile, "I don't believe in the beauty of the dragon princesses on the left and right." Princess Xingyue glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Don't try to spoil your pig brain, this palace is here to monitor you." Lin Chen pretended to be frightened and backed away, and said in shock, "Jian, stalking? What kind of posture is this? I'm a little scared." Princess Xingyue was provoked by him for a second, and she gritted her teeth. "Lin Chen, do you want to die? If you dare to speak madly, believe it or not, this palace will let you die on the spot." Princess Xingyue raised her hand, and a golden dragon print lingered in the palm of her delicate jade crisp. Lin Chen was startled. Good guy, this molestation actually caught a big fish. Princess Xingyue is the one who is in charge of the dragon seal among the descendants of the dragon. As long as she wanted to, the dragon seal could explode in Lin Chen's body, thus threatening his life. Seeing this scene, other descendants of Shenlong hurriedly protected Princess Xingyue, for fear that Lin Chen would immediately take action when he found out. A goddess woman said angrily, "Sister Xingyue, how are you?" Only then did Princess Xingyue realize that she had lost her temper, and immediately put away the dragon seal. The princess thought to herself, "How could I be so careless? I just exposed the dragon seal to him." Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." guys, and I'll take action long ago. Your Princess Xingyue has been scared by me for a long time, the kind of popping. You. Princess Xingyue's almond-eyed eyes narrowed, and she was furious. Boom. Her dragon energy shattered the dust around her, and she wanted to slap Lin Chen away. Sister Xingyue, Lin Chen is just joking, don't take it to heart. Luo Shueiyue stopped in front of the two of them. Princess Xingyue snorted coldly, closed her palms, and turned her head away, for fear that if she looked at Lin Chen too much, she would want to take a shot. The other descendants of the dragon all stared at Princess Xingyue with a surprised peripheral vision. Princess Xingyue has always acted calmly, knowing the general situation and looking at the overall situation. Why is it always easy to fry recently? Have it. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, his eyes lit up, and said excitedly, I found it. Luo Shueiyue wondered, what did you find? Lin Chen smiled and said, light. All the gods? Lin Chen didn't say a word, and stood up in the air. At this time, except for the 9 descendants of the dragon beside him, including Luo Shueiyue, all the descendants of the dragon had slipped away. Lin Chen smiled playfully, since these people don't take me to play, then I'll be alone. Luo Shueiyue exclaimed, where are you going? Lin Chen laughed and said, I found a good place, do you want to go together? Luo Shueiyue hesitated for a moment, but immediately followed, and the 7 descendants of the dragons around her all looked at each other. When they looked at Princess Xingyue, Princess Xingyue gritted her teeth, you can't let him run like this. If he goes to attack other dragons, only we can control him, keep up. The 8 people followed closely behind, the fire of luck of the dragon clan. Overhead, and Lin Chen flew under the starry sky together. The magnificent and splendid aurora sometimes runs through the starry sky, sometimes disappears and disillusioned, forming a series of stunning scenes in the nebula. The descendants of the Shenlong did not dare to appreciate it more. There are too many dangers hidden in the Shenlong nebula, and perhaps the remaining Zerg that have been left here will emerge accidentally. However, Lin Chen seemed to feel something when he had just swept away for less than 20 breaths, and looked back abruptly. When he saw the small continent that had just descended, his pupils shrank. It turned out to be a huge dragon scale. This dragon scale is even the size of Lingzhou continent, 1/5 of the mortal world. The continental plate I just stood on turned out to be a dragon scale? Lin Chen was stunned, a dragon scale, comparable to the continental plate. The dragon in its heyday, how strong is its main body? Wait a moment. Lin Chen was completely struck by lightning. A thought came to his mind instantly. This dragon scale has lost its divinity. The owner of the dragon scale must have died for countless years. If so, Lin Chen remembered a function of the system. Break down the function. Break down the function. This function hidden in the corner of Lin Chen's system was not used by Lin Chen, but because the level of Lin Chen's contact was too high, and the decomposition function did not break through the boundaries for a long time, resulting in many restrictions. The decomposition function is one of the most important attributes that will directly consume Lin Chen, the Heavenly Dao value. First, that which has a master cannot be decomposed. Second, the things of the energy spirit body cannot be decomposed. Third, things that have a sense of life or existence cannot be decomposed. 4. Example, the dragon totem entered in the previous Wan Longhui, the totem itself has spirituality and consciousness, so Lin Chen can't decompose it. Even if the object retains a trace of its owner's residual thoughts, the system cannot decompose it. The powerhouses and levels that Lin Chen came into contact with in the later stage of the Holy Realm, almost every powerhouse attached their own things or left treasures with their own spiritual consciousness. A powerful spiritual consciousness that he cannot erase. And the mental consciousness that can be erased can decompose too few attribute values, so the decomposition function has become a tasteless function that is tasteless and a pity to discard. In addition, Lin Chen's current attribute value level is too high, and the top-level attributes and holy-level attributes are extremely high in gold. To decompose ordinary treasures, the attribute value obtained is pitiful, and it will also reduce his most precious Tian Dao value attribute, which is almost worth the loss. Over time, Lin Chen was too lazy to activate the decomposition function, and it was in vain to open it. It is better to keep the Heavenly Dao value to awaken his own power. But today he saw this dragon scale was different. This piece of dragon scale has lost its divinity, which means that it will not even have a trace of the consciousness and residual thoughts of the dragon, which fully meets the requirements of system decomposition. The most important thing is that while it can be decomposed, its level is high enough. This is the most important thing. Lin Chen flashed his figure, came to the edge of the dragon scale, stretched out his trembling hand, and when he touched the small continental plate, he thought about the communication system. Turn on the decomposition function. The system is analyzing the target, can it be decomposed? Lin Chen was uneasy, his heart seemed to jump to his throat. Consume 98 top-level Heavenly Dao points, turn on the decomposition function, and successfully decompose the target. Brush. Boom. 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 The entire continental plate was instantly divided into countless stars, all of which were condensed into Lin Chen's palm. This scene made the 9 well-informed descendants of the dragon be dumbfounded on the spot. Even Princess Xingyue stared at Lin Chen as if she had seen a ghost. That is the scale of the dragon. Even if it loses its divinity and annihilated countless years, it would be very difficult to smash it without the strength of the Dragon King. If the 9 of them were to join forces, it would take at least 10 days and 10 nights to crack the dragon scale, let alone dissolve it instantly. The decomposition target is successful, and the host obtains 20 million holy level essence, 10 million holy level blood, 150 holy level earth energy, 132 holy level wood energy, 1400 holy level rune energy, and 122 top level talents. 80 million points of holy essence. Lin Chen almost jumped up with excitement. Damn, I said it. This attribute value is too rich. Although the holy level qi and blood have not soared, after all, the dragon of the Shenlong ruins has fallen for so many years, but the element attribute value and holy level essence are too high. Luo Shuiyue's beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at the young man's side face, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. He smiled. This smile is exactly the same as before. Luo Shuyufeng's heart throbbed. Lin Chen's smile was exactly the same as when he was on the battlefield of the 9 clans. This man is about to start again. That's right, that's right. It's really a right choice to not use up the top level Heavenly Dao value all at once. The Heavenly Dao point that I obtained before has increased again, and now I still have 570,000 top-level Heavenly Dao points, which is enough. I'm doing a great job. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly, his mouth almost crooked with laughter. This commander is forcing me to evacuate this divine dragon ruins today. In the Shunlong ruins, a pair of pupils opened in the vast and distant depths, spinning like the sun and the moon, staring into the distance. It has the smell of Taishi Gulong. It's vague, but it really exists. Besides, it's coming this way. The fire of luck of the dragon clan can cover up the breath of the descendants of the dragon entering here. If the fire of the dragon clan disappears, it will alarm the most powerful Zerg surviving so far. And the master of this will, suddenly felt the breath of the Taishi ancient dragon through the fire of the dragon's luck. The light of the twin pupils suddenly skyrocketed. How many epochs? I can finally meet the Taishi ancient dragon again. I was seriously injured by that guy's subordinates, so these dragons took advantage of the emptiness and used her descendants to pay for the sins this time. Boom. 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 A sharp roar shook the nebula into turmoil and tore apart countless stardust. Meteorites exploded wildly, and the terrifying energy frenzy rolled up to a height of hundreds of millions of feet, ravaging everything. Just the anger of a will, it is so terrifying. The other side. Lin Chen was possessed by a holy dragon, and even personally transformed into the body of an ancient Taishi dragon, galloping through the ruins of the dragon, traveling at the fastest speed. Such a bold action directly made the 9 descendants of the dragon look stupid. This kind of behavior of actively revealing the body and revealing the location is simply saying to the Zerg hiding in the dark, come and hit me, I am the blood of the ancient dragon. Crazy. Must be crazy. Lin Chen, are you crazy? Put away the dragon body of Taishi Gulong. The fire of the dragon's luck finally covered up our breath, aren't you? Courting death by doing this. Do you want to cause us to fall into the worm tide? You really have wolf ambitions. The descendants of the dragons gritted their teeth and were so angry that they almost shot at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen has been enjoying himself all the way. In the past half a day, he has disintegrated 18 dragon scales and dragon feathers. The harvest is so rich, it is comparable to Lin Chen killing a group of rank 4 and rank 5 saints. Ha ha ha, cool, so cool. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing up to the sky. This was an unexpected surprise, and with this accumulation, his cultivation will go further when he condenses acupoints. Boom. Waves of purple-gray waves suddenly appeared from all around Lin Chen and others, like giant waves. Because the illusory vast nebula cuts off most of the perception, when the descendants of the dragons perceive it, they are already surrounded. In the purple-gray wave, there are 2 types of Zerg, one is 7 feet long. The whole body is dark purple, fluttering and rolling sound waves to form air. Waves bounce, the tail has cone thorns, and the teeth are like sharp knives. The other is that the limbs are as sharp as machetes, the whole body is 5 feet long and 3 feet high, the tail is like a cicada's wing, the body of a mantis, and the black eyes at the front turn with a ferocious aura, locking in the direction of Lin Chen and others. Lin Chen, who was transformed into a Taishi ancient dragon, froze, and he finally witnessed the true face of the Zerg up close. This race, which once only existed in history, even threatened the foundation of the dragon family in its heyday. Luo Shueiyue said solemnly, it's the heart-devouring purple monster bee, and the dead sickle mantis. Another descendant of the Shunlong was ready for battle, and said solemnly, these Zerg were born in the land where the 2 races were destroyed by the war. Under the premise of collective action, they can resist the pressure of Shunlong's ruins and survive. The descendants of the dragons present were all people who had seen the big scene, so they were not scared by this worm wave. Lin Chen's eyes turned, and he glanced at the stars around him. This is the Zerg? Very mysterious life forms, in terms of the energy fluctuations of a single body. Even the lowest level of holy beasts can't compare, but each has a special aggressiveness. If it is a sneak attack, even the saints may be killed by them. Lin Chen once heard that worms are divided into multiple realms. Larvae turn into feathers, adult worms absorb chi, worms turn into spirits, become demons. Peak demon insects, insect kings, and insect gods. This is a group of Zerg that have become monsters. Although they do not have the overall strength of the Holy Land, they have the lethality comparable to the Holy Land. Once they are affected by them, the end is that even the flesh and bones will evaporate from the world, and even the mental remnants will not be left. This is equivalent to a group of Zerg with lethality comparable to the Holy Land, but without the defense of the Holy Land. But the trickiest part is their numbers. The overwhelming number, just seen in the front row, has already exceeded the number of millions, and it has to be counted in tens of millions. This is equivalent to 10 million creatures with Holy Land attack power launching an offensive together. That power is enough to push the 1,000 planes horizontally. This is the terror of the Zerg, the inherent quantitative advantage. Not to mention that there is also a group of peak monsters among them, which is comparable to the combat power of the Holy Mind and even the Kaitian realm. And if you continue to kill like this, you still don't know when you have to kill. Will you provoke a bigger guy? When Lin Chen took a closer look with the power of Yuanshan, his eyes suddenly lit up. No. These Zerg have attribute light balls. Each Zerg has an attribute light ball, but it is very dim, and due to the long distance, Lin Chen has not yet been able to see the whole picture. There are too many, let's withdraw first. A beautiful goddess called out. Suddenly, a stern green-eyed goddess reacted to Lin Chen almost at the same time, and suddenly raised his head to look at the space directly above. Above the starry sky, there is actually a dim moonlight, and the dense moonlight threads are all over the starry sky, vaguely outlined as a half-moon hanging in the sky. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. That thing is. The goddess Qingtong looked solemn, and said coldly, there is even a Tianyue tarantula. The moonlight appeared, and a huge net of moonlight was like a net, with a huge black tarantula lying on it. The tail of the worm was covered with bright moonlight. This is a sky moon tarantula in the insect king realm, comparable to the rank 7 peak saints of the human race. Oops, it's not a matter of a while to kill it, its tarantula moon web is extremely difficult to break, and it's surrounded. When several gods exclaimed, Lin Chen changed from a dragon body back to a human form. The corners of his mouth rose, and he smiled sternly. Don't worry, I didn't plan to run. He looked at the 9 gods. The big guy on the top of the head is handed over to you, and the bug wave is handed over to me. Boom. Lin Chen hardly gave them a reaction, and swept to the insect tide in an instant. Anyone trying to fight a bug wave? Crazy. I don't have time to take care of him. I slaughtered the Tianyue tarantula and opened a hole and rushed out. The descendants of the dragon swarmed up, turned into half-dragon bodies, and immediately besieged the Tianyue tarantula. The spider web of the Tianyue tarantula is extremely tough and can be broken by extraordinary attacks, so it is necessary to focus on tearing it apart. Only Luo Shueiyue and Princess Xingyue hesitated a little. The former chose to follow Lin Chen, the latter chose to monitor Lin Chen, and one left catch up behind Lin Chen on the right. Princess Xingyue rushed to Lin Chen's side and scolded, Lin Chen, what are you planning? Don't forget that your half-life is still in the hands of Ben Gong. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Do you know what I used to do?" Princess Xingyue was startled and said subconsciously, "What are you doing?" Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, and with a snap of his fingers, 7 phantom divine lights descended from the sky. Princess Xingyue and Luo Shuiyue were surprised at the same time. There are actually 7 Lin Chen. The medicine refining of the clones stopped early, and now is the time to use them. Lin Chen's 7 avatars are all out. With a wave of the palm of his hand, Lin Chen handed over all the holy artifacts of Enhanced +17 to the clone. This commander used to hold a clubhouse, a dark horse clubhouse, and he ruled everything and refused to accept it. Fighting in groups, the dark horse clubhouse's favorite. Hit them hard for me. Clang. Boom. The sword roars into the dragon, and the roar of the knife shakes the stars. All the avatars are blessed with 5 colors of brilliance, splendid and splendid. Almost at the same time, the clone swung the sword and pulled the sword. Extremely quickation divine speed sword. Turn into rain clouds. God's tears. Burning sky arrow. Thousands of thunders. Lotus dance. 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. 9 burning heavenly palms. The sound of rolling thunder shook the heavens and the earth, and the sword chi was like tears floating in the stars. The lotus blooms in chaos, and the burning dragon and the heavenly sound shatters the sky. Lin Chen's many orange-level secrets exploded one after another. The swarms of insects were violently crushed in different directions, and their offensive was so terrifying that even the arrogant Princess Xingyue could not help shrinking her pupils. He actually has reservations. If this kind of battle was brought out at the previous main election meeting, it would be impossible for the 20 descendants of the dragon to persist for so long. Boom. 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 All of Lin Chen's stunts were all divided into 5. Shenlei Saber Chi is a group attacking divine skill. Based on the spirit, pure power, and holy power of the caster, the Saber Chi shards exploded. The stronger the 3 domains, the more abnormal the Saber Chi. However, Lin Chen's 3 fields are extremely good, and this combat skill has already exerted the power of the first combat skill, below the orange rank in Lin Chen's hands. In terms of group attack effects alone, the orange level advanced extreme K. Kaitian and waves, rain and clouds are not comparable. The host triggers the destruction explosion talent 1992 times, 1999 times. In Lin Chen's offensive, his talent screen shot frantically in an instant, which directly triggered the second wave of big explosions. Continue to spread. The Zerg behind the worm tide. Lin Chen's avatar's holy power cultivation base is already comparable to that of a single holy talent list and descendants of the dragon. Coupled with the increase of instant light separation and ambilight, this wave of offensive is like the strongest attack of more than 20 saints with the peak cultivation base of rank 7. That annihilation speed made the pupils of the gods who were fighting with the Tianyue tarantulas in the sky shrink. This firepower is so perverted. This Lin Chen actually hid so many hands. No wonder the high-level dragon clan invited him to enter the Shenlong ruins to protect the gods. Now it seems that he does have this strength. Not to mention 20 Shenlong descendants, even if the number is doubled, he may not be able to win him. Lin Chen, Luo Shuiyue and Princess Xingyue reacted very quickly, but in a blink of an eye, they immediately joined the counterattack Zerg camp and destroyed a large number of insect waves in one go. For a time, the worm wave crazily emerged and was madly wiped out. And Lin Chen swept away in a flash, and when he came to the vicinity of the Worm-tied, he finally saw the attribute light balls they dropped. There is only one attribute light ball dropped by each Zerg, and the pure and flawless white attribute light ball is scattered under the starry sky. When Lin Chen changed to Zigulong to take it away, the system popped up a light screen. The host gets 6,000 points of advanced heaven and 5,000 points of advanced heaven. Lin Chen was startled, and his eyes lit up immediately. These Zerg actually drop the Heavenly Dao value attribute. Guys, there is a way out. Advanced Heavenly Dao points need 100 million points to convert into top Heavenly Dao points. Lin Chen decomposed the dragon scale and Shenlong feather once, which is roughly around 100 top Heavenly Dao points, which is 10 billion high-level Heavenly Dao points. Killing a Zerg at the level of becoming a demon will get around 5,000 to 30,000 high-level Heavenly Dao points. In other words, killing the Zerg plus decomposing the dragon scale equals the road to wealth plus wealth code. Steady. Ha ha ha, I like this Zerg. Look how cute they are. Don't let them run away. Hit them hard. Lin Chen turned into a Taishi ancient dragon, soaring under the starry sky, frantically plundering the attribute light ball, and crushing the Zerg all the way. Seeing this scene, the god's mouths twitched wildly. Huge you sister. Crazy, must be crazy. This Lin Chen is a devil. The descendants of Shenlong saw the Zerg and wanted to run faster, but he still chased after him? Who knows how many groups will be disturbed by playing a group. This Lin Chen is getting more and more addicted. Seeing the situation was not good, the Tianyue tarantula screamed, crawling on the moon spider's web and quickly escaping away. Sigh. Tear. An arrow of burning the sky burned its spider web, which was equivalent to breaking its leg, and the Tianyue tarantula grinned in shock. Lin Chen's two clones each fired a sword, triggering the talents of extinction and explosion, and smashed it into pieces on the spot, turning it into a precious top-level heaven value. The descendants of the dragons are dumbfounded. Instant kill? Boom. The terrifying sound wave swept the world, and a new Zerg attacked, a new wave of insects. Not good. Princess Xingyue, it's time to withdraw. If this continues, we will be besieged to death. Bang. Before the gods could finish speaking, countless Zerg turned into ashes, and became a broken light under the starry sky. Lin Chen suddenly struck out a note of Heavenly Claw, which was divided into 5. Immediately, the ancient dragon swung its tail. The blue sea was full of tides, the water filled the starry sky, and 5 extreme prisons were rolled up out of thin air from the insect tide. Boom! The heavenly prison was twisted, and the heavenly claw pushed the 1,000 realms across, and a large number of Zerg were destroyed. Come on, well, come on for more. That's right, I feel so much. Lin Chen laughed wildly all the way, and the speed of swept away the attribute light ball was getting faster and faster. He actually fought back against the insect tide, and once suppressed the insect tide that covered the stars and covered the moon. In less than an hour, all the insect waves that came to besiege Lin Chen were all killed by him. In the void, only the descendants of the dragons were left in a mess under the starry sky, and they were dumbfounded. How crazy this guy is. He was not afraid of the Zerg at all, and he even tore a way out of the insect tide. When Luo Shueyue saw their eyes, she suddenly smiled, smiling like a flower. Now, do you still question his strength? Everyone at the top has said that he can protect our strength. All Shenlong descendants have to obey. With such combat power, looking at the Dragon race, only the descendants of the ancient dragons from the previous era can suppress him. In the current era of dragons, there may not be any dragons that can rival Lin Chen. What are you still dawdling about? I won't wait for you if you stop. Without saying a word, Lin Chen continued to swept away in the direction of the huge attribute light beam. Princess Xingyue and others could only continue to keep up with Lin Chen. I have to say that it is the safest to stay by Lin Chen's side now. His combat power swept the quartet. However, the idea of staying by Lin Chen's side is the safest was dismissed by all the gods in less than half a day. Fuck, I saw 17 worms in front of me. I'm darling, it's so cool. Under that group of nebulae is the lair of the peak insect demon and the dream butterfly? Fuck him and fuck him. There is an insect king. The great devil moon mantis, there is actually an insect king in a group. Walk around, and quickly stop the ink. If you ink it, they will run away. Damn it, 20 insect kings, ha ha ha. Make a lot of money. Hey, I feel like my life has reached its peak. The descendants of the dragons. Is it safest to stay by Lin Chen's side? Fart. It's almost the most damn dangerous. This person is just like a jerk, just a lunatic. People saw that the Zerg took a detour, ran secretly, and quickly slipped away. He is specifically looking for the Zerg. When I see a lot of Zerg, I just rush up and do it without saying a word. He even rushed into the Insect Emperor's lair. Every Insect Emperor has the combat power of a rank 5 saint at least. The insect race likes the blood of the dragon race the most. Seeing the flesh and blood of the descendant of the dragon is like a moth to a fire, it is completely desperate. The nymph emperors fight in groups, and the descendants of the dragon will also have their scalps numb. Staying by Lin Chen's side, I have encountered all the Zerg in the Shenlong ruins over and over again, and every time I play is a heartbeat. But get out of Lin Chen's side, but no. The direction this guy is going is actually the same as the spatial coordinates they are going to. They even suspected that it was not the first time that Lin Chen came to the Shenlong ruins. In less than 7 days, Lin Chen's team has experienced 28 battles, large and small. The number of Zerg exterminated is no longer in units of 100 million, but in units of tens of billions. And along the way, Lin Chen captured and decomposed nearly 100 dragon scales and dragon feathers along the way. And the more they come into contact with Lin Chen, the more Shenlong descendants feel that he is unfathomable. His avatar is enough to be fake, and the avatar seems to always have countless holy power, energy, and never need to rest when fighting. The whole is a pure combat killer. And after the avatar fell, Lin Chen was able to reproduce the avatar with little effort. This kind of handwriting that defies the sky, even the so-called 1000-faced Yuan Long, specialized clone bloodline divine dragon, can't do it. On the 8th day, Lin Chen and the others rushed to a vast astrolabe continent of Xingwei. Lin Chen was excited. The attribute light ball, is it inside? Lin Chen found that the most dazzling attribute light beam came from this astrolabe continent. Moreover, this continent is also a dragon scale. It was occupied by the Zerg and turned into a nest. Princess Xingyue's eyebrows trembled. She actually felt the breath of the insect king inside. Seeing that Lin Chen wanted to act, she even grabbed Lin Chen and said in astonishment, "Don't you sense the breath inside? It is very likely that there is an insect king inhabiting it. That is the strongest creature comparable to my dragon king." Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "Why are you so timid? There is a wounded Insect King inside, injured by the divine power of your dragon clan, and now he has lost half his life and fell directly into a deep sleep. In the handsome eyes, there is a flicker of murderous light. It's just a dying Insect King, what a piece of shit. Do it. If you don't do it, wait for it to wake up and do us sooner or later. The treasure of the attribute light beam, Lin Chen wants. He also wants the life and attribute value of the Insect King. Shenlong descendants? This lunatic is getting more and more outrageous. The Zerg King is equivalent to the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Even the dying Insect King is not easy to provoke. Under the dying counterattack, the half-step Holy King has to rest, and Lin Chen still wants to be the other party? Lin Chen's recent performance is indeed very strong, but it is only limited to the category under the half-step Holy King. Even the half-step Holy King is not comparable, and it is even worse than the real Holy King. If you want to covet the King of Insects, this is not arrogance, it is already courting death. Luo Shueiyue suddenly said, "What do you need us to do?" The gazes of the descendants of the dragons were even more astonished. What's going on? Is Luo Shueiyue also going crazy? Lin Chen smiled playfully. Miss Luo Shueiyue is also interested? Well, I can see that you are very enlightened. Lin Chen pointed and said, let's do this first, then do this, and then do that, understand? Luo Shueiyue nodded, well, I understand. Wait. What is this like? Shueiyue, you understand? Listen to my thunder later. Lin Chen threw down a sentence and wiped it with one hand, urging the shadow passing secret technique taught by Tianjin Dimia to Lin Chen to eliminate all the breath and sneak into the void. This Princess Xingyue, are we going to take a detour? The ancestor's tomb of dragons is behind this nebula, should we stay or? The other descendants of the dragon saw that Lin Chen acted alone again, and looked at Princess Xingyue. In the face of the Insect King, even if the descendant of the dragon can't beat it, it is not a big problem to run, but it must consume the life-saving trump card. It's only been a few days since I entered the Shenlong ruins, and I used the life-saving killer. This is undoubtedly a prelude to free. Once you lose the means of life-saving and encounter several dangerous situations, you can only be forced to teleport away. At that time, everything obtained will remain in the Shenlong ruins. Princess Xingyue thought again and sighed, forget it, this stinky hooligan is annoying, but every action is unexpected, and he will never suffer a loss. Maybe he has a lot of confidence this time. It takes more than double the time to detour now. We will act with him again. Maybe he really has a trump card. If we can go directly from this star field, we will save a lot of time. Princess Xingyue looked at Luo Shueiyue and said seriously, Sister Shueiyue, can you tell me the plan of that stinky rascal? Luo Shueiyue smiled sweetly, no problem, he has already arranged where your team will be. The descendants of the dragons hold their foreheads. Good guy, Lin Chen has already made up his mind that they will follow him. Luo Shueiyue said, this continent is also the ancestor of our dragon, and Lin Chen will take it away later. We will launch an offensive together. He is in charge of the inner Insect King, and we are in charge of the outer Insect King. And monster insects. The descendants of the Shenlong looked at each other, and a beautiful woman of the goddess asked in surprise, that's it? Luo Shueiyue nodded and said, that's it. So simple? Is there any certainty? Princess Xingyue's beautiful eyes are full of confusion, is he going to single out the Insect King? The few days she stayed by Lin Chen's side had shocked her cognition time and Time again. Luo Shuiyua's body shrouded the faint stream of water and moon, and flashed into the astrolabe continent in an instant, and the descendants of the dragons could only keep up. Inside the astrolabe continent, deep in the ground, in the vast cave, lies a long river-like green shell. There are many sections of green feet under the green shell, each of which is hundreds of meters high. The fangs on the face are ferocious, and the fangs like tealing are like a long crescent knife, vigorous and powerful. And its tail, condensed with crystalline energy, covered the whole body all the way. This is a real behemoth. Crossed the entire astrolabe continent. The king of insects, the king of centipedes. The one-footed centipede king is a Zerg that has inherited a small number of insect gods and became the king in the Shenlong ruins. Back then, when the dragons came together, they not only destroyed most of the foundations of the Zerg, but also sealed the Zerg here for eternity with the body of the dragon that died so far. After the 10,000-footed centipede became king, it was unwilling to stop here. It wanted to rush away from here. For this reason, it wanted to break into the interior of the divine dragon ruins, trying to steal the remaining blood essence of many divine dragons. As a result, the one-footed centipede king was joined by the wills of multiple dragons, and he was brutally tortured and severely injured. Even when it tried everything to escape, it was already on the verge of death. When it left, only 1/3 of its body remained. But it did not gain nothing. The one-footed centipede king successfully bit down a piece of the blood marrow of the Yinyang good fortune dragon and took it away from the ruins. The current king of the 10,000-footed centipede has only recovered half of its body. Otherwise, its body will be even bigger. And the energy of blood essence and blood of the Yin and Yang good fortune dragon is so huge that it has no chance to refine it now. Outside the cave, a handsome face wearing a black mirror quietly appeared. Well, good guy, this is the king of insects, it's really big. Lin Chen sighed. He had heard of the history of the Zerg. If it wasn't for the Dragon World's desperate resistance, after the Zerg destroyed the dragons' base camp, they would have come straight to the human holy world. In a way, the dragons also eliminated a mortal enemy for the humans. In the hostile relationship between the Zerg, the dragon is the first, and the human is the second. If the dragon is destroyed, the human will definitely be targeted. I don't know how many attribute light balls I will get to kill this big guy. Lin Chen's primordial energy condensed to the front of the cave, and he sensed a blood-colored crystal jade in the form of a hexagon, which was filled with pure yin and yang. That blood-colored crystal jade is the location where the strongest attribute light is released. The one-footed centipede king fell into the deepest state of coma, surrounded by insects. Logically speaking, it has arranged a lot of eyeliner, and a little bit of trouble will wake it up. Even if the insect king of the same level comes, it is difficult to hide its eyeliner. But Lin Chen has learned the assassination technique of destroying the twins. Even if the centipede of all races is in its heyday, he may not be able to find Lin Chen, let alone now. I need to win the blood-colored crystal jade, and I need to kill this big guy. There is only one chance. Lin Chen's eyes turned to the other side of the mainland. Standing on the head of the one-footed centipede king is Lin Chen's clone. His body and the holy dragon escaped into the tail position. On the south side of the astrolabe continent is the tail region of the 10,000-footed centipede. It is overwhelming here, and the worms of dense moths, monster bees, and magic butterflies build their nests here. A large number of Zerg are in the tail area of the centipede king of the 10,000 thousand clans, and they are swallowing the splendid mucus, all of which are absorbed by the 10,000 centipede king. Its broken body is gradually being restored by the mucus of these zerg. At the same time, the breath released by its body will feed back to these monsters and support each other, making them a symbiotic state. Lin Chen and Xinglong came outside the insect tide, stared at the body of the insect king being repaired, and smiled playfully. I haven't killed a holy king-level creature by means other than the ultimate talent, and I will use you today. As Lin Chen thought about it, the clones connected to the system one after another, and the clone at the head placed the palm of his hand in the cave. System, decompose. In the astrolabe continent, most of the rocks and nests were built by the zerg. Gathering stars, and only the core layer was dragon scales. Consumes 101 top-level Heavenly Dao points, decomposes the target successfully, and the host obtains brush. The astrolabe continent almost disappeared in half in an instant. The worm body and the massive worm tide of the one-footed centipede king were suspended under the starry sky at once. The centipede king's head suddenly swelled with azure brilliance, and he woke up instantly. The moment it opened its eyes, it was startled to discover. This is asleep, how come home is gone? The nest was taken? Boom. The next moment, the centipede king never dreamed that 7 human races suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. Beat. Lin Chen's 7 avatars were instantly full of firepower, and all the unique skills were all head-on. The centipede king, as soon as I opened my eyes, he hit me 10,000 times. The 10,000-footed centipede king was stunned for a moment of 1,000th. Human race? A group of humans appeared in the Shenlong ruins? What an oddity this is. Is the road so wild? The centipede king's fangs subconsciously held the blood crystal of the yin and yang dragon in his mouth, and when he protected it, a screeching scream burst out. Boom. 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 All nearby stars were crushed and exploded by a sharp sound wave. All the offensives of the 7 phantom clones were all shattered. Even if the phantom clone activates the defense of the jade cloth, it is instantly torn apart. The sound wave penetrates into the body, and the clone is seriously injured and on the verge of death. The 7 clones suddenly attacked, and even the rank 9 saints had to attack. But for the king of the 10,000-footed centipede, not only could he not even break the defense, but all the attacks would collapse in an instant, destroying the dry and rotten, and there was no comparison. The two sides are not on the same level at all. This is the combat power of the Holy King level. Even if he is dying or seriously injured, it is definitely not something that Lin Chen's clones can shake. Consumes 40,000 points of holy rune energy. The host activates the 8th level sluggish rune, and activates the 8th level phantom rune to make up for the consumption of the phantom clone. The clone seemed to have expected it, and threw out a slowness talisman with one hand. When the slow talisman burst open, it took 1,000th of the breath for the clone, and the rune energy immediately made up for the clone's injury. The 10,000-footed centipede spit out a green light beam, tearing apart the large void where the slow runes were stagnant, and screamed sharply. Human race, although I don't know how you got in, but in front of this king, you are courting death. Its head trembled, and it stirred out endless green poisonous blades, each with a violent poisonous gas that corroded the defense of the 9-turned saint. All the clones mobilized Ambolite, stepped on the clouds and shadows, and when they flashed past, they attacked again with the strongest attack. Brush. A 9-color starlight divided into 5 aurora beams, piercing the night sky. Facing the insect king level zerg, Lin Chen's clone, took out the strongest. Attack at this stage. OM. 9 robbery stars erupted in the headspace of the 10,000-footed Centipede King. The other side. It's now. Luo Shueyue, who was located on both sides of the Insect King's body, let out a coquettish cry, transformed into a dragon one after another, and rushed to the insect nest near the 10,000-footed Centipede King. Princess Xingyue turned into a golden dragon, and the golden dragon claws smashed away, destroying countless Zerg. However, there was still a hint of hesitation and doubt in her dragon eyes. Lin Chen fights like this, what are the odds of winning? Boom. Almost at the moment when Princess Xingyue was puzzled, a beam of golden light rose into the sky. The invincible power of the god of war sweeps the starry sky. The gods all looked sideways, with lingering fears. This divine might is not owned by the dragon race. In the tail area of the Centipede King, an ancient dragon shining with golden light was born. Qixia entwines the dragon body, and the red golden Taishi divine light is added to it, and the ancient dragon rolls into the insect tied with absolute defense, smashing all the way, crushing countless Zerg. However, what is more powerful is the golden armor figure above Gulong's head. The figure in golden armor is walking fast on the dragon, its left and right shoulder armors are like claws, and the outline of the armor is streamlined with wings, golden light. If the unparalleled god armor is added, it will be undefeated for eternity, and the strength of the whole body will be arrogant. And the golden light of the god of war will be released all the way, shattering countless low-level Zerg. Princess Xingyue's dragon pupil shrank. Yes, it's Lin Chen. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Princess Xingyue would even be unbelievable that a human race can cross so many levels of power realm. When most of the insect tide's attention was attracted by the left and right sides, Lin Chen suddenly attacked with the god of war 5-piece suit, and was completely caught off guard. Even so, the number of insect emperors in the tail area is still very terrifying. Lin Chen smashed all the way with the Taishi divine light, and hit it hard. Regardless of whether the Zerg uses poison or quantitative tactics, they can't break Lin Chen's brilliance. The absolute defense is under the Holy King, and there are almost no flaws. The Holy Dragon smashed through the worm tide and approached the broken tail. Lin Chen's pure power broke through the limit of 990,000 powers and reached the pure power of a half-step Holy King's peak level. When he was getting close to the tail and was about to punch the king of centipedes. OM. Boom. The broken centipede tail explodes with thousands of beams of corrosive cyan aurora. At this moment, the descendants of Shenlong felt horrified. If they were in the blue light, they would definitely die. The broken tail is its weakest place. How could the one-footed Centipede King have no backhand? The divine light, as strong as Taishi, was also severely corroded by the cyan light and quickly became dilapidated. When it was about to burst, boom! Lin Chen urged pure power to rush out of the head of the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon retreated with the Taishi divine light shrouded in it, and he swept straight to the tail of the 10,000-footed Centipede King. System, the golden body of the god of war. Streamlined golden light filled Lin Chen's body at once. The golden body of the god of war has a defense equivalent to more than double the pure strength. Lin Chen resisted the corrosive blue light of the 10,000-footed Centipede King, rushed to the broken tail area in an instant, and ran over. With one leg. Punch to shatter the world, swing your legs to split the galaxy. Lin Chen's cerebral cortex was hot, and he didn't care how much power he had. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's blow of a gust of wind and rain erupted at the tail of the king of the 10,000-footed centipede. The one-footed centipede king burst out with a miserable and sharp scream, and the billowing sound created a space storm in the starry sky. The host triggers extinction fissure, destruction explosion, super chaos. Talent. Lin Chen's series of talents are launched wildly. He doesn't care about 990,000 Zuanli or 950,000 Zuanli. Lin Chen only had one thought, to use all his strength as fast as possible. All the descendants of the dragon stared blankly, and even forgot to attack. The Zerg in front of him, staring blankly at Lin Chen, who was attacking frantically. His fist shatters the world. His swinging legs tore the galaxy apart. Every move is filled with pure destructive power. The airflow twists and the space collapses. It seems that the light will be shattered by the power of the god of war that runs through the heavens, and the earth and countless stars along the way are quickly shattered. At that moment, the descendants of the pretentious dragons, for the first time, had feelings of fear and awe towards the human race. Bang! Boom! The body of the king of 10,000-footed centipedes, which is comparable to the size of the continental plate, was beaten all the way by Lin Chen. GG. Human race, damn human race. The entire body of the king of the centipede was blasted away. Its flesh and blood were torn apart, its armor was collapsing, its body kept exploding and cracking, and the attribute light ball burst out all the way. Lin Chen sings and advances all the way. The offensive is like a golden mad dragon, smashing all the way from the tail to the head of the insect king. The 10,000-footed centipede king had almost no chance to defend and react, so he was blasted all the way by Lin Chen, and exploded one after another, and it was too late to even adjust his combat posture. After the 10,000-footed centipede king endured the power of Lin Chen's 1,000 punches, he finally bang! With an explosion that shook the starry sky, the first half of the body of the one-footed centipede king exploded into pieces. Turned into, the sky is full of stars. The descendants of Shenlong are trembling in their hearts. It was really successful. Lin Chen, the king of killing insects against the sky,